In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao had resolved it all. Without hesitation, Wang Hao began collecting the spoils of battle, stashing anything useful into his spatial ring. Brother Yu, I've got other business to attend to. I'll be on my way, Wang Hao said after gathering his loot. Yu Jian nodded, gratitude written all over his face. Thank you, young man. Once again, you've saved my life. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Yi Shaoling watched Wang Hao's figure grow smaller in the distance, a hollow feeling settling in her heart. Brother Yu, why didn't you invite that young man to join us? Yi Shaoling asked, her eyes still clouded with confusion, as if she hadn't fully recovered from the gruesome battle. Shaoling, someone like him, he's on a completely different level than us, Yu Jian sighed deeply. Yi Shaoling fell silent, watching Wang Hao disappear into the horizon, unable to utter another word. Far away, Wang Hao glanced at the contents of his spatial ring, calculating silently. These people had quite the haul, he thought. 300 pieces of mid-grade spirit crystals, 1,200 pieces of low-grade spirit crystals, and a pile of miscellaneous spiritual herbs. Inside the spatial ring, there was also a B-level martial arts manual, Blazing Flame Blade Technique. Blazing Flame Blade Technique, a B-level martial art, imbued with scorching flame techniques, boasting immense power. Just by killing a few low-level innate cultivators, he had managed to obtain so many spirit crystals and even a B-level martial arts manual. No wonder these people resorted to robbery so desperately. Seeing the B-level martial art in the spatial ring, Wang Hao's heart brimmed with joy. It was perfect timing, as his C-level blade technique had already been trained to a state of mastery. Now, having a B-level manual was simply ideal. After composing himself, Wang Hao once again took out the compass handed to him by Guan Shang, which could detect nether demons, and started heading eastward. He advanced while slaying nether demons, gradually closing in on the stronghold of the fire spirit demons. After last night's training in the cultivation room, Wang Hao had gained a clear understanding of his own strength. If he used only the C-level techniques, he could handle ordinary 7th-level innate cultivators, possibly defeating opponents 3 levels above him. However, once he utilized the power of extreme frost and the 9 nether frost technique, his strength would skyrocket. He felt that with the combination of these two forces, even a 9th level innate martial artist might not be able to withstand his attacks. That was exactly why he had easily obliterated those earlier enemies. Not to mention, he could also launch spiritual attacks. However, all of this was merely Wang Hao's estimation, as he had yet to truly face a 9th level innate martial artist. As for 10th level innate quasi-masters, he wasn't confident, as they were already nearing the Grandmaster level, a realm where strength underwent a qualitative leap. The further he ventured east, the more demons he encountered. Many fire spirit demons roamed the area, but Wang Hao slew them with ease. Just as he was advancing toward the fire spirit demon stronghold, the compass in his hand suddenly radiated an exceptionally bright glow. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Could there be a large number of nether demons ahead? He immediately dashed in the direction indicated by the glowing compass. Not far from Wang Hao's location, on a vast plain, the scorching sun blazed down upon the plain, the air thick with the scent of blood and tension. At the center of the plain, a golden herb emitting a peculiar radiance stood out conspicuously. This golden herb captured everyone's attention. On one side of the plain, a large crowd of demons had gathered. Their faces were twisted and ferocious, exuding a dense, dark aura. At the forefront of the demon ranks stood a creature with 2 demonic horns, a humanoid body, and a sinister demon head. It stood upright, exuding an aura of cold ruthlessness and authority. Imo-shan, you'd better leave while you can. Your brother has already been heavily injured by our prodigy, Lin Chang. No one's coming to save you. On the other side of the plain, a young man in blue attire glared coldly at the creature as he spoke. Behind him was a group of human martial artists, all bearing grim expressions. Lu Jia, do you really think I, Imo-shan, rely only on my brother, that waste? This heavenly soul flower, I must have it. Imo-shan's claws radiated a chilling demonic aura, his voice sharp and grating. Brother Jia, stop wasting time with him. Let's just charge in and seize it, a tall and skinny youth standing beside Lu Jia suggested. The martial artists behind Lu Jia were already brimming with energy, their eyes blazing with battle intent. Lu Jia narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at Imo-shan from afar with a heavy heart. Wait until the heavenly soul flower matures. I've already secretly informed Chu Mengyao from the Dragon God Society. Lu Jia muttered softly. Lu Jia was a top talent of the Wind Profound Pavilion, ranked 87th on the prodigy list. Imo-shan, on the other hand, was the younger brother of Imo Tang. Imo Tang had once been ranked among the top 3 prodigies but had recently been defeated and severely injured by Lin Chang. Imo-shan himself wasn't particularly famous, his only notable trait being that he was Imo Tang's brother. Both of them belonged to the Demon Profound clan, a race with special bloodlines and high status. What's with this crowd? Following the compass's guidance, Wang Hao approached the plain. Looking at the standoff between the martial artists and demons, he was slightly puzzled. As he neared the edge of the plain, a martial artist approached him. "Hey, brother, you here for the excitement too?" the tall martial artist asked in a hushed voice. Wang Hao looked at him, feeling a bit odd. Excitement? He instinctively scanned his surroundings and then nodded. "Let me tell you, Lu Jia." The martial artist, clearly eager to share, began explaining the situation to Wang Hao enthusiastically. This martial artist belonged to a minor faction in the imperial capital and introduced himself as Li Hui, the heavenly soul flower. As Wang Hao listened to Li Hui's explanation, his eyes brightened. This treasure could enhance one's soul power and was an incredibly rare natural treasure. Its potency in alchemy was top-notch, making it exceedingly valuable and on par with the legendary Enlightenment tea. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, silently pondering. If he could get his hands on this heavenly soul flower, would it allow him to rapidly elevate his rank as a spiritual master? Mo Shan from the Demon Profound clan stood quietly in the distance. Wang Hao had already learned a lot about the battlefield of demons from Yu Jian. Many demons with special bloodlines could speak the human language fluently. There were some strange demon races that could even transform into human form, making them impossible to guard against. The Xuanma clan was one of the most powerful demon clans on the battlefield. Wang Hao understood now everyone had their eyes on the heavenly soul flower. Behind Demon Mountain, numerous demons had gathered, strong individuals from clans like the Nether Demons, Fire Spirit Demons, and Xuanma. What's Lu Jia's actual strength? Wang Hao asked. His spiritual sense couldn't detect Lu Jia's true level. Lu Jia is an innate 9th tier martial master, just one step away from the 10th tier. Plus, he has a top tier S-grade fire talent, and his fire manipulation skills are incredible. Li Hui explained, his eyes filled with envy as he glanced at Lu Jia. 9th tier innate strength? S-grade talent? It's just okay. That's not all. He's also a mid-grade Jade tier mental power master. Li Hui added. A mental power master. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Moreover, Lu Jia's grade was higher than his. Indeed, it's unwise to underestimate others. The top talents of Fengshan Pavilion do have some real skills. But even at this level, he's only ranked 87th. How strong must the 3rd or even the 1st rank be? The heavenly talents ranking only included individuals below the Grandmaster level, meaning all these people were super geniuses under the Grandmaster threshold. No wonder Lu Jia was so eager to seize the heavenly soul flower. It must be to elevate his mental power master rank. If Lu Jia is so strong, he should be able to handle this Demon Mountain easily, right? Wang Hao asked. He hadn't seen Demon Mountain's name on the heavenly talents ranking. Even with a special bloodline, it shouldn't be too formidable. Not necessarily. Even without notable achievements, any demon with a special bloodline is not easy to deal with. Li Hui replied. Brother Jia, the heavenly soul flower is ripening soon, exclaimed a young man beside Lu Jia as his eyes lit up. Lu Jia's heart tightened. Chu Mengyao still hadn't shown up, and the heavenly soul flower was already maturing. Brother Jia, we can't wait any longer, the young man urged anxiously. Across the plain, Demon Mountain stared at the increasingly vibrant heavenly soul flower at its center, flames of fervor igniting in its eyes. The air grew heavier with the stench of blood and the tension of the moment. Resolve flickered in Lu Jia's eyes. Go! Kill all these demons! As soon as the words left his mouth, the warriors around him unleashed their energy in a sudden burst. A moment later, the group charged forward as one. Demon Mountain sneered, a trace of mockery in its gaze, and immediately commanded its demon followers to counterattack. Brother, we should keep our distance. These people are way too strong, Li Hui said to Wang Hao. Wang Hao blinked. Was this guy really just here to watch the show? Aren't we going to help? Wang Hao asked, looking at the now white-hot battlefield in the distance. Dude, don't be stupid. At our level, we wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, even if we kill these demons, do you think Fengshan Pavilion would give us anything? Li Hui said with a complex expression. At the edge of the plain, many other warriors were also just observing, with no intention of stepping in. Li Hui's words drew nods of agreement from the surrounding warriors. Wang Hao stayed silent, his eyes fixed on the distant battle. Maybe I can take advantage of the chaos to snatch the heavenly soul flower, he thought to himself. At this moment, the battle was at its fiercest. Lu Jia and the Fengshan Pavilion. Fighters were locked in a brutal clash with Demon Mountain and its forces. Blood flowed freely across the plain, and bodies littered the ground. Flames surged from Lu Jia's body, waves of blistering heat radiating outward. Countless demons screamed and writhed in agony within the inferno. Demon Mountain showed no fear, its demonic energy swirling wildly, every move exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Ah, Lu Jia, your reinforcements aren't coming. Demon Mountain laughed maniacally, its demonic energy launching fierce assaults on the surrounding warriors. Demon Mountain's words made Lu Jia's heart sink. No wonder reinforcements hadn't arrived after such a long wait. It was because of this Demon Mountain. Clearly, he had underestimated it. Not just Lu Jia, But the other Fengshan Pavilion members also felt a chill run down their spines. So what if reinforcements aren't coming? Lu Jia, won't fear you. Lu Jia shouted, flames erupting once more and instantly engulfing the surrounding demons. Demon Mountain sneered. Fool. The so-called top 100 on the heavenly talents ranking, what a joke. Yao Feng. The heavenly soul flower has ripened, get out here. Let's take on Lu Jia together. Demon Mountain roared. As soon as the words fell, a winged demon shot towards Lu Jia in a ferocious dive. Lu Jia didn't have time to dodge and was struck heavily, crashing onto the plain below. Brother, we need to get out of here. This doesn't look good. That's Yao Feng, ranked 86th on the heavenly talents ranking. I doubt Lu Jia can hold on, Li Hui said to Wang Hao. With that, he took off running. Wang Hao twitched the corner of his mouth. Watching the fight first, then running away? He had no idea how big the gap was between himself and these top-ranked individuals on the heavenly talents ranking. I'll just grab the heavenly soul flower first and figure it out later. With that thought, Wang Hao sent his shadow clone straight toward the heavenly soul flower. The battle in the plain's center was so intense that no one noticed his shadow swiftly closing in on the flower. Meanwhile, Wang Hao's true form stayed at the edge of the plain. Boom! 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 Just as the shadow clone was about to reach the heavenly soul flower, a surge of overwhelming demonic energy suddenly erupted, sweeping the flower away. Wang Hao's expression changed. Had someone beaten him to it? Ha ha, the heavenly soul flower is mine. And Lu Jia, your life will go with it. Imo Shan roared. With laughter, clutching the golden glow of the heavenly soul flower in his hand. Not far away, Lu Jia's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Imo Shan. At this moment, the members of the Fengshan Pavilion were struggling to hold their ground. Many warriors had already perished at the hands of the demons. In the distance, Wang Hao sighed. It seemed like he had no choice but to act himself. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Hao activated the shadow demon step, his body darting toward Imo Shan at an incredible speed. Imo Shan, holding the heavenly soul flower, was brimming with smugness. Around him, the humans were suppressed by his demon forces. This belongs to me. Hand it over. A voice suddenly rang in Imo Shan's ear. In the next instant, a sharp blade light slashed toward him. Slash. Before the grin could fade from Imo Shan's face, his right hand was severed by the iron-blooded battle blade, which carried the chilling energy of the 9 Nether Frost Force. Immediately after, a figure swiftly snatched the fallen heavenly soul flower. Ah! Who? A human. Dared to ambush me. Ah! Blood gushed from Imo Shan's severed right arm as he screamed in agony. Everyone on the plains froze in disbelief. Someone had ambushed Imo Shan. Lu Jia glanced to the side. A sweep of his powerful spiritual energy quickly revealed Wang Hao's figure. Wang Hao secured the heavenly soul flower and promptly stored it in his spatial ring. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Wang Hao tucked away the flower, a figure charged toward him at lightning speed. It was none other than Yao Feng, a top-ranked genius on the heavenly talent list. Wang Hao's expression shifted, and he immediately activated the thunder body refinement technique, enveloping himself in a formidable lightning force. His iron-blooded battle blade, infused with the icy power of the 9 Netherfrost Force, slashed out in a single, decisive strike. The powerful energy, mixed with faint black frost, surged straight toward Yao Feng. Yao Feng's eyes glinted with mockery. His body transformed into a shadowy blur, effortlessly dodging Wang Hao's attack. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Hao's strike missed, but the blade light slashed into the nearby horde of demons. The demons were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, their ferocious expressions trapped in cold, merciless stillness. Bang, bang, bang. The frozen demons shattered into pieces, scattering flesh and blood across the plains. Imo Shan let out a heart-wrenching roar, his voice reverberating across the battlefield. Nearby, Lu Jia trembled slightly, his eyes wide with shock. He stared at the warrior before him in awe. The strength displayed was utterly terrifying. It wasn't just Lu Jia, the members of Fengshan Pavilion were equally astonished. Moments later, their expressions turned to ecstatic joy. This man's power had far exceeded their expectations. Yao Feng, however, showed no concern for the demons that had been obliterated behind him. He continued to charge at Wang Hao with blinding speed. With the thunder body refinement technique bolstering him, Wang Hao's strength surged dramatically. Coupled with his powerful spiritual energy, he quickly discerned Yao Feng's movement trajectory. With a subtle shift of his body, Wang Hao narrowly evaded Yao Feng's attack. Yao Feng's pupils constricted in shock. Could it have been sheer luck? This guy had actually dodged his strike. As the attack missed its mark, Yao Feng swiftly began circling around Wang Hao, moving at an even faster pace. Yao Feng, capture that brat for me, and I'll give you 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Imo Shan shouted, clutching his wound. Hearing this, Yao Feng's eyes lit up. 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones were no small amount. Though he was a heavenly talent list expert, demons still required vast amounts of rare resources to rapidly enhance their strength. If he could eliminate this guy, it would provide more than enough resources to ascend to the rank of demon general, Yao Feng calculated internally. While he was a prodigy of the demon race, he had to fight for his own cultivation resources. A demon general was equivalent to a human grandmaster. The thought of rapid advancement caused Yao Feng's demonic energy to surge with excitement. Yao Feng's speed was immense. Despite Wang Hao's strength, landing a hit on him was proving to be extremely difficult. Relying on the shadow demon step, Wang Hao barely managed to keep up with Yao Feng's movements. The battle between the two became a deadlock. Both Wang Hao, utilizing the shadow demon step, and Yao Feng, sped across the plains as little more than fleeting afterimages. Seeing that Yao Feng was entangled with Wang Hao, Lu Jie steadied himself and redirected his focus toward Mo Shan. Protect me! Someone, protect me! Mo Shan cried out as Lu Jie approached, his voice filled with panic. Before he could finish speaking, the demons that had been attacking the Fengxian pavilion withdrew and quickly surrounded Mo Shan. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted around Lu Jie, the scorching heat distorting the air. Mo Shan's eyes gleamed coldly as demonic energy began to envelop his severed arm. Meanwhile, the surrounding demons worked together, forming a solid demonic energy barrier that shielded Mo Shan and his forces. Go assist Yao Feng in dealing with that brat, Mo Shan commanded coldly. For now, he only wanted to capture and torment the one who had severed his hand. Lu Jie could wait. The obedient demon once again lunged at Wang Hao. Wang Hao unleashed his divine level 9-fold blade technique. His attacks overwhelmingly powerful. The light-hearted expression on Demon Wind's face quickly turned to one of intense gravity. Wang Hao's attacks were simply too ferocious. A moment of carelessness earlier had allowed the blade's edge to graze him, and Demon Wind felt a bone-chilling cold penetrate his entire being, as if even his soul had frozen. If not for his incredible speed, he would have already been killed in an instant by Wang Hao. This guy was a monster. Demon Wind felt as though he was dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep, and Wang Hao's technique would annihilate him. Meanwhile, his own attacks had little to no effect on Wang Hao. Wang Hao could attack endlessly, but for Demon Wind, a single mistake would mean instant death. The crushing pressure was unbearable for him. However, Wang Hao grew more adept with every strike. Though Demon Wind's strength was average, his speed was extraordinary. Only by using his shadow demon steps at their peak perfection could Wang Hao barely keep pace. But landing a hit on him was still exceptionally difficult. You can't run forever, Wang Hao thought resolutely, channeling his internal energy to the limit as he pursued Demon Wind relentlessly. In the distance, the demons who intended to aid Demon Wind exchanged uneasy glances. The two combatants were moving far too fast for anyone to intervene. Demon Mountain's face darkened, his expression grim. Demon Wind, what the hell are you doing? You can't even handle a mere human martial artist, he roared angrily, his gaze locked onto the two rapidly flashing figures in the distance. The other warriors were preoccupied battling demons and paid no attention to this duel. At that moment, Demon Wind's fear had reached its peak. He felt Wang Hao's speed increasing, drawing closer and closer. Impossible. I'm a demon born with unparalleled speed. How could a mere human martial artist catch up to me? Demon Wind muttered to himself. It was his mysterious movement technique that had earned him a ranking in the 80s on the Tinjia leaderboard. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your C-rank martial art, Shadow Demon Steps, has broken through to the Divine Realm. The system's notification echoed in Wang Hao's mind. At that very instant, Wang Hao's 9-fold blade technique was elevated to the 9th level. A cold sweat broke out on Demon Wind's back as an icy terror surged in his heart. No, he shouted, but Wang Hao's iron-blooded battle blade was already descending upon him. Boom! Wang Hao's blade struck Demon Wind's body with crushing force. In an instant, Demon Wind's body exploded, obliterated by the sheer impact. In the distance, Demon Mountain stood frozen in shock, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Demon Wind was dead? How could it be? His speed was unmatched. The members of Phoenix Pavilion were equally stunned. That was Demon Wind, a ranking higher than Lu Jie, and yet he had been slain by Wang Hao. As Demon Wind fell, a spatial ring dropped from his body. Without hesitation, Wang Hao picked it up. Retreat! We'll deal with them another time, Demon Mountain shouted. If Demon Wind had been defeated, then Wang Hao now had a free hand to target them. A shiver ran down Demon Mountain's spine. Since when did the human race produce such a formidable martial artist? The other demons, seeing Demon Mountain's intention to flee, were unwilling to let him go so easily and surrounded him. But Demon Mountain let out a cold snort, and demonic energy erupted from his body, detonating across the plain in an instant. A dense, gray fog obscured everyone's vision. The world around them plunged into darkness, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Wang Hao felt his senses being blocked entirely. Even his spiritual perception was hindered by the demonic energy, rendering him unable to detect any movement. Moments later, the fog dissipated, and Demon Mountain, along with the other demons, had vanished without a trace. Wang Hao surveyed the surroundings, now littered with corpses. The stench of blood and death hung heavy over the plain. Brother Jia, Demon Mountain escaped. A tall, lanky young man ran up to Lu Jia, reporting the situation. The members of Phoenix Pavilion gathered around as well. Thank you for your help earlier, Lu Jia said, addressing Wang Hao with gratitude. Lu Jia, what about the celestial soul flower? Didn't you say there was a celestial soul flower here? Just as Wang Hao was about to respond, a cold voice echoed from nearby. A woman in a white dress, her skin porcelain-like and her beauty breathtaking, approached with an icy expression. The hem of her white dress was stained with blood, and the contrast between the blood-stained fabric and her exquisite face gave off a dangerous yet alluring aura. Lu Jia's face darkened. Chu Mengyao, this has nothing to do with you anymore. You're too late, Lu Jia said coldly. The fight was over, and now she wanted to bring up the celestial soul flower? What a joke. Whatever the reason, if she hadn't helped during the battle, she had no right to demand anything about the flower. Even if the celestial soul flower were in his possession, which it wasn't, Lu Jia wouldn't have shared a bit of it with her. We're compatriots. Helping each other is only natural. Wang Hao interjected, waving a hand to Lu Jia. Lu Jia's companions were deeply grateful to Wang Hao. Without him dealing with demon wind, they would likely have perished. Chu Mengyao's face remained icy, her gaze fixed intently on both Wang Hao and Lu Jia. Lu Jia, we lost several comrades from the Dragon God Society in order to support you, and now you're telling me this has nothing to do with me? Chu Mengyao's sharp eyes bore into them, her glare as piercing as if it could devour them whole. This is the Dragon God Society? Wang Hao stared at the stunning woman in front of him, his mind racing. So, this Dragon God Society must be the reinforcements Lu Jia had called upon, but why had they only shown up now? Lu Jia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a faint smile appearing on his face. I said it was gone, so it's gone. You think you're the only ones who suffered losses? Do you think Fengshan Pavilion didn't suffer as well? Behind Chu Mengyao stood a group of martial artists, their expressions grim as they stared daggers at Lu Jia and his group. Wang Hao furrowed his brows. The situation wasn't unfolding as he had expected. Both parties were top-tier forces of the imperial capital, so why did it seem like they were at such odds? Reflecting on the martial artists who had been watching from the sidelines earlier, he began to suspect that this so-called demon battle wasn't as straightforward as he'd initially thought. The heavenly soul flower is in my hands. I don't care who you are, the flower is mine. Wang Hao fixed his gaze on Chu Mengyao, his voice resolute. Hearing his words, Chu Mengyao frowned slightly. Who was this man? I don't care what's going on between you all. I want half of the heavenly soul flower. If you refuse, I'll make sure you understand just how powerful the Dragon God Society can be. Chu Mengyao's eyes were icy, her tone devoid of emotion but laced with a sharp undercurrent of menace. On this blood-soaked, tension-filled plain, the two groups faced off against each other. At the edge of the plain, the martial artists who had been spectating began to gather again. So, the Dragon God Society is butting heads with Fengshan Pavilion again, huh? Ha, classic. Li Hui stood at a distance, observing the scene on the plain. He could sense the hostility between the two sides at a glance. Don't bother watching. It's the same old story, conflict over unevenly divided spoils. These guys always have the same issues. They're supposed to be working together against Demon Mountain, but they can't even manage that. Useless. Exactly. They're only good at this sort of thing, so boring. Can't accomplish anything, but they're world-class at arguing. Typical behavior for these factions. You'll get used to it. The crowd at the edge of the plain watched listlessly, their gazes drifting toward the distant confrontation. Li Hui, isn't that masked guy in the middle the young man you brought along earlier? One martial artist asked, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The others also turned their attention to the center of the plain, and sure enough, it was the same person who had been watching the commotion with them earlier. Li Hui stared at Wang Hao in shock. Hadn't he told him to leave? Could it be that this guy wasn't as simple as he seemed, to be able to get involved with the two major factions? Oh, then I'd like to see just how powerful the Dragon God Society truly is. Wang Hao glared coldly at Chu Mengyao. This woman, what kind of status did she hold that she dared to threaten him? Chu Mengyao's expression shifted. Who was this person? There was no such figure in Fengshan Pavilion, was there? As the long-standing rival of Fengshan Pavilion, she was intimately familiar with their inner workings. Yet this masked man before her showed no fear of her at all. Could he be a new recruit for Fengshan Pavilion? But his aura, merely at the 5th level of the postnatal stage, was laughable. Chu Mengyao's eyes were filled with disdain. A mere 5th level postnatal martial artist wanted to meddle in the affairs between the Dragon God Society and Fengshan Pavilion? Was he tired of living? Lu Jia stepped forward and said, Chu Mengyao, this mission's success is thanks to this brother here. If you want to lay a hand on him, you'll have to deal with us first. The members of Fengshan Pavilion standing behind Lu Jie also fixed their cold stares on Chu Mengyao and her group. It was Wang Hao who had stepped in and saved them at their most perilous moment. What was wrong with Wang Hao keeping a heavenly soul flower? It was only fair. After all, their lives were worth more than a single flower, weren't they? Chu Mengyao glanced at the injured Lu Jie and the wounded members of Fengshan Pavilion behind him. Lu Jie, are you really willing to stick your neck out for this guy? Chu Mengyao's gaze bypassed Wang Hao, locking directly onto Lu Jie. In her eyes, Wang Hao was nothing more than a clown. She had seen plenty of show-offs like him, men who only wanted to catch her attention. Lu Jie's face was pale, but he showed no fear. Chu Mengyao, I've made myself clear. If you want to fight, I'll oblige you right now. Chu Mengyao's eyes turned colder. The heavenly soul flower was of utmost importance to her, and yet Lu Jie was being so uncooperative. You want the heavenly soul flower? Have you even asked for my permission? Wang Hao's internal energy surged rapidly, and a formidable aura exploded from his body. Everyone present felt an oppressive weight settle over them. Chu Mengyao felt as though she were being stared down by an ancient beast. The suffocating pressure made it difficult for her to breathe. Wang Hao's gaze was as cold as a blade, and the chilling force of his 9-nether frost energy radiated from his body. Both Lu Jie and Chu Mengyao felt as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss. Despite the midday heat, the air around them was bone-chillingly cold. Chu Mengyao squirmed under Wang Hao's frosty glare. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "Do you even know who I am?" Smack, without hesitation, Wang Hao raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap across Chu Mengyao's face. Chu Mengyao's face instantly swelled up, and the force sent her flying, landing hard on the plains. She was utterly bewildered, thinking to herself, did this guy really just hit me? And on the face? Everyone around was stunned, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Wang Hao had actually slapped Chu Mengyao across the face with his own hand. Lu Jie swallowed hard, secretly admiring him. This guy is ruthless. He actually dared to slap someone in the face, though he himself didn't think much of Chu Mengyao, doing something as direct as that? He'd never have the guts. Especially since this was Chu Mengyao. Well, what's done is done. No wonder he's strong enough to kill the demon wind. This guy's on another level. At the edge of the plains, the onlookers were dumbfounded. Holy crap, your buddy's insane. He actually slapped Chu Mengyao. Well, that's as good as making her a lifelong enemy. You don't slap someone in the face, and he just went right for it. No rules, huh? Isn't that guy just at the Hotian stage? Chu Mengyao's a Xiantian 9th stage expert. This is completely nuts. I've always hated that woman. Her lackeys are going to lose it when they hear she got slapped in the face. Better record this. This is pure gold. I wonder what it felt like to slap her. I mean, the woman is pretty stunning. Yeah, I'm curious too. Count me in. The crowd chattered away, with many pulling out their phones to capture this jaw-dropping moment. Li Hui stared blankly at Wang Hao in the distance, thinking to himself, at this point, whether that slap hurt or not doesn't matter. Knowing Chu Mengyao's temper, she's definitely going to go all out against Wang Hao. Chu Mengyao was incredibly popular in the capital. Brother, I hope you can hold your ground. Li Hui silently prayed for Wang Hao for 3 full minutes, then also took out his phone to record the scene. You're dead meat. What are you all standing around for? Seize him now. Chu Mengyao clutched her face, roaring at the Dragon God Society members, her voice filled with seething rage. The Dragon God Society members were fuming as well, their eyes locked on Wang Hao with murderous intent. Someone dared to slap their goddess? Clearly, he had a death wish. If you all want to die, I'll happily send you on your way. Wang Hao's energy surged, his overwhelming presence making the Dragon God Society members freeze in place. Brother Lu, if I take them all out, will there be a problem? Wang Hao suddenly turned to Lu Jie, his tone serious. Lu Jie's heart sank. Take them all out, that would be pure suicide. Sure, they had beef with the Dragon God Society, but it hadn't escalated to outright slaughter. When Chu Mengyao, lying nearby, heard Wang Hao's words, she froze in fear. Is he joking? He wouldn't really kill them, right? But looking into his calm, indifferent eyes, her body involuntarily trembled. This guy's obviously a master, yet he's been pretending to be at the Hotian level. How cunning. Could he really be planning to kill me? The Dragon God Society members were even more terrified. All of us? Dead? Is he serious? Brother, as annoying as these guys are, they're still part of the Dragon God Society, and Lu Jie tried to reason with him. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Not allowed to kill? Fine. If I can't kill them, I'll just teach them a lesson. With that thought, Wang Hao's energy erupted. Swish, swish, swish. The powerful shockwave from his release of energy sent the Dragon God Society members sprawling to the ground. Wang Hao hadn't even used his 9-nether frost technique, just an S-class extreme frost force. Yet the sheer chill of it left everyone sprawled across the plains. Next time anyone dares to provoke me, no matter who you are, you'll all die. Wang Hao's icy voice pierced through the ears of the Dragon God Society members, sending chills down their spines. Chu Mengyao, still lying nearby, kept her head down, fists clenched, not daring to make a sound. What she was thinking at that moment, no one could guess. Lu Jia let out a quiet sigh of relief. If Wang Hao had truly decided to kill these people, Lu Jia wouldn't have been able to stop him. Wang Hao was just too strong. And if the Dragon God Society members all died here, it would spark a massive uproar. Being killed by demons was one thing, but being slaughtered by their own kind? That was a whole different story. Brother, may I ask your name? Lu Jia, seeing the Dragon God Society members cowed into submission, seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation with Wang Hao. Just call me Wang Hao, Wang Hao replied with a smile, finding Lu Jia rather agreeable. What are your plans for the Heavenly Soul Grass? Lu Jia asked, noticing Wang Hao's friendly demeanor. The group began walking off, chatting as they went. The martial artists near the edge of the plains were completely dumbstruck. Wang Hao had actually taken down the Dragon God Society members right on the spot. This guy's insane. Look at those Dragon God Society bullies, lying there like dead dogs now. Yeah, no kidding. That was brilliant. I know a few of those Dragon God Society members. They're strong, sure, but they're insufferable, always looking down on people. The best part was slapping Chu Mengyao across the face. That was downright satisfying. The martial artists on the plains were beyond thrilled. It had been ages since the Dragon God Society suffered such a major loss, and it was even their celebrated beauty, Chu Mengyao, who got slapped. I'm planning to find someone to refine some pills, Wang Hao said as he walked. Wang Hao, have you ever heard of the Soul Origin pill? As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, Lu Jia responded immediately. Soul Origin pill. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, recalling seeing this item in the martial artist marketplace while buying vitality pills. A single pill was worth a staggering 10 billion star coins, and it was always in such high demand that it sold out immediately upon release. This Soul Origin pill could significantly boost both energy and spiritual power, with effects that were incredibly pronounced. Lu Jia, are you saying? Wang Hao's eyes gleamed as he continued to ask. Lu Jia explained, the Heavenly Soul Grass is the main ingredient for refining the Soul Origin pill. I can help you find an alchemist to refine it. I'll provide the materials, and once the pill is ready, you can sell me one for 10 billion star coins. Wang Hao's eyes brightened even more. He hadn't expected the Heavenly Soul Grass to be the key ingredient for making Soul Origin pills. No wonder both the Demon Mountain and Dragon God Society were so fixated on it. Alright, no problem. As long as the Soul Origin pill can be refined, you won't need to pay me any star coins. You're helping me find someone and also providing the materials, how could I take your money? Wang Hao replied with a smile. Then I won't stand on ceremony. The alchemist is at the Martial Alliance's outpost in the demon battlefield. Let's head there now, I've already prepared all the materials. Lu Jia said excitedly. Wang Hao nodded. Since it was at the demon battlefield, there was no reason to delay. Better to turn this treasure into power as soon as possible. With that, the group quickly headed towards the Martial Alliance outpost in the demon battlefield. Along the way, they encountered numerous demons, but Wang Hao and Lu Jia easily dispatched them. As they traveled, Lu Jia chatted with Wang Hao about the demon battlefield, explaining the various factions among both the demon and monster clans. You're saying that the top figure on the prodigy ranking is someone from the ancient demon clan with an SSS grade talent? Wang Hao's eyes lit up as he pressed for more details. An SSS grade talent. If he could replicate that. Wang Hao's heart raced with excitement. He was well aware of how powerful the 100-fold speed physique was. Not only did it allow for rapid cultivation, but it also accelerated his mastery of martial techniques to an absurd degree. Its only drawback was its massive resource consumption. But if he could replicate an SSS grade talent on top of it, Wang Hao's heartbeat quickened. Wait, can I even replicate talents from the demon clan? Ding! The host can replicate talents from any race. Just as Wang Hao was about to ask, the system responded immediately. Being able to replicate talents from any race, this was incredible. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, it's true. This SSS grade talent belongs to an ancient demon clan member named Mo Luo. He's a quasi-demon general, just one step away from becoming a full-fledged demon general. It's said he can easily defeat some master-level experts. Lu Jia continued. Defeating master-level experts with ease? Wang Hao swallowed hard. While he was confident in himself, he knew he was still far from being able to take down a master-level expert effortlessly. What exactly is his talent? Wang Hao asked eagerly. If he could replicate Mo Luo's talent, having dual SSS grade talents. Sensing Wang Hao's growing interest in Mo Luo, Lu Jia elaborated, I'm not sure what Mo Luo's talent is either. Lu Jia smiled wryly. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Well, that was fair. He had kept his own talents hidden, after all. This information came from the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Our human experts paid a hefty price to get it. Lu Jia explained. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion is that powerful? They can even investigate someone's talent? Wang Hao asked, a trace of worry surfacing in his heart. He was concerned that his numerous talents might be exposed. If even more were discovered in the future, it would make him a prime target for demon saints, and even monster gods who'd all want him dead. Not to mention, human martial gods might want to capture him for research. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion is a mysterious organization. No one knows where they came from. Some even say they've existed since before the appearance of the demons and monsters. Lu Jia said. Is that so? However, they likely can't casually investigate someone's talent. Otherwise, they could just capture the super geniuses of all major races whenever they wanted. Lu Jia added. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. That made sense. The ancient demon clan's Mo Luo. If given the chance, Wang Hao was determined to replicate his talent. It was the only SSS grade talent he knew of so far, while its specifics remained unclear. Being on the same level as the 100-fold speed physique meant it was definitely extraordinary. Not to mention, Mo Luo was already capable of defeating master-level experts with ease. Wang Hao, we're almost at the Martial Alliance headquarters up ahead, Lu Jie said excitedly, his eyes lighting up. Wang Hao looked ahead. At the heavily guarded outpost, powerful martial artists patrolled non-stop, maintaining a tense but orderly atmosphere. The entire outpost was enveloped in a faint golden barrier, resembling an impenetrable protective shield. Within the barrier stood a sprawling complex of buildings, bustling with activity. Following Lu Jia, Wang Hao handed over some energy crystals and entered the Martial Alliance outpost directly. The stronghold was bustling with human martial artists, coming and going. Both sides of the streets were lined with stalls selling various herbs and treasures. The shouts of vendors and the noisy chatter filled the entire stronghold, creating a completely different world from the blood-soaked battlegrounds of demons and monsters outside. Wang Hao, this place is absolutely safe. It's protected by a holy level formation. Unless a demon god or devil god intervenes, no one can break in. Lu Jia explained. No wonder they charge so many primordial crystals, Wang Hao remarked, looking at the protective shield outside in awe. Upon entering, everyone had to pay 10 low-grade primordial crystals as an entry fee. Don't underestimate this number. A single primordial crystal was worth 100,000 star coins, so 10 of them equaled 1,000,000 star coins. More. Astonishingly, those 10 crystals only granted a 10-day stay. Exceed the time, and you'd have to pay again. In other words, even if you did nothing, no eating, drinking, or staying in accommodations, just being here cost you 100,000 star coins a day. Before long, Wang Hao followed Lu Jia through the crowded streets and arrived at a very shabby shop. The wooden door looked old and worn, as if it might fall apart at any moment. As they stepped inside, a faint herbal aroma greeted them. Brother Lu, are you sure someone here can refine soul essence pills? Wang Hao asked, his lips twitching as he eyed the rundown shop. Lu Jia chuckled. Brother Wang Hao, don't be fooled by appearances. This shop may look like a mess, but it's home to a true master of the craft. Wang Hao blinked. Hearing the words, true master, he immediately recalled the old man who had given him the stellar soul tempering technique, and thought that perhaps the shop really did house someone extraordinary. Lu Jia stepped forward and knocked carefully on the nearly rotten wooden door. Before long, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard appeared, dressed in pajamas and holding a bottle of fragrant wine in his hand. The man looked dazed and rubbed his eyes groggily. Wang Hao couldn't help but mutter to himself, asterisk, if this guy isn't a true master, I'll eat my hat. He looks just like a drunken bum, asterisk, this is what a real master looks like. Wang Hao thought to himself, half in disbelief. Uncle Jiang, it's me, Xiao Lu from the Fengxian Pavilion. I'm here for more pill refining, Lu Jia said, acting as if he was used to this scene, while helping the middle-aged man into the shop. He gestured for Wang Hao to follow them inside. The shop was chaotic, cluttered with jars of various sizes, discarded wine bottles, and shelves full of strange herbs. Wang Hao looked around, thinking, so this is what the workspace of a true master looks like. As soon as he entered, the overwhelming scent of herbs mixed with alcohol assaulted his nose, making him feel slightly dizzy. Meanwhile, Lu Jia skillfully helped the middle-aged man into a reclining chair and brought out a bowl of hangover soup from the back of the shop. His practiced movements made Wang Hao suspect that their relationship wasn't as simple as it seemed. Oh, right, Wang Hao had also gotten his hands on the spatial ring belonging to Yaofeng, one of the ranked talents from the Heavenly Pride list. Eagerly, he took out the ring to check its contents. Asterisk, goodness, this is what passes for a top-tier talent on the Heavenly Pride list. Asterisk, disappointment washed over him as he found only a few hundred mid-grade spirit crystals and some random herbs. It seemed even the so-called geniuses of the demon race weren't particularly wealthy, less so than the small-time bandits he'd killed earlier. If Yaofeng knew what Wang Hao was thinking, he'd probably be furious. After all, cultivating as a demon required massive resources, especially for those with special bloodlines. Their training consumed resources at an alarming rate. On the battlefield, life was like walking a knife's edge. Whatever they grabbed, they used immediately. Anything they couldn't use was sold to the Celestial Pavilion in exchange for what they needed. The rules among demons were brutally simple. Strength was the only law. Leave the materials. Come back in 2 hours. The middle-aged man muttered drunkenly. Lu Jie's face lit up with joy. He immediately asked Wang Hao to hand over the celestial soul flower. Wang Hao composed himself and handed the flower to Lu Jie. After arranging the materials for refining the soul essence pills neatly on the table, Lu Jie led Wang Hao out of the shop. Once outside, Lu Jie began introducing Wang Hao to various parts of the stronghold. Afterward, the two of them found a place to rest. In the resting area, Wang Hao didn't waste any time. He took out the blazing blade art and began studying it carefully. After thoroughly reviewing the text, he started circulating his energy according to the technique's pathways. Pale blue energy coursed through his meridians, and his body gradually grew warm. So this is how it works, Wang Hao muttered as he felt the heat building within. As the energy flowed faster, his body temperature continued to rise. He then moved on to practicing the blade techniques described in the blazing blade art, fully immersing himself in training. Half an hour later, Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. The blazing blade art truly lived up to its reputation as a B-grade martial art. Even after practicing for over an hour, he still felt like he hadn't fully grasped it. He exhaled softly. While he had grown more proficient, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was still missing something crucial. Fine, I'll retrieve the soul origin pill first. After all, it's a valuable item for rapidly enhancing strength. Before long, a knock came from the lounge door. Wang Hao walked over and opened it, and sure enough, Lu Jie was already standing at the entrance, waiting. Brother Wang Hao. No wonder you're so powerful. Even during a short break, you're still practicing martial arts, Lu Jie remarked with admiration. At that moment, Wang Hao's body still radiated faint energy fluctuations. The energy carried a hint of heat, clearly indicating that he had been training. Wang Hao chuckled and said, my talent isn't that great, so I have to make up for it with hard work. Lu Jie's mouth twitched slightly. Not that great? Although Wang Hao was wearing a mask, Lu Jie wasn't naive. Wang Hao was evidently young, probably much younger than himself. Wang Hao was undoubtedly a super genius, with talent far surpassing his own. That demon wind he couldn't even handle had been taken down by Wang Hao. In other words, if Wang Hao wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The two continued walking toward that shabby little shop. Lu Jie couldn't help but wonder why had he never heard of such an extraordinary genius named Wang Hao before. As a prodigy of Fengshan Pavilion, Lu Jie was well informed about the top human geniuses on the demon battlefield. Could Wang Hao be from the Magic City, or perhaps an unknown genius from elsewhere? Given how vast Huagua's territory was, even though the Imperial City and Magic City were the most advanced in martial arts, other regions also produced top-tier talents and even elite warriors. Wait, no. If Wang Hao were from somewhere else, the teleportation array he used to enter would have been different. Teleportation arrays from different cities led to distinct positions on the demon battlefield. The Imperial City's entry point was in the north, while Magic City's was in the east. Shiyuan, Jinling, Beihai. Each city had a unique entry location. Forget it. As long as he's not an enemy, that's all that matters, Lu Jie thought to himself. Before long, the two returned to that shop. Lu Jie knocked on the door again. A man in a white robe stepped out, holding a white jade bottle in his hand. Uncle Jiang, is the pill ready? Lu Jie's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly asked. The white-robed man smiled and said, when Master Jiang makes a move, is there any pill that can't be made? Wait, wasn't this the drunken man from earlier? Wang Hao's lips twitched. The transformation was too dramatic. Moments ago, he looked like a drunkard, and now he seemed like a master of success. Is this what they call a legendary expert? Uncle Jiang, this is Wang Hao. The heavenly soul flower was his, and he even saved my life. Lu Jie introduced as he led Wang Hao to stand in front of Master Jiang. Master Jiang's sharp eyes locked onto Wang Hao, flickering with a glow of astonishment. Wang Hao felt as if he were being dissected. No matter how he tried to resist with his spiritual techniques, he couldn't block out that overwhelming gaze. This man's definitely a top-tier expert. His heart tightened. Master Jiang's aura was even more intimidating than Wang Xiong's, whom he had encountered back in his family. Could this man be a martial saint? Wang Hao gulped. Running into a martial saint just to retrieve a pill, this was beyond outrageous. This demon battlefield was far more perilous than he had imagined. Thankfully, Master Jiang wasn't from the demon or devil clans, otherwise, he'd have been crushed into submission by now. After a few seconds of intense pressure, the atmosphere finally eased. Lu Jie looked puzzled. What's going on between these two? Just staring at each other? Greetings, Master Jiang. Wang Hao took a deep breath and greeted respectfully. Since you're a friend of Xiao Lu, come on in and have some tea, Master Jiang said with a smile, inviting the two inside. Wang Hao obediently followed. When facing a potential martial saint, he had no room to put on airs. Whatever he had to do, he'd do it. Running away wasn't an option anyway, and since this was a human martial saint, there was no need to be afraid. Lu Jia was utterly shocked. Normally, whenever he brought others here, Master Jiang wouldn't even glance their way. But this time, not only was he inviting them inside, but he was also offering tea? Could Wang Hao have some powerful backing? Lu Jia stared at Wang Hao intently, trying to discern something from his expression. Wang Hao, however, ignored him and strode calmly into the room. Master Zhang's gaze was filled with admiration. Such talent and composure, whose descendant could he possibly be? Wang Hao glanced around the shop once more and noticed it felt completely different now. Though still cluttered, the air was imbued with a gentle yet immense power. This energy subtly enhanced the vitality within his own body. Master Jiang arranged for the two of them to sit, then brought over a pot of tea himself. Lu Jia was visibly uneasy. He had never experienced such hospitality from Master Jiang before. Brother Wang Hao, try this tea. Master Jiang poured each of them a cup, smiling warmly. Is this enlightenment tea? Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He sniffed the fragrance and instantly recognized it. Master Jiang nodded, lifting his own cup to savor the tea. The tea's sweetness resembled that of fruit juice. Lu Jia widened his eyes in astonishment, using enlightenment tea to host us? This level of hospitality was far too extravagant. Carefully cradling the teacup, Lu Jia savored it sip by sip. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Wang Hao, on the other hand, showed no restraint, downing the tea in one go. Lu Jia stared at him, dumbfounded. What kind of maneuver was that? Am I the one who's out of touch? Beside them, Alchemist Jiang shook his head helplessly, thinking, does this kid even know how rare enlightenment tea is? Well, he knew. Although to Jiang the tea's value was fairly ordinary, for an innate martial artist, it was extraordinarily precious. Even grandmasters would carefully savor its essence. But, whatever. Young people these days are so straightforward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving beginner-level mastery of the B-rank martial art, Blazing Fireblade technique, ****. A surge of fiery energy erupted from Wang Hao's body, as though it were about to ignite the entire space. The effects of the enlightenment tea began to manifest, and Wang Hao felt the initial formation of the blazing fire martial art within him. He silently marveled at the sensation. Wang Hao, did you just break through in martial arts? Lu Jia widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. This guy just drank enlightenment tea like it was water and even broke through his martial arts? Unbelievable, absolutely unacceptable. Wang Hao nodded calmly. Just a little progress. Lu Jia drew in a sharp breath. Could this be the correct way to consume enlightenment tea? Jiang, watching Wang Hao with approval, thought to himself, this kid's got talent. Lu, please step out. I'd like to have a word with brother Wang Hao alone, Jiang said to Lu Jia. Wang Hao felt a jolt of nerves. Does Alchemist Jiang find me attractive? No way, I absolutely refuse. Lu Jia cast a complicated glance at Wang Hao before leaving the room. Alchemist Jiang, what would you like to discuss? Wang Hao took a deep breath. After all, the man before him might be a martial saint, a figure to tread carefully around. Jiang smiled and said, Brother Wang Hao, you're with the Heavenly Martial Society, aren't you? The moment those words landed, Wang Hao's heart tightened. I haven't said a word. How could he tell? Jiang continued. The pale green energy around you, that's the energy of the Azure Wood Chi art. I, Jiang Hong, wouldn't mistake it. And the Azure Wood Chi art is an exclusive technique of the Heavenly Martial Society. Sensing Wang Hao's tension, Jiang added, am I wrong? You're right. I am with the Heavenly Martial Society, Wang Hao replied cautiously, his gaze full of vigilance. Let me introduce myself, Jiang said. I am Jiang Yuanbua, an alchemist from the Mystic Pill Sanctuary, and also an intermediate level, Saint-grade spiritual mind master. As Jiang spoke, an overwhelming spiritual energy enveloped the entire room. The space was suddenly cloaked in an enigmatic and unfathomable aura. Wang Hao felt as though he were surrounded by an immense field of spiritual energy, with everything around him fading into oblivion. The Mystic Pill Sanctuary. A saint-grade spiritual mind master. Wang Hao took a deep breath. He was well acquainted with the Mystic Pill Sanctuary, the pinnacle of power within Hua Nation, home to an elite assembly of alchemists. Almost all of Hua Nation's medicinal pills came from the sanctuary. In essence, the Mystic Pill Sanctuary was the wealthiest force in the nation. Any field that monopolized a market could rake in unimaginable profits. Alchemy, being a highly specialized and challenging craft, made money hand over fist, counting coins until your hands cramped. And as for saint-grade spiritual mind masters, while their combat power might not rival that of martial artists, the very best of them were in no way inferior to martial artists of the same level. Their peculiar spiritual attacks and mysterious techniques left martial artists utterly vexed. No wonder this alchemist Jiang exudes such an oppressive aura. He saw right through me at a glance. Turns out he's a saint-grade spiritual mind master from the Mystic Pill Sanctuary. Asterisk Senior, what business do you have with me? Wang Hao asked, breaking the silence. Against a saint-grade spiritual mind master, any tricks would be futile. Brother Wang Hao, would you be interested in becoming my apprentice and joining the Mystic Pill Sanctuary? Zhang Yuanbo asked directly, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Hao. Why me? Wang Hao asked, puzzled. The Mystic Pill Sanctuary had notoriously high standards for its disciples, typically grooming them from a young age. Recruitment was almost exclusively internal, with no open admissions. Zhang smiled. You have the potential to become a divine-grade spiritual mind master. Alchemy hinges on spiritual power. Without sufficient spiritual strength, you wouldn't be able to manage the intricate nuances of pill refinement. Wang Hao finally understood. Asterisk no wonder spiritual mind masters are so rare. Turns out the top-tier ones all go into alchemy, asterisk but can't. Martial artists enhance their spiritual power once they reach the Grandmaster realm? Wang Hao asked. It was true that spiritual power was notoriously difficult to improve, but it wasn't impossible. Upon reaching the Grandmaster stage, a martial artist's spiritual strength would naturally grow alongside their martial cultivation. Rare treasures and miraculous pills could also enhance it. Relying on cultivation or external means offers limited results. Such methods can't elevate spiritual strength to truly exceptional levels. Zhang Yuanboy explained with a smile. Wang Hao nodded, understanding the proposition. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, I can teach you the highest level of alchemy and help you become a spiritual psychic of the saint rank. Whether you can break through to the divine rank will depend on you. Zhang Yuanbo said. These words made Wang Hao's heartbeat accelerate. Alchemy, becoming a saint rank spiritual psychic, and even a chance to reach the divine rank. I'm currently a member of the Tianwu Guild. Can I join two forces at the same time? Wang Hao asked. Zhang Yuanbo's lips twitched. He thought to himself that this question was truly baffling. Of course not. If you want to join the Xiandan Sanctuary, you must leave the Tianwu Guild. But don't worry, if you agree, I'll take care of everything with the Tianwu Guild. You just need to follow me to the Xiandan Sanctuary and focus on cultivating your spiritual abilities, Zhang Yuanbo explained. Leave the Tianwu Guild. Wang Hao frowned deeply. Hallmaster Guan and Marshal Saint Qingshan had treated him well, gifting him S-rank martial arts without hesitation and granting him access to the vitality pool. Could he really abandon the Tianwu Guild and turn to the Xiandan Sanctuary? Senior, I refuse. I don't want to leave the Tianwu Guild. Wang Hao took a deep breath and resolutely rejected the proposal. Zhang Yuanbo froze, surprised by the refusal. This was the Xiandan Sanctuary, a chance to become an alchemist and a saint-rank spiritual psychic, and yet Wang Hao turned it down. You might not understand the benefits of becoming an alchemist. Once you become a saint-rank alchemist, even god of martial arts level figures will treat you with reverence, and countless people will seek your favor. Zhang Yuanbo tried to persuade further. Wang Hao looked at Zhang Yuanbo seriously. Senior, I've thought it through. Thank you for your kindness. Zhang Yuanbo's expression dimmed instantly. He had thought he'd discovered a super genius, and yet, as a saint-rank spiritual psychic, Zhang Yuanbo had his pride. If Wang Hao refused, so be it, he wouldn't insist. Senior, is it impossible to become an alchemist without joining the Xiandan Sanctuary? Wang Hao asked. If he could become an alchemist, his path would undoubtedly broaden significantly. Zhang Yuanbo's expression grew complicated. Alchemy requires a tremendous amount of time and effort to study. The techniques of alchemy are extremely intricate, and every recipe has its own unique methods. The details and mysteries can't be conveyed with just words. For example, when I crafted my first batch of body tempering pills, I spent half a month just practicing simulations. Zhang Yuanbo said with pride. Wang Hao was stunned. Half a month? And for body tempering pills? Was this a martial arts world? After thousands of years of development, was alchemy still this slow? I was even 5 days faster than the master of the Xiandan Sanctuary, who took 20 days to succeed. Zhang Yuanbo added. Zhang Yuanbo's talent was considered top tier in the Xiandan Sanctuary. Alchemy was indeed no simple matter. Wang Hao took a deep breath, doing his best to adjust his mindset. Zhang Yuanbo looked at him, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. The air fell silent for a moment. A genius like Wang Hao was truly rare, but sadly, he was a member of the Tianwu Guild and stubborn to a fault. In that case, he decided to give Wang Hao a glimpse of an ancient alchemical manual. It might just help him. Wang Hao, I have a manual here called the Sulfire Alchemical Manual Star. It's not part of the Xiandan Sanctuary's teachings. I found it in an ancient relic. If you're interested, I can give it to you for you to study, Zhang Yuanbo said. As he spoke, a beam of light flashed in his hand, and an old, weathered book appeared in his palm. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Though the Sulfire Alchemical Manual wasn't from the Xiandan Sanctuary, he figured it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Wang Hao stood quickly, bowing respectfully to Zhang Yuanbo. Alchemical manuals were incredibly rare. Wang Hao had never seen anything like it in the martial artist mall or the Tianwu Guild. It was likely this manual was even rarer than soul tempering techniques. He carefully accepted the Soulfire alchemical manual. If you don't understand it, feel free to come to me. I may not have delved deeply into this particular manual, but alchemy is fundamentally the same. I can still guide you a bit, Zhang Yuanbo continued. Wang Hao nodded gratefully. He understood that regardless of the Xiandan Sanctuary's motives, Zhang Yuanbo's goodwill was genuine. Additionally, this Soulfire alchemical manual is extremely complex. It's best to wait until you reach the profound rank spiritual psychic level before studying it, otherwise, it might backfire. Zhang Yuanbo's voice echoed beside Wang Hao. With the soul origin pill, I believe reaching the profound rank spiritual psychic level is only a matter of time. Wang Hao nodded firmly, committing Zhang Yuanbo's words to memory. After some light conversation, Zhang Yuanbo let Wang Hao depart. Before he left, Zhang Yuanbo also handed him a soul origin pill. Wang Hao, what did Uncle Zhang say to you? As soon as Wang Hao appeared, Lu Jie eagerly asked. Wang Hao brushed him off with vague answers, not saying much. After all, he had already refused Zhang Yuanbo's invitation. Look what I've got, Wang Hao said with a smile, pulling out a soul origin pill. A soul origin pill. Lu Jie's eyes lit up, fixating on the pill. He accepted the soul origin pill, so excited he nearly jumped up. Brother Wang Hao, I can't thank you enough. With this soul origin pill, I can break through to the advanced Jade rank spiritual mind master. Maybe, I might even achieve the 10th innate layer and become a quasi-master. Lu Jie's face was full of gratitude. Wang Hao smiled faintly. This time, he too had gained immensely. Not only had he obtained the soul origin pill, but he had also acquired the Soulfire pill technique. If he could become a top-tier pill refiner, he would never have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. The two of them subsequently each found a cultivation chamber to prepare for taking the soul origin pill. On the demonic battlefield, within the Martial Alliance strongholds. Cultivation chamber. Wang Hao held the soul origin pill in his hand, examining it carefully. The pill's surface was etched with intricate runes and emitted a faint, rich fragrance. The pill bottle given to him by alchemist Zhang contained 5 soul origin pills in total. After giving one to Lu Jie, only 4 remained. Wang Hao retrieved a large number of primordial crystals from his spatial ring, placing them beside him. He planned to take them together with the soul origin pill, hoping for an enhanced effect. After arranging the primordial crystals, Wang Hao swallowed the soul origin pill directly. The moment the pill entered his body, Wang Hao felt an overwhelming surge of heaven and earth energy coursing wildly within him. A powerful force shot straight to his head. In his mind, a massive star began to devour this energy. This effect is incredible. Wang Hao was astonished. His verdant wood chi technique immediately began to operate, and the energy in his body condensed to nearly a liquid state. This is exhilarating. He felt the golden core within him spinning rapidly, absorbing heaven and earth energy at a rate unimaginable. The energy from the primordial crystals nearby was also gradually being drawn into his body. The entire cultivation chamber turned into a raging storm of spiritual energy. Wang Hao thus entered a state of deep cultivation. On the demonic battlefield, within a mysterious demonic cavern. The cavern was filled with jagged rocks, with white bones scattered everywhere. The air reeked of malice and blood. Deep within the cavern, a hideous creature lay in a pool of blood-red demonic energy, its eyes half closed. Lord Mauding, many of the demonic clans outside are displeased with you, they. A trembling voice echoed within the cavern. The creature slowly opened its eyes, asking coldly, what are they planning? Its voice was icy, carrying an oppressive aura. They want Lord Mauding to relinquish the blood demon pool to Lord Moyu. A feeble demon nearby stammered nervously. Moyu? That worthless fool dares to covet the blood demon pool? He's not even worthy to carry my shoes. Mauding sneered coldly, his voice causing the kneeling demon to tremble uncontrollably. The entire cavern seemed to quake under Mauding's aura. Lord Mauding, Moyu. He just killed Yao Tsong, the 4th ranked on the Heaven's Pride list. The kneeling demon was trembling so violently it seemed he might collapse at any moment. Mauding's gaze grew even colder. Yao Tsong, the 4th ranked, was nothing more than a weakling. Weaklings killing other weaklings? That's all it amounted to. Killing a weakling and then daring to challenge him for his position? Laughable. I'll show them. Not everyone is worthy of using the blood demon pool. Roar. Mauding let out a furious roar, and a terrifying gale tore through the cavern, shredding the kneeling demon into pieces. Blood and flesh were devoured by Mauding on the spot. After absorbing the flesh and blood, his body seemed to grow even mightier. Moyu, I'll show you who the true power of the 9th branch of the Xian demon clan is. Mauding muttered darkly as he prepared to leave the cavern. Thud. 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 Just as Mauding was about to step out, rapid footsteps echoed from the cavern's passageway. Ma Ding's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought, impatient already, his aura began to condense, ready to erupt at any moment. Big brother, I've been bullied. Before the figure even emerged, a voice filled with anguish reached Ma Ding's ears. Ma Ding frowned deeply. Was that his useless younger brother? Moments later, a battered figure stumbled out of the passage, missing an arm. It was his younger brother, Mozhan. Seeing his brother reduced to such a state, Ma Ding's fury ignited instantly. He thought, I just suffered a minor setback, and already people think they can step on us? These fools must have a death wish, who dared to do this? Ma Ding asked coldly, his aura flaring up in an instant. Moshan's face twisted in pain as he gritted his teeth and said, Big brother, it was a human wretch. He ambushed me. A human. Which human dares to defy me? Truly courting death. Ma Ding snorted coldly. Before he was defeated by Lin Chang, who would have dared openly lay a hand on his brother? And to stoop to a sneak attack, this was a blatant challenge to Ma Ding's authority. Big brother, it's a human, connected to Lu Jie of the Fengxian Pavilion. And he also killed that Yao Feng. As Mozhan recounted the details, Ma Ding's brows furrowed deeply at that demon wind, although ranked only in the 80s, had incredible speed, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to handle. For someone to have killed the demon wind, their strength must place them at least in the top 60 of the Heavenly Talents ranking. Big brother, you must avenge me. That guy is too despicable. Mozhan growled with fury. Go find Machi of the Night Demon Clan. I once saved his life. Now it's time for him to return the favor, Ma Ding said coldly. Big brother, aren't you going to handle this personally? Machi is only ranked 35th. On the Heavenly Talents ranking, Mozhan asked. I have other matters to attend to. Ma Ding's eyes seemed to burn like fresh blood. The Imperial Capital. The Divine Martial Class of the Imperial Academy. Chen Shou was just about to leave the Divine Martial class after class had ended. At that moment, his phone suddenly buzzed with an urgent notification. It wasn't just Chen Shou, many other students in the Divine Martial class also had their phones ringing simultaneously. Chen Shou immediately sensed that something serious must have happened. Damn it, my goddess got beaten up. Su Jing, standing nearby, exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with distress. You pervert, how many goddesses do you even have? Make that clear first. Exactly. And beaten up sounds way too mild, it might even be part of some kind of mission. Yeah, for sure. It's gotta be the master's mission. As soon as Su Jing spoke, the group immediately burst into chatter. Everyone knew that Su Jing's head was filled with nothing but lustful thoughts. If someone could somehow remove those thoughts from his brain, he might already have reached the level of a quasi-master. By now, Chen Shou ignored the idle gossip and opened his phone. The first thing he saw was a picture. In the picture was a stunningly beautiful young woman lying on the ground in shock. Her expression and posture were so pitiful that it tugged at one's heartstrings. This was Chu Mengyao? Chen Shou's eyes widened. Yes, it was indeed Chu Mengyao of the Dragon God Society. Beside the photo was a detailed description of what had happened. My goddess, who in their right mind would be so cruel to such a beautiful girl? This is outrageous, just outrageous. Although, I do wonder how fierce Chu Mengyao counterattack was. Wow, even when my goddess falls, she looks so stunning. I gotta save this photo. Wait a minute, isn't that Lu Jia from the Phoenix Pavilion next to her? Could he be the one who did it? The other students quickly noticed the news that had gone viral online. As a top-tier prodigy of the Dragon God Society, Chu Mengyao was a 9th-level innate martial artist, just a step away from becoming a quasi-master. With her exceptional talent and unparalleled beauty, Chu Mengyao had always been incredibly popular. Her fame even surpassed that of some veteran masters. Not to mention, she was the face of the Dragon God Society. This was bad. Whoever was responsible for this would face severe consequences. Chen Shou continued to scroll through the increasingly viral post, feeling the heat of the uproar. The forum post had shot straight to the top of the trending list. Countless supporters of Chu Mengyao were voicing their outrage, vowing to find the one responsible and make them pay. Chen Shou shook his head. This wasn't as simple as it looked. Fights between martial artists were inherently life and death struggles. Chen Shou didn't think the person who attacked Chu Mengyao was necessarily in the wrong. However, once something like this went viral online, it became more than just a fight between martial artists. If you're gonna fight. Why post it online to show off? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Moreover, with Chu Mengyao's overwhelming popularity, pulling off a stunt like this was bound to provoke public outrage. Some people on the forum speculated that it wasn't Lu Jia who attacked her, but rather the masked man standing next to him. Chen Shou zoomed in on the photo and examined the masked man's profile. He looked familiar. Holy crap, could it be Wang Hao? That masked guy. Qin Yang exclaimed. As soon as Qin Yang spoke, everyone was stunned. It really did seem to be him. So it was Wang Hao. Ah, that makes sense now. Well done, Wang Hao. Yeah, beat that annoying woman to a pulp. She probably provoked him first. I think so too. She's no goddess, just a fraud. As soon as the students in the divine martial class realized it was Wang Hao who had taken action, their attitudes flipped 180 degrees. Sure, Xu Mengyao was stunning, but Wang Hao was their classmate, after all. Chen Shou's lips twitched slightly. His classmates were truly a riot. That said, Wang Hao was undeniably bold, daring to strike Xu Mengyao right in the face. Classic Wang Hao. Just as Chen Shou was about to keep reading the posts, he noticed that all discussions and posts about the incident had suddenly disappeared. What the hell? Where'd it all go? I wasn't done reading. Exactly. Why'd it vanish all of a sudden? I wanted to see how Wang Hao taught that so-called goddess a lesson. No, that woman. Good thing I saved it. Hee hee. Not long after the posts went live, they were completely wiped from the forum. Clearly, someone with significant influence had stepped in. However, was it someone from the Dragon God Society, or someone from Wang Hao's side? No one could tell for sure. Chen Shou immediately started analyzing the situation in his mind. That person who attacked Xu Mengyao being linked to Wang Hao. Let's not tell anyone about this for now. Chen Shou whispered to the classmates around him. The others nodded in agreement. This matter was far too sensitive to spread recklessly. After all, Xu Mengyao was a martial artist at the 9th level of the innate realm, yet she had been defeated by Wang Hao. These classmates were no fools. Coupled with the fact that Wang Hao had previously obliterated Zhang Wentao in the martial arena, the school had already prepped their minds for such outcomes. Everyone understood the implications. Still, Wang Hao is absolutely terrifying. He's only 16 years old and has managed to defeat Xu Mengyao, who's ranked within the top 100 on the genius rankings. Truly incredible. Yeah, but what's with Wang Hao running off to the demon battlefield to play the hero? Maybe it's just the temperament of a prodigy. But seriously, Wang Hao is insane. I'm impressed. I don't admire many people, but I respect him. Around them, whispers of discussion flowed. Wang Hao was too formidable, no one could avoid mentioning him. Although that post only stayed up for a few minutes before disappearing, his reputation had already spread. Many martial artists now remembered this masked figure. He had outright humiliated the goddess of the Dragon God Society. There was simply nothing more to say. Time passed by. Many people clamored for that guy to pay a price for his actions. But over the past few days, it was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth, leaving no trace. The Dragon God Society also remained silent, with not even the faintest whisper of a response. It was as if the incident had simply blown over. Demon Battlefield. At the Martial Alliance stronghold. Inside a training chamber. At this moment, Wang Hao's entire body was ablaze with primal energy, roaring like a wildfire. The ambient energy in the air had nearly condensed into liquid form, swirling and surging around him. Wang Hao could feel the golden core within him operating at its limit. The energy crystals in his possession had long been absorbed down to the last speck. Violent energy stormed through his body. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk suddenly, his golden core unleashed a powerful suction force, drawing the surrounding energy of the heavens and earth into his body. Even the energy and spiritual power within the soul origin pills were thoroughly absorbed. After a long while, Wang Hao finally calmed down. After absorbing all the energy, his golden core seemed to have undergone a transformation. It had grown noticeably larger. Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the 7th level of the innate realm. Chi and blood plus 200. The system's notification sounded in his mind. Wang Hao instantly felt his body surge with newfound strength. Finally, he had broken through. He slowly opened his eyes. A faint blue-green energy swirled around him. How long have I been training? Wang Hao felt slightly dizzy. He then checked the terminal. September 20th. I've been cultivating for a full 7 days. Wang Hao took a deep breath. He had arrived at the demon battlefield on September 13th, which meant it had taken him 7 whole days to fully absorb the 4 soul origin pills. These things were treasures, no doubt about it. The 4 soul origin pills had allowed him to advance 3 levels in a row. Unfortunately, heavenly soul flowers were far too rare. If he could obtain more soul origin pills in bulk, his cultivation level would skyrocket for sure. Wang Hao opened his attribute sheet and silently recited, Name, Wang Hao, Talent, Divine Speed Physique, SSS, Void Shadow. S. Absolute Frost, S. Martial Realm, 7th level of the Innate Realm, Spiritual Realm, High-Tier Jade Spirit Mentalist, Techniques, Greenwood Chi Creation Art, Skills, Blade Intent, Mastery, plus 150% Blade Power, Fist. Intent, Intermediate, plus 80% Fist Power, Soul Refinement Arts, Star Soul Refinement Technique, S. Beginner, Blade Arts, Blazing Blade Technique, B. Beginner, Ninefold Blade Art, C. Mastery, Shadow Blade Technique, D. Perfect. Heaven Origin / E. Mastery, Wind Cutting Blade Art, E. Mastery, Body Refinement Arts, Thunder Body Refinement, C. Perfect, Diamond Technique, E. Mastery, Fist Arts, Thunderclap Fist, C. Perfect, Falling Cloud Poem, F. Mastery, movement arts, shadow demon steps, C. Mastery, ethereal steps, E. Perfect, support arts, Ling Ming eyes, D. Advanced, breath concealment technique, C. Proficient, special arts, 9 nether frost technique, SS. Beginner, Chi and Blood, 1650, Spirit, 70, time until next talent replication, 3 days. Not only had his martial realm advanced to the 7th level of the innate realm, but his spiritual mentalist level had also risen to high tier. Jade Spirit, just 1 step away from the pinnacle. The surging energy within his body left Wang Hao feeling better than ever. With his tremendous vitality and fearsome mental power, even pseudo-grandmaster level opponents would no longer be a threat. Wang Hao exhaled deeply. In 3 days, he would be able to replicate a new talent. Perhaps this time, he could try seeking out Moloch. Moloch possessed an SSS-level talent. If Wang Hao could replicate it, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. If Moloch couldn't be found, then he'd have to settle for copying Lin Chang's talent instead. Wang Hao had already inquired about it from Lu Jia. At this moment, Lin Chang was in the Demon Heart Forest within the demonic battlefield, honing his martial arts realm and preparing to break through to the Grandmaster level. The Demon Heart Forest was one of the most dangerous places in the demonic battlefield. It was filled with illusion demon flowers. These flowers induced hallucinations, tormenting one's will and spirit. However, if one could pass through successfully, the improvement in martial will was tremendous. It was a place both perilous and full of opportunities. Many geniuses came here to temper themselves. Many died, but plenty managed to emerge from the Demon Heart Forest successfully. Lin Chang, already at the peak of the 10th innate realm and a quasi-grandmaster, going there to train was perfectly normal. First, Wang Hao decided to see if he could locate Mo Luo. If not, he would head to the Demon Heart Forest to find Lin Chang. The plan was set. After a brief rest, Wang Hao left the cultivation chamber and headed straight to Lu Jia's training room. Lu Jia and Wang Hao had entered their respective closed-door cultivation at the same time. Now that Wang Hao had completed his training, he wondered how Lu Jia was progressing. Before long, Wang Hao arrived at the entrance to Lu Jia's training chamber. A special formation glowed brightly at the door, indicating that Lu Jia had not yet fully absorbed the soul essence pill. Forget it, Wang Hao muttered to himself. I'll let him be and take care of my own matters first. He left a message for Lu Jia and departed. Wang Hao found a resting chamber, freshened up, grabbed some food, and immediately set off toward the Martial Alliance outpost. His first destination was the Fire Spirit clan's territory to gather Fire Spirit Ganoderma. While there, he planned to slay some nether demons and retrieve nether crystals. Following that, he would search for information on Mo Luo, the demonic battlefield. The air here was thick with bloodlust and tension. The violent elemental energy in the atmosphere gave the entire battlefield a ferocious vibe. Just standing here made one feel restless and irritable. The sun above seemed tireless, endlessly pouring its scorching rays onto the battlefield below. Amid this chaos and heat, battles and bloodshed became the norm. Wang Hao sped toward the Fire Spirit Demon's base. Along the way, he encountered several demons, all of which he easily slaughtered. Some were even at the 8th and 9th innate realm, but none could withstand a single strike from Wang Hao's formidable strength. *SHHK, in a valley, a group of innate realm demons with sharp claws was slaughtered like paper under Wang Hao's Ironblood battle blade. Agonized screams echoed through the air. It was a massacre. Not far ahead lay the Fire Spirit Demon's base. After eliminating these demons, Wang Hao fixed his gaze on the distance. Fire Spirit Ganoderma, here I come. The surrounding air began to heat up, as if fire elements were spread everywhere. The closer Wang Hao got to the Fire Spirit Demon's lair, the more intense the demonic energy became. Suddenly, he noticed something. There were people up ahead. Wang Hao's powerful spiritual perception picked up the presence of others. Near the scorching rocks, a group of individuals was stealthily observing the Fire Spirit Demon's lair. Were they also here to gather Fire Spirit Ganoderma? Wang Hao focused on their auras and realized that most of them were at the 9th innate realm, with a few at the 10th innate realm, on the verge of Grandmaster level. Among them, one person's aura was particularly sharp, as if it could pierce through anything. Could he be a Grandmaster level expert? Wang Hao thought, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the thin, middle-aged man. A hint of caution arose in his heart. Just as Wang Hao hesitated about whether to approach, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation, as if someone's aura had locked onto him. His heart tightened. Had they discovered him? Whoosh, the sound of wind breaking came from ahead to eye in the next instant. The middle-aged man with the razor-sharp aura dashed toward him. Who are you? The man asked with a frown, his expression wary as he stared at Wang Hao. As he approached, the other 4 warriors quickly surrounded Wang Hao. In an instant, he was encircled by 5 people. I'm here to gather Fire Spirit Ganoderma, Wang Hao replied calmly, his inner energy beginning to circulate. A powerful, oppressive force emanated from him, matching the middle-aged man's aura. The expressions of those surrounding Wang Hao grew complicated. Who was this guy, daring to act in such a dangerous area so boldly? The middle-aged man smirked, slightly surprised that Wang Hao showed not a hint of fear. Boss Tang, this guy looks like the one who slapped Chu Mengyao before. The mask he's wearing is identical, one of the warriors suddenly exclaimed, his eyes fixed on Wang. Hao.at this, the group's attention snapped to Wang Hao in unison, as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Wang Hao frowned. What did they mean? Slapped Chu Mengyao? Were they talking about that woman? It really seems to be him. That mask is unmistakable. It's him, Another warrior spoke excitedly, his gaze alight with intrigue. And he killed the number 86 ranked genius on the Heavenly Pride list, Yaofeng, and now his rank has risen to 58 Mask Bro. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. So, his name was Mask Bro. His demeanor instantly softened, and even his gaze became more gentle. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Mask Bro? That name. Wait, I made it onto the Heavenly Pride list? Just randomly killing a demon gets you on the list? Isn't that way too casual? Mask Bro, I'm a fan. So, how did Chu Mengyao's face feel? Was it smooth? The middle-aged man looked at Wang Hao, his face brimming with excitement. Don't call me Mask Bro. Since when did I have this nickname? Wang Hao replied helplessly. Got it, Mask Bro. But seriously, how did Chu Mengyao's face feel? The middle-aged man pressed on. Wang Hao sighed. Fine, Mask Bro it is. As long as my identity isn't exposed. I wasn't paying attention during the fight. If you're curious, why don't you try for yourself? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow as he responded. The middle-aged man muttered. Under his breath, that's Chu Mengyao, the treasure of the Dragon God Society. If I dared to. His eyelid twitched uncontrollably as if he'd thought of something. Wang Hao smirked. So timid? Mask Bro, you're here for the fire. Lingji, right? How about teaming up with us? The middle-aged man's eyes lit up as he spoke. Before Wang Hao could respond, the man began introducing himself. His name was Tang Yangji, captain of the Green Tang team. They often gathered resources on the outskirts of the demon battlefield. Tang Yangji was also a 9th grade grandmaster. Grandmasters were divided into 9 grades, with 9th being the lowest and 1st being the highest. After breaking through the 10th stage of innate mastery, transforming the golden core into a Yuan mansion, one would become a 9th grade grandmaster. Upon reaching the grandmaster realm, a martial artist's strength would increase dramatically. Not only could they levitate in the air, but their soul power would also undergo significant changes. A true grandmaster. A 9th grade grandmaster, no less, Wang Hao thought to himself. When Tang Yangji had approached earlier, Wang Hao had indeed sensed the sharp energy emanating from him. However, this grandmaster didn't seem particularly strong. Wang Hao thought of Guan Shang, lord of the Guan Hall, who was also a grandmaster. But he didn't know Guan Shang's exact level. Mask Bro, what do you think? If we manage to get the fire Lingji, we can divide it based on everyone's contribution. Tang Yangji's eyes glimmered with a trace of something unusual as he continued. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, considering the idea of working together. Boss Tang, if Chu Mengyao's diehard fans find out we hooked up with Mask Bro, we'd probably all end up on a wanted list. The middle-aged man's words had barely left his mouth when a shorter martial artist nearby immediately chimed in. A bounty? What bounty? Wang Hao frowned, puzzled. He had kept such a low profile, and yet there was a bounty on him? Tang Yangji scratched his head, seemingly realizing something, and looked at Wang Hao awkwardly. Mask Bro, don't take what I just said seriously. Just pretend I was rambling. What's this bounty about? Wang Hao ignored Tang Yangji and asked directly. Mask Bro, here's the thing. Tang Yangji began to explain. Apparently, Chu Mengyao's rabid fans had gone ballistic as soon as they heard about the incident. They were all outraged that someone dared to slap their goddess. So, they banded together and issued a bounty. Whoever could catch Mask Bro and slap him would be rewarded with 10 million star coins, with no limit on the number of times. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. 10 million star coins per slap, with no limit? He almost wanted to slap himself. If he slapped himself 1,000 times a day, he could easily rake in 100 billion star coins. No. What am I even thinking? There's no way I'd slap myself. Not in this lifetime. Who started this bounty? Wang Hao pressed further. He didn't believe there wasn't an organization behind it. These fans wouldn't act so collectively on their own. Could it have been Chu Mengyao herself? If it turns out she orchestrated this, he'd go find her immediately to settle the score. How dare she put a bounty on him? How little does she think of him? It was a super wealthy second-generation martial artist from the capital, Yiyun. Apparently, his dad's a martial saint and his mom's a grandmaster. Tang Yangji explained further. What the? Martial saint? Grandmaster? Wang Hao felt a bit speechless. How did slapping a woman wind up involving a martial saint's family? That second-generation martial artist must be incredibly stupid. His father was already a martial saint, yet he was still head over heels for that woman. It was beyond comprehension. Wait a minute. My backer is a martial god. Ling Tian martial god, the top-tier powerhouse of the Hua nation. That weak martial saint from the capital is nothing compared to Ling Tian martial god. With that thought, Wang Hao felt much less upset. Still, if they dared to bully him like this, How could he not teach them a harsh lesson? Otherwise, they'd think even the Ling Tian martial god feared this so-called weak martial saint. I am not doing this for myself but for the honor of the Tianwu society. That's right, that brat dared to look down on the Ling Tian Wushan, even had the audacity to place a bounty on me. He must be taught a lesson. Where's that Yi Yun now? Wang Hao asked next. Tang Yangji frowned, seemingly recalling something. He's currently in the eastern part of the demon battlefield. But he said if someone could capture you personally, he would teleport over to face you head-on. Ha! Then let him come. Let him come and test my strength. What's his martial artist rank? Wang Hao continued to ask. Since he had decided to deal with him, he needed to understand exactly how strong his opponent was. He's also a 9th rank Grandmaster, answered a martial artist beside Tang Yangji. A 9th rank Grandmaster, huh? As a second-generation martial prodigy, he must have some formidable skills up his sleeve. It's still not entirely safe to deal with him now. Better wait until I've improved my abilities. Best to copy the SSS grade talent from Mo Luo before making a move. Wang Hao took a deep breath. His next priority had to be finding Mo Luo. And also the nether crystal, the fire spirit Ganoderma. Tang, you guys go ahead and collect the fire spirit Ganoderma. Wang Hao said to Tang Yangji and his team. The information they'd provided had already been a tremendous help. After exchanging a few polite words and contact information, Tang Yangji and his group left. Forget it, I won't go to the fire spirit demon's territory personally. I'll send Shadow to gather the fire spirit Ganoderma. I'll focus entirely on tackling the nether demon and locating Mo Luo. If I fail to find Mo Luo, I'll have to go to the demon heart forest to copy Lin Chang's talent instead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A black shadow darted swiftly across the ground. Ever since Wang Hao's breakthrough to the 7th stage of the innate realm, combined with his formidable mental power and SS rank martial arts, he felt as though he was approaching quasi-grandmaster level strength. He could even handle slightly weaker 9th rank grandmasters. Just like Tang Yangji earlier, despite his strong presence, Wang Hao didn't feel the least bit intimidated. He even thought that if he were to go all out, it wouldn't be impossible to kill him. After all, the body never lies. When he had faced Lin, the Grandmaster of Xinwu class, and Qingshan Martial Saint before, Wang Hao had barely dared to entertain thoughts of resisting. And that was when they weren't even being serious. Wang Hao suspected that they could crush him effortlessly with just a thought. It's better to improve my strength steadily and honestly. Tang Yangji probably sensed the powerful aura I emanated. Otherwise, fan? What a joke. This isn't child's play. If I were truly weak, that guy would have already captured me, thrown me into a dark little room, and beaten me senseless every single day. Wang Hao mused over this. A bounty of 10 million per attempt. Forget being a grandmaster, even a great grandmaster would want to capture and confine me. Damn. That Yi Yun is ruthless, using such a sinister trick. Wang Hao then pulled out his compass, beginning his search for the nether demon's location, determined to quickly obtain the nether crystal. At the entrance to the fire spirit demon's base, Tang Yangji and a few of his teammates crouched nearby, preparing to sneak into the fire spirit demon's territory. Boss Tang, why didn't you make a move earlier? I thought you were going to capture that masked guy, one of the martial artists beside Tang Yangji remarked. Yeah, 10 million per attempt. If we caught him, we could beat him thousands of times a day. Just imagining it is satisfying. Too bad, Boss Tang, you're his fan. Otherwise, we'd really want to give it a try. 10 million per attempt. The martial artists around him sighed and commented one after another. Tang Yangji snorted coldly, the fervor on his face instantly fading as he regained his composure. Do you really think that guy is that easy to deal with? His tone carried a warning. A martial artist beside him said in surprise, No way, Boss Tang, you're a 9th rank grandmaster with an aggressive combat talent. The others also looked incredulous. Although Tang Yangji's talent wasn't considered top tier, in this age, reaching the grandmaster level was already an extraordinary accomplishment. Especially for a rogue cultivator. Like him, achieving grandmaster level strength required much more effort than those from powerful factions. Without a strong backing or resource support, it was nearly impossible to cultivate to such a level. In reality, the battles and schemes among rogue cultivators were far fiercer than those within major factions. Even if we all attacked together, we might not win. Moreover, when he heard that Yi Yun's father was a martial saint, he showed no fear at all and even wanted to stir up trouble with Yi Yun. That guy either has a more powerful backing than Yi Tian or has a way to deal with Yi Yun. No matter which one it is. Tang Yangji's expression grew darker as he spoke. People like him aren't to be trifled with. It's better to make friends and leave some room for maneuvering, he concluded, his eyes flickering with a complex light as he spoke. Boss Tang, you're so clever. No wonder you've managed to reach the level of a grandmaster, while we're still stuck at the innate martial artist stage, one of the warriors nearby said admiringly. The group all looked at Tang Yangji with reverence in their eyes. But that fortune is just too tempting, Boss Tang. Aren't you even the slightest bit tempted? Another warrior couldn't help asking, his tone tinged with reluctance. Of course I'm tempted, but that's something I can't get my hands on. Besides, since I've decided to establish a good relationship with Masked Bro, this has nothing to do with me anymore. Tang Yangji said firmly. We don't have to do it ourselves. We could just give someone the location and still earn a hefty star coin bounty. Another warrior chimed in. If we've decided to establish a good relationship with Masked Bro, we need to stand our ground. Pretending to be friendly on the surface while betraying him in secret? That's not something I can do. If any of you want to go down that road, you can leave my team right now. Tang Yangji snorted coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the others quickly shook their heads, terrified of being kicked out of the team by Tang Yangji. Alright, that's enough. If you discover any information that could harm Masked Bro, report it to me immediately, and I'll pass it on to him. Tang Yangji said flatly. The group nodded in agreement. Do any of you feel like the atmosphere around here suddenly got better? A moment ago, I felt a little chilly, said the warrior who had earlier suggested reporting the location. The others gave him strange looks, thinking to themselves that this was the fire spirit demon's territory. How could it feel chilly? The warrior scratched his head and muttered softly, maybe it was just my imagination. Beneath a rock near the group, a shadow flickered briefly before vanishing swiftly, as if it had never been there. In the magical city of Modu, within a luxurious private villa complex, the area was adorned with extravagant decorations, and vibrant rose thorns coiled around the tall fences. In the courtyard, expensive sofas and chairs were arranged, and a young man with a well-proportioned figure sat on one of them. The afternoon sunlight cast dappled shadows, highlighting the splendor of the estate. The young man held a smart device in his hand, the screen displaying an image of a masked man. Young Master Yi, we've investigated Masked Bro's identity, but couldn't find any information, a middle-aged butler reported respectfully beside him. Yi stretched lazily, letting out a yawn. Why bother investigating? I don't care which reckless fool he is, daring to offend my goddess. If I don't punish him for this, how can my goddess hold her head high in the future? A sharp glint flashed in Yi Yan's eyes. In Yi Yan's view, with his father being a martial saint, there was no one in Huagua he couldn't deal with. Wang Hao was nothing more than a clown, daring to taint the goddess in his heart. It was an unforgivable insult, as if someone had smeared dirt on his face. Young Master Yi is absolutely right. If he had the backing of a major power, someone would have stepped up to support him by now. Since no one has, he's most likely from some minor faction or just a lone wolf, the butler said, bowing his head. At that moment, several young and beautiful maids entered the courtyard carrying platters of fruit and desserts. That Masked Bro sure knows how to hide. He hasn't been found for so long, not even a trace of him, Yi Yan said, casually picking up a dessert and taking a bite. He must have realized someone is after him and gone into hiding. But don't worry, young Master Yi, he won't be able to leave the demon battlefield. I've arranged for people to keep watch at the exits. As soon as he shows up, we'll catch him, the butler said confidently. Yi Yan nodded in satisfaction. Increase the bounty for capturing Masked Bro to 10 billion. As soon as he's caught, notify me, and the reward will be paid immediately. Understood, young Master Yi. I'll make arrangements right away, the butler replied. One of the beautiful maids began massaging Yi Yan's shoulders with a deferential attitude. Tell them not to kill him. I don't want to waste my efforts on dealing with a corpse. Yi Yan added. The butler nodded respectfully before bowing and leaving. After the butler left, Yi Yan stared at the image of the masked man on his device. If I cut off your head and present it to Mengyao, she'd definitely be thrilled. As the bounty was announced, more and more people joined the hunt. Yi Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Yi Yan was reviewing the bounty details, his device chimed with a notification. A projection of an absolutely stunning woman appeared before him. Her fair skin and elegant dress gave her a serene beauty. Yi Yan's eyes instantly lit up with fervor, and the maids around him tactfully stepped aside. Mengyao, you finally called me, Yi Yan said, his face brimming with joy. Chu Mengyao's expression was icy, her exquisite features as cold and unyielding as a mountain of frost, devoid of any emotion. I've told you before, stay out of my business. And stop calling me Mengyao, we're not that close. Chu Mengyao's brows furrowed, her tone as cold as icy. Yi Yan didn't mind at all, as if he were used to it. Mengyao, I just want to teach that guy a lesson. It has nothing to do with you. I just can't stand him. Who does he think he is, running around with a mask on? Yi Yan snorted, clearly irritated that Wang Hao had become a target simply by wearing a mask. Chu Mengyao said nothing and directly hung up the call. Yi Yan stared at the abruptly disconnected call, a faint smirk curling on his lips. It seemed Chu Mengyao truly was different. He thought about those women, how he had given them a wealth of precious cultivation resources. They always acted coy and hesitant. But once they learned his true identity, they became even more desperate, as if they couldn't wait to jump into bed with him. Some of them were even Grandmaster-level beauties. After all, Yi Yan's father was a martial saint. Marrying into the Yi family would mean instant access to the highest echelons of Huagua society, along with endless resources, power, and prestige. It was boring, completely uninteresting. Women obtained in this way were no different from those bought with money. Yi Yun shook his head. Although those women were attractive, they couldn't hold a candle to Chu Mengyao. Their status and standing were far beneath hers as well. He knew it himself, those women were fine for fun, but if they dreamed of truly becoming his woman, they were delusional. Did they even realize his worth? Did they think a pretty face alone could secure them a golden future? Only Chu Mengyao was worthy of him, not just because of her position in the Dragon God Society. She was different from those vain and gaudy women. Even after she learned his true identity, her attitude toward him never changed. She wouldn't flatter him because of his family background. The cultivation resources and rare gifts he tried to give her were all rejected, and it was only after his persistent pleading that she reluctantly accepted them. Only around Chu Mengyao could he feel the thrill of truly conquering someone. That intoxicating feeling of wanting but not having, it was addictive, and Yi Yun couldn't stop himself. And Chu Mengyao was so cold. That icy demeanor, once conquered, would be utterly intoxicating. A flicker of heat flashed in Yi Yun's eyes, and his body reacted involuntarily. Yi Biao, arrange for those twin campus bells from Modu Academy to come over tonight. Yi Yun pushed his thoughts aside, opened his terminal, and contacted someone in the capital, within the Dragon God Society. Inside a simply decorated yet elegant boudoir, Chu Mengyao sat at her vanity, dressed in a refined and graceful dress, lightly stroking her cheek. The scars from the last time she was struck had completely healed, but every time she looked at her reflection, she would recall that masked man, so cold and merciless. Who are you, really? Her beauty and the prestige of the Dragon God Society had no effect on him. In fact, he had even tried to kill her. Every time she thought back to that day, Chu Mengyao's body would tremble uncontrollably, and an inexplicable feeling would stir in her heart. If only. No. What was she thinking? That man had struck her and even wanted to kill her. How could she have such thoughts? A faint blush crept across Chu Mengyao's face, accentuating her delicate features and adding an irresistible allure. Knock, knock, knock. Before Chu Mengyao could dwell on her thoughts further, a soft knock came at the door. She quickly composed herself, reverting to her cold and proud demeanor. Moments later, a maid entered with a polite smile. Xiao Qing, any updates on the bounty? Chu Mengyao asked coolly. Xiao Qing's lips curved into a slight smile. That Yi Yun really lives up to his reputation as a top-tier martial heir. The bounty for capturing that masked man alive has already reached 10 billion. 10 billion. A flicker of concern flashed across Chu Mengyao's eyes, but it quickly faded. It seems that man is truly doomed, she said with a hint of regret, as if she felt a trace of loss. Exactly. And that 10 billion doesn't even include the slap you gave him. If someone manages to catch him, they'd strike it rich. Xiao Qing's eyes glimmered with excitement. If her own strength were sufficient, she might have been tempted to try her luck. Miss, why do you always act so indifferent toward young Master Yi? Xiao Qing suddenly asked, curiosity evident in her tone. A trace of mockery flickered in Chu Mengyao's eyes. He's just someone who barely broke into the Grandmaster realm thanks to his father. Xiao Qing, I understand the Dragon God Society has treated you well, but Yi Yun is the only son of a martial saint. Getting close to him would accelerate your cultivation progress. Xiao Qing said in a soft voice as she massaged Chu Mengyao's temples. On the vanity, the moon goddess necklace emitted a faint, mysterious glow. It was a gift from Yi Yun to Chu Mengyao. Wearing it significantly boosted energy recovery and brought a sense of tranquility. Such a top-tier accessory was incredibly valuable. The man who can be with me, Chu Mengyao, must be a peerless hero. In her mind, an image of the man who had struck her surfaced. If it weren't for his powerful father, I wouldn't even spare Yi Yun a glance. Chu Mengyao said coldly, swiftly banishing the shadow of that man from her thoughts. Xiao Qing pouted but knew deep down that young Master Yi treated her mistress well. He often showered her with gifts, avenged her, and was undeniably handsome. But, of course, Xiao Qing kept these thoughts to herself. Yes, you're absolutely right, miss. Xiao Qing nodded, continuing to massage her temples while muttering softly. You know exactly what kind of person Yi Yun is, Chu Mengyao said with a look of disdain in her eyes, her tone icy white-out as a genius of the Dragon God Society. She knew Yi Yun's actions inside out. Yi Yun had done numerous dirty deeds, leveraging his father's influence in the shadows. Moreover, the more respect people like him received, the more they enjoyed playing tricks. Chu Mengyao had seen plenty of such people, so she naturally knew how to deal with them. People like him could only be used, never trusted or entertained with other thoughts. After all, his father might be a martial saint, but Yi Yun himself was utterly unworthy. On the desolate battlefield of demons and monsters, scattered all around were pools of blood and the corpses of demons. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a tense atmosphere. Wang Hao casually sliced through another demon, his thoughts wandering to Tang Yangji. It seemed that man was truly remarkable. His shadow clone could transmit intel it overheard directly into his mind. This shadow clone's ability to eavesdrop was nothing short of exceptional. Just now, it had been eavesdropping for a long time over there, and those people hadn't noticed a thing. At this moment, Wang Hao followed the guidance of his compass, searching relentlessly for nether demons at the edge of the demon battlefield. Meanwhile, his shadow clone had already infiltrated the camp of the fire spirit demons, seeking fire spirit Ganoderma. Since Wang Hao broke through to the 7th level of the innate realm, demons at that level were no match for him. They were like chicks in his hand, he could kill them effortlessly with a single strike. During this time, he had even encountered quite a few nether demons with special bloodlines, but all were easily slain by Wang Hao. In just half a day, Wang Hao had already collected 20 nether crystals. Hall Master Guan had said that to master the 9 nether frost technique, at least 100 nether crystals were required. The pace was too slow. 20 crystals in half a day. And that was with Wang Hao putting forth his full effort. This meant he'd need at least 2 more days. 2 days it is, he thought, collecting nether crystals while searching for clues about Mo Luo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the compass in Wang Hao's hand emitted a dazzling glow. An abundance of nether demons detected? This was the first time Wang Hao had seen such a strong signal from the compass. It seemed there would be a major harvest this time. Following the compass's guidance, he sprinted rapidly in that direction. His footsteps made no sound as they landed on the desolate ground. There were plenty of demons around, but Wang Hao paid them no mind. He headed straight for the gathering of nether demons. After all, his target was nether crystals. Killing these ordinary demons now held little value for Wang Hao. Of course, some demons did try to block his path. For these suicidal fools, Wang Hao didn't hold back. He crushed them all, leaving nothing but corpses in his wake. The outskirts of the demon battlefield were mostly populated by innate level demons. Those who had broken through to demon generals or devil general ranks equivalent to human martial masters were gathered deeper within the battlefield. Martial masters and higher level experts among humans were also primarily active in the battlefield's depths. The outer regions lacked strong foes and had fewer resources. Unless they were rogue martial masters or on specific missions, most martial masters stayed in the deeper areas. Wang Hao suddenly thought of Mo Luo. He was probably in the depths of the battlefield. Mo Luo's strength already made him one of the strongest on the outskirts. If he wanted to grow stronger, there was no place more suitable than the battlefield's depths. If Mo Luo was indeed in the depths. Now, with a 10 million star currency bounty on his head, staying in the outskirts meant the martial masters and grandmasters likely wouldn't bother seeking him out. But if he entered the depths, it was likely many would come looking for trouble. Wang Hao's lips twitched. That damned bounty was truly maddening. He had to resolve that martial brat as soon as possible. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Wang Hao pondered this while approaching the area with frequent nether demon activity, a surge of gray elemental energy suddenly blasted toward him. Swish! Wang Hao swiftly dodged, and the blast struck the nearby desolate ground, creating a massive crater. Thick smoke billowed from the pit. Wang Hao immediately used his powerful mental strength to scan the area. Not far away, a group of warriors clad in ash-gray uniforms stared at him with hostile intent in their eyes. The atmosphere around them grew tense in an instant. What do you want? Wang Hao asked coldly, fixing his gaze on them. The one-eyed warrior at the front tilted his head, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Masked guy, don't you know how much you're worth right now? And you still dare to roam around here? Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. It was that bounty again. Moreover, the aura emanating from these people gave him a strong sense of oppression. Could they all be martial masters? No, he couldn't wait. He had to strike first. Wang Hao had already made up his mind. Thunder Body Refining Art. Activating the Thunder Body Refining Art, Wang Hao summoned an iron-blooded war blade in his hand and charged fiercely at the group of warriors. The one-eyed warrior sneered, his eyes full of mockery. A deep crimson shield quickly formed around him, enveloping him and his group in an extraordinarily sturdy barrier. Bang! Wang Hao's iron-blooded saber struck the protective shield, unleashing the combined power of Frost Force and the Netherworld Cold Energy. The shield instantly crystallized into ice before shattering under the immense impact. Ice shards exploded in all directions. Just as the blade descended for another strike, the opponents swiftly dodged aside. Kid, surrender now. Cooperate, and we might go easy on you. Otherwise, a sinister voice echoed from above, issuing a grim warning. Wang Hao looked up to see several martial artists floating in the air, their bodies enveloped in concentrated energy. 4 Grandmasters. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. 4 Grandmasters joining forces to deal with him. Yi Yun, huh? I'll remember this. Not even a martial saint can save you. I said it, boss, stop wasting words on him. He's just a mere innate stage weakling. Let's grab him already. A burly man standing beside the one-eyed martial artist said coldly. These individuals had come for the bounty on Yi Yun's head. After Yi Yun raised the reward to 100 billion star coins, these grandmasters couldn't resist any longer. For them, such an amount was an astronomical fortune. And their target? Just a prodigy from the heavenly rankings. In their eyes, anyone below grandmaster level wasn't even qualified to compete with them. With 4 grandmasters on their side, confidence brimmed in their hearts. They were already calculating how to spend the money. The one-eyed martial artist remained silent. Wang Hao's earlier strike had been overwhelmingly powerful. So this is a prodigy from the heavenly rankings? Incredible strength indeed. His deep crimson shield could withstand attacks from some grandmasters but had failed against Wang Hao's assault. If this guy's attack landed on him, the one-eyed man squinted slightly, realizing this bounty task wasn't going to be so easy. You brothers, all together. This kid's no pushover, the one-eyed martial artist shouted. The others nodded in agreement. They had all witnessed Wang Hao's terrifying power firsthand. The areas struck by him still radiated a faint, chilling energy, sending shivers down their spines. Then, the group launched themselves from the sky, diving straight toward Wang Hao. Wang Hao activated the transcendent level movement technique, Shadow Phantom Steps, his body flickering across the desolate terrain. Combined with his formidable mental strength, most of their attacks missed their mark. Even when their blows landed, the dominant force of his Thunder Force mitigated much of the damage, keeping it within tolerable limits, while nimbly evading. Wang Hao used the Transcendent Level 9-fold blade technique, constantly seeking openings in their defenses. However, these martial artists were equally cautious. If they missed a strike, they would immediately retreat to the skies, preparing for their next attack. Wang Hao's blade did manage to hit several of them, leaving traces of frost force and faint netherworld cold energy on their bodies. Grandmasters? So what? They're just slightly tougher than the others. Wang Hao thought to himself. Let them hone their skills a bit longer then. Switching to the blazing blade technique, Wang Hao unleashed a fiery offensive. The moment it was activated, a wave of heat surged through the air. Scorching energy emanated from his iron-blooded saber, which now radiated a fierce, thunderous glow. Wang Hao, shimmering with the power of lightning, resembled a god of thunder in war. The saber carried multiple layers of power, with the sound of it slicing through the air echoing intermittently. The clash of their battle reverberated across the desolate plains, the entire area consumed by the intense atmosphere of combat. Energy surged and flickered across the barren land. The martial artists grew more anxious the longer the fight dragged on. This guy was even harder to deal with than a grandmaster. His unbelievably agile movements and overwhelming strikes made them doubt if he was truly below grandmaster level. If not for the fact that this masked man couldn't fly, they might have mistaken him for a grandmaster himself. It was simply unbelievable. Though they were all 9th-rank grandmasters and worked together with seamless coordination, even handling an 8th-rank grandmaster wouldn't be this exhausting. The one-eyed man grew increasingly agitated seeing Wang Hao's unmatched agility. Forget it, time to use that technique, he thought to himself immediately. The one-eyed man began concentrating his energy, channeling it into a massive force of thunderous power between his hands. The air around him grew violent and unstable. Without hesitation, he unleashed his martial skill, expanding its range to envelop the barren land. Rumble. The immense energy manifested as a thunderstorm, creating a small-scale lightning domain. The other martial artists, seeing their leader use his ultimate technique, quickly retreated several steps. Wang Hao knew there was no escape. He immediately activated the thunder refining body technique to its fullest extent, the pale blue energy and thunderous force forming a tight shield around his body. As the violent thunder raged against him, the refining technique's operation visibly accelerated within Wang Hao's body. Rumble. Thunder and fire exploded across the barren land, kicking up a storm of sand and dust that blanketed the area. Boss, you think that kid got blasted to death by your strike? A burly man asked from beside the one-eyed martial artist. The group hovered in the air, each bearing varying degrees of injury. It was clear they had suffered quite a bit during their earlier exchanges with Wang Hao. Relax. I held back a good portion of my energy. He won't die. At most, he'll be seriously injured. He'll still have a breath of life left in him. The one-eyed man sneered in response. Boss, you're incredible. That B-grade martial art of yours is unstoppable. If you master it to its peak, you'd even stand a chance against a 7th-rank grandmaster, praised the burly man beside him. The one-eyed warrior merely smiled without replying. He hadn't wanted to use that move unless necessary. It was too powerful and could accidentally kill someone. And if this brat died, the bounty would be forfeited. Yi Yun had made it clear, capture him alive. If he killed the target, all the effort would be for nothing. This so-called prodigy is useless. He got crushed by the boss in no time. That genius ranking must be a joke, just a bunch of trash, a short, scornful man mocked. The others' mouths twitched slightly. Trash? That guy had held off 4 grandmasters combined. If not for the boss's formidable martial arts, who knew how long it would have dragged on? Still, no one paid the short man any mind. He was just a loudmouth who loved to brag. Out in the wasteland. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the divine level in thunder body refinement technique. Chi and blood plus 100 ***. The system's voice echoed. A more violent surge of thunderous power roared through Wang Hao's body. Trash, you really had me worried for a moment, Wang Hao muttered, his body trembling slightly. His clothes were in tatters, his hair charred black, and he looked utterly disheveled. As expected, Grandmasters were no joke. Thanks to you guys, I've decided to send you to a better place, Wang Hao said, panting heavily. The energy within him began to circulate at high speed, and the greenwood technique of chi creation slowly started repairing his injuries. Boss, it's quiet in there. Let's go check. If he's really dead, all this effort was pointless, the short man suggested. The one-eyed warrior nodded, and the group quickly approached the smoke-filled wasteland. Boom! 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 As they neared the dust cloud, powerful mental shockwaves slammed into their minds. No, the one-eyed man cried out. Suddenly, a sharp blade light, carrying the 9 nether freezing energy and an extreme chilling force, slashed toward them mercilessly. Bang! Caught off guard. Thinking Wang Hao was on his last breath, the group failed to defend themselves and were severely injured by the attack. Their bodies slammed into nearby rocks, leaving deep craters in the stone. The one-eyed warrior spat blood, his spirit utterly drained. The others around him were trembling violently, their injuries grave. Masked guy, spare me. The short man was barely alive, his eyes filled with terror. He hadn't expected Masked Guy to be this ferocious, retaliating with such power. Even after taking the boss's B-grade martial arts attack. Slash, Wang Hao showed no mercy. With one swift motion, his blade struck down. Blood sprayed, and the short man's head fell to the ground. Third brother. Another warrior screamed in horror. Masked Guy, we're all humans. We shouldn't kill each other. We shouldn't. Thud, another splash of blood, and the second warrior was also slain. Wang Hao's eyes were cold and merciless. He paid no heed to their pleas. Anyone who dared to come after him deserved to die. The one-eyed man stared at Wang Hao, who, though battered, was still breathing. Fear consumed him entirely. Was this man really only at the innate realm? How could an innate martial artist be this strong? Why did it have to be me facing him? Why hadn't I gone all out earlier? Why had I been concerned about capturing him alive? If I could do it over again, I would never have been so soft. Masked Guy, it's all Yi Yun's fault. Let me go, and I'll help you deal with Yi Yun. I have elderly parents and children at home. I can't die. The last warrior beside the one-eyed man sobbed, pleading desperately for his life. Oh, Wang Hao responded softly. With a wave of his hand, his blade flashed. The warrior collapsed, his head rolling to the ground. 4 severed heads lay neatly arranged, a sight so chilling it could freeze one's soul. Despair was etched on the one-eyed man's face. His internal energy had completely dissipated. The 9 nether freezing energy and the extreme cold had hollowed out his body, leaving him an empty shell, a total cripple. Masked Guy, I have plenty of crystal cores. They're all yours. Just spare me, please. The one-eyed man's voice trembled with desperation. Fine, Wang Hao replied coldly. A glimmer of hope appeared in the one-eyed man's eyes. Did he really agree? You bastard, go to hell. Wang Hao's voice echoed across the wasteland. In the next moment, under the one-eyed man's utterly terrified gaze, Wang Hao ended him without hesitation. 4 heads lay neatly in the wasteland, perfectly aligned. A family should always stay together, it feels right. Wang Hao stared at the 4 heads before him, muttering to himself. He resolved never to be so careless again. Taking a deep breath, he decided to find 4 more grandmasters to hone his martial skills. After all, he truly was a genius. Fortunately, these guys had been ordered to capture him alive. Otherwise, he might not have survived this life and death battle. As Wang Hao collected the spoils of war, he reflected on his earlier mistakes. Just now, I shouldn't have engaged in such a prolonged fight. I should have fought while retreating, using my supreme shadow phantom step to shake them off. I was too confident, thinking that my mastery of supreme-level martial arts would make it easy to defeat everyone. Fighting against grandmaster-level opponents is still quite challenging. After a while, Wang Hao finally collected all the spoils of battle. The bodies of his opponents held a decent amount of mid-grade yuan crystals, along with various rare treasures. Adding these to what he had saved earlier, Wang Hao now possessed over 2,000 mid-grade yuan crystals. He also found a martial arts manual on the monocular man. Thunderstrike Heaven. Blast, B-rank martial art. Channel yuan energy to summon the power of thunder, delivering devastating damage to all enemies within range. So this was the martial art he had used earlier. Looking at the B-rank manual in his hand, Wang Hao felt his frustration ease somewhat. Gaining another B-rank martial art wasn't too bad. After taking some time to recuperate and recover his injuries and yuan energy, Wang Hao immediately left. He also took the monocular man's phone with him. Yi Yun, it's your turn now. Using the monocular man's phone, Wang Hao logged into the forums. He quickly noticed an increasing number of bounty posts from grandmasters planning to target him on the outskirts of the demonic battlefield. I'll deal with Yi Yun first, Wang Hao thought, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. How should I handle him? Oh, right, doesn't he want to personally deal with me? Wang Hao's eyes lit up as if an idea had just struck him. He used the monocular man's phone to send a private message to Yi Yun. In the message, he claimed that the monocular man had been captured and urged Yi Yun to come quickly to confirm it. After double-checking the content, Wang Hao sent the message. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for Yi Yun's reply. If you're so eager to deal with me, then I'll gladly oblige. While waiting for a response, Wang Hao continued hunting nether demons in the battlefield. In the bustling metropolis of Modu, nestled within a luxurious private villa complex, two young and beautiful maids were engaged in indescribable acts of service for Yi Yun. Yi Yun was enjoying himself while casually browsing the forum messages on his phone. Suddenly, he received a private message. The sender was a grandmaster, and Yi Yun's eyes lit up. Had they found that guy? Opening the message, Yi Yun's face broke into a wide grin. They had finally captured the masked man. Excellent work. Yi Yun abruptly shoved the two maids aside. Caught off guard, the two women fell heavily onto the cobblestone path, the impact echoing sharply. Draped in sheer silk, their slender figures and delicate features were especially alluring as they lay there. Faint traces of white powder adorned their faces. Hearing the noise, Yi Yun glanced at the fallen women with cold eyes and a furrowed brow. Get out of my sight. Stop being an eyesore. The two maids' eyes flickered with hurt, but they didn't dare protest. With apologetic expressions, they dragged their trembling bodies away. Once they were gone, Yi Yun's attention returned to the forum message. His excitement was palpable. Finally, he could eliminate the man who had defiled his goddess. He replied to the message, instructing the monocular man not to kill Wang Hao just yet. He wanted him alive and would teleport over immediately. As for whether the monocular man would dare to deceive him, Yi Yun dismissed the thought entirely. After all, his father was a martial saint, his mother a grandmaster, and his sister a genius of the Celestial Fire Academy. Who would dare lie to him unless they had a death wish? Master Yi, the twin campus beauties have been arranged. Should they be sent over now? Just as Yi Yun finished replying to the message, another notification popped up. Wait for me to return. Have them wait. Yi Yun quickly responded before rushing towards the teleportation array. Should I inform Meng Yao about this? Yi Yun pondered for a moment. Forget it. I'll deal with that guy first. Once it's done, I'll deliver his severed head to her. Meng Yao will definitely be thrilled. The thought of Meng Yao's joy at his actions brought an overwhelming satisfaction to Yi Yun. Ah, this must be what love feels like. Meanwhile, in the demonic battlefield, Wang Hao, who was busy hunting nether demons, received Yi Yun's reply. He's coming? Perfect. A glint of cold determination flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. The sooner this was resolved, the better. He immediately sent Yi Yun an address A secluded valley on the outskirts of the demonic battlefield. This guy wouldn't bring a grandmaster-level bodyguard, would he? Wang Hao suddenly recalled that Yi Yun's father was a martial saint, and his mother was a grandmaster. If Yi Yun showed up with a team of elite fighters, it could spell trouble. Even dealing with those 4 ninth-tier grandmasters earlier had been a struggle for Wang Hao. Better to observe the situation. First, Wang Hao decided to deploy his shadow to monitor Yi Yun's movements while he himself headed to the valley to set an ambush. If the situation became unfavorable, he could retreat. If the opportunity presented itself, he would strike decisively. Wang Hao had already formulated a plan in his mind: kill if possible, retreat if not. With that, Wang Hao sped towards the hidden valley. Meanwhile, his shadow waited at the battlefield's entrance to intercept Yi Yun. With his growing strength, Wang Hao's shadow now had an extended operational range. Previously limited to a 10-kilometer radius, it could now cover up to 30 kilometers. The shadow also helped Wang Hao gather a significant amount of fire Lingji mushrooms. In less than a day, 5 had been collected. This meant that even if the shadow lingered idly in the fire spirit demons' territory, it could still bring substantial wealth to Wang Hao. If only the shadow could also cultivate martial arts, Wang Hao muttered to himself, watching the shadow move with remarkable speed. After a while, Wang Hao finally reached the valley. The valley was surrounded by thick, imposing rocky walls. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a tense atmosphere. Nearby, a few innate-level demons roamed, but Wang Hao easily dealt with them in just a few minutes. Now it was up to Yi Yun's performance, Wang Hao thought to himself. At this moment, Wang Hao concealed himself in the shadows near the battlefield's entrance. As soon as Yi Yun appeared, Wang Hao would be the first to notice. Soon enough, Wang Hao's shadow detected Yi Yun. Yi Yun was also wearing a mask, clearly intending to hide his identity. His clothing was plain and unremarkable, devoid of any sign of wealth or status. What happened to this guy? How did he end up like this? Wang Hao stared at the masked young man through the perspective of the shadow. If he hadn't set up this ambush in advance, he might not have even recognized Yi Yun. Dressed plainly, Yi Yun looked like an ordinary man as he slowly made his way toward the valley Wang Hao had marked out. Is he afraid of being targeted by someone? The identity of a martial saint is a key resource. If I can capture Yi Yun, it could have a significant impact on the current situation, Wang Hao thought. Don't worry, Yi family's martial saint. I won't let you fret over him anymore. Soon, I'll render him powerless, so you'll never have to worry about your son again. With that, Wang Hao carefully observed Yi Yun's surroundings. After confirming that no one was tailing him, he prepared to strike inside the valley. Yi Yun moved quickly through the demon battlefield. The aura he exuded was merely at the innate level, clearly masked by an artifact capable of concealing his true strength. Clad in ordinary garments, Yi Yun looked nothing like a privileged second-generation martial aristocrat. Instead, he resembled a lone, wandering martial artist. He had sacrificed so much for Chu Mengyao, Yi Yun thought silently. This was not a place he frequented. His father had vehemently opposed him being here. The last time he had nearly been captured by demons, his father had strictly forbidden him from setting foot in this place. Again, he could easily spend his days lounging at home, doing whatever he wanted. That was the life he longed for. In the magical capital, Yi Yun was considered a prominent figure. Among the wealthy and martial elite second generations across different regions, he held a certain status. Thanks to his father's power, even though his talent was mediocre, he had climbed to the level of a grandmaster through sheer resources. After reaching grandmaster level, Yi Yun had essentially stopped cultivating. After all, with his aptitude, breaking through to the great grandmaster level was almost impossible. Still, becoming a grandmaster was sufficient. This breakthrough extended his lifespan to 500 years. Combined with his father's martial saint status, Yi Yun could enjoy longevity and glory. The smell here was as awful as ever, and Yi Yun frowned. However, it seemed he was getting close. Yi Yun checked the information on the terminal in his hand, his heart brimming with anticipation. Soon, he approached the valley, where the scent of blood grew even more intense. The scorching sun beat down on the rocky terrain, amplifying the oppressiveness of the bloody atmosphere. Wasn't it supposed to be around here? Why isn't there a single soul in sight? Yi Yun furrowed his brow, his heartbeat quickening as cold sweat began to form. Bang! Suddenly, Yi Yun felt a powerful attack strike him from behind. Instantly, a purple gold shield flared to life around him. The barrier enveloped him tightly, yet the immense impact still sent him hurtling through the air. He smashed into a large boulder in the distance, shattering it into fragments that scattered everywhere. Who dares to attack me? Are you tired of living? Yi Yun quickly stood up, his protective shield still glowing intact. In the distance, Wang Hao's heart sank. As expected of the son of a martial saint, that shield wasn't even scratched by his full-force strike. He had unleashed his entire strength in that blow, yet the barrier remained unscathed. Yi Yun scanned his surroundings, pulling a purple orb out of his spatial ring. When Wang Hao saw the orb in Yi Yun's hand from afar, his eyelid twitched. That orb exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure even from a distance. It was undoubtedly a formidable offensive artifact. Not even the shield could be broken. Wang Hao hid behind the rocks, his nerves on edge. SSS. Wang Hao unleashed another mental assault. A massive surge of mental energy shot forth like a sharp blade, directly piercing into Yi Yun's mind. Asterisk clang, clang, clang. Asterisk at the moment the mental attack landed, a purple shield lit up above Yi Yun's head. From afar, Yi Yun's entire body was now encased in a layer of purple gold light, with an additional purple shield covering his head. The dual layers of protection tightly surrounded him, while the orb in his hand radiated an intense, oppressive power. Who's there? Do you know who I am? If you've got guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Yi Yun shouted furiously, his voice echoing as the shields glowed around him. From a distance, Wang Hao's lips twitched. A one-on-one fight? How about you drop your shields first? It seemed direct action wasn't going to work. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Looks like I underestimated the defensive measures of a martial saint's family. Of course, their precious son would have all kinds of protection in place. Guess I'll have to take my time, then. A cold glint flickered in Wang Hao's eyes. He had already lured him here and wasn't about to give up so easily. I don't believe this shield can protect you forever. Yi Yun's protective shield still shone with a dazzling brilliance. He was carefully observing his surroundings. Yi Yun pulled out his smart terminal, attempting to call for help from the Yi family. However, the device was completely unresponsive here. It seemed as though some mysterious force was interfering with its functionality. Wang Hao sneered internally as he watched Yi Yun pull out the terminal. If you can send a distress signal, I'll let you live an extra second today. This place is already sealed by my formation, isolating all signals and sounds. It cost me hundreds of mid-grade elemental crystals. No sound or signal can escape from here. Even if Yi Yun shouted himself hoarse, no one would come to save him. Wang Hao's shadows had already erased all traces of Yi Yun's location. No one would know where he was hiding. Now, let's see how long you can last, young Master Yi, Wang Hao thought with a cold smile. Yi Yun finally realized he couldn't send any messages, and panic began to set in. Was this an ambush, targeting him specifically? A chill ran down his spine. He knew he'd been too careless. I should have brought more people. Yi Yun was filled with regret. If I die here, I won't even have had my fun. He was still young. He couldn't die here. He didn't want to die. Wang Hao controlled the shadows, which surged across the ground and attacked Yi Yun relentlessly. The power of extreme cold and the nine nether frost energy erupted wildly. Yi Yun panicked, feeling something constantly attacking him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A mass of dark shadows unleashed a barrage of forces, fiercely assaulting Yi Yun's shield. Yi Yun could feel the shield trembling slightly, but it remained stable for now. Confirming that the shield could still protect him, he exhaled in relief. Wang Hao's shadows continued their relentless assault. You coward! If you dare to attack me, stop hiding. Come out. Yi Yun roared in fury, scanning the surroundings. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find any trace of an enemy. Hiding. On the outskirts, Wang Hao smirked to himself. This shield won't last much longer. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted nearby. Wang Hao observed through his spiritual sense and saw Yi Yun pulling out violet orbs from his spatial ring. The orbs exploded with powerful shockwaves. Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly retreated from the valley, observing from a distance. Inside the valley, Yi Yun was furiously throwing explosive orbs, a manic expression on his face. Wang Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. This idiot is digging his own grave. If he just stayed quietly inside his shield, he might have lasted a little longer. But now, with this frenzied attack, his shield was nearly depleted. This time, Yi Yun was in serious trouble. After multiple explosions, the valley was left in ruins. Rocks were shattered into pieces, and signs of destruction were everywhere. The manic look on Yi Yun's face gradually turned into anxiety. His shield was growing dimmer and dimmer. Wang Hao could sense the shield slowly dissipating. He continued to manipulate the shadows, attacking Yi Yun's shield. Before long, the explosions ceased. Wang Hao used his spiritual sense to observe carefully and noticed Yi Yun was now in a state of panic. He had no more orbs capable of causing significant damage. Whoosh! Under the relentless attacks from the shadows and the passage of time, Yi Yun's shield finally disappeared. The opportunity had come. Wang Hao's heart leapt with excitement. He immediately activated his perfected Shadow Demon Step. With his iron-blooded blade infused with the 9 nether frost energy and the power of extreme cold, he launched a fierce charge toward Yi Yun. Slash! The powerful strike slammed into Yi Yun. He felt an icy force pierce his heart, making his entire body tremble. His clothes were torn apart, revealing a golden inner armor underneath. The inner armor absorbed most of the impact, but a small portion of the force seeped into his body. It's you! Yi Yun cried out in terror. It was that masked man. Wang Hao sneered. Weren't you feeling smug when you placed a bounty on me? Now, let me show you how that feels. Yi Yun regretted everything. He never should have come here alone. Wang Hao frowned slightly. This guy is tougher than I thought. First, there was the double-layered shield, and now this inner armor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wang Hao continued to launch spiritual attacks. Suddenly, a glow emanated from Yi Yun's chest. A jade pendant radiating a strange light appeared, absorbing all of Wang Hao's spiritual attacks. This is endless. Wang Hao's expression twitched. If spiritual attacks didn't work, then he'd just hack him apart with the blade. He launched attack after attack, but Yi Yun's inner armor blocked each strike. My father is a martial saint. Do you really dare to kill me? He'll never let you go. Yi Yun shouted, trembling. Though he'd elevated himself to a master-level cultivator by using rare resources, he had no real combat experience. Faced with Wang Hao's relentless assault, he could only rely on his inner armor to endure, desperately resisting every blow. You're dead. You dared to put a bounty on me? If I don't take you down today, you might really think I'm easy to mess with. Wang Hao glared coldly at Yi Yun, his face filled with irritation. This guy was as tough as a turtle shell, absolutely maddening. Spare me this time. I swear I'll never do it again. I'll cancel your bounty immediately. Yi Yun felt the inner armor he wore barely withstanding Wang Hao's relentless attacks, while the icy chill of the 9 Hellfrost energy coursing through him was unbearable. If I survive this, I'll take revenge. I'll destroy your entire family, make you live in agony, unable to die even if you wanted to. Yi Yun, enduring torment like never before, was on the brink of losing his sanity. You want to cancel it? Go cancel it in hell. Wang Hao's voice was icy, and his attacks grew even faster. Finally, after a long, grueling moment, the glow of Yi Yun's inner armor faded. Die. Don't mess with me in your next life. Wang Hao concentrated all his strength and struck down mightily. Despair filled Yi Yun's eyes. No. Yi Yun's scream of anguish was cut short as his body froze solid under the intense cold of the 9 Hellfrost energy. Bang! The ice shattered in an instant, and Yi Yun's body fragmented into countless pieces in the air. Phew. Wang Hao exhaled deeply in relief. Though Yi Yun wasn't particularly strong, his armor had been as tough as a turtle shell, utterly annoying. At last, it was over. He began searching for spoils on Yi Yun's remains. That guy had kept pulling attack orbs out of his spatial ring earlier, so there had to be plenty of valuable items left. Moments later, Wang Hao found Yi Yun's spatial ring nearby. Holy crap! What is this? Wang Hao's eyes widened as he stared at the sparkling energy crystals inside the ring. They were all top-grade energy crystals. No wonder Yi Yun was a second-generation martial aristocrat. He carried such incredible treasures around like it was nothing. Wang Hao inspected the ring further and discovered a total of 300 top-grade energy crystals inside. His heartbeat quickened. Low-grade energy crystals were worth 100,000 star coins each, medium-grade ones 1 million, high-grade ones 10 million. But top-grade energy crystals? Each was priced at an astonishing 1 billion star coins, which meant the crystals in this ring were worth a staggering 300 billion star coins. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao marveled at his luck. Killing Yi Yun had truly paid off. So this was the power of a second-generation martial aristocrat? Carrying only the best of the best. After collecting his loot, Wang Hao left the valley and flew toward the Martial Alliance's outpost in the demon battlefield. Once there, he purchased a new mask. Wearing it gave him an immediate sense of security. He tossed his old mask into a corner of his spatial ring and used his terminal to look up information on Yi Yun. Killing the son of a martial saint made him a bit uneasy, after all. Although Wang Hao belonged to the Sky Martial Association and its leader, Martial Godling Tian, was one of the top-tier powerhouses on Blue Star, killing a martial saint's son was still an extreme move. If Yi Yun hadn't put a bounty on him, Wang Hao would never have acted so recklessly. He silently prayed that Yi Yun's father wasn't too formidable, hopefully just some pushover frequently beaten by grandmasters. Soon, the terminal displayed Yi Yun's detailed information. Yi Yun, 28 years old, father, Yuan Ming martial saint, Yi Fan. What? Yi Fan? Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the information. Yi Yun's father was actually named Yi Fan? Damn it, was there any chance the corpse could be put back together? Yi Fan was an exceptionally significant name. While it seemed ordinary, within the Yi family, it was legendary. Anyone who understood would know its weight. Wang Hao recalled discussions on internet forums from his past life, warning people about certain names to avoid after transmigrating. Yi Fan was undoubtedly one of them, a name belonging to a supreme figure. Crap! And now he'd killed Yi Fan's son. Wang Hao's heart raced, the tension even greater than when he discovered the 300 top-grade energy crystals. That idiot Yi Yun, why? Didn't he say his father was a martial saint? If he'd mentioned being Yi Fan's son earlier, Wang Hao might have thought twice. Forget it. What's done is done. Regret was pointless. Wang Hao took a deep breath and used his 9 Hellfrost energy to destroy the old mask in his spatial ring. From this moment on, Masked Guy no longer existed. That Yi Yun. I really didn't know anything about him. In the following days, Wang Hao focused on killing nether demons to collect nether crystals while also searching for traces of the Mara. At night, he trained in martial arts at the Martial Alliance's outpost in the demon battlefield. The number of nether crystals he collected steadily increased, but there was still no sign of the Mara. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa district in Demon City, a tense atmosphere filled the air. What on earth are you people doing? So many of you, and you can't even keep an eye on one person? A cold voice echoed through the district. In the grand courtyard of a luxurious villa, a middle-aged woman stood with a severe expression, surrounded by a group of kneeling subordinates. Madam, we thought the young master had gone out on his own, so we didn't follow him. You know how much the young master hates being followed. One middle-aged man stammered, trembling. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk as soon as the words left her mouth, a surge of powerful energy erupted from the woman's body. The middle-aged man was instantly torn to shreds by the impact. Blood and pieces of flesh splattered everywhere, staining the kneeling crowd. Yet no one dared to move, they simply trembled in fear. I'm telling you, if anything happens to the young master, none of you will leave here alive. The woman's voice was icy cold. The faces of the kneeling people turned pale. This middle-aged woman was none other than Yi Yun's mother, the Grandmaster Feng Ruoshi. Everyone knew she wasn't joking. If Yi Yun died, their lives would be forfeit. What are you waiting for? Get out there and find him. Even if you have to turn the entire Devil's City upside down, you must bring him back. Feng Ruoshi roared. The people kneeling on the ground scrambled out of the courtyard, crawling and stumbling in their haste. Just as the servants left, a middle-aged man in a light-colored robe slowly walked in. You actually have the nerve to come back. It's been 2 days since our son disappeared, and you, his father, haven't shown the slightest concern. Feng Ruoshi snorted coldly, her face full of discontent. The man gently pulled Feng Ruoshi into his arms. Ruoshi, don't worry. Yuner is just playing around. Last time he disappeared for 7 days, remember? He's probably off on another adventure. Besides, he has so many protective treasures on him, he'll be fine. Yifan patted Feng Ruoshi's back, his voice soft and comforting. This middle-aged man was Yifan, the martial saint of the Yi family, and Yi Yun's father. Feng Ruoshi sobbed quietly in Yifan's embrace. Fan, I have a bad feeling in my heart. I've never felt this way before. Yifan gently reassured her. Ruoshi, Yuner is my son. As long as he's still in Huagua, he's absolutely safe. The title of martial saint isn't just for show. Feng Ruoshi said no more, wiping away her tears. The two of them stood there, silently holding each other. Demon battlefield inside the Martial Alliance base's cultivation chamber. Wang Hao gripped a top-grade Yuan crystal in one hand and a nether crystal in the other. Pure Yuan energy and the sinister nether chi continuously poured into his body. Nourished by these forces, his body radiated a strange, enchanting glow. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled violently. The room was filled with an ominous, oppressive atmosphere. This nether chi. It's unbearable. Wang Hao's body quivered slightly, his bones creaking as though they were being eroded bit by the sinister force. After a long while, he finally absorbed an entire nether crystal. The 9 nether frost energy within him seemed to grow stronger. Around his core, an aura of profound and mysterious energy swirled. As the nether crystal was absorbed, the Yuan energy from the top-grade Yuan crystal was devoured. In one gulp, his body gradually stopped shaking, and his aura stabilized. Soon, the purest Yuan energy within the crystal was completely drained by Wang Hao. This top-grade Yuan crystal is truly leagues above ordinary ones. Wang Hao couldn't help but marvel. In less than 3 days, the Yuan energy in his core had increased significantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The C-rank martial art, Divine Breath Technique, has advanced to the mastery level. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Wang Hao's mind. The Divine Breath Technique has reached mastery? Wang Hao had been silently running this technique throughout his time in the demon battlefield. He brought up his status panel, silently reciting the command. Name, Wang Hao. Talents, 100 Speed Divine Body, SSS, Void Shadow, S, Extreme Frost, S. Martial Realm, innate 7th level Martial Master, Spiritual Realm, Jade Rank, Advanced Spirit Reader, Techniques, Chi Creating Evergreen Art, Skills, Blade Force, Great Mastery, plus 150% Blade Power, Fist Force, Minor Mastery, plus 80% Fist Power, Soul Refinement Martial Arts, Star Soul Refinement Art, S, Beginner, Blade Techniques, Blazing Fire Blade, B, Beginner, Ninefold Blade Art, C, Divine, Shadow Blade, D, Perfect, Heavenly Origin / E, Divine, Wind Splitting Blade, E, Divine, Body Refinement Arts, Thunder Body Refinement Art, C, Divine, Diamond Art, E, Divine, Fist Techniques, Thunderstorm, Fist, C, Perfect, Fallen Cloud Palm, F, Divine, Movement Techniques, Shadow Demon Steps, C, Divine, Ethereal Steps, E, Perfect, Support Techniques, Spirit Clarity I, D, Mastery, Divine Breath Technique, C, Mastery, Special Techniques, 9 Nether Frost Energy, SS, Beginner, Vitality, 1750, Soul, 70, Time until next talent copy, 0 days. Having just copied a new talent, Wang Hao decided to focus on serious training again. He was already an innate 7th level martial master, yet his SSS tier martial art was still at the beginner level, an embarrassment he couldn't tolerate. It had been 3 days since he had killed Yi Yun. During the day, he scoured the battlefield for nether crystals, and at night, he threw himself into relentless cultivation. Wang Hao had finally gathered enough nether crystals, sufficient to elevate the 9 nether frost technique to a proficient level. Meanwhile, the system's duplication function had also refreshed. However, there was still no news about Mo Luo. Forget it. First, I'll head to the Demon Heart Forest to copy Lin Chang's talent. Patience is key. Let's duplicate an SS level ability for now. As for Mo Luo's talent, I can always copy it later. What is meant to be will come in time, and forcing it is unnecessary. Beep beep beep. Wang Hao's terminal suddenly emitted a series of urgent notifications. He opened it to find a message from Tang Yangji, a 9th grade grandmaster. Tang had sent him a link to a post. ***, the son of Yuanming Martial Saint Yifan, Yi Yun, has gone missing. $1 trillion bounty has been announced. Just provide any clue, and you can claim the corresponding reward. ***, Wang Hao swallowed hard. $1 trillion. If I sold myself, would I even be worth that much? Could I report myself and claim the trillion? This Yi Yun really takes after his dad. Offering a bounty to find someone like father, like son. Wang Hao carefully read through the post, which was flooded with comments from self-proclaimed grandmasters and even supreme grandmasters. Everyone seemed eager about the $1 trillion reward, vowing to actively search for Yi Yun. This news had already sparked a nationwide frenzy. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by the chance to earn $1 trillion just for finding someone? As Wang Hao scrolled through the post, he could sense how important Yi Yun was to Yifan. After gathering his thoughts, Wang Hao left the Martial Alliance's training room and sprinted toward Demon Heart Forest. Donning a new mask, Wang Hao darted swiftly across the outskirts of the demon battlefield. The area was still steeped in a chillingly murderous atmosphere. The air reeked of blood, and the rising sun cast its warm rays upon the land, adding a strange vibrancy to this macabre place. The new mask was working wonders. Far fewer troubles now. Wang Hao reflected as he continued toward Demon Heart Forest. Previously, wearing that bounty-attracting mask made him feel like eyes were constantly watching him from the shadows. With the new disguise and his breakthrough in the art of concealed breath, he could now evade many unnecessary conflicts. Along the way, Wang Hao effortlessly dispatched several demons. His iron-blooded warblade gleamed under the sunlight, drenched in demonic blood, making it appear particularly dazzling. After some time, Wang Hao finally arrived near Demon Heart Forest. At the forest's edge, a large number of human martial artists had gathered, cautiously observing the area ahead. With his powerful mental energy sweeping across the scene, Wang Hao immediately sensed an overpowering pressure emanating from the forest's depths. The outskirts of the forest were overgrown with a large patch of black weeds, their eerie, magical aura clearly influenced by the presence of illusion demon flowers. The moment Wang Hao's mental energy touched these weeds, he felt a sharp, stabbing pain. So this is the famed Demon Heart Forest. Its reputation is well-deserved. When he attempted to probe deeper through the weeds, his mental energy was abruptly swallowed by an unseen force, making it impossible to penetrate further. Something within was clearly blocking his investigation. At the forest's entrance, numerous people stood hesitantly, inching forward at a snail's pace. Our human genius Lin Chang has been inside Demon Heart Forest for 5 days now. I wonder if he'll make it out unscathed. Of course he'll be fine. Lin Chang is number 3 on the Heavenly Prowess rankings. His thunder force is capable of devastating everything in its path. What's Demon Heart Forest compared to that? Yeah, I agree. Lin Chang is bound to succeed. Look at the number of people entering Demon Heart Forest today. Sadly, not one of them has made it out alive. The surrounding martial artists were deep in discussion, their conversations nearly all revolving around Lin Chang. After all, Lin Chang had recently defeated Mo Tang of the Xuanma clan and currently ranked 3rd on the Heavenly Prowess rankings, bringing great honor to humanity. Others were still talking about the $1 trillion bounty offered by Yuanming Marshal Saint Yifan to find his missing son. Many seemed equally intrigued by the demon battlefield itself. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing that a number of the martial artists present were Grandmaster-level powerhouses. Their overwhelming auras made him feel a faint pressure. Forget it. I'll just head inside. Lin Chang is in there, and I'll find him soon enough. At the entrance to the Demon Heart Forest, many martial artists stood grim-faced, their expressions twisted in agony. Some were crying uncontrollably, standing motionless as if in a state of mental collapse. Others, upon nearing the forest's edge, turned pale and fled as if their lives depended on it. Wang Hao observed these people, some of whom were grandmasters, and grew even more vigilant. To think that so many experts couldn't even get past the entrance. Gazing at the crowd gathered at the entrance, Wang Hao felt a twinge of unease. Could this Demon Heart Forest truly be as perilous as they say? One after another, people attempted to venture into the forest, but most were stopped at the threshold. Many turned back the moment they approached, evidently encountering something horrifying. Meanwhile, others at the outskirts watched the attempts with morbid excitement. Forget about them. There's only one way to find out for myself. Resolutely, Wang Hao focused his thoughts, then slowly made his way toward the entrance of Demon Heart Forest. Here comes another one who's not afraid to die. The Demon Heart Forest isn't a place you can just stroll into. Exactly. Charging in without even observing first? Didn't they see what happened to those people at the entrance? I've seen plenty of fools like this. They kill a few demons and suddenly think they're invincible. Do they really believe everyone's another Lin Chang? I'd bet he won't last more than an hour. An hour? Don't kid yourself. He'll be scurrying back out in 30 seconds, probably won't even make it past the outer edge. Is no one going to make it in today? As they watched Wang Hao stride towards the Demon Heart Forest like a clueless kid, the surrounding crowd broke into a chorus of murmurs. But none of them were particularly surprised. As seasoned spectators, they'd seen this scene play out countless times. Every day, many came here to temper their willpower. Yet most couldn't even get through the entrance. The challenge of the Demon Heart Forest wasn't about sheer strength, it was a test of martial willpower and mental resilience. Only those with exceptional mental fortitude and determination had a chance to pass through the entrance. Making it past the entry itself was a testament to an unyielding martial spirit. None of this chatter fazed Wang Hao. He continued walking at a steady pace toward the forest. The closer he got, the more he felt a suffocating, soul-penetrating pressure. The air was thick with an ominous, murderous aura. Unconsciously, the star soul tempering technique within him began to activate, his mental strength sharpening as it shielded him. This place is seriously creepy, Wang Hao thought to himself. Around him, the wild grass was coiled in a dark, sinister energy, exuding an almost hypnotic force. At the forest's edge, others were also testing their willpower, but their progress was far slower than Wang Hao's. Each step they took seemed agonizingly difficult. As Wang Hao approached the entrance, he could hear the sounds of sobbing and muffled cries from those around him. The Demon Heart Forest was continuously releasing a dark, mist-like aura. Wang Hao felt as if He were stepping into a dense fog, his surroundings gradually darkened. Staying vigilant, he remembered the information he'd gathered about this place beforehand. The phantom demon flower constantly emitted a hallucinogenic mist, a miasma that could severely disorient a warrior's mental focus. Many lost themselves to this mist before even crossing the threshold. Around him, most of the warriors had already succumbed to the hallucinations, trapped in their own illusions. As the miasma grew thicker, Wang Hao began to feel his own sense of reality blur, his grasp on where he was and what he was doing starting to slip. "Brother, you must be tired. Why don't you take a break?" A clear, gentle voice suddenly spoke near his ear. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes to find a young, beautiful girl standing before him. She was smiling softly, and the room around them was one he knew all too well. "This is my home?" Wang Hao scrutinized his surroundings, the familiar layout, the old furniture. The girl sat nearby, her face alight with warmth as she looked at him. "Who are you?" Wang Hao frowned. "She called me brother? Since when did I have a sister?" The girl was momentarily stunned by his question, clearly caught off guard. "My name's Wang Xinyue. I'm your sister." "Brother, did you forget?" she replied, her tone tinged with concern. Boom, boom, boom. Before she could say another word, Wang Hao's fist shot forward, shattering the illusion into fragments with a deafening explosion. "Bold liar. Trying to trick me? Since when did I have a sister?" Wang Hao thought to himself as the illusory world dissolved. He immediately returned to reality, the oppressive atmosphere of the Demon Heart Forest once again pressing down on him. This forest really thinks such a cheap trick could work on me? They couldn't even come up with a more convincing illusion? A sister? What a joke. Scoffing inwardly, Wang Hao resumed his march toward the entrance. But then, wait, could I actually have a sister? A sudden thought flashed through Wang Hao's mind. Wang Xinyue, that so-called sister. His steps faltered for a brief moment before he shook his head. Never mind. Once I'm past this illusion, I'll figure it out. Who cares, in a luxurious villa in Jianglin City. Achoo! A bright and radiant young girl suddenly sneezed. "Who's talking bad about me now?" Wang Xinyue murmured, softly, rubbing her nose. Beside her was another girl, dressed elegantly in a Lolita-style outfit, sipping delicately from a cup of milk. "Tea. Maybe it's your brother, Wang Hao, thinking about you," Lin Zian said with a playful wink, her sweet voice teasing. Wang Xinyue thought for a moment, then replied uncertainly, maybe." Back at the Demon Heart Forest, Wang Hao finally reached the entrance. The gateway exuded an ominous, otherworldly aura, the miasma swirling and thickening with every passing second. The entire forest radiated a chilling and mysterious vibe. Mist blanketed the area, and the occasional sound of wind rustling through sand and stones could be heard. Behind Wang Hao, many onlookers stood frozen, their expressions mixed with fear and hesitation, unable to take another step forward. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao steadied himself. The oppressive air of the Demon Heart Forest only served to heighten his focus. With a determined stride, Wang Hao stepped boldly into the forest. The crowd at the forest's edge immediately erupted in chaos. That kid actually dared to enter the Demon Heart Forest. That's just insane. Don't say that, he's the pride of our human race. Yeah, don't speak recklessly. I said it before, he's no ordinary guy. He can definitely make it in. Exactly, I think so too. On the outskirts, a young man listened to the chatter around him, his lips twitching in disdain. These people, they really don't stick to their words. Still, he had to admit, that guy was impressive. He moved forward with remarkable ease, only pausing briefly before reaching the entrance. The rest of the time, he strode with confidence, showing no hesitation. When others approached the entrance, they could barely put one foot in front of the other. There was no comparison. This guy was undoubtedly a top-tier talent. Wang Hao had no idea what people outside were saying about him. The moment he stepped into the Demon Heart Forest, an omnipresent sense of oppression enveloped him. A bone-chilling murderous aura pressed down from every angle, invading his mind without mercy. The technique within him, stellar soul-forging art, immediately activated to its fullest potential. In his mind, the stars emitted a steady warmth, nourishing his consciousness bit by bit. At the same time, the pale green energy of vital breath of verdant wood flowed through his body, tightly protecting him. After a while, Wang Hao finally adapted to the forest's tempestuous and murderous atmosphere. His head continuously endured fierce mental assaults. No wonder the Demon Heart Forest was so hard to traverse. He recalled the information he had researched earlier. Many prodigies could barely take a step here. Only those with unyielding determination, the rarest of geniuses, could stroll through this place, as though it were a walk in the park. Clearing his mind and discarding distractions, Wang Hao pressed forward. Before him stretched a vast forest. All around, phantom devil flowers bloomed, exuding an enticing aroma. If not for the ever-present killing intent and mental attacks, this could have been a beautiful scenic destination. Clairvoyant eye. Wang Hao slowly activated his clairvoyant eye. A purple glow shimmered in his gaze. The distant scenery of the Demon Heart Forest unfolded before him. Far ahead, he saw numerous figures edging toward the forest's far side. Some were trapped where they stood, enveloped tightly by the phantom devil aura. This farsight technique sure comes in handy, Wang Hao thought. The oppressive mental energy here limited his perception, but the clairvoyant eye allowed him to see what lay ahead. I need to find Lin Chang. My system's about to starve to death. He resumed walking, heading deeper into the forest. Every step felt heavy, burdened by both physical and mental pressures. The relentless mental assaults crashed against him like waves. Is that all? This is nothing compared to the pain I endured while training in the 9 Nether Frost technique, Wang Hao muttered to himself. Yet the nature of the pain was different. The 9 Nether Frost technique inflicted physical agony, the flow of its ghostly energy felt like countless blades slicing through his body. Here, however, the phantom devil aura targeted the mind. The immense mental pressure demanded unwavering focus. The battlefield's unique murderous aura was amplified to its extreme here, like invisible wind blades cutting through flesh, intangible, yet excruciatingly painful. Wang Hao's body trembled slightly, but he pressed forward with determination. He gradually overtook some of the people already in the Demon Heart Forest. Brother, be careful. The deeper you go, the stronger the phantom devil aura gets. You should pace yourself and adapt step by step. A deep voice came from not far away as Wang Hao moved forward. Turning to look, he saw a burly man with a stubbled face, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Under the onslaught of the phantom devil aura and murderous intent, the man's body trembled violently. Thanks for the warning. I'll keep that in mind, Wang Hao replied gently. From the man's presence, Wang Hao could sense an overwhelming pressure. Clearly, this was a powerful grandmaster, not some weakling like Yi Yun. After acknowledging the man's advice, Wang Hao continued, moving deeper into the forest. Seeing that Wang Hao did not stop to acclimate to the phantom devil aura but instead kept advancing, the stubbled man shook his head. Forget it. He'll understand how terrifying this place is once he reaches the deeper areas. With that, the man closed his eyes, bracing himself to endure the relentless assault of the phantom devil aura. With his asterisk clairvoyant eye asterisk active, Wang Hao had a crystal clear understanding of the situation in the Demon Heart Forest. Numerous martial artists came into view. Most of them were grandmasters, with a smaller number being martial artists of the innate realm. Anyone who could make it through the forest's entrance was bound to possess extraordinary martial determination and mental strength. The air was thick with phantom devil aura and an oppressive killing intent. Wang Hao continued forward, feeling the mental pressure in his mind intensify with every step. He had no idea how long he had been walking. He only knew that the number of people around him was dwindling. Many stood where they were, struggling against the phantom devil aura and murderous intent. They looked as though they were enduring immense suffering. Ahead lay the core area. A strange light flickered in Wang Hao's eyes. In the distance, the demonic mist had almost taken on a tangible form, swirling like dense clouds of fog. This haze exuded an unrelenting aura of deception and icy coldness. Wang Hao felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as each step forward brought him sharp pain. Yet, his mind remained extraordinarily clear. After enduring the baptism of the demonic mist and the murderous aura, he felt his mental strength surge significantly, and now, he was about to enter the core zone. Wang Hao's heartbeat quickened, fully aware that the challenges inside would be far more formidable than those he faced outside. The core zone was where many Phantom Demon Clan creatures would attack any intruders. The Phantom Demon Clan was a unique branch of the demon race. They refrained from engaging in battles with humans or other demonic beings, choosing instead to guard their own domain. Only when others trespassed into their core territory would they strike. The Phantom Demon Clan? Let's see just how powerful you truly are. Boom! 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 The moment Wang Hao stepped into the core zone, he felt his mental strength pushed to its absolute limit. The dense demonic mist assaulted both his spirit and body relentlessly. The stellar soul tempering technique churned without pause, golden warmth soothing his mind. Wang Hao sensed the stellar energy within his consciousness awakening. He entered a state of unparalleled clarity. Ding. Congratulations, host. The stellar soul tempering technique has advanced to a proficient level. Soul power plus 60. You can now condense the stellar seal, usable for both defense and offense. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your soul power has reached 130, advancing you to the rank of spirit grade mentalist. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Wang Hao was ecstatic. His stellar soul tempering technique had finally broken through. Taking a deep breath, he considered the stellar seal, a unique skill of the S-class martial arts stellar soul tempering technique, capable of harnessing stellar energy. Its power rivaled that of ordinary D-class martial arts. More importantly, the stellar seal's attacks targeted the spiritual plane, leaving opponents no time to react as they were subdued. Moreover, the stellar seal could form a protective barrier to defend against attacks from other mentalists. Wang Hao reflected with satisfaction that his mentalist rank had also improved. A spirit-grade mentalist was equivalent to a Grandmaster-level combatant. The next time he encountered 9th-rank Grandmasters, he wouldn't be at such a disadvantage. This challenge in the Demon Heart Forest had not been in vain. Not only had his soul-tempering martial arts advanced, but his mentalist rank had also broken through. After his breakthrough, Wang Hao noticed that the impact of the demonic mist around him had significantly weakened. The oppressive force no longer intimidated him. Was the demonic mist becoming weaker? No, I'm the one who's grown stronger. Wang Hao thought confidently as he continued deeper into the zone. Swish, swish, swish. After just a few steps, the sound of wind slicing through the air echoed around him. The stellar soul tempering technique activated swiftly, the stellar seal forming gradually and enveloping Wang Hao. His eyes gleamed with an unusual light, piercing through the fog and revealing the truth of the core zone. Surrounding him were ancient, eerie trees and strange, twisting vines, interspersed with vast patches of phantom demon flowers. By the ancient trees stood numerous members of the Phantom Demon clan, identifiable by their gray wings and the Phantom Demon flower mark on their foreheads. In the distance, some warriors were locked in fierce combat with the demons. Wang Hao surveyed his surroundings, noticing quite a few Phantom Demons staring him down. It seemed that if he took even a few more steps, they would immediately attack. ZZZZT. Wang Hao slowly activated the Thunder Body refining technique, lightning coursing through his body. The suffocating atmosphere seemed to lighten considerably. With dual layers of protection, he moved forward steadily. Whoosh! Before he could take many more steps, the Phantom Demons around him rushed forward. Their gray wings flapped with incredible speed, carrying an eerie, otherworldly energy. Wang Hao fixed his gaze on the grotesque demons, quickly drawing his bloodsteel saber from his spatial ring. The 9 nether frost force and the power of extreme cold surged within him. A chilling frost spread instantly through the air, and the attacking phantom demons were rapidly encased in ice crystals. Wang Hao's eyes turned cold as he swung the bloodsteel saber with tremendous force. Swish, swish, swish. The blade flashed, and the phantom demons were instantly torn to shreds. Their sinister aura dissipated into the air, and the suffocating tension eased significantly. The remaining phantom demons in the distance glared at Wang Hao with bloodshot eyes. Wang Hao let out a contemptuous snort, ignoring them, and pressed forward. The demons he had just defeated left a palpable aura of killing intent lingering around him. Some of the weaker phantom demons eyed him with visible fear. As he ventured further, more phantom demons launched their attacks. However, against Wang Hao's overwhelming power, they stood no chance. Deeper into the core zone of the Demon Heart Forest. The heart of the core zone was a grim and surreal sight. Phantom demon flowers bloomed across the land, while the corpses of phantom demon clan creatures lay scattered in disarray. The air was thick with the metallic tang of blood and the overwhelming stench of demonic mist. Standing on the damp ground was a towering young man, his body radiating unrelenting, thunderous energy. This tempest of lightning seemed strong enough to dispel the surrounding demonic mist entirely. Under the blessing of this thunderstorm, the young man resembled an invincible god of thunder. Around him, it seemed as though a vacuum had formed, making it impossible for anything to approach. The air crackled with the sharp zzz of lightning, while deafening thunder roared, amplifying the tension in the already oppressive and blood-soaked core of the battlefield. Opposite the young man stood a demon with a hideous face. The demon was shrouded in a blood-red aura, its eyes fixed intently on the young man, as though trying to tear him apart with a single glare. The two forces confronted each other head-on, their presence so overwhelming that it seemed to alter the very atmosphere of the area. Lin Chang, last time, you beat me by sheer luck. This time, I'll take your life. The demon's blood-red eyes glowed menacingly, and its voice was cold and sinister. Lin Chang responded nonchalantly, you lost last time and still have the nerve to bark here. Even if we fought 100 times, you'd still lose. I spared you once, this time, you won't escape alive. The moment he finished speaking, the lightning power around Lin Chang erupted, surging forth with a deafening roar, charging straight at the demon, Mauding. Mauding's twisted grin deepened as the blood-red aura around him grew more sinister under the influence of his murderous energy. Watching the raging thunderstorm approach, he smirked and said, the same move again? Do you really think it'll scare me? Boom, boom, boom. The thunder roared through the air. The blood-red aura surrounding Mauding began to spin like a hurricane, wild and furious. Just as Lin Chang's lightning power was about to make contact, Mauding's blood energy suddenly surged exponentially. In an instant, Lin Chang's thunderous attack was completely devoured by Mauding's blood energy. The air became thick with the stench of blood, mingled with the acrid, scorched odor left behind by the lightning. Lin Chang's heart tightened at the sight. He hadn't expected Mauding's strength to grow so quickly. Boom! After swallowing the thunderous energy, Mauding's body hurtled toward Lin Chang at lightning speed. Lin Chang's eyes narrowed. He immediately regained his composure, and the lightning within him surged wildly. The two clashed violently in the heart of the battlefield. Isn't that Lin Chang and Ma Dong fighting again? Those two are incredible, both at the peak of the innate stage, but they're combat strength rivals that of 8th grade grandmasters. Exactly. Even the shockwaves from their fight are enough to send other innate stage warriors flying. Do you think the one deeper inside will step in? Probably not. He's at a critical stage in breaking through to a demon general. If he wanted to act, he would have done so already. In the depths of the core battlefield, apart from Lin Chang and Ma Dong, a few other warriors stood watching. Their eyes burned with both excitement and dread as they focused on the fierce battle unfolding before them. The relentless shockwaves had thrown the area into chaos, with blood energy and lightning power tangling violently in the air. The two combatants were evenly matched, their intensity like the clash of spear against shield, neither willing to back down. In mere moments, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Lightning crackled and thunder roared, intertwining with the endless waves of blood energy. Lin Chang's body was surrounded by lightning, making him look like a thunder war god. Every move he made carried unparalleled speed and power. Ma Dong, on the other hand, relied on his immense blood energy and the support of the surrounding demonic aura, his force equally terrifying. The two were locked in a stalemate, their strength so evenly matched that neither could gain the upper hand. Lin Chang, this is demon territory. Let's see how long you can last. Ma Dong's blood-red eyes shone with a frenzied light as he glared at Lin Chang. Even as he spoke, his attacks didn't slow, each strike aimed mercilessly at Lin Chang's vital points. Lin Chang's eyes flickered with lightning, his heart heavy with the realization that Ma Dong's injuries had healed alarmingly fast and that his strength had grown significantly. In this demon-dominated environment, Lin Chang's own combat power seemed somewhat suppressed. As their battle raged on, Lin Chang couldn't help but cast a glance toward the deeper part of the core. There, a terrifying demonic shadow loomed faintly. The space around the shadow appeared fractured, and a deep, ominous aura seeped from the cracks. The demonic aura was being slowly consumed by the shadow. The shadow emanated an oppressive force so overwhelming that it seemed to freeze everything around it. Piles of spirit crystals surrounded the shadow, arranged in a strange formation. As the deep aura and demonic energy flowed into it, the shadow's power grew increasingly terrifying. The entire space began to tremble. Soon, Lin Chang and Ma Dong's battle came to an abrupt halt. The lightning and blood energy surrounding them were slowly being absorbed by the shadow. Lin Chang, once Lord Molo breaks through to a demon general, all of you filthy creatures will die here. Ma Dong showed no concern for the shadow's absorption of his power and instead looked thrilled. That shadow was none other than Molo of the ancient demon clan, the unparalleled prodigy who ranked first on the heavenly genius list. Molo was absorbing the surrounding energy, preparing to condense his origin palace and ascend to the rank of demon general in one fell swoop. Lin Chang stared at Molo, who lay deeper within the battlefield, his heart filled with unease. Since Molo's emergence, he had utterly crushed the former #1 genius on the heavenly genius list. Every time he struck, it was a complete domination. His opponents never even forced him to use a second move. It is said that a month ago, the demon Manhwa had already slain 2 7th-ranked grandmasters on the battlefield of demons. Thinking of Manhwa's terrifying strength, Lin Chang felt a chill in his heart. On the outskirts of the demon battlefield, Manhwa held an almost invincible dominion. His presence drew the attention of everyone and every demon in the core depths. As Manhwa's aura continued to grow stronger, Lin Chang's apprehension deepened. The oppressive energy was so overwhelming that it seemed to paralyze him. Everyone else, whether human or demon, could not help but tremble under the weight of this dense demonic energy. Is that Manhwa really just at the innate realm? His suppressive force is unbelievable, way too powerful. No kidding, it's monstrous. I thought our Lin Chang was already impressive enough, but this Manhwa is even more terrifying. If someone like him advances to the demon general level, just how powerful would he become? Although I hate to admit it, the demons are ridiculously lucky generation after generation of top-tier geniuses. Wouldn't it be amazing if we humans could produce an unparalleled genius to top the rankings? Lin Chang, compared to Manhwa, is still a notch lower. Well, he is the Manhwa of the demon's most powerful clan. Around them, people desperately channeled their inner energy, struggling to resist the overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, other demons stared at the flame-wreathed Manhwa with fanatical fervor, their eyes filled with reverence. Wang Hao slowly made his way toward the core. Since advancing to the spirit-grade mentalist level, the surrounding phantom demonic energy and the pervasive killing intent no longer affected him in the slightest. Tempered by the phantom demonic energy, Wang Hao's mental strength had become even more resilient. The breakthrough in the Starlight Soul refining technique made it feel as though his body carried the brilliance of the stars. The cold and murderous atmosphere was gradually neutralized by the power of the stars. Even the phantom demons in the area were effortlessly suppressed by Wang Hao's star imprint. The entire demon heart forest before him seemed to transform into an enchanting, otherworldly garden as Wang Hao strolled forward leisurely. After a while, he finally reached the core area. The moment he stepped into the core, an overwhelming oppressive force surged forth from the depths. The entire core zone was enveloped in an immensely powerful aura. The surroundings fell into eerie silence, save for the rustling of the sinister forest and phantom flowers swaying amidst the waves of energy. Wang Hao's inner energy instinctively began to circulate, cloaking his body in a pale blue light. Activating his eye of clarity, he immediately witnessed a horrifying scene. A massive demonic shadow was absorbing all the surrounding power, like a whale devouring the sea. Nearby, numerous demons and human martial artists were struggling desperately to resist this all-consuming force. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the distant demonic shadow, his heart skipping a beat. The oppressive energy was palpable, even at the edges of the core zone. Am I going to die here? I shouldn't have come to the Demon Heart Forest in the first place. Manhwa is too powerful, several leagues above Moda and Lin Chang, the top genius on the heavenly rankings. His strength is suffocating. That's Manhwa? Wang Hao's eyes widened. He could clearly hear the low murmurs from those around him echoing in his mind. Staring at the colossal shadow in the distance, Wang Hao realized this was Manhwa, the top-tier genius of the ancient demon clan, possessing an SSS-level talent. His heart pounded rapidly. What an unexpected coincidence that Manhwa would also be in the depths of the Demon Heart Forest. That figure surrounded by lightning in the distance must be Lin Chang, and Moda was nearby as well. What a lively gathering. Wang Hao carefully studied the situation before him. From the conversations he overheard, Wang Hao deduced that Manhwa intended to break through to the demon general level, equivalent to a grandmaster realm, by leveraging the phantom demonic energy in the forest. What's more, it seemed that after his breakthrough, Manhwa planned to massacre all the humans present. These people were stalling for time, but if they didn't act now and let Manhwa break through, they'd all be doomed. Wasn't this suicidal? Wang Hao thought to himself. First, he needed to copy Manhwa's talent. Whether or not he could defeat Manhwa, at the very least, he'd have an escape plan. Using his eye of clarity, Wang Hao scanned the core area. Manhwa truly lived up to his reputation as the top genius on the heavenly rankings. His presence alone dominated the entire region. Surrounding him were several grandmaster-level experts. What are you all standing around for? Show some real skill. Are you just going to sit back and watch Manhwa break through? Wang Hao shouted loudly. His words jolted everyone awake. That's right, they couldn't just sit around and wait to be slaughtered after Manhwa's breakthrough. In the distance, Lin Chang froze for a moment, his expression instantly turning icy. He had actually been intimidated by Manhwa, so much so that he didn't even have the courage to intervene. The human martial artists began launching attacks on Manhwa, but Manhwa seemed oblivious, continuing to absorb the surrounding energy at an incredible rate. Moda's eyes locked onto the scene, and he immediately led the demons into an intense battle with the humans. The situation quickly descended into chaos. Lin Chang and Moda clashed fiercely, their energies colliding in a storm of demonic power and elemental forces, unleashing violent bursts of strength with every exchange. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. Now was the perfect opportunity to approach Mo Luo. Once Mo Luo broke through, replicating his talent would become exponentially harder. Channeling his inner energy rapidly, Wang Hao activated Demonic Shadow. Step and charged toward Mo Luo like a streak of lightning. Many demons attempted to block his path, but they were effortlessly subdued the moment they clashed with him. From a distance, Mo Tang, who was locked in battle with Lin Chang, noticed Wang Hao's movements. You little brat, how dare you? Mo Tang's voice trembled with terror as he witnessed his subordinates being easily defeated. If Mo Luo's breakthrough failed because of his inability to stop this, the consequences were unimaginable. No matter what, he couldn't allow it to happen. Lin Chang's body surged with thunderous energy, violently striking against Mo Tang. Stop that brat. Don't let him get near Lord Mo Luo. Mo Tang roared, his sharp voice echoing throughout the core region. The surrounding demons abandoned their current fights and lunged toward Wang Hao. But his speed was astonishing. In just a few breaths, he had covered most of the distance. As he neared Mo Luo, Wang Hao felt an overwhelming pressure. He pushed his celestial soul forging technique to its limit, and the celestial seal gently shielded his mind. At the same time, the thunder body refinement art formed a protective layer of lightning around him. Almost there. Wang Hao's heart pounded wildly as he closed in. Before him, Mo Luo sat motionless, radiating an oppressive force. For a brief moment, Wang Hao felt as though Mo Luo's eyes had opened. Ding! An SSS-grade talent has been detected 3 meters ahead. Would you like to replicate it? The system's notification chimed in his mind. Are you kidding me? Don't waste time, just do it. Wang Hao cursed inwardly. Ding! Replication successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the SSS-grade talent spatial matrix. You now command the power of space, allowing for instantaneous movement or attacks within a defined range. Please explore its specific functions on your own. The system's voice echoed in his mind, confirming the acquisition. Spatial matrix? SSS grade? Before Wang Hao could even savor his excitement, he realized Mo Luo had disappeared. In the next instant, a titanic force erupted, threatening to shatter Wang Hao's very will. Not good. Mo Luo has awakened. Without hesitation, Wang Hao activated his newly acquired talent. Shua! With a sharp tearing sound, Wang Hao's body vanished from his original spot. Boom! At the exact moment Wang Hao disappeared, a terrifying power obliterated the ground where he had just stood. Space itself seemed to rupture, with endless streams of void energy spilling forth. Ha! A flicker of intrigue crossed Mo Luo's eyes. This human warrior was interesting. He had actually evaded Mo Luo's strike. Moreover, the aura within this human felt oddly familiar. The strange technique he had used to vanish resembled Mo Luo's own spatial powers. But it must be a mistake. Probably just a spatial talisman, Mo Luo mused. After all, spatial talismans also allowed for short-range teleportation. Forget it. A mere insect, Mo Luo sneered inwardly. So what if he has spatial powers? Do you think my accomplishments as Mo Luo are solely due to my spatial talent? With a cold laugh, Mo Luo's aura exploded outward. The demons in the core region were consumed with fervent excitement and reverence. Congratulations, Lord Mo Luo, on breaking through to Demon General. Congratulations, Lord Mo Luo, on breaking through to Demon General. Congratulations, Lord Mo Luo, on breaking through to Demon General. The loud celebrations echoed as the demons around Mo Luo cheered, their eyes filled with fanatic admiration. But among the human warriors, despair swept through like a tidal wave. Their faces paled as hope drained away. Mo Luo had broken through. It was over. In a remote corner of the Devil's Heart Forest, Wang Hao gasped for air. His clothes were in tatters, and his mask was completely shattered. His body was covered in bruises and blood, trembling uncontrollably. Mo Luo was terrifying, far beyond anything Wang Hao had imagined. A lingering fear gripped his heart as he recalled the encounter. Thankfully, he had managed to replicate the talent before Mo Luo fully awakened. Otherwise, just the thought of that devastating force made Wang Hao shiver. The attack hadn't even landed on him, yet the pressure alone was almost unbearable. If it had struck him directly, Wang Hao dared not imagine the outcome. Indeed, the number one on the heavenly talent rankings wasn't just an empty title. That level of power was truly monstrous. Wang Hao retrieved several healing pills from his spatial ring and swallowed them in quick succession. Then, he changed into clean clothes. The vital greenwood technique began to circulate within his body, while the high-grade spirit crystal in his hand was absorbed continuously. Under the combined effects of the pills and the technique, his injuries slowly began to heal. Half a day later, his body had mostly recovered. He opened the attribute panel and silently recited in his mind: Name, Wang Hao. Talents, Divine Speed. Physique, SSS, Spatial. Matrix, SSS, Void Shadow, S-Class, Extreme Frost, S-Class, Martial Realm, Innate 7th Level Martial Master Soul Realm, Spirit Grade Initial Level Mentalist Cultivation Method, Greenwood Chi Creation Techniques, Blade. Momentum, Great Achievement, increases blade power by 150%, Fist Momentum, Minor Achievement, increases fist power by 80%, Soul Refinement Martial Art, Star Soul Refinement Technique, S-Class, Proficient, Blade Martial Arts, Blazing. Blade Technique, B-Class, Beginner, Ninefold Blade Technique, C-Class, Mastered, Shadow Blade Technique, D-Class, Perfected, Heavenly Origin Blade, I-Class, Mastered, Wind Slicing Blade Technique, E-Class, Mastered, Body Refinement. Martial Arts, Thunder Body Refinement Technique, C-Class, Mastered, Vajra Technique, E-Class, Mastered, Fist Martial Arts, Thunderbolt Fist, C-Class, Perfected, Falling Cloud Palm, F-Class, Mastered, Movement Martial Arts, Shadow Devil. Steps, C-Class, Mastered, Ethereal Step Technique, E-Class, Perfected, Support Martial Arts, Spirit Clearing Eye, D-Class, Skilled, Divine Breath Technique, C-Class, Skilled, Special Martial Arts, 9 Nether Frost Force, SS-Class. Beginner, Vitality, 1750 Soul, 130 time until next copy, 30 days. With the addition of the Spatial Matrix talent, Wang Hao felt a mysterious force surging within him. It seemed as though he could traverse space at will. Earlier, in his panic, he had directly teleported to the other side of the Demon Heart Forest using spatial power. However, after utilizing the spatial force, he felt a significant drain on his energy. He continued experimenting with this new talent on the spot. After a while, he finally grasped the basics of its usage. Not only could he consume spatial energy for teleportation, but he could also open small spatial rifts, sending objects into the depths of the void. However, due to his limited strength, he could only create tiny rifts and couldn't send living beings away. Additionally, spatial energy could be combined with other attacks, enabling him to redirect them to his enemy's vicinity. This talent seemed incredibly practical. Survival was paramount. If it weren't for this spatial power, he would have likely died earlier. Wang Hao felt a chill run through him. That demon, Morrow, was terrifying. Just a second's delay would have spelled his end. He must be more cautious in the future. Wang Hao took a deep breath. At that moment, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the core of the Demon Heart Forest. It seemed some immensely terrifying presence was lurking there. It was time to leave this battlefield of demons, Wang Hao thought. His mission here was essentially complete. He had copied a talent, obtained the nether crystal, and collected some firelingji. Though the haul wasn't abundant, the 300 premium-grade essence crystals in Yi Yun's possession were enough to sustain his cultivation for a while. As for the battles in the core area, Moro was not someone he could deal with at the moment. When I grow stronger, I'll make sure to eliminate every single one of them. With that, Wang Hao put his thoughts aside and sprinted toward the exit of the demon battlefield. In the core of the Demon Heart Forest, a terrifying demonic shadow flickered incessantly. The surrounding martial artists were torn apart like paper in its presence. Even Grandmaster level experts were no exception. Before Moro, they were all weaklings. The surrounding demons grew increasingly fanatical as they watched Moro's frenzied slaughter. Lin Chang felt a chill down his spine. Moro had just broken through to a demon general, yet his strength had skyrocketed to such an absurd degree, it was utterly horrifying. This level of power was simply beyond imagination. Even a 6th grade Grandmaster might not be able to match him. At this point, Lin Chang had no choice but to grit his teeth and attempt a breakthrough. He had made up his mind. Originally, he had planned to wait until his mentalist rank reached spirit grade high level before seizing the opportunity to break through to Grandmaster, thus becoming a profound grade mentalist in one fell swoop. But now, he had no choice. If he didn't break through, he would likely die here. Lin Chang took a deep breath. Then, the thunderous energy within his body surged to its limit, as if a powerful force was raging uncontrollably. Inside him, the golden core within his body began to slowly dissolve, transforming into a pristine white Yuan mansion. Lin Chang retrieved several radiant pills from his spatial ring and swallowed them all in one go. As the pills entered his body, the condensation of his Yuan mansion visibly accelerated. Moro, sir. Lin Chang is attempting to break through to Grandmaster. Mo Tang shouted loudly, his aura of vital energy and blood already condensed into a tangible form. Upon hearing this, Moro glanced at Lin Chang, his eyes filled with mockery. Let him break through. I'd like to see what this human prodigy is capable of. Moro waved dismissively as he spoke. Mo Tang shot Lin Chang a vicious glare but ceased, gathering his vital energy. The other demons around also stopped attacking, their eyes filled with disdainful provocation as they stared at Lin Chang. To them, even if Lin Chang broke through to Grandmaster, he was nothing but a feeble chicken. If Moro wanted to toy with him, so be it. Seeing that the surrounding demons had halted their attacks, Lin Chang let out a sigh of relief. With the aid of various pills, the Yuan mansion within his body gradually took shape, and the power of thunder surged rapidly. The surviving human warriors each had eyes filled with hope, eagerly awaiting Lin Chang's breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm, hoping he could annihilate these demons. Meanwhile, the demons wore expressions of disdain, thinking to themselves, him? Lin Chang? What a joke, After a while, Lin Chang's Yuan mansion finally began to solidify within his body. A unique aura of a Grandmaster began to emanate from him. Violent thunder power enveloped his entire body, making him resemble a raging thunder god of war. This overwhelming aura weighed so heavily on everyone present that they felt as though they could barely breathe. Not far away, Mo Tang stared at Lin Chang, who had just broken through, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. But soon, his anger was suppressed by fear. So what if he broke through? Before Lord Mo Luo, everyone dies. Lin Chang, I'll give you a chance. If you join our ancient demon clan, I will spare your life and even help you condense the demonic body of our clan. As Lin Chang completed his breakthrough, an icy voice echoed through the air. The moment this voice rang out, a suffocating pressure like a mountain descended upon everyone and every demon present. Is this Mo Luo? Just one sentence unleashed such horrifying oppressive power. Mo Tang, upon hearing Mo Luo's words, was filled with envy. The chance to condense the demonic body of the ancient demon clan was a dream many coveted but could never attain. Even within the demon clan, countless individuals longed for it. And now, Lord Mo Luo had personally come to recruit a human warrior. Mo Tang dared not harbor any thoughts against Mo Luo and could only glare venomously at Lin Chang. Lin Chang squinted slightly, a cold smirk forming in his heart. Join the demon clan? What a joke! The other warriors around also sneered in disdain. Join the demon clan? Ridiculous. Mo Luo, I'm going to kill you. Lin Chang's gaze turned icy as arcs of thunder power surged forth, striking directly at Mo Luo. Around him, the warriors cheered him on. Mo Luo's lips curled into a faint smirk. How reckless. Very well, let me show you true power, he said. The moment his words fell, his figure suddenly vanished. Lin Chang's heart sank. Where is he? Boom. A powerful force struck fiercely, as if delivering a cataclysmic blow. Lin Chang's thunder power dissipated in an instant. The unbearable pain from the impact almost made him lose consciousness. Bang! Lin Chang's body was thrown heavily onto the ground of the Demon Heart Forest, creating a massive crater. Lin Chang, The surrounding warriors were stunned, their faces full of disbelief as they watched Lin Chang get defeated in just one exchange. Asterisk, how could this be? The gap between Lin Chang and Mo Luo's strength is this vast? And he just broke through to the Grandmaster realm. Asterisk, the demons, on the other hand, wore expressions of cold indifference, as if it was only natural. Kill all these humans, Mo Luo ordered flatly. Immediately, the demon clan's monsters charged at the humans. Screams and cries of despair quickly filled the core region. Before long, all the humans in the core region were slaughtered by the demons. Lord Mo Luo, it seems Lin Chang is still breathing, Mo Tang said, stepping on Lin Chang's body as if crushing a bug. Mo Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. He survived my attack, take him back, Mo Luo said indifferently. With that, the group left the Demon Heart Forest. On the outskirts of the Demon Heart Forest, Wang Hao fled at full speed. He had no idea what fate awaited those in the core region, but he knew he was powerless to save them. Good luck to you all. Wang Hao sighed silently in his heart. After some time, Wang Hao finally left the Demon Heart Forest, heading toward the entrance of the Demon Battlefield. At the outskirts of the Demon Battlefield. Hey, stop. I have questions for you. A cold voice suddenly echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Frowning as he sprinted forward, Wang Hao wondered, asterisk, who is this? Asterisk, boom. 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 Before he could respond, a powerful shockwave surged toward him. Swish. 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 Wang Hao quickly reacted with his spiritual power, deftly dodging the attack. The shockwave struck the ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Another icy voice rang out. Immediately after, several even stronger shockwaves came hurtling toward him. With the Shadow Demon step activated, Wang Hao easily evaded the attacks. The demon battlefield echoed with loud explosions one after another. Wang Hao used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings and finally spotted two figures on a distant hillside. One of them had only one arm, while the other stared at him coldly with piercing eyes. Emotion, Wang Hao narrowed his eyes and activated the Spirit Clarity Eye, instantly discerning the two figures on the hill. Who's the other one? Wang Hao focused on the distant figure. The other individual was also from the demon clan, with sharp spikes protruding from his body. His entire figure was pitch black, save for his glowing red eyes. Hisses. Before long, Emotion and the demon charged directly at him. The Dark Mountain held a piece of paper in his hand, depicting a young man wearing a mask. Have you seen this person? If you tell me where he is, I can let you die a little more comfortably, the Dark Mountain said coldly. Looking at the handsome young man on the paper, the Dark Mountain felt a surge of irritation, wishing he could tear the picture apart right then and there. From a distance, Wang Hao observed the drawing. Wasn't that just himself in a mask? So, this guy has brought some big shot to seek revenge, Wang Hao thought with a smirk. But what a pity you're face to face with me and you can't even recognize me. Suppressing a cold laugh, Wang Hao's inner energy began to flow steadily. A powerful, oppressive aura emanated from his body. The expressions on the Dark Mountain and Demon Chi's faces instantly turned to fear. They had been tirelessly searching for the one who had severed the Dark Mountain's arm, killing numerous human martial artists along the way, but to no avail. Yet now, this man standing before them, he was clearly only at the 5th layer of the Hotian realm. How could this be? Boom! 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 Without employing any martial techniques, Wang Hao unleashed a fierce attack using only his extreme cold force and the 9 nether freezing energy. The Dark Mountain and Demon Chi were struck by the overwhelming cold, their bodies instantly engulfed in bone-piercing frost. Just before being completely frozen, the Dark Mountain seemed to realize something. 5th layer of the Hotian realm, extreme cold force. It's you, he shouted in disbelief. The Dark Mountain couldn't have imagined that he would encounter the very person who had severed his arm here. Regret and anguish filled his heart. Wang Hao's strength far exceeded his expectations. He had thought that bringing Demon Chi along would guarantee a victory, but now everything had gone terribly wrong. If only he had brought his elder brother along. Correct. Your reward is a chance to start over, Wang Hao said icily. The overwhelming fear on the faces of the Dark Mountain and Demon Chi reflected their despair. Wang Hao's chilling power left them completely defenseless. In the next moment, Wang Hao's energy surged again. The two demons were frozen solid by the 9 nether freezing energy, turned into icy sculptures. Moments later, the ice shattered, and the two demons were no more. Wang Hao collected the spoils from their bodies and left the area swiftly. Not long after Wang Hao departed, a figure emerged from the void in the desolate battlefield of demons. How interesting, to think such a character has appeared, a surprised voice echoed through the barren expanse. A young man dressed in a flowing white robe stepped gracefully out of the void. He looked like a serene immortal, walking elegantly across the grim battlefield. He stopped before the shattered remains of the Dark Mountain and Demon Chi, a trace of curiosity gleaming in his eyes. A Hotian realm cultivator mastering an SS-level martial art? There's actually someone this extraordinary among the humans, the young man murmured, picking up a still intact shard of the ice. Though Wang Hao's technique was still immature and couldn't fully unleash the power of an SS-level martial art. It was already incredibly impressive, the young man thought to himself. Young master, what brings you here? A middle-aged man appeared from the void, his voice calm and respectful. The young man didn't turn around. He merely crushed the ice shard in his hand with a light squeeze. Uncle Chen, have you ever seen someone in the Hotian realm capable of mastering an SS-level martial art? He asked. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Young master must be joking. For someone in the Hotian realm to master an SS-level martial art is nearly impossible. Even S-level martial arts require a grandmaster-level cultivator at the very least, let alone SS-level techniques. The young man smiled faintly but said nothing. A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. Uncle Chen, classify all the information we've gathered about Wang Hao from Imperial Capital Academy as top secret, the young man ordered, his tone laced with intrigue. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, puzzled. Top secret? For someone from Imperial Capital Academy? Young master, such treatment is usually reserved for peak martial saints and martial gods. Are you sure it's appropriate to apply it to someone who hasn't even reached the grandmaster level yet? The man's brows furrowed. In hesitation, the young man stretched lazily, sunlight illuminating his handsome face like a radiant halo. Uncle Chen, trust my judgment. Just do as I say, he replied, with a wave of his hand. The middle-aged man nodded. Understood, young master. I'll take care of it immediately. Back in the imperial capital, Wang Hao returned to the ultimate martial arts hall after completing the Fire Ganoderma mission. Inside the chi refinement chamber of the hall, he took out the spatial rings he had retrieved from the Dark Mountain and the other demon. As his spiritual sense delved into the rings, he sensed a variety of rare treasures within, along with some high-quality yuan crystals. However, with several hundred supreme-grade yuan crystals already in his possession, Wang Hao barely spared a glance at these high-quality ones. These demons are pitifully poor, he thought with a sigh. All their rare treasures and high-quality yuan crystals combined aren't worth even 10 billion star coins. Compared to someone like Yi Yun, one of those second-generation martial heirs, they were nothing. After organizing the spoils, Wang Hao stored them away. The memory of the formidable Mo Luo resurfaced in his mind. The scene in the heart of the Demon Heart Forest replayed vividly. That kind of overwhelmingly oppressive power, was it really just a newly ascended Grandmaster-level demon? Wang Hao had always been confident in his own strength, but now, his heart was unsettled. He possessed dual SSS-grade talents, mastered SS-grade martial arts, soul forging techniques, and several C-grade martial arts as well, yet he still wasn't confident he could take down that Moloch. The gap in strength was simply too vast. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao steadied himself. At present, he was only at the 7th level of the innate realm. Although he had mastered formidable SS-grade martial arts, he couldn't yet unleash their full potential. If he were at the Grandmaster realm too, would that Moloch still dare to be so arrogant? Wang Hao sneered inwardly. He could slap him into oblivion with ease. As for Lin Chang's SS-grade thunder talent, it seemed unlikely Wang Hao would have the chance to acquire it now. Wang Hao mused, regrettably, that Lin Chang had no hope of surviving against such an immensely powerful Moloch. It was a shame, really. He estimated that he'd need to break through 2 more realms before he'd stand a chance at killing that demon. Resolving to continue cultivating and improving his strength, Wang Hao silently vowed to himself. Placing several top-tier energy crystals around him, he began rapidly absorbing their pure energy. In his hands, he gripped 2 underworld crystals tightly. Coupled with the dense energy in the cultivation chamber, the elemental force around Wang Hao condensed into a tangible form. The underworld energy and pure elemental force relentlessly surged through his body. His body trembled continuously within the cultivation chamber, while his meridians, under the assault of the underworld energy, grew unusually resilient. At the same time, the vital energy Greenwood technique diligently repaired the damage caused by the intense energy flow. If anyone else witnessed Wang Hao's cultivation process, they would have been utterly shocked. Even grandmasters wouldn't dare to train this way. The energy within those top-tier crystals was far more potent than ordinary ones, let alone the underworld crystals, whose energy was profoundly intense. With 2 such powerful forces coursing through him, the excruciating pain would have been unbearable for most people. Yet, with the help of these top-tier energy and underworld crystals, Wang Hao's strength climbed steadily. For the next stretch of time, he devoted himself entirely to cultivation within the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion. Apart from practicing the 9 Nether Frost technique, he also trained in the Blazing Fireblade technique and the Thunderstrike Fist. At night, he practiced the Asterisk Stellar Soul Forging technique Asterisk and meticulously studied parts of the Soulfire Pill Codex. Though he hadn't yet tried it in practice, he was beginning to gain some insights. Time slipped away in the midst of his relentless efforts. In the magic capital, a lavish villa stood amidst a sprawling estate filled with rare and precious flowers. Feng Ruoshi stared at the blood-stained golden inner armor before her, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes were red and swollen, glistening with unshed tears. Yuner, I swear. I will find the one who killed you. Fang Ruoshi murmured, her voice low and hoarse. Around her, a group of Yi family servants stood frozen, their lifeless bodies leaking blood from their slashed throats. The scent of blood filled the entire courtyard, mingled with an unbearable stench. A yard once pristine and orderly now exuded an ominous and chilling aura. Ruoshi, what happened to Yuner? Yi Fan burst into the courtyard, the overpowering smell of blood failing to faze him in the slightest. Brother Fan, Yuner, he. Fang Ruoshi broke into uncontrollable sobs, collapsing against Yi Fan's shoulder. Yi Fan's eyes burned with unquenchable rage. Someone had dared to kill his son. Holding Fang Ruoshi gently, his gaze fell on the shattered, blood-soaked golden inner armor beside her. His heart trembled. He had crafted that armor for his son with his own hands, and now it lay in pieces, stained with his son's blood. As much as Yi Fan wanted to deny it, he couldn't escape the harsh truth: Yi Yun was dead. On that perilous battlefield of demons, Yi Yun had been nothing more than a ninth-grade grandmaster. Yi Fan knew his son's strength all too well. Yi Yun's power was entirely built on rare treasures and resources. He hadn't mastered any special martial arts, and his combat prowess was even weaker than some warriors in the innate realm. Ruoshi, I swear I'll find the one who killed Yuner. Yi Fan's voice was heavy yet resolute. Fang Ruoshi said nothing, though the pain on her face deepened. During Wang Hao's grueling training sessions at the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion, the news of Yi Yun's death began to spread. After all, Yi Yun was the only son of Yuanming martial sage. Not long ago, he had even been offering a massive online bounty to find the masked brother. Later, Yi Fan had spent an astronomical trillion star coins searching for Yi Yun's whereabouts, only to find a single blood-stained golden inner armor. The armor had been discovered on the demon battlefield. Coming to terms with his son's death, Yi Fan issued a trillion star coin bounty, vowing to uncover the identity of Yi Yun's killer. This stirred a frenzy. Countless grandmasters and even higher-ranked martial artists flocked to the outskirts of the demon battlefield, scouring it for clues. The area was turned inside out by the sheer number of experts. Meanwhile, another incident was drawing widespread attention. In the Demon Heart Forest, the ancient demon clan's Moloch broke through to Demon General, slaughtering every human warrior in the forest. Only Lin Chang of the Imperial Academy managed to escape, achieving a breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm mid-battle. Severely injured, he barely survived. 7 days later, inside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, scattered around Wang Hao were numerous fragments of prime-grade Yuan crystals. The eerie nether chi and the pure energy condensed within the supreme Yuan crystals were continuously absorbed into his body. The surrounding air, corroded by the nether chi, felt heavy and oppressive. Coupled with the circulation of the 9 nether frost energy within him, the temperature of the cultivation chamber plummeted sharply. After a while, as the nether chi and Yuan energy were fully absorbed, Wang Hao's aura surged dramatically. Boom, 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 boom. A powerful shockwave rippled through the entire cultivation room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 8th level of the Xiantian realm. Vitality plus 250. The familiar voice of the system echoed in Wang Hao's mind. The surrounding nether chi and the heaven and earth energy were gradually absorbed completely by Wang Hao. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the faint glow of nether chi swirling within them. The Yuan energy in his body also began to stabilize. Finally, he had broken through. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Spending 20 supreme Yuan crystals and 10 nether crystals, Wang Hao's cultivation had advanced from the 7th to the 8th level of the Xiantian realm. He opened his attribute panel and silently recited: Name, Wang Hao, Talent, Divine Body of Speed, SSS, Space Matrix, SSS, Void Shadow, S-grade, Absolute Frost, S-grade, Martial Arts Realm, Xiantian 8th Level Martial Master, Soul Realm, Elementary Spirit Grade Mentalist, Techniques, Azure Wood Chi Cultivation Method, Skills, Blade. Momentum, Mastered, increases blade technique power by 150%, Fist Momentum, Proficient, increases fist technique power by 80%, Soul Refining Martial Arts, Star. Soul Refining Technique, S-grade, Proficient, Blade Techniques, Fiery Blade Technique, B-grade, Proficient, Ninefold Blade Technique, C-grade, Mastered, Shadow Blade. Technique, D-grade, Perfected, Heaven's Edge / E-grade, Mastered, Wind Slashing Blade, E-grade, Mastered, Body Refining Martial Arts, Thunder Body Refining. Technique, C-grade, Mastered, Diamond Technique, E-grade, Mastered, Fist Techniques, Thunder Sky Strike, B-grade, Beginner, Thunderbolt Fist, C-grade, Perfected. Falling Cloud Palm, F-grade, Mastered, Movement Techniques, Shadow Devil Step, C-grade, Mastered, Ethereal Step, E-grade, Perfected, Support Techniques, Spirit. I, D-grade, Skilled, Divine Breath Technique, C-grade, Skilled, Special Techniques, 9 Nether Frost Energy, SSS grade, Beginner, Alchemy, Soulfire Alchemy. Method, Saint grade, Beginner, Vitality, 2000, Soul, 165, time remaining until next copy ability, 23 days. Looking at the attribute panel, Wang Hao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The past few days of hard work had finally paid off. Not only had his B-grade martial art, fiery blade technique, reached a proficient level, but he had also just begun learning a new B-grade martial art, Thunder Sky Strike, as well as the alchemy art, Soulfire Alchemy Method. To his surprise, Soulfire Alchemy Method turned out to be a Saint-grade alchemy technique, which left Wang Hao astonished. He quickly looked up the levels of alchemy techniques, which were divided into Jade, Spirit, Profound, Saint, and Divine grades. In other words, mastering a Saint-grade alchemy technique meant he could craft Saint-grade pills. Moreover, Soulfire Alchemy Method wasn't just about alchemy, it also possessed high offensive capabilities. By condensing Soulfire with mental power, it could deal significant damage to enemies. This gift was extraordinarily valuable. Wang Hao took a deep breath, recalling the alchemist Zhang from the Mystic Pill Sanctuary who had gifted him this treasure upon their first meeting. His heart was filled with gratitude. What a generous person. In the future, Wang Hao thought he might never run out of yuan crystals again. As long as he focused on alchemy, yuan crystals would flow to him like water. Oh, right, today was the day for the monthly assessment. Wang Hao suddenly remembered. The first place winner of the monthly assessment could train in the yuan energy pool for 7 days and in the Enlightenment Divine Realm for 3 days. He was absolutely determined to secure first place. Truthfully, Wang Hao's strength had already been unmatched within the Xiantian realm. Now that he had broken through to the 8th level, winning the monthly assessment should be no challenge at all. With enough power, claiming first place was merely a formality. Organizing his thoughts, Wang Hao left the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and headed toward the Imperial Capital Academy. Within the academy, the atmosphere remained steeped in martial fervor. Everywhere, students were sparring and discussing combat techniques. Wang Hao glanced around, feeling somewhat detached from the school. His days were spent either cultivating or fighting. Many students recognized Wang Hao and greeted him enthusiastically. After all, Wang Hao had once effortlessly defeated Zhang Wentao in the martial arena without even suppressing his cultivation level. Such strength was simply unbelievable. While others his age were still struggling with the body refining realm, Wang Hao was already effortlessly defeating top-tier Xiantian talents. The disparity left everyone who knew the story utterly shocked. But the facts were undeniable, and no one doubted Wang Hao's prowess. Have you heard? The ancient demon clan's manhwa went on a relentless killing spree against our human warriors in the Demon Heart Forest. Only Lin Chang managed to escape after breaking through to the Grandmaster level. Yeah, that manhwa is terrifying. He had just ascended to become a 9th-ranked demon general, but could easily crush 7th-ranked grandmasters. It's insane. I wonder when our human race will produce someone that strong. Lin Chang is impressive, but he's still far off compared to manhwa. Sai, the ancient demon clan has naturally powerful bodies. They're among the top-tier demon races. Producing someone on par with manhwa would be incredibly difficult. Around him, many classmates were discussing manhwa. Wang Hao's formidable mental strength allowed him to hear every word clearly. Lin Chang actually escaped, he thought to himself. To survive against such a terrifying manhwa and his numerous demon subordinates, Lin Chang must be quite formidable. It seems I've found my next target to replicate. Lin Chang it is. Over the past few days of training, Wang Hao had gained a more precise understanding of his own strength. He could handle ordinary 8th-rank grandmasters without much issue, but when it came to 8th-rank grandmasters with exceptional talent, he wasn't as confident. Grandmasters in the Yuanfu stage were on a completely different level compared to innate martial artists in the Xiantian stage. Whether it was the intensity of yuan energy or their diverse combat techniques, these weren't things that could be easily overcome. Not to mention, grandmasters could fly through the air. If it weren't for Wang Hao mastering a powerful mental ability that allowed him to attack from long range, he wouldn't have had any special means to counter them. Some people were still talking about the news of Yi Yan's death. The bounty had shockingly risen to 200 billion. Wang Hao was momentarily stunned. As expected of a martial saint, what wealth! 200 billion would be enough for him to train all the way to grandmaster status. Wang Hao shook his head lightly and ignored the chatter around him, striding quickly toward the Xinwu class. A while later, Wang Hao crossed through the campus and arrived directly at the Xinwu class. The gravitational suppression along the path no longer affected him in the slightest. He passed through it with ease. Inside the Xinwu class, many students were already waiting. Today was the monthly assessment, and many students who had been training outside had returned. After all, the training slots in the Yuan energy pool and the Dao Insight realm were incredibly precious. Wang Hao, you're finally here. Wang Hao had just stepped into the Xinwu class when he heard a cheerful voice. Chun Shou walked over to him with a smile. That's Wang Hao? The one who defeated Zhang Wentao? I can't believe it. Wang Hao's strength is actually that impressive. By the way, why isn't Zhang Wentao here today? Still recovering? I think he's too embarrassed to show up, huh? Several students in the Xinwu class were scrutinizing Wang Hao. After all, anyone who could defeat Zhang Wentao in seconds must have extraordinary strength. Although Zhang Wentao only ranked 18th in last month's assessment, that was still considered above average in the Xinwu class. Some students, however, didn't pay much attention to Wang Hao, believing that he might have used some kind of special secret technique. Besides, many of the top-ranked students from the previous assessment had greatly improved their abilities after training in the Yuan Energy Pool and the Dao Insight Realm. Wang Hao ignored their stares. After greeting Chen Shou, he sat down in his seat and waited for the monthly assessment to begin. Using his mental power to carefully scan the surroundings, Wang Hao noticed that many of his classmates were at the 8th or even 9th level of the Xiantian stage. Even more astonishingly, there were a few quasi-grandmasters among them, with strength reaching the 10th level of the Xiantian stage. It seemed these students were the top elites of the Xinwu class, Wang Hao thought to himself. Still, Lin Chang had already advanced to the grandmaster stage and couldn't participate in this month's assessment. That meant the first place would naturally be mine. Around him, classmates were chatting casually, while some were sparring in martial techniques near the Xinwu class. Chen Shou stayed beside Wang Hao, enthusiastically explaining the details of the monthly assessment. The demons in the void sky mirror varied in strength, but none exceeded the grandmaster level. Moreover, the demons simulated in the void sky mirror had slightly sluggish movements. Even if one's strength was a bit lacking, they could still wear the demons down over time to defeat them. The assessment lasted for 2 hours. After intense battles, rankings would be determined based on the accumulated points. Chen Shou also introduced Wang Hao to the top 16 talents from the previous assessment. Aside from Lin Chang, who had already broken through to the Grandmaster stage, the other 15 students who earned the right to train in the Yuan Energy Pool had all returned. That guy in the black jacket is Yushan, last month's second place. He's a quasi-grandmaster at the 10th level of the Xiantian stage. And the one wearing black glasses is Liao Xiang, who took 3rd place. Chen Shou enthusiastically pointed out the Xinwu class powerhouses, rattling off their names like a treasure trove of information. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. There were actually 4 quasi-grandmasters at the 10th level of the Xiantian stage. It seemed their training in the Yuan Energy Pool had yielded significant results. Wang Hao, can I have a word with you? Just as Chen Shou was introducing the surrounding classmates, a voice came from nearby. Wang Hao turned slowly and saw a young man in a blue shirt smiling at him. Wang Hao, this is Linen from our class. He's at the 9th level of the innate realm, ranked 5th in the last assessment. Rumor has it he might have already broken through to the 10th level, Chen Shou whispered to Wang Hao. What do you want? Wang Hao asked indifferently. Just a guy at the 10th level of the innate realm, nothing more. Wang Hao didn't think Linen could pose any threat to him. Even if Lin Chang, a master-level expert, were to show up, Wang Hao felt confident he could take him on. Let alone this guy who had just barely broken through to the 10th level. Linen paused for a moment, clearly not expecting such a cold response after Wang Hao recognized who he was. Last time, Wang Hao, you defeated Zhang Wentao. You must have won something from him in the process, right? Lin An's eyes flashed with a hint of frost as he spoke. As soon as Linen said this, all the students nearby stopped what they were doing. Since Wang Hao had defeated Zhang Wentao, his strength was certainly not weak. But compared to Linen, a seasoned prodigy, he was still considered no match. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. And what does that have to do with you? Linen stretched lazily, letting out a yawn. I'm willing to offer 50 billion star coins to buy that item. Would you be willing to part with it? Wang Hao stared at Linen with a look that screamed, are you serious right now? Linen, are you out of your mind? 50 billion? Did you eat something funny? Wang Hao's blunt response left everyone around him frozen in shock. People always said Wang Hao was arrogant, but now it seemed he'd elevated arrogance to an entirely new level. He was openly insulting Linen without restraint. This was Linen, after all, the 5th-ranked student in the last monthly assessment. Though ranked 5th, Linen's strength in the Divine Martial class was undoubtedly among the top. Not only that, but Linen was also a core member of the Dragon God Society, a prodigy with exceptional talent. But now Linen's face had turned ashen, as if he'd just bitten into a bitter gourd, his expression dark enough to drip water. He had heard whispers about Wang Hao's fiery temper, but he hadn't expected Wang Hao to be so utterly disrespectful to his face. The surrounding students were all curious, their gazes fixed on Linen, eager to see how he would retaliate. Qin Yang and Wu Yan, meanwhile, had already pulled out some sunflower seeds, settling in to enjoy the show. As for Linan's strength, neither of them gave it a second thought. After Zhang Wentao was effortlessly defeated by Wang Hao, Qin Yang and the others had become die-hard fans of Wang Hao. To them, Wang Hao was simply unstoppable. Linen clenched his fists tightly, his voice cold and sharp. Wang Hao, do you really think beating that trash Zhang Wentao means anything? Wang Hao chuckled. Why? Is your brain malfunctioning, and I'm not allowed to point it out? Linen's forehead veins bulged in fury. This guy was just asking for a beating. Wang Hao, don't be so full of yourself. Let me Tell you, that item is not something you can keep. Linen said, his tone icy. I'm not wasting words with you. Put up 300 billion star coins, and I'll play alone. Otherwise, scram, Wang Hao replied coolly. After encountering beings as terrifying as the Demon Lord, Wang Hao had zero interest in these so-called prodigies from the divine martial class. Talking to them was a complete waste of time. Linen? Never heard of him. Weak as hell. Linen gritted his teeth so hard they almost cracked. This Wang Hao was way too arrogant. The other students watched the two with mounting excitement. I'm asking you one last time, are you really not going to give me, Linen, any face? Linan's expression was so dark it seemed like it might start raining. Wang Hao tilted his head, unreservedly, mocking him. Linen? Who the hell are you? Face? You think you deserve that? Go take a good look in the mirror. This guy, coming straight out the gate demanding 50 billion for the divine demon token, was absolutely laughable. Face? Who do you think you are? A martial saint? A martial god? Wang Hao's words echoed through the divine martial class. The surrounding students felt their heads buzzing, unable to comprehend how Wang Hao had managed to survive this long. Just his sharp tongue alone was enough to stir up a mountain of trouble. Linen was nearly losing it. Fine. 300 billion. If you lose, you hand over the item and kneel to apologize. Linen spat through gritted teeth. At this point, Linen was so provoked by Wang Hao that he was on the verge of losing full control. As one of the top prodigies in the divine martial class and a core member of the Dragon God Society, when had he ever been humiliated like this? And in public, no less. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Another big deal coming his way. Who would have thought this guy actually had 300 billion? Looks really could be deceiving. Linan's declaration only made the surrounding students even more thrilled. 300 billion star coins, this was the largest wager anyone had ever seen in the divine martial class. If you lose, you'll kneel and apologize to me as well. Wang Hao threatened with a cold smile. Linen trembled slightly but gritted his teeth and replied, fine. Who's afraid of who? Whoever concedes first is the loser. The sharp exchange between the two immediately ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Wang Hao, be careful. Linen might have already broken through to the 10th level of the innate realm, which makes him almost at the level of a pseudo-master. Chen Shou whispered cautiously into Wang Hao's ear. Wang Hao nodded slightly and turned to Linen, saying, hand over the 30 billion star coins to me first. If I lose, I promise to return both the coins and the item to you. Linen frowned. Where could he possibly get 30 billion star coins? If you don't have the money, then stop pretending. Get lost. Wang Hao said coldly. This guy, acting tough without the money to back it up. Linan's face darkened. Who would carry billions of star coins on them anyway? Wait a second, I'll call my dad right now to transfer the money. Linen responded coldly, his tone filled with disdain. With that, he pulled out his phone and stepped aside to make the call. Is this guy out of his mind? Wang Hao muttered under his breath as he watched Linen walk away with his phone. Chen Shou couldn't help but twitch his lips and whispered to Wang Hao, Linen's father is a big shot in the martial marketplace. A big shot in the martial marketplace. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Now that's more like it. I love dealing with rich second-generation kids with connections. He immediately regretted his earlier low offer. He should have started with 1 trillion instead. Wang Hao's face was filled with remorse. The surrounding students, seeing his expression, assumed he regretted his actions. In truth, Wang Hao had intended to scare Linen with a high price, never expecting him to actually have the means to come up with such an astronomical amount. Meanwhile, Linen had already reached his father and was discussing something with him. Wang Hao ignored the murmurs of the other students and patiently waited for Linan's response. Not long after, Linen returned with a proud expression. The students, seeing Linan's demeanor, immediately understood that the money had already been transferred. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed. This guy was unbelievable. He actually managed to come up with 30 billion star coins. My dad has transferred 30 billion star coins to me. Are you ready? Linen said coldly. As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to Wang Hao, and the pressure immediately shifted to him. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow and calmly said, then transfer the money to me now, and I'll fight you right away. The surrounding students widened their eyes. Transfer the money first? This was an unusual move. Linen hesitated. This didn't seem right. Weren't fights supposed to happen before any money changed hands? What's the hold up? Even Zhang Wentao transferred the money first. If you're not up for it, just forget it. Wang Hao smirked slightly. And gritted his teeth. Fine. I'll transfer it to you first. With that, Linen used his phone to have Zhang Hu directly transfer the 30 billion star coins to Wang Hao. Seeing the 30 billion star coins credited to his account, Wang Hao was ecstatic inside. Can we begin now? Linen asked coldly, his heart burning with rage. Wang Hao was infuriating, and Linen was determined to teach him a lesson. Wang Hao nodded. We can start. Slap. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Wang Hao delivered a powerful slap. The slap carried the force of the 9 nether frost energy, sending Linen flying instantly. Linen felt his entire body go cold, as though he were on the verge of suffocating. Bang! Linen was flung into the side of the divine martial class area, producing a crisp thud upon impact. The surrounding students were left in a daze. This was a one-hit knockout? How was this possible? Even several quasi-grandmasters at the pinnacle of the innate 10th level were stunned. They knew Lin An's strength after a month of training in the vitality pool. He had already broken through to the quasi-grandmaster level. But Wang Hao, how old was he? And yet he managed to defeat Lin An with a single move? Xin Yang, Chen Shou, and a few other students were beyond thrilled. Wang Hao was always their hero. Wang Hao never let them down. And Lin An? He was just another stepping stone, knocked out in seconds. The whole divine martial class fell silent, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Many couldn't accept the reality of what had just happened. This was Lin An, not some weakling like Zhang Wentao, who was only at the 7th level of the innate stage. Lin An, now unconscious, had completely lost consciousness. After a while, someone finally went over to check on him. A student with healing talents began treating his injuries. Wang Hao's display of this move left no one daring to underestimate him anymore. With such overwhelming strength, even Yu Shan, who ranked second in last month's assessment, might not dare claim victory against Wang Hao so easily. Now with 30 billion star coins in hand, Wang Hao began planning his next moves. He needed to purchase some powerful martial arts techniques for training. The C-rank techniques weren't providing much of a boost to his combat prowess anymore. He would need at least B rank or higher. Moreover, Wang Hao's cultivation level was about to break through to the Grandmaster stage. Once he advanced, he would need to switch to a higher-level cultivation technique. The Sky Martial Academy might not provide him with a free upgrade to a new technique this time, so he'd likely have to spend star coins or contribution points to purchase one himself. This was going to cost a significant amount. Right, after this assessment, I'll go buy the techniques and prepare in advance. I don't want to waste time like last time, Wang Hao thought to himself. After some time, a middle-aged man in a white shirt entered the classroom. This is Master Feng Luo, our examiner for the Divine Martial Class's monthly assessment. Chen Shou whispered to Wang Hao. Wang Hao nodded, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Feng Luo's presence. The oppressive aura was no less intimidating than that of a demon lord, perhaps even someone of the 6th rank or higher. Feng Luo scanned the classroom, greeting the students before directly announcing the start of the monthly assessment. Lin An had just been carried to the infirmary by his classmates, effectively eliminating any chance of him participating in the test. Boom, boom, boom. As Master Feng Luo declared the assessment officially underway, he retrieved a golden, radiant mirror from his spatial ring. The mirror emanated a powerful energy, exuding an air of mystery that was palpable even from a distance. Is this the Void Sky Mirror? Wang Hao asked, his curiosity piqued. The mirror looked impressive, but it didn't resemble a sacred artifact in the slightest. Chen Shou chuckled, explaining, this is a spiritual-grade treasure mirror imbued with the power of the Void Sky Mirror. Through it, we can access the actual Void Sky Mirror and partake in its illusion trials. Wang Hao nodded, understanding the significance. Sacred artifacts weren't something anyone could easily bring out. Not every martial saint owned a sacred artifact, but those who did were undeniably top-tier experts. A sacred artifact could greatly enhance a martial artist's strength, especially at the martial saint level. Even a saint with average talent would gain an overwhelming advantage with such a weapon. Wang Hao mused, inwardly, slightly disappointed that he wouldn't get to see the true Void Sky Mirror this time. Still, being able to take part in the assessment was reward enough. His goal was to secure first place, gain access to the energy pool, and train in the Enlightenment Divine Realm. The other students, meanwhile, watched Master Feng Luo on the podium with excitement. Unlike Wang Hao, not everyone had his level of talent or access to cultivation resources. For most of them, the rewards of the monthly assessment were their only chance to obtain high-grade resources. No matter where you were, resources like the energy pool and the Enlightenment Divine Realm were incredibly rare. Their value couldn't be measured in star coins. Master Feng Luo activated the treasure mirror with an overwhelming surge of elemental energy. The mirror emitted a dazzling radiance, which rapidly expanded outward. Soon, a massive circular pillar of light appeared next to the God Martial class. Those participating, step into the light pillar immediately. Feng Luo commanded in a deep voice. As soon as the words left his mouth, students began moving toward the center of the light pillar one after another. Wang Hao also walked over, his pace steady and measured. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mirror's light enveloped Wang Hao, filling him with a comforting warmth. Moments later, his vision turned completely white as the light consumed everything. So, this is the inside of the void sky. Mirror? Wang Hao muttered as he quickly deployed his powerful spiritual senses to survey his surroundings. It resembled an ancient battlefield, shrouded in a heavy aura of destruction. A suffocating killing intent permeated the air, and in the distance, several ferocious demons locked eyes with Wang Hao, their gazes filled with malice. Boom! 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 Wang Hao's lips curled slightly as he unleashed a surge of potent spiritual energy, blasting it straight toward the demons. The nearest one was instantly obliterated, its life force vanishing into nothingness. The air became thick with the stench of blood and gore. This illusion feels surprisingly realistic, Wang Hao thought to himself, impressed. It was far superior to the knockoff virtual games from his past life. Sacred artifacts truly lived up to their reputation. As Wang Hao's spiritual energy destroyed the distant demon, a name and number appeared in the sky above. Wang Hao, narrowing his eyes slightly, Wang Hao realized that the assessment would only count the number of kills. Names and scores would update in real time. Before long, another name appeared on the leaderboard. Yushan, one that was the runner-up from the last assessment. It seemed like Yushan was poised to compete for second place this time as well. Soon, more and more names began appearing on the leaderboard, but Wang Hao didn't bother checking. Instead, he continued exploring. The Void Sky Mirror hosted a wide variety of demons, most of which were at the innate level of cultivation. It was an ideal place to hone combat skills and gain experience. In the God Martial class, the weaker students had opted out of the assessment entirely. After all, the weakest demons here were at least at the 5th level of the innate stage. While demons weren't particularly intelligent, martial artists in the early stages of the innate realm stood no chance against them. Back in the classroom, a large screen displayed the battle footage of the top 16 students. Wang Hao's strength is insane, he's one-shotting everything. This month's first place is locked in for sure. He's only been in the God Martial class for a month, and he's already dominating the leaderboard. It's ridiculous. Lin didn't lose unfairly. Wang Hao's power is just absurd. The students were glued to Wang Hao's performance, utterly stunned. No matter what kind of demon he encountered, Wang Hao defeated them in an instant. Even demons at the 8th and 9th levels of the innate stage were effortlessly crushed by him. His score surged so far ahead that it became incomprehensible. In less than 30 minutes, Wang Hao had slain 90 innate level demons, averaging 3 kills per minute. Meanwhile, the second-place contender, Yushan, hadn't even reached 20 points yet, a gap of over 70 kills. Inside the Void Sky Mirror, Yushan stared at the leaderboard, his scalp tingling with unease. He had thought that with Lin Cheng's recent breakthrough, securing first place was out of the question but had hoped to hold on to second. However, Wang Hao's performance was beyond belief. Damn, this is ridiculous. He's even stronger than Lin Cheng. Yushan muttered to himself. The gap between him and Lin Cheng had never felt insurmountable, but compared to Wang Hao, he felt utterly insignificant. And it wasn't just Yushan. The other participants in the assessment were equally dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend Wang Hao's overwhelming dominance, although outside, Wang Hao had swiftly defeated Lin, leaving everyone to think it was somewhat of a sneak attack. However, inside the Void Sky Mirror, the battles were genuine, swords clashing and fists flying. The demons within were formidable. Now, Wang Hao was nearing 100 eliminations. Everyone understood in their hearts that Wang Hao's strength far surpassed theirs, even by an entire tier. Wang Hao paid no attention to this. He relentlessly used the blazing blade technique to slay demons, one after another. Against innate level demons, he didn't even bother to use the 9 Nether Frost energy. A casual strike was enough to obliterate them. In the Divine Martial Hall, Master Feng Luo was also watching Wang Hao in the Void Sky Mirror. His eyes were filled with shock. Wang Hao's strength was so monstrous it gave him chills. These innate level demons were like rookies in front of Wang Hao. Could this be the so-called super prodigy of the Heavenly Martial Guild's legends? Feng Luo thought of how it had taken him years of cultivation to reach the Master Realm, and now it all felt like time wasted. Wang Hao had only awakened his talent less than 3 months ago, yet his strength had already reached the Master level. Another hour passed. Wang Hao's score broke 300, and he still hadn't used the 9 Nether Frost energy. If he went all out, he was confident he could multiply his scores several times over. After a while, the monthly assessment finally concluded. Wang Hao secured first place with an overwhelming lead. All the others could only compete for second place. When Wang Hao stepped out, all his classmates' gazes locked onto him in unison. This month's assessment first place, Wang Hao, score 326. Rewards, 7 days of cultivation time in the Vital Energy Pool, and 3 days in the Enlightenment Divine Realm. Second place, Yushan, score 84. Rewards, 5 days in the Vital Energy Pool, and 2 days in the Enlightenment Divine Realm. Third place. When all the students exited the Void Sky Mirror, Master Feng Luo announced the results. The rankings and rewards were revealed. One by one. Yushan's expression was complicated as he looked at Wang Hao, who was the center of everyone's attention in the distance. His emotions were a mix of bitterness and resignation. First, there was Lin Chang, and now an even stronger Wang Hao had appeared. Shan felt like there was no path left for him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with his classmates, Wang Hao left the academy. Directly. He planned to purchase a few master-level cultivation techniques and some powerful martial arts, then head to the vital energy pool in the Enlightenment Divine Realm to maximize his training efficiency. In the Imperial capital, at the Heavenly Martial Guild headquarters. After leaving the Imperial Academy, Wang Hao went straight to the guild's headquarters. Guan Shang was already waiting for him there. Inside an elegant, traditional-style room at the headquarters, Wang Hao held a cup of rich, aromatic tea. He took a sip and finished it in one gulp. Guan Shang, seated next to him, also held a cup of tea, but his movements were far more refined. You're saying you plan to purchase master-level cultivation techniques now? Guan Shang widened his eyes, staring at Wang Hao in disbelief. Wang Hao had only recently broken through to the innate level, and now he wanted to acquire master-level techniques? Was this some kind of joke? Wang Hao scratched his head and said, I feel like I'm close to breaking through to the master level. Guan Shang took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on Wang Hao. A breakthrough to the master level? This quickly? Guan Shang could hardly believe it. He recalled that Wang Hao had only reached the innate level about a month ago, and now, he was already preparing to ascend to the master level? This cultivation speed was simply astonishing. Alright, I'll grant you access to master level and above techniques. Right now, Guan Shang said. Wang Hao's strength had far exceeded his expectations. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he might even surpass me. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, master level and above techniques. Guan Shang immediately activated his smart terminal. Genesis Greenwood. Art, ***, a wood element high-grade saint level technique, the advanced version of the vital Greenwood art, capable of reaching the martial saint realm. Thunderstorm essence art, ***, a lightning element high-grade saint level technique, capable of condensing immense thunder essence with devastating power. Chaotic divine essence art, ***, a top-tier god level technique, containing unparalleled chaotic power, though extremely difficult to cultivate. Supreme void art, ***, a high-grade god level technique, enabling mastery over the power of the void. Wang Hao's eyes widened as he looked at the techniques displayed on Guan Shang's smart terminal. God-level techniques, just as the name implied, they could directly elevate someone to the martial god realm. Above the innate level, techniques were divided into mystic, spirit, saint, and god levels. Mystic techniques suited masters, spirit techniques were for grandmasters, saint techniques could lead directly to the martial saint realm. The value of these techniques varied drastically. Cultivation techniques were the foundation of a martial artist's path and were far more valuable than ordinary martial skills. Take Wang Hao's previous, vital Greenwood art, for example. Even though it could only be cultivated to the innate level, its price was equivalent to that of a standard A-grade martial skill. And the price of a standard A-grade martial skill started at $1 billion. Not only were these techniques prohibitively expensive, but only those recognized by the Heavenly Martial Guild were allowed to cultivate them. Higher-grade techniques like saint and god levels? Ordinary martial artists couldn't even dream of affording them. As for saint-level and divine-level cultivation techniques, they simply cannot be measured by star coins or crystal stones, they are priceless treasures. Looking at the numerous saint-level and divine-level techniques before him, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Can I even afford any of these? Wang Hao sighed and asked. Guan Shang chuckled lightly. Even if you sliced them up and resold them 10 times over, you still couldn't afford one. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Though it was the truth, it was still frustrating to hear. Initially, Wang Hao had planned on selecting a Xian level or spirit level technique to start with. But there were so many saint level and divine level techniques? Just pick one. These were all prepared for you by the martial saint of Qingshan. Once you become stronger, slaying demons and monsters will make obtaining things like this much easier. Guan Shang said with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao felt a warm sense of gratitude. Joining the Sky Martial Association was truly the best decision he had ever made. Without further hesitation, he chose the Primordial Chaos Divine Origin Technique, a top-tier divine-level cultivation method. Guan Shang wasn't surprised by Wang Hao's choice. A top-tier divine-level technique, TSK. If only my aptitude were better. No, scratch that, I still couldn't afford it. As for whether Wang Hao could successfully cultivate it, Guan Shang wasn't worried in the slightest. The martial saint's judgment had never been wrong, and Wang Hao's talent was truly one of a kind. If even he couldn't master it, then no one could. I'll take you to the martial arts tower to inherit the technique. Divine-level techniques can only be learned there, Guan Shang said. Wang Hao nodded. Divine-level techniques were certainly different from ordinary ones. Shortly after, Guan Shang led Wang Hao toward the martial arts tower. After a while, the two finally arrived at the martial arts tower. Surrounding the tower were formidable guards, and it was enveloped by a divine-level formation. A purple-gold radiance shielded the core of the Sky Martial Association. The area around the martial arts tower was bustling with powerful martial artists coming and going. Hall Master Guan, is this the peerless genius you mentioned? Not bad. His talent is indeed extraordinary, someone greeted Guan Shang. As they reached the entrance, many martial artists cast curious glances at Wang Hao. They knew that Guan Shang had recruited a martial artist who was only at the Hotian, postnatal, realm, and now he had already broken through to the Xiantian, innate, realm. Exchanging a few pleasantries, Guan Shang then led Wang Hao directly into the martial arts tower. As soon as Wang Hao stepped inside, he immediately felt an unparalleled martial aura. Various mysterious and profound energies slowly flowed into his mind. His senses became remarkably sharp and active. Standing to the side, Guan Shang observed Wang Hao, who was already immersed in the world of martial arts, and silently waited. Everyone stepping into the martial arts tower for the first time would be influenced by the aura of tens of thousands of techniques and martial arts stored here. The tower itself was an auxiliary sacred artifact, containing immensely powerful energy that greatly benefited martial artists. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your sea-level martial art, Thunderstrike Fist, has advanced to the Divine Understanding realm. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your mastery of fist techniques has reached the grand accomplishment stage, increasing your combat power by 150%. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your B-level martial art, Thunder Heaven Strike, has advanced to the proficient realm. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your D-level martial art, Shadow Blade Technique, has advanced to the Divine Understanding realm. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your D-level martial art, Clear Sight Eye, has advanced to the perfect realm. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your E-level martial art, Ethereal Step, has advanced to the Divine Understanding realm. Mysterious energies continuously erupted from within Wang Hao. His mind was flooded with notifications of breakthroughs, buzzing like an endless stream. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Wang Hao, Guan Shang was utterly astonished. So this is what a top-tier genius looks like? Although he couldn't tell exactly how much Wang Hao had gained, the intensity of the aura alone made it clear that Wang Hao's harvest was tremendous. Guan Shang couldn't help recalling his own first experience in the martial arts tower. Back then, he had only managed to break through in a single D-level martial art, far less impressive than Wang Hao's achievements. Watching Wang Hao now, he was filled with both envy and admiration. After a long while, Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with joy. He hadn't expected the martial arts tower to offer such immense benefits. Nearly all of his martial arts had advanced. It was truly an extraordinary place. This effect only works the first time you're here. After that, it won't happen again. Guan Shang reminded him. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao felt a pang of regret. So this opportunity could only be used once. What? A pity. He opened the attribute interface, silently observing his abilities. Name, Wang Hao. Talents, Divine Speed Physique, SSS, Spatial Matrix, SSS, Void Shadow, S-Rank, Absolute Frost. S-Rank, Martial Realm, 8th Level Innate Martial Master, Spiritual Realm, Entry-Level Spirit Grade Mentalist, Techniques, Azure Wood Chi Creation Manual, Skills, Blade Momentum, Mastery. Increases blade power by 150%, fist momentum, mastery, increases fist power by 150%, soul refining martial arts, stellar soul refining manual, S rank, proficient, blade techniques, blazing, fire blade technique, B rank, proficient, ninefold blade technique, C rank, mastery, shadow blade technique, D rank, mastery, heavenly origin / rank, mastery, wind severing blade technique. E rank, mastery, body refining techniques, thunder body refinement manual, C rank, mastery, diamond manual, E rank, mastery, fist techniques, thunder strike fist, B rank, proficient, raging thunder fist, C rank, mastery, falling cloud palm, F rank, mastery, movement techniques, shadow demon step, C rank, mastery, ethereal steps, E rank, mastery, support techniques. Clear-minded eye, D rank, perfected, divine breath technique, C rank, skilled, special techniques, 9 nether frost aura, SS rank, beginner, alchemy, soulfire pill manual, holy grade, beginner, vitality, 2000, soul, 165, time until next replication, 23 days. Wang Hao thought to himself, these lower-level martial arts have mostly reached the mastery level, making his strength quite formidable. After glancing over his attributes, he stepped into the martial arts tower. Before long, Guan Shang accompanied Wang Hao to the tower. Inside, an elderly man with a ruddy complexion but frail appearance sat quietly. Guan Shang treated him with great respect. After a brief conversation with the elder, Guan Shang instructed Wang Hao to follow elderly inside. Young man, you have impressive talent, but don't let it make you arrogant, elderly advised him as they walked. Thank you for the reminder, elderly. I'll keep it in mind, Wang Hao replied respectfully. Elderly, being older, spoke more as they walked, offering Wang Hao numerous suggestions. Wang Hao listened attentively and responded with politeness. After a while, the two finally reached the top floor of the martial arts tower. Here, divine-grade techniques were stored. Wang Hao scanned the surroundings, observing martial arts manuals of various grades. At the center of the floor, several golden orbs of light shimmered, exuding a mysterious aura. Young man, the one in the middle is the Chaos Divine Origin Manual, Elderly said slowly, his eyes filled with warmth. Wang Hao's gaze locked firmly on the central orb. Elderly, what should I do? Wang Hao asked, taking a deep breath. Elderly smiled, just reach out your hand. Without hesitation, Wang Hao extended his right hand. The moment he touched the orb, an overwhelming flood of information rushed into his mind. A mysterious and chaotic energy enveloped his thoughts. The stars within his consciousness seemed to retreat, as though encountering a powerful force. Soon after, the mysterious information condensed into a seed within his mind. With the seed's appearance, the stars in his consciousness continuously released spiritual energy to nourish it. Is this the seed of the Chaos Divine Origin Manual? Wang Hao wondered silently. Guan Sheng had previously told him that this divine-grade technique would only unlock fully after he broke through to the master level. For now, it merely rooted itself within his mind. Thank you, Elderly. Wang Hao took a deep breath and expressed his gratitude. Elderly nodded with a smile. After acquiring the Chaos Divine Origin Manual, Wang Hao left the martial arts tower. In addition, he purchased several A-grade martial arts techniques from the Tianwu Association, Skystride Steps, an A-grade movement technique providing incredible speed and devastating damage potential. Indestructible Physique. Manual ***, an A-grade body refining technique with unparalleled defensive capabilities. 13 Blades of Heaven, an A-grade blade technique known for its immense offensive power. Looking at the martial arts stored in his spatial ring, Wang Hao couldn't hide his excitement. Guan Sheng gave him a few parting words before allowing him to leave. Leaving the Tianwu Association headquarters, Wang Hao headed straight for the Imperial Academy, intending to train in the vitality pool he'd earned as a monthly assessment reward. At the Imperial Academy, Wang Hao strolled through the campus, taking in the lighthearted and cheerful atmosphere. All around, students were deep in discussions about martial arts or sparring with each other. Several people recognized Wang Hao. Are you Wang Hao? A lively voice called out behind him as he walked. He turned to see a young man in white robes, smiling warmly with a look of admiration in his eyes. Your senior Lin Chang? Wang Hao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The white-robed youth was none other than Lin Chang, someone he had previously encountered in the demonic heart forest. At this moment, Lin Chang looked impeccable in his clean white robes, exuding an extraordinary aura, like a true top-tier genius. Wang Hao couldn't help but recall Lin Chang's desperate struggle against the demonic aura back in the forest. The memory stirred complicated feelings in his heart. Didn't expect Junior Wang Hao to recognize me, Lin Chang said with a smile. Wang Hao scratched his head, wondering why this guy was looking for him. The replication function hasn't refreshed yet. Isn't it too soon for you to show up? The top genius of the Shenwu class at the Imperial Academy, how could I not know who you are? Wang Hao replied. Lin Chang's sharp gaze locked onto Wang Hao. Now you're the #1 genius. I didn't expect you to take first place on your very first monthly assessment. You truly live up to the title of a peerless talent. Lin Chang carried a friendly smile on his face, but inwardly, he was deeply astonished. He was well aware of the strength of Yushan and the others. Although their abilities fell slightly short of his own in the past, the gap wasn't as significant as he had imagined. Isn't that Wang Hao and Lin Chang? The two geniuses are finally meeting. Yeah, one is the newly crowned talent, and the other has already advanced to the Grandmaster level. I wonder what they're planning. Could it be they'll have a match? I heard Wang Hao took first place in today's monthly Shenwu class assessment. His talent and strength are truly extraordinary. The surrounding students, upon seeing the two top-tier geniuses gathered together, became incredibly excited. Everyone was eager to see what kind of sparks would fly between them. I wonder what Senior Lin Chang wants with me, Wang Hao asked indifferently. Lin Chang, standing before him, exuded an invisible pressure, far greater than that of an ordinary 9th-ranked Grandmaster. Lin Chang maintained his warm smile and said, Wang Hao, in half a month, I am hosting a Grandmaster banquet at the Lin family estate. I wonder if you'll have time to attend? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. A Grandmaster banquet? It must be quite the spectacle. But in the end, it's just a celebration of a Grandmaster, isn't it? Without waiting for Wang Hao's reply, Lin Chang retrieved a golden invitation from his spatial ring and handed it to him. If you're free, you're more than welcome to drop by, he added with a smile. Wang Hao nodded and accepted the invitation. If he had time, he'd go. If not, well, no big deal. After handing over the invitation, Lin Chang turned and walked away. Wang Hao watched him leave, contemplating silently. The Lin family was one of the most prestigious families in the imperial capital, rumored to have even produced a martial saint. As the Lin family's top genius of this generation, Lin Chang possessed extraordinary talent and carried an air of legend about him. Whatever. He decided to put it aside for now and deal with it later. Wang Hao then stored the invitation into his spatial ring and continued toward the Imperial Academy's instructor's office. Imperial Academy, Cloud Luo Mountain, Wang Hao, just ahead is our Imperial Academy's vitality pool. Grandmaster Feng Luo said, leading Wang Hao toward the direction of Cloud Luo Mountain. Around Cloud Luo Mountain, numerous powerful guards stood watch. The surrounding atmosphere was rich with vitality, the energy swirling continuously in the air. After the guards confirmed Wang Hao's identity, they allowed him to enter Cloud Luo Mountain. As Wang Hao stepped into the vitality pool, he immediately felt the vitality of heaven and earth surge into his body like a tidal wave. The Greenwood Chi creation technique began operating rapidly. Wang Hao's entire body felt as if every cell had been ignited, buzzing with life. It could go faster. With that thought, Wang Hao reached into his spatial ring and retrieved a nether crystal and a supreme vitality crystal. Activating both the Greenwood Chi creation technique and the 9 nether frost technique, he channeled the nether energy and pure vitality, merging them into a vast ocean of power that continuously surged through his meridians. Time trickled by in this mix of pain and exhilaration as he immersed himself in cultivation. Imperial capital Martial Alliance headquarters. In the conference room of the Martial Alliance headquarters, the leaders of various top-tier factions had gathered. The Tianwu Association, the Dragon God Society, the Phoenix Pavilion. Prominent aristocratic families and organizations had all sent representatives to attend. Low murmurs filled the lower part of the conference room, creating a lively atmosphere. At the head of the room sat an elderly man with snow-white hair. Though he appeared frail, the faint aura of authority emanating from him created an oppressive atmosphere for everyone present. He was Su Tianhe, the vice leader of the Martial Alliance and a seasoned martial sage. Su Tianhe had not made a move in years, but in his youth, he was a supreme talent who had slain countless demon saints and monster saints. No one knew the extent of his power now, though many speculated he might have reached the legendary realm of martial myth. Master Su, what is the reason for this emergency meeting? Asked a middle-aged man in a plain robe with a respectful tone. This man was Wang Rui, the second elder of the Phoenix Pavilion and a formidable expert in his own right. On one side of the room, Wan Shang looked around with a puzzled expression. He had been summoned to the meeting by the Green Mountain martial sage without any explanation. Being invited to such a high-level emergency meeting, Wan Shang felt both thrilled and anxious. Nearly everyone present was a grandmaster of the highest caliber, leaving him, a mere master, feeling small and insignificant. Especially when across the room, Wang Xiong of the Wang family was smiling at him, making him feel even more uneasy. Our martial alliance has discovered an ancient relic in the imperial capital's fallen mountain. Su Tianhe said in his hoarse voice. An ancient relic? As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted with astonished reactions. Hearing the news, Wan Shang couldn't help but clench his fists, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. An ancient relic. No one had anticipated this. No wonder an emergency meeting had to be called. Ancient relics are small, self-contained worlds left behind from ancient times, hiding vast amounts of precious resources, and possibly sacred artifacts. The last expedition into an ancient relic yielded abundant rewards for many. Some obtained ancient divine techniques, others acquired sacred tier weapons. Rumor even had it that someone retrieved supreme-grade divine pills from such a relic. Master Su, are you certain it's an ancient relic? Someone couldn't help but ask, their breath quickening with excitement. Each time an ancient relic opens, a number of powerful individuals are always born from it. Of course, such relics are also fraught with peril. Many gain treasures, but even more fail to make it out alive. Guan Shang remained silent, his fists tightly clenched. Saying nothing, Master Su responded calmly, we've already sent people to verify it. There's absolutely no mistake. As soon as Master Su spoke, the eyes of everyone present lit up with excitement, their eagerness almost tangible. Then, Master Su began to explain the basic details of the secret realm. Only grandmasters and below can enter the relic. An elder from the Dragon God Society couldn't help but ask. Master Su nodded and said, after extensive calculations, it's confirmed that this relic can only allow those of grandmaster level or below to enter. Anyone above that level cannot get in. The crowd silently pondered, if only grandmasters could be sent in, careful planning would be required. Still, this didn't dampen their enthusiasm. Even though they couldn't enter themselves, they could send grandmasters from their respective factions. As long as treasures were retrieved, it would suffice. The meeting room was soon alive with heated discussions about the relic's details, when to enter, how many people to send, how much each faction would contribute. The debates grew more and more spirited, the room buzzing with arguments and flushed faces. At Imperial Capital Academy. At Yunluo Mountain. Within the vitality pool of Yunluo Mountain, Wang Hao's body emitted a dazzling light. The supreme-grade vitality crystals and the nether crystals continuously released nether energy, which Wang Hao absorbed at an astonishing rate. Inside him, his golden core began to slowly dissolve. Finally, the moment of condensing his Yuan mansion had arrived, and Wang Hao couldn't suppress his excitement. With the aid of the vitality pool, the supreme grade vitality crystals, and the nether crystals, Wang Hao's cultivation advanced rapidly. On the 5th day of his cultivation, he broke through to the pinnacle of the 10th level of Inborn Realm, becoming a quasi-grandmaster. Upon reaching this stage, he began to gather vitality, dissolve the golden core, and prepare to condense his Yuan mansion. The process was painstakingly long. Wang Hao even began to doubt whether he could ever break through to the grandmaster level. From the 10th level of Inborn Realm to condensing the Yuan mansion and becoming a grandmaster was a monumental hurdle. Many geniuses found themselves stuck at this juncture, unable to step into the grandmaster realm. Though the difference between a grandmaster and a quasi-grandmaster seemed to be just a single word, the disparity in strength was vast. As soon as one condenses their Yuan mansion and becomes a grandmaster, their lifespan would instantly extend to 500 years. At the same time, their strength would experience a comprehensive transformation, as grandmasters represented the pinnacle of power in this world. Those who could break through to the grandmaster stage were all extraordinary individuals. Even the lowest-tier grandmaster could effortlessly suppress any quasi-grandmaster. Of course, this excluded those rare geniuses capable of defeating opponents across realms. Grandmasters could also manipulate energy to fly, surpassing the limits of ordinary humans. Oh, that's right. Hallmaster Guan gave me a pill to take when my golden core starts dissolving, Wang Hao suddenly remembered. When he had left the Heavenly Martial Guild last time, Hallmaster Guan had given him a pill. Taking it out from his spatial ring without hesitation, Wang Hao swallowed it directly. The moment the pill entered his body, a mysterious energy began coursing through him. His golden core started dissolving at an accelerated pace. Wang Hao closed his eyes slowly, carefully sensing the changes within his body. After a while, under the catalyzing effects of the pill, the golden core completely dissolved. He then began condensing his Yuan mansion. As the surrounding vitality of heaven and earth surged into him, a phantom image of the Yuan mansion began to appear in his body. A massive portal formed within him. The faint azure Yuan energy and the black nether energy intertwined, giving the Yuan mansion a mysterious, otherworldly allure. Simultaneously, his stellar soul refining technique began to operate automatically. The power of the stars, the nether energy, and the pure vitality of heaven and earth flowed through his body in cycles. An aura of profoundness enveloped him entirely. 5-colored light radiated from Wang Hao's body. It was as if massive stars and a green dragon were forming behind him. However, all of this went unnoticed by others. Boom! 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 The Yuan mansion gradually took shape, and Wang Hao's aura grew more and more powerful. The entire space seemed to solidify under the weight of his energy field. Before long, the Yuan mansion was fully formed. It radiated a brilliant golden light. A surge of power flowed through Wang Hao's body, a strength he had never felt before. A chill ran through his heart as he thought about encountering that demonic Mara again. In such a case, Wang Hao resolved to flee immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for condensing the Yuan mansion and achieving the rank of 9th grade Grandmaster. Ding! Congratulations to the host on breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. A new system function has been unlocked, Martial Arts Fusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host on breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Vitality plus 1000 ding. Congratulations to the host on breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Soul plus 120. The system notifications echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Finally breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, Wang Hao was overjoyed beyond measure. The system had a new feature, Martial Arts Fusion. He muttered to himself, this broken system finally has some use. Martial Arts Fusion, it sounded amazing. He explored the golden essence pool within his body, thinking to himself that he had never heard of such a thing before. Still, breaking through was what mattered most. At the same time, the seed of the Chaos Divine Essence technique in his mind began to emit a golden glow. It seemed to sense the breakthrough, exuding a mysterious aura. Chaos is the origin of all things, condensing divine essence through chaotic energy. A wondrous mantra echoed in his mind. The energy within him began to flow along the pathway of the Chaos Divine Essence technique. Wang Hao felt as though he was immersed in a vast golden ocean. After a while, the liquid energy in the surrounding energy pool was completely absorbed by Wang Hao's body. The golden essence pool within him had also fully stabilized. This Chaos Divine Essence technique is incredible. Wang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. It truly lived up to being a divine-grade technique, capable of completely draining the energy pool. Although he hadn't yet unleashed the golden energy within him in an attack, the aura of that golden energy was immensely potent. A tiny fragment of it was equivalent to all the energy contained in the Azure Wood Essence technique. Right, I should try the system's new feature. Wang Hao suddenly remembered that the system had just unlocked a new feature, Martial Arts Fusion, allowing techniques of the same type to merge into something new. He was eager to see what kind of results the fusion would yield. System, fuse the Thunder Body Refinement technique with the Diamond technique. He commanded in his mind. As soon as his thought shifted, the energies of the asterisk thunder body refinement technique asterisk and the diamond technique within him began to slowly merge. Purple lightning and golden essence began to appear on the surface of Wang Hao's body. The two distinct forces gradually fused together. Bathed in the radiant glow, he looked like a war god. Boom! 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 Not long after, a peculiar energy began to circulate within him. Ding! Thunder body refinement technique and diamond technique successfully fused. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the new B-rank martial art asterisk thunder diamond technique asterisk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing the thunder diamond technique to the mastery realm. Vitality plus 200. The system's notification chimed in his mind. Asterisk thunder diamond technique, asterisk Wang Hao was overjoyed. This was a B-rank martial art, and it had directly reached the mastery realm. This was excellent news. The new technique came with built-in proficiency, eliminating the need to relearn it. He immediately activated the thunder diamond technique. As soon as the new martial art was initiated, he felt a significant boost in his strength and attributes. Looking at the purple golden lightning shining on his body, Wang Hao was filled with joy and pride. Boom! 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 Wang Hao unleashed a punch, and the power of thunder instantly surged toward Yunluo Mountain, shaking the entire space. This martial arts fusion feature was incredible. Wang Hao's eyes lit up as he decided to experiment with fusing other martial arts. System: fuse Ninefold Blade Technique, Shadow Blade Technique, Heaven's Edge Blade, and Wind Cleaving Blade. Ding! Ninefold Blade Technique, Shadow Blade Technique, Heaven's Edge Blade, and Wind Cleaving Blade successfully fused. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the new B-rank martial art asterisk 9 Shadows Heavenly Blade asterisk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing the asterisk 9 Shadows Heavenly Blade asterisk to the mastery realm. The system continued to fuse the Shadow Demon Step with the Ethereal Step technique. Ding! Shadow Demon Step and Ethereal Step technique successfully fused. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the new C-rank martial art asterisk Ethereal Shadow Step asterisk. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing the Ethereal Shadow Step to the Transcendent Realm. Why is it still a C-rank martial art? Wang Hao wondered, feeling slightly puzzled. Ding! The Shadow Demon Step belongs to the lower tier of C-rank martial arts. Its fusion with the Ethereal Step technique is insufficient to elevate it to B-rank. Ding! Only martial arts at the Transcendent Realm can be fused. The system's prompts echoed in Wang Hao's mind. He had almost forgotten that even within the same rank, martial arts could vary in quality, and rank alone didn't tell the whole story. Nevertheless, the Ethereal Shadow Step was already a top-tier C-rank martial art. Moreover, only transcendent-level techniques could be fused. Wang Hao shrugged, realizing that his initial plan to learn many low-level martial arts and fuse them after entry-level mastery was directly thwarted by the system's restrictions. After clarifying the rules of martial arts fusion, Wang Hao felt much more at ease. No matter what, just having the ability to fuse techniques was more than enough. He opened the attribute panel, silently reciting the details to himself. Name: Wang Hao. Talents: Divine Body of Hundredfold Speed, SSS, Spatial Matrix, SSS, Void Shadow, S-Rank, Ultimate Frost, S-Rank, Martial Realm, 9th Rank Grandmaster Soul Realm, Spirit Grade, Beginner Mentalist. Cultivation Technique, Chaos Divine Essence Technique Skills, Blade Intent, Mastery, boosts Blade Techniques by 150%, Fist Intent, Mastery, boosts Fist Techniques by 150%, Soul Refinement Martial Art, Star. Soul Refinement Technique, S-Rank, Proficient, Blade Martial Arts, Blazing Fire Blade Technique, B-Rank, Proficient, 9 Shadows Heaven Origin Blade, B-Rank, Mastery, Body Refinement Martial Arts, Thunder. Vajra Technique, B-Rank, Mastery, Fist Martial Arts, Thunder Heaven Strike, B-Rank. Proficient, Rolling Thunder Fist, C-Rank, Adept, Falling Cloud Palm, F-Rank, Adept, Movement Martial Arts, Ethereal Shadow Step, C-Rank, Adept, Support Martial Arts, Spirit Clearing Eyes, D-Rank, Perfect, Divine Breath Technique, C-Rank, Mastery, Special Martial Arts, 9 Nether Frost Energy, SS Rank, Beginner, Alchemy. Technique, Soulfire Pill Technique, same grade, Beginner, Vitality, 4100 Soul, 285 time remaining for next replication, 16 days. The interface became clear and concise, while the violent power within Wang Hao's body surged relentlessly. Next, he planned to head to the Tao Comprehension Realm for training. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Breaking through to Grandmaster within 7 days was his target for this phase. He hoped to gain unexpected insights in the Tao Comprehension Realm. Suppressing the energy within his body, he began walking down the mountain slowly, like an ordinary person. The Tao Comprehension Realm training ground lay on the other side of the Imperial Academy, heavily guarded. When Grandmaster Feng Luo had escorted Wang Hao to the Vitality Pool, he had pointed out the location of the Tao Comprehension Realm. Just as Wang Hao strolled leisurely toward the direction of the Tao Comprehension Realm, not far away, Chenhua, look, that's Wang Hao. A freshman from the Imperial Academy excitedly pointed him out to the boy beside him. They had originally planned to practice martial arts nearby, but unexpectedly encountered Wang Hao. Wang Hao had already become a legend within the Imperial Academy. From the very moment he enrolled, he had joined the divine martial class and decisively defeated veteran prodigy Zhang Wentao. In the first monthly assessment, he had even secured the first-place ranking. Even more astonishing was the fact that Wang Hao was only 16 years old. Such talent and strength shocked everyone who knew him. Hearing this, Chen Hua turned his head and indeed spotted Wang Hao's figure. Wang Hao's talent and strength are simply out of this world. I heard he placed first in the divine martial class's monthly assessment on his very first attempt. You know how competitive the divine martial class is, right? The assessments are fierce, yet Wang Hao managed to claim the top spot on his first try. It's just unbelievable. Chen Hua's companion excitedly exclaimed. Chen Hua listened, a bit dazed. Once upon a time, Wang Hao had taken the martial examination alongside him. Back then, the gap between them hadn't been this vast. But now, the gap had grown so large it was almost insurmountable. Chen Hua stared at Wang Hao in the distance. Even though Wang Hao had restrained his aura, Chen Hua knew full well that if Wang Hao wanted to, he could easily defeat him without even lifting a finger. Chen Hua had thought coming to the Imperial Academy, relying on his strong talent, would allow him to grow rapidly and even surpass Wang Hao, avenging his past defeat. But unexpectedly, the gap had only widened further, to a point that filled him with despair. He hadn't even broken through to the post-heaven realm, while Wang Hao had already become a prominent figure in the divine martial class. His previous thoughts now seemed laughably naive. Some people, it seemed, were simply born to command admiration. Having figured this out, Chen Hua felt a wave of relief wash over him, and the energy within his body began to stir. Could it be? Was he about to condense his vitality seed? The thought crossed his mind, surprising him. Who would have thought that Wang Hao's mere presence could ignite his determination to break through? Having such an opponent, one who was forever out of reach, wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Chen Hua smiled faintly. Of course, Wang Hao had no idea that Chen Hua, far in the distance, had begun condensing his vitality seed because of him. But even if he had known, it wouldn't have particularly mattered to him. To Wang Hao, the post-heaven realm was no longer significant. After a while, Wang Hao finally arrived at the heavily guarded Dao Comprehension Realm. The Dao Comprehension Realm was located deep within the Imperial Academy. There stood a massive tower, majestic and imposing. Surrounding it were rare and precious flowers and plants, filling the air with a rich and fragrant aroma. To think that the Dao Comprehension Realm was such a grand tower, Wang Hao thought to himself. It seemed there were concealed formations here, as the tower wasn't visible from the outside. I'm Wang Hao from the Divine Martial class. I've already received approval from Grandmaster Feng Luo to train in the Dao Comprehension Realm for 3 days, Wang Hao said to the guards at the entrance, presenting his identification token. After verifying his identity, the guards immediately allowed him to pass. Upon stepping into the Dao Comprehension Realm, a uniformed staff member promptly escorted Wang Hao toward the tower before even entering the towering structure. Wang Hao felt his mind becoming astonishingly active. His thoughts were racing, and his spiritual energy surged at an unbelievable speed. Could simply being near the Enlightenment Divine Realm have such an effect? Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao forced himself to suppress the sudden urge to practice martial arts immediately. Led by a staff member, he continued walking toward the tower. After a short while, Wang Hao finally stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, he felt as though his spiritual energy was on the verge of exploding, his mind bursting with countless ideas. This effect was incredible, Wang Hao thought as he took a deep breath to steady himself. No wonder the slots for the Enlightenment Divine Realm were so coveted. The tower had 10 levels, with each floor filled with individuals engrossed in cultivation. Each level contained 10 rooms. In other words, the Enlightenment Divine Realm could accommodate a maximum of 100 people at a time. The value of one of these slots went without saying. It was something money simply couldn't buy. At the base of the tower stood an enormous divine stone, emitting a soft, calming aura. It was said that this divine stone had been brought back by the first headmaster of the Imperial Academy from an ancient ruin. This very stone laid the foundation of the Imperial Academy, making it the prestigious institution it was today. The Enlightenment Divine Realm was a unique resource exclusive to the Academy, and it brought in substantial income for them. Many other factions would spend vast amounts of resources to send their top talents here to train and comprehend martial arts. At the moment, the Enlightenment Divine Realm was already bustling with people focused on their cultivation. Every floor glimmered with different lights, likely the effects of various martial techniques being practiced. Of course, members of other factions were only allowed to cultivate on the higher floors, far from the Divine Stone. The most central area on the ground floor was reserved exclusively for students of the Imperial Academy. Wang Hao, there are only a few rooms left in the core areas of the first 3 floors. On the 3rd floor, we have rooms 303, 304, and 306 available. Which one would you like? The staff member asked. Room 303 will do, Wang Hao replied. The staff member led him to the third floor and into room 303. After showing Wang Hao inside, the staff member departed. The room, though small, was made of special materials and was fully equipped. Wang Hao surveyed the room briefly before sitting cross-legged on the jade bed in the center. Once seated, he began focusing entirely on comprehending martial arts. First, he took out the Soulfire Elixir Technique manual and a large quantity of premium energy crystals, arranging them around him. Then, he activated his Chaotic Divine Essence technique, which began to circulate. Slowly, the pure energy within the premium crystals was absorbed and transformed into golden spiritual energy, filling his energy reservoir. Next, Wang Hao calmed his mind and fully immersed himself in studying the Soulfire Elixir technique. The knowledge of the technique flowed through his mind incessantly. First, I need to master this alchemy technique. Once I max it out, I'll have no trouble obtaining cultivation resources, Wang Hao thought. In the future, divine-grade pills could be used as snacks, and sacred water baths would be commonplace. As the information from the Soulfire Elixir technique surged like a mental explosion, his cultivation progress began to increase steadily. Meanwhile, in the core of the demonic battlefield, a massive demon palace stood tall. The interior of the palace was filled with rare and precious resources, while the surrounding area was saturated with turbulent energy and demonic aura. Boom! 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 At the deepest part of the palace, a shadowy demonic figure was relentlessly absorbing the surrounding demonic and elemental energies. After some time, as the figure continued to devour the energies, the entire area was drained of its vitality. All the magical resources withered instantly. Report to Lord Moro. Xuanma clan's modern seeks an audience. A respectful voice echoed from the palace. The demonic figure, Moro, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was deep and terrifying, as though he could see through everything. Let him in, Moro said calmly, his voice carrying a chilling authority despite its even tone. Moments later, Moding entered the palace with steady steps. Moding, I've heard that you've been recklessly slaughtering human martial artists at the outskirts of the demonic battlefield these past few days. What's going on? Moro asked indifferently. Moding sat down below the throne, taking a deep breath before speaking. Lord Moro, my younger brother, Mozhan, was killed by a human expert at the outskirts of the battlefield. I only killed a few low-tier martial artists in retaliation, but I ended up being hunted down by a human grandmaster. Moding said, his tone filled with frustration. Moro's eyes narrowed slightly. Mozhan was dead? That younger brother he had always looked down upon? Shaking his head, Moro thought killing a few low-tier martial artists wouldn't solve anything. Are you asking me to take revenge for you and kill those people? Moro asked, his voice devoid of any emotion. Lord Moro, I wouldn't dare trouble you. I came here because Modong began respectfully. After Mashan's death, Modong had immediately gone to the Celestial Pavilion, hoping to uncover the identity of the killer. However, no matter how much he offered, the Celestial Pavilion refused to disclose any information. Frustrated, Modong decided to vent his anger by slaughtering human martial artists at the outskirts of the battlefield. But his actions quickly drew the attention of human experts, who not only stopped him but also pursued him relentlessly. Although there were no explicit rules in the demonic battlefield, high-ranking demons or martial artists generally refrained from wanton slaughter of lower-tier opponents. After being thwarted, Modong sought the help of an ancient demon from the Gu Demon clan, Guling Demon Saint. Guling Demon Saint was renowned for divination, capable of uncovering hidden truths from the smallest of clues, earning him a prestigious reputation among demons. As Molo listened to this, his eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly recalled that, just a few days ago, a human had also approached Guling Demon Saint for assistance. Thinking about that human, Molo couldn't suppress a smirk. A top-tier human warrior coming to beg the demon clan for help? Laughable. Although that human had tried to mask his aura, that repulsive scent was unmistakable to Molo. Without a doubt, it was a human elite. Looks like the human's days are numbered. Molo's heart brimmed with disdain before he turned his attention back to Modong's request. Modong, although you contributed to my breakthrough a few days ago, that merit alone isn't enough to grant you an audience with Guling Demon Saint, Molo said flatly. Modong's expression darkened, but he knew Molo was right. Guling Demon Saint was perpetually busy. How could he spare time for someone as insignificant as a Shin demon clan member? Still, the gruesome death of his younger brother wasn't something he could let slide. If the killer went unpunished, Modong's face grew grim, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. If that's the case, Molo, my lord, Modong said through gritted teeth, I obtained a sacred demon stone in the Shin Demon Cave. If Gu Ling Demon Saint is willing to help me find my brother's killer, I will offer the sacred demon stone to you. His voice carried a deep sorrow, and his eyes were filled with reluctant pain. Sacred demon stone. Molo's eyes narrowed slightly. The sacred demon stone was an extraordinarily rare treasure, formed only when a demon saint perished and their demonic essence condensed. Even among the Gu Demon clan, the sacred demon stone was scarce, tightly controlled by the elders nearing the demon saint. Breakthrough stage. Its value was immeasurable. The stone could aid demons in comprehending the true essence of martial arts. Understanding this essence was the key to breaking through to the demon saint realm. Only by mastering it could one condense their demonic body and ascend to become a demon saint. Although Molo prided himself on his unparalleled talent, confident even in his ability to reach the demon god realm, obtaining a sacred demon stone would undoubtedly accelerate his comprehension of martial arts. Who would have thought Modong had managed to acquire such an opportunity? A flood of thoughts raced through Molo's mind. Modong, are you sure? Is it truly a sacred demon stone? Molo's voice was steady, but his eyes gleamed with fiery anticipation. Modong took a deep breath and slowly summoned an intricately patterned stone from within his body. The moment the sacred demon stone emerged, the entire palace was instantly engulfed in overwhelming demonic energy. The surrounding demonic aura and elemental energy surged towards the stone like tidal waves. It was unmistakably a sacred demon stone. The sheer force of demonic energy it radiated caused Molo's body to tremble involuntarily. A look of ecstasy appeared on Molo's face. No wonder Modong, despite his mediocre talent, had managed to rank among the top tier geniuses. It was all thanks to the sacred demon stone. Meanwhile, Modong's heart was bleeding. This sacred demon stone was his greatest reliance. But his talent was too poor. The advanced martial insights within the stone were beyond his comprehension. Now, to avenge his brother, he had no choice but to relinquish it. Excellent, just excellent. Modong, rest assured, I will personally ensure your brother's killer pays for his crime. Molo bellowed with laughter, his voice echoing within the palace. *** Imperial Capital Academy *** at the Tower of Enlightenment, 3rd floor. Brilliant lights continuously radiated from the 3rd floor of the Tower of Enlightenment. It seemed as though all the elemental energy within the realm was being drawn towards it. Many individuals meditating and studying martial arts within the tower couldn't help but notice the depletion of energy around them. Moreover, an intensely chilling aura emanated from the 3rd floor. The sensation was so cold it seemed to freeze space itself, sending shivers down the spines of many present in the tower. Who could it be? Which martial saint is meditating here? Their power is terrifying. It seems to be coming from the 3rd floor. Definitely someone of the highest caliber. I'm so envious. The sheer might of comprehending martial arts at this level. It must be an S-rank technique. The chilling frost power was so overwhelming it left everyone unsettled, sparking whispers and discussions throughout the tower. Room 303 thick, ghostly nether chi swirled around Wang Hao, continuously surging and seeping into his body. The temperature in the room had plummeted to an extreme low. Every piece of equipment was enveloped in frost as cold air rampaged throughout the space. Suddenly, a soft, glowing flame began to rise from Wang Hao's body. Soulfire. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Saint-tier alchemy skill, Soulfire Pill Technique, has broken through to the minor accomplishment stage. The system's notification echoed in Wang Hao's mind at the moment the Soulfire appeared. This Soulfire Pill Technique was absurdly difficult to cultivate, Wang Hao thought. In amazement, he had already become quite proficient in several other new A-rank martial techniques. Yet this Soulfire Pill Technique had taken him the longest time, and he had only managed to reach the minor accomplishment stage. However, the Soulfire Pill Technique at the minor achievement level was already sufficient for now. This meant that Wang Hao could now begin crafting spirit level and some lower tier mystic level pills. Spirit level pills were suitable for Grandmaster level martial artists, while mystic level pills were specifically for great Grandmaster level experts. Once a martial artist broke through to the Grandmaster realm, in addition to cultivating with yuan crystals, they could also use pills to aid their progression. There were many types of pills. Some could accelerate the gathering of yuan energy, others could calm the mind, and even stronger ones could help in comprehending martial arts skills. When I get out, I should try refining pills, Wang Hao planned in his mind. Conveniently, since he had already reached the Grandmaster realm, refining pills for his own use would be both practical and efficient. The offensive power of Soulfire was also quite impressive, Wang Hao suddenly recalled. This type of Soulfire specifically burned the soul, and its power was no less than that of ordinary grade A martial arts techniques. Moreover, many martial artists didn't have specialized methods to protect their souls. After all, spiritual practitioners were far rarer than martial artists. Unlike martialaires like Yi Yun, who had many means of defense, most people were vulnerable in this regard. I should absorb the remaining nether crystals first. Wang Hao took a deep breath, resolving in his heart. With that thought, he brought out the remaining nether crystals, along with a significant number of top-tier yuan crystals. The Chaos Divine Yuan technique and the 9 nether frost art began operating at high speed. The pure yuan energy from the top-tier yuan crystals and the nether energy from the nether crystals were continuously absorbed by Wang Hao. The temperature of the room dropped further, becoming eerily cold. The surrounding frost began to solidify into actual ice crystals. The entire tower was now shrouded in a faint layer of chilling mist. After reaching the Grandmaster realm, Wang Hao's speed in absorbing Yuan energy and Nether energy had increased significantly. Coupled with the God-tier Supreme Technique, Chaos Divine Yuan Technique, his cultivation speed had become astonishingly fast. During his time cultivating in the Yuan energy pool, Wang Hao had already consumed a considerable amount of Nether crystals, and his mastery of the 9 Nether Frost Art had reached an extremely advanced stage. After a while, Wang Hao absorbed the last of the Nether crystals within his body. As the final piece of Nether crystal was absorbed, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the proficient level in the SS grade martial art, 9 Nether Frost Art. The 9 Nether Frost Art can now condense a Nether spike, causing massive damage to enemies. Finally, I've reached the proficient level. This SS grade martial art was truly difficult to cultivate. Nether spike. Not bad. This martial art even came with a minor skill, no wonder it's SS grade. Wang Hao slowly gathered the Nether energy within his body, condensing the chilling force into a pitch-black Nether spike. The Nether spike spun in the air, emanating an icy chill that could pierce to the bone. Feeling the cold emanating from the Nether spike, Wang Hao was very satisfied. This was truly powerful. Boom! 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 Just as Wang Hao was admiring the icy chill of the Nether spike, he suddenly sensed the Yuan energy within his Yuan mansion surging violently. Could it be another breakthrough? Wang Hao was ecstatic. This was truly a double blessing, an SS-grade martial art breakthrough, and now another advancement in cultivation. In truth, it wasn't surprising. Wang Hao had absorbed a massive amount of Yuan energy in the Yuan energy pool, used top-tier Yuan crystals to assist his cultivation, and the Nether crystals contained a high level of pure energy as well. Additionally, he was using a God-tier Supreme Technique. He decided to push for a breakthrough all at once. Clearing his mind of distractions, Wang Hao retrieved several top-tier Yuan crystals from his spatial ring. The Chaos Divine Yuan Technique began to operate steadily, and the pure Yuan energy from the top-tier Yuan crystals surged into his body like a tidal wave. The golden Yuan mansion within Wang Hao's body emitted a dazzling light. Under the cleansing of the pure Yuan energy from the top-tier Yuan crystals, the golden Yuan mansion gradually became stronger and more stable. Boom! 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 After a moment, Wang Hao's body erupted with a powerful aura. His entire being was surrounded by a vortex of Yuan energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to an 8th grade Grandmaster. Vitality plus 1200, soul plus 150 ***. The system's notification sounded once again. As the aura gradually subsided, the room returned to silence. Wang Hao opened his status screen and silently chanted in his mind. Name, Wang Hao. Talents, Divine Speed. Physique, SSS, Spatial Matrix, SSS, Void Shadow, S rank, Ultimate Frost, S rank, Martial Realm, 8th grade Grandmaster. Soul Realm, Spirit grade. Beginner Spirit Master Cultivation Technique, Chaos Divine Origin Art Techniques, Blade Intent, Mastered, increases Blade Technique power by 150%, Fist Intent, Mastered, increases Fist Technique power by 150%, Soul Tempering Martial Art, Star Tempering. Soul Art, S rank, Proficient, Blade Techniques, 13 Heavenly Blade Strikes, A rank, Proficient, Blazing Fire Blade Technique, B rank, Expert, 9 Shadows Sky Blade, B rank, Expert, Body Refining Martial Arts, Indestructible Physique Art, A rank. Proficient, Thunder Vidra Art, B rank, Expert, Fist Martial Arts, Thunder Sky Strike, B rank, Proficient, Thunderbolt Fist. C rank, Advanced, Falling Cloud Palm, F rank, Advanced, Movement Martial Arts, Carefree Sky Stepping, A rank, Proficient. Ethereal Shadow Technique, C rank, Advanced, Support Martial Arts, Spirit Clarity Eye, D rank, Perfect, Divine Breath Technique. C rank, Perfect, Special Martial Art, 9 Nether Frost Energy, SS rank, Proficient, Alchemy, Soulfire Pill Technique, Saint Tier. Adept, Vitality, 5300 Soul Power, for 35 time until next copy, 13 days. The insights he gained from the Divine Comprehension realm and the Chi Pool had been immense. 8th grade Grandmaster. Wang Hao took a deep breath, feeling the surging energy coursing through his body. If I meet that demon again, I'll crush him with one punch. Thinking back to the near-death encounter in the Demon Heart Forest, Wang Hao's teeth clenched with hatred. I will take that guy down. Without hesitation, Wang Hao activated the perfected Divine Breath Technique, concealing his aura entirely. It's time to leave. He checked the terminal to confirm the time. Seeing that it was about right, he left the Divine Comprehension realm directly. The Imperial Capital. On a bustling street, crowds surged everywhere, the ebb and flow of people making the lively city even more vibrant. The street buzzed with a cacophony of sounds, full of life and energy. By the roadside stood an exceptionally luxurious hotel, drawing everyone's attention. Young Master Zhang, Wang Hao's momentum is too strong right now. Just relying on us won't be enough to deal with him. A Young man in a blue shirt, holding an expensive glass of red wine, spoke in a calm tone. Beside him, another young man cradled a delicate girl in his arms, his hands roaming over her without restraint. The girl frowned in discomfort from the rough treatment, but dared not show any dissatisfaction due to the status of the two men. Young Master Lin, the divine demon token is in Wang Hao's hands now. I admit defeat, fair and square, Zhang Wentao said, still playing with the girl in his arms. Asterisk smash. Asterisk hearing this, Linen suddenly slammed his wineglass onto the ground. The atmosphere in the room turned suffocatingly tense in an instant. The girl in Zhang Wentao's arms instinctively clung to him tightly. Humph, you're awfully magnanimous, admitting defeat so easily. Do you think I don't know how that divine demon token ended up in his hands? Linen snorted coldly, his face full of displeasure. Zhang Wentao's face turned pale, his expression shifting uneasily. Do you even understand who Wang Hao is and how strong he is? Trying to take the divine demon token back from him? Dream on. Zhang Wentao sneered, his tone icy. Lin An's eyes narrowed. What Zhang Wentao said wasn't wrong. Though Wang Hao hailed from a humble background, he had already joined the Sky Martial Guild, and rumor had it they held him in exceptionally high regard. More importantly, Wang Hao had effortlessly outclassed the veteran prodigies of their divine martial class. He was practically the second coming of Lin Chang. No, Lin Chang wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Wang Hao's talent might be extraordinary, but he's just a martial master in the innate realm. So what if he's strong? He'll still die when he meets his match. Linen spoke coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. Zhang Wentao didn't bother responding to Linen. In his mind, dealing with Wang Hao was an impossibility. Wang Hao was the top prodigy of the Sky Martial Guild, receiving unparalleled attention and protection. For someone like Linen, a minor figure, to try and deal with Wang Hao? Pure delusion. Not to mention, Wang Hao had already become an invincible existence in the innate realm. Although Zhang Wentao had lost a divine demon token worth 10 billion star coins to Wang Hao, it wasn't a significant loss for him. But Linen had lost 30 billion in one go, a complete disaster. TSK, the perks of being a wealthy second-generation heir to the Martial Commerce Guild. Initially, Zhang Wentao had felt bitter about Wang Hao defeating him and taking the divine demon token, even considering revenge. But after learning about Linen's 30 billion star coin loss, he suddenly felt much better seeing Zhang Wentao ignoring him and still playing. With the little girl in his arms, Linen immediately flew into a rage. This Zhang Wentao is really disrespecting me. I called you here to deal with Wang Hao, and yet here you are wasting time with that girl. What's the meaning of this? Boom! Lin An's yuan power suddenly erupted. The space around them seemed to freeze for a second. A red energy shockwave burst from Linen, aiming directly at the beautiful young girl in Zhang Wentao's arms. The girl's eyes widened in shock, her entire body stiffened, unable to move. Boom! 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 A deafening explosion echoed through the room. The young girl in Zhang Wentao's arms was instantly obliterated by Lin An's yuan power. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, painting the entire room a vivid crimson red. Linen, you're absolutely disgusting. Zhang Wentao's face turned dark, staring at the remnants of the girl who had just been blasted apart. He had been in a good mood, and this incident nearly cost him dearly. She was going to die sooner or later. The sooner it's over, the sooner you can focus. Consider it a relief. Linen said coldly. Zhang Wentao glared fiercely at Linen, letting out a heavy snort. I can't deal with Wang Hao. My father said it's better to drop this matter. Why don't you see if your old man has any bright ideas? With that, Zhang Wentao prepared to leave. If young Master Zhang walks out that door, the thing you did 6 months ago will be headline news across the country by tomorrow morning, Linen said with a casual but threatening tone. Zhang Wentao's expression twisted into one of fury, his eyes burning with rage that seemed ready to consume Linen whole. Linen, what exactly do you want? Are you sure you want to risk everything for this? Yuan energy surged within Zhang Wentao's body, his powerful aura filling the entire room. Linen sneered, risk everything? Young Master Zhang, you really overestimate yourself. Zhang Wentao's entire body trembled, the muscles on his face twitching as he struggled to suppress his fury. This is my final warning. After this, I swear I'll never bring up that incident again. I'll let it stay buried in the past, Linen said, reining in his own anger as he noticed Zhang Wentao nearing his breaking point. Zhang Wentao clenched his teeth, his fists tightly balled. This is your last chance. If you dare stir up trouble again, I promise you'll regret ever being born, he growled, each word laced with venom. Lin An's heart skipped a beat. He nodded heavily. Then, the two men began discussing their next steps, Imperial Academy having just returned from the Divine Enlightenment realm, Wang Hao strolled leisurely through the campus, breathing in the fresh air. After breaking through to the 8th rank Grandmaster level, his mental strength had reached an astonishing realm. His awareness of his surroundings was incredibly sharp, able to catch even the faintest movements. Around him, many students were discussing martial arts, while others were laughing and playing. Suddenly, Wang Hao noticed a young man hurrying past. Isn't that Chen Shou? Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Chen Shou seemed to notice him as well and stopped in his tracks. Chen Shou, where are you rushing off to? Wang Hao asked. Chen Shou's eyes sparkled. Wang Hao, the top school beauty of Imperial Academy, Lin Shihan, is going to fight someone in the dueling arena today. I'm going to watch. Hearing this, Wang Hao felt indifferent. School beauty? Lin Shihan? He'd rather spend his time practicing martial arts. That was far more interesting. I'll pass. You go ahead. I'll stick to training, Wang Hao said flatly. Wang Hao, you really are incredible. You can even resist this kind of temptation. What self-control. I'm impressed. Chen Shou said. Taking a deep breath, his face full of admiration. Wang Hao waved him off. A true martial artist focuses on their training. Always thinking about women? That's no way to improve. Too bad, though. I heard Lin Shihan is wearing white stockings today. Chen Shou muttered under his breath, preparing to leave for the arena. White stockings? Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, Chen Shou, what did you just say? Wang Hao quickly asked. Chen Shou looked confused. I said you're a genius, Wang Hao. Not that. The next part. Wang Hao pressed, his eyes locked onto Chen Shou. Chen Shou paused, then truthfully replied, I said Lin Shihan is wearing white stockings today. Let's go. I'll reluctantly come along, not for the stockings, of course, but to observe the martial arts skills of our fellow students, Wang Hao declared. His tone serious. White stockings weren't the point. What mattered was learning from others' techniques. There might be something valuable to gain. At least, that's what Wang Hao told himself. Chen Shou's lips twitched, thinking to himself that Wang Hao was surprisingly relatable after all. The two headed toward the dueling arena. Chen Shou silently noted in his mind, Martial Year 4727, October 10th, sunny afternoon. I discovered a huge secret Wang Hao actually likes. Meanwhile, many students had already heard the news and were slowly gathering at the dueling arena. The entire campus buzzed with excitement, as if the whole school had turned out for the event. Before long, Wang Hao and Chen Shou arrived at the arena in the center of the campus. The martial arena was packed to the brim, leaving not even a sliver of space. Students of the Imperial Martial Academy, dressed in their uniforms, had their eyes alight with excitement, their gazes fixed intently on the arena. This lively, huh? Wang Hao scanned his surroundings, nearly overwhelmed by the sea of people. Even a large number of female students had gathered excitedly to watch, making the scene even grander than when he had fought Zhang Wento last time. Yi Shi, are you really going to spar with me here? A crisp and melodious voice rang out from the center of the martial arena. The sound was so enchanting, it was like a beautiful melody that people couldn't help but be drawn to. On the elevated platform stood a breathtakingly beautiful girl of about 18 or 19 years old. She wore a white t-shirt, paired with a creamy white skirt and pristine white stockings. Her long, slender legs were particularly eye-catching. The purity on her face resembled a lotus blooming amidst ice and snow, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Around her, the other students couldn't take their eyes off her, their gazes filled with admiration. Wang Hao, do you see her? That girl in the white stockings, that's Lin Shihan, the #1 beauty in our academy. Chen Shou swallowed hard, his eyes practically glowing as he spoke. There was something about her aura. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. In his heart, he quietly questioned, why does this feel so strange? Wang Hao's gaze then shifted to the girl standing opposite Lin Shihan. She was another stunning beauty who was equally striking in appearance. Dressed in a black leather outfit, her fiery figure was accentuated by the tight fabric, making her all the more dazzling. She frowned slightly, her expression carrying a unique allure. What shocked Wang Hao even more was the aura surrounding her. It was at the level of a grandmaster. Could she be one of the academy's instructors? A thought flickered through Wang Hao's mind. And who's the other girl? Is she a student here too? Wang Hao asked, his curiosity piqued. Oh, you mean that crazy girl? She's Yishi, the daughter of Yuan Ming martial saint from the Yi family in Shanghai, Chen Shou explained enthusiastically, as if reciting a well-rehearsed introduction. As it turned out, both Lin Shihan and Yi Shi were not only exceptionally talented but also close friends. Though Yi Shi wasn't a student at the Imperial Academy, she often visited Lin Shihan to hang out. Lin Shihan, in turn, would sometimes go to Shanghai, and the two shared a deep bond. Some even speculated that there might be something a little special about their relationship. But now, the two of them were actually about to fight. Damn. So she's Yi Fan's daughter. Wang Hao's heart tightened, a sense of unease creeping in. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to have such a stunning daughter. Not only that, but she was a Grandmaster-level fighter. Her aura was no weaker than Lin Chang's, whom Wang Hao had encountered before. In fact, she was even stronger. This girl was no simple character. As for Lin Shihan, her aura was impossible for Wang Hao to decipher. But given that she was facing off against a Grandmaster like Yi Shi, her strength was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Who would have Thought that Lin Shurhan, the academy's renowned beauty, was this powerful? Wang Hao had always assumed she was just a pretty face. In the arena, the tension between the two was palpable, ready to explode at any moment. Lin Shurhan stood quietly in the martial arena, outwardly appearing like an ordinary person, with no energy being released. Yi Shi, on the other hand, had her energy surging, poised to crush Lin Shurhan at any second. Boom! 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 Suddenly, Yi Shi's energy erupted, unleashing the overwhelming presence of a fourth-ranked grandmaster. Her immense aura swept through the space, launching straight toward Lin Shurhan. Wang Hao's pupils constricted, fourth-ranked grandmaster? This was no joke. Yi Shi hadn't released her energy earlier, so Wang Hao hadn't noticed her true level. But now that it had erupted, he felt it immediately. If Yi Shi was this strong, what about Lin Shurhan? Shoo! 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 The moment Yi Shi charged toward Lin Shurhan, the latter darted to the side with such speed that Wang Hao could barely track her movements. Boom! 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 Lin Shurhan reappeared, her body enveloped in black flames, encased in the fiery aura. She looked like a blazing war goddess. The battle between the two was on the verge of breaking out. The protective barrier around the martial arena trembled violently from the pressure. Wow, Lin Shurhan is incredible. Take down that crazy girl. Go, Lin Shurhan. The crowd erupted into cheers and shouts of encouragement. The spectators were instantly electrified, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Right now, the two girls were like two razor-sharp blades, their edges clashing head-on without yielding an inch. The students around them watched with blood boiling, utterly captivated by the scene. Wang Hao's expression turned serious as he focused intently on their battle. He had always thought of Lin Shurhan as just a pretty face, but her combat prowess was proving to be astonishingly strong. Looks like I've been a bit too full of myself. Wang Hao took a deep breath. After breaking through to the 8th-rank Grandmaster level, he had felt an immense sense of pride, thinking that no other genius was worth his attention. But now, the surrounding students couldn't grasp the true extent of the two girls' strength. But Wang Hao could see it clearly. The power they were unleashing had long surpassed his current level. If not for the martial arena's protective barrier, most of the onlookers would likely have been caught in the crossfire by now. Inside the arena, dazzling waves of energy and black flames collided again and again, booming relentlessly. Particularly Lin Shurhan, who, surrounded by black flames, resembled a seductive black rose, alluring yet dangerous. On the other side, Yi Shi radiated golden light, her aura surging in relentless waves. The two clashed dozens of times, their movements so fast they were a blur to the naked eye. Wang Hao's gaze flickered continuously as he watched, unable to look away. Is this what a battle between grandmasters looks like? Their attacks were sharp and precise, every move aimed directly at the opponent's vital points. There was no hesitation, no wasted effort. Nearby, Chen Shou and the other students watched in utter confusion. What kind of fight was this? All they could see were two blurs of light and shadow darting back and forth. If they didn't know these were real people, they might have thought they were watching a high-budget CGI scene from a movie. You've lost. A crisp voice broke through the air, and the barrier around the martial arena shattered with a deafening crash. Wang Hao saw a woman in a leather jacket snort coldly before stepping into the air, her figure vanishing from the arena in an instant. I didn't even get to fully enjoy this, and now it's over? That's just unfair. Ding. A rare item detected, a grandmaster. That was a grandmaster. Lin Shurhan actually defeated a grandmaster. Wow. The goddess is that powerful? I'm not even worthy to protect her anymore. Sob. Wait, it's over already? Some of the surrounding students finally snapped out of their daze and erupted into chatter. The fight between the two had been explosively fast, starting and ending in the blink of an eye. To these students, most of whom were only at the postnatal or body refinement stages, it felt like mere seconds had passed. Chen Shou stood there, utterly baffled. Even though he was a martial master at the innate stage, he couldn't comprehend anything about this level of combat. Around him, the other students were buzzing with excitement, their eyes filled with fanatical admiration. In their hearts, Lin Shurhan had always been the stunning, untouchable beauty of the campus. She had never fought before, and there were no rumors about her strength. Who would have thought she was this powerful? The fight they had just witnessed was beyond shocking, but none of them had expected that they were watching a battle between grandmasters. Back in the arena, Lin Shurhan's gaze lingered on Yi Shi as he departed, a contemplative look in her eyes. A gentle breeze swept through, causing her silky, delicate hair to sway lightly. It looked impossibly smooth. Then, with graceful steps, Lin Shurhan began walking down from the platform, her clear eyes fixed directly on Wang Hao's direction. Beside Wang Hao, Chen Shou immediately grew excited, thinking to himself, the goddess is looking at me. The goddess is looking at me. Finally, someone has noticed the brilliance within me, beyond my average appearance. At that moment, Chen Shou's mind had already started spinning with thoughts of what he would say to Lin Shurhan when they finally spoke. The other students around them were all staring at Lin Shurhan with fervent expressions. Lin Shurhan had just defeated a grandmaster. It was almost beyond belief. This kind of fierce, violent campus goddess. Wang Hao couldn't help but feel unsettled. He had the strange feeling that Lin Shurhan was looking at him in an odd way. Moreover, the powerful aura emanating from her made him even more nervous. Without hesitation, he turned to leave, thinking to himself, I can't beat her right now, so running is the best option. Besides, no matter how tempting those white stockings are, I'll stay strong and not let myself get caught off. Guard, stop right there. Just as Wang Hao turned, he heard a crisp voice behind him. Chen Shou looked confused. Stop? But I haven't even moved. He glanced to the side and saw that it was Wang Hao who had been about to run. HSSS. Chen Shou felt an empty pit in his chest, as if he would never feel love again. Hearing the command, Wang Hao immediately bolted. Stop? Who in their right mind would just stand still and wait to get caught? Besides, Lin Shurhan had just defeated Yi Shi, a 4th-rank grandmaster. If she decided to make a move against him, he'd be in serious trouble. No way, I prefer to take the initiative, not be on the receiving end. Wang Hao activated his A-rank martial skill, the skyward free step, and in an instant, he vanished from the arena, leaving Lin Shurhan standing there in stunned disbelief. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her chest rose and fell gently. Damn it. That guy, just moments ago, she had sensed a familiar aura from Wang Hao, and she had wanted to question him about it properly. But before she could, he had run off. You can run for now, but you can't hide forever. Wang Hao, I'll remember you. By now, Wang Hao had completely left the school grounds. Lin Shurhan is terrifying. Best to stay far away from her for now. And Yi Shi being a 4th-rank grandmaster? Definitely someone to avoid in the future. Beep. As Wang Hao headed toward his residence, his communicator suddenly chimed with a notification. Opening it, he saw that it was a message from Hall Master Guan. Hall Master Guan was summoning him to the headquarters of the Sky Martial Association. Upon receiving the message, Wang Hao changed his course and headed toward the association's headquarters. At the headquarters of the Sky Martial Association, inside a simply furnished room, as Wang Hao entered, he immediately spotted Guan Shang, who was holding a document and reviewing it carefully. Since this wasn't Wang Hao's first visit, he casually found a seat, poured himself some tea from the table, and began sipping it. Wang Hao, have you already broken through to the Grandmaster stage? Guan Shang finally set down the document, his expression complicated as he asked. Wang Hao nodded. That's right. I made the breakthrough just a few days ago. Hearing this, Guan Shang's face shifted. Unpredictably. Hall Master Guan, is something wrong? Is there an issue? Wang Hao noticed the change in his demeanor and asked. Guan Shang let out a long sigh. Your breakthrough now may not necessarily be a good thing. Wang Hao's pupils contracted. What did he mean by that? A breakthrough being a bad thing? Just a few days ago, the vice president of the Martial Alliance convened an emergency meeting. Guan Shang continued. He then relayed the contents of the meeting to Wang Hao. Ancient ruins. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, there must be countless treasures in such a place. Our Tianwu Association's Grandmaster level experts are mostly engaged in battles deep within the demon battlefield. Guan Shang went on. It turned out that this ancient ruin only allowed martial artists below the level of Grandmaster to enter. Thus, all major forces agreed to send only Grandmaster-level fighters to explore it. As the most powerful force in China, the Tianwu Association naturally boasted a considerable number of Grandmaster experts. However, these powerful figures were fighting fiercely against demons on the front line of the battlefield. The same went for other factions. Their Grandmaster-level experts were also risking their lives in those fierce battles. Grandmasters are already considered the pinnacle of human strength, which means they bear even greater responsibilities. Hall Master Guan, are you saying I can participate in this exploration of the ancient ruins? Wang Hao's eyes lit up with excitement. Guan Shang nodded. Don't think of the ancient ruins as merely a treasure trove. The dangers hidden within are just as immense. Wang Hao felt his heart tighten. He knew that the greater the rewards, the greater the risks. If he wanted to reap benefits, he would undoubtedly have to pay a price. How many people from the Tianwu Association will be sent in this time? Wang Hao asked further. Guan Shang took a deep breath and answered. This time, the Tianwu Association will send 50 Grandmaster-level martial artists. The Martial Alliance will also send 50, while other factions will dispatch their own experts based on their respective strength. Most of them are top-tier forces and elites from major families. Altogether, there will be roughly 500 Grandmasters participating. 500 Grandmasters. To dispatch 500 Grandmasters at once, clearly, this ancient ruin was no ordinary place. Even though Wang Hao had recently reached the Grandmaster level in a short amount of time, his talent was extraordinary. Coupled with abundant cultivation resources, top-tier elemental crystals, and energy pills consumed like candy, cultivating a Grandmaster required an enormous amount of resources. Not only that, but breaking through to the Grandmaster level also demanded exceptional talent. The better the talent, the higher the success rate of breaking through. For those with poor talent, even reaching the postnatal realm was a struggle, let alone breaking into the Grandmaster level. Martial artists who could advance from the innate realm to become Grandmasters were exceedingly rare. Additionally, I will be entering the ancient ruins with all of you. This time, Guan Sheng added. Wang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. The Hall Master himself was going in. Hall Master Guan, what is your current level? Wang Hao couldn't help but ask. He was deeply curious about Guan Sheng's strength. Guan Sheng's expression turned slightly complex. First-tier Grandmaster. First-tier Grandmaster. Wang Hao's pupils shrank sharply. The Hall Master was actually a first-tier Grandmaster. His teacup nearly slipped from his hand. The Hall Master's strength was already incredibly formidable, leaving Wang Hao utterly stunned. Normally, Guan Sheng gave off a warm and approachable demeanor, completely unlike a martial artist of such overwhelming power. So, Hall Master, you're just one step away from becoming a Grandmaster Supreme, Wang Hao said, his tone filled with awe. A first-tier Grandmaster represents the pinnacle of martial artists. The next step is to condense a spiritual embryo and ascend to the level of Grandmaster Supreme. Once someone becomes a Grandmaster Supreme, they can live for 1,000 years and ensure the long-term prosperity of a small family. Don't laugh at me when I say this, but I've been stuck at the first-tier Grandmaster level for 10 years now, and I'm still here, Guan Sheng said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Wang Hao's eyes widened even further. This revelation was completely unexpected. A first-tier Grandmaster for 10 years, yet still unable to break through. Why? Wang Hao was filled with questions. As the Hall Master of the Tianwu Association, Guan Sheng's talent was undoubtedly exceptional, and he certainly wouldn't lack resources. Was there some other issue at play? Hall Master, you? Wang Hao started to ask. Guan Sheng took a deep breath. 12 years ago. It turned out that Guan Sheng had once been a top-tier prodigy, even with the potential to become a martial saint. But 12 years ago, during an expedition to an ancient ruin, an accident occurred. His Yuan Palace was severely damaged, and his strength was capped at the first-tier Grandmaster level. Unless he encountered extraordinary opportunities, he would never be able to condense a spiritual embryo and ascend to the rank of Grandmaster Supreme. Wang Hao felt a pang in his chest upon hearing this. Although Guan Sheng refrained from sharing specific details, it was evident that this was a deeply painful wound for him. For a martial artist, losing the hope of advancing further was a devastating blow. Although Grandmaster and Grandmaster Supreme differ by only a single word, the disparity in their power is immense. A Grandmaster is considered a strong expert, while a Grandmaster Supreme is a true pinnacle existence capable of effortlessly influencing the fate of an entire region. As for those above the Grandmaster Supreme level, the martial saints, they are strategic level powerhouses. Is there really no other solution? The Tianwu Association has access to so many resources, can't the issue with your Yuan Palace be resolved? Wang Hao asked, unwilling to accept the situation. Guan Sheng shook his head. The Green Mountain Martial Saint helped me find many precious materials, but none of them worked. Wang Hao's expression darkened. Even a martial saint was powerless. However, maybe he could ask Zhang Yuanbua from the Dan Yuan Holy Land. He was a saint-level spirit master and a master alchemist. There might just be a chance he could help. Alright, enough about this. What's done is done. Let's continue discussing the ancient ruins, Guan Sheng said, steering the conversation elsewhere. The ruins are located at Emperor's Fall Mountain, near the imperial capital. Guan Sheng began explaining slowly. Half a month later? Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Half a month. That would be just enough time to copy Lin Cheng's SS-grade Thunder talent before entering. Lin Cheng's SS-grade talent, Wang Hao had been looking forward to this for a long time. Guan Sheng continued to share some particularly important details with Wang Hao. After listening carefully, Wang Hao left the Sky Martial Guild. The Warriors Market. After leaving the Sky Martial Guild, Wang Hao headed straight for the Warriors Market. He had already asked Guan Sheng earlier. There were virtually no alchemy recipes in the Sky Martial Guild. That place was more about battle enthusiasts. Alchemists were rare, and almost no one pursued that field there. However, Guan Sheng had offered a suggestion. Perhaps Wang Hao could find what he needed at the Warriors Market. Sure enough, there were alchemy recipes for sale at the Warriors Market. Although most alchemists were controlled by the Dan Yuan Holy Land, the Warriors Market wouldn't let them monopolize such a huge market. On the surface and in secret, there were still quite a few alchemists hiding here. As for the exact number, no one knew for sure. The Warriors Market in the imperial capital was indeed far livelier than the one in Jianlin City. The crowd was bustling, powerful warriors were everywhere, and uniformed enforcers patrolled the area. Hello, sir, may I help you with anything? The moment Wang Hao stepped into the market, a uniformed staff member greeted him. Where's the manager of this place? I have a big deal to discuss with him, Wang Hao said coolly. The staff member's expression shifted slightly, hesitating as their gaze swept over Wang Hao. Could he be here to cause trouble? The staff member thought skeptically. But Wang Hao's aura was no weaker than the other warriors around him. And that face. It seemed familiar, though they couldn't quite place it. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll contact the manager immediately. The staff member gritted their teeth and decided to comply, heading off to find the manager. Wang Hao nodded and began observing his surroundings. The warriors' market had a vast array of items, alchemy pills, equipment, martial arts techniques, everything one could imagine. Oh, and perhaps he could get a better weapon here. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Although his B-grade iron blood saber was decent, who wouldn't want an even more powerful weapon? He began inspecting the area carefully. However, he didn't find any high-tier weapons. The best he could see were only B-grade. Not even a single A-grade weapon in sight. Shaking his head, Wang Hao decided he'd ask the staff member about it later. Before long, the staff member returned, accompanied by a man in a suit and leather shoes. The man was around 30 years old, of medium build, and approached Wang Hao with a smile. Mr. Wang Hao, good day. I'm Zhu Wen, the manager of the Warriors Market. Please, follow me to the VIP lounge, the man said respectfully. Wang Hao nodded. He wasn't surprised that the manager recognized him. After all, he was somewhat famous around here. As the manager of the Warriors Market, if Zhu Wen didn't recognize Wang Hao, one of the hottest topics in the imperial capital recently, he wouldn't be worth his title. Wang Hao. That Wang Hao. The staff member nearby was stunned, their face filled with shock. No wonder they'd thought Wang Hao looked familiar, it was him. Soon, Zhu Wen led Wang Hao to a tastefully decorated room. Inside, high-quality tea had already been brewed, its delicate fragrance wafting through the air. I'm looking to buy some alchemy recipes and materials for alchemy, Wang Hao said plainly. Zhu Wen's eyes gleamed. Alchemy recipes and materials? Could it be that Mr. Wang Hao was also skilled in alchemy? Zhu Wen asked, his expression curious. Wang Hao scratched his head and replied slowly, I haven't formally practiced. Just thought I'd try it out, for fun. Zhu Wen's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't practiced but wanted to try it out? This super genius was just too casual. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Wen said, Do you have any specific recipes in mind, Mr. Wang Hao? We do have some in stock at the Warriors Market. Eventually, Wang Hao purchased 2 spirit-grade alchemy recipes from the market. They were both suitable for master-level warriors and could enhance vitality and spiritual energy. Spirit Essence Pill and Mind Nourishing Pill. Wang Hao also bought a significant amount of alchemy materials. Additionally, he purchased a decently crafted alchemy furnace. The 30 billion star coins he had taken from Lin and earlier were finally put to good use. These recipes are outrageously expensive, Wang Hao thought to himself. Just the 2 recipes alone had cost him 5 billion star coins. The small alchemy furnace, just a tiny thing, actually costs 2 billion star coins. No wonder no one bothers to refine pills themselves. Just buying pill recipes and a furnace is already a massive expense. Not to mention the huge cost of materials required for pill refinement. Even buying the ingredients alone already costs a fortune. Oh, right, I also want to buy a high-grade weapon. Do they have anything of a higher level here? Outside, it seems like the best is only a B-grade warblade, Wang Hao said as he stashed away the pill recipes and materials. Zhu Wen, in a good mood, replied. Wang Hao had just spent a huge amount of money in the store, easing Zhu Wen's performance pressure. Mr. Wang Hao, you might not know this, but with the materials available on our Blue Star, the highest grade weapon we can make is only B-grade. Higher-level weapons require special materials to forge, which are extremely expensive. Most warriors can't afford them, so they're usually kept in very secure places, Zhu Wen explained. Wang Hao nodded in understanding. What grade of weapon are you looking to buy, Mr. Wang Hao? Zhu Wen asked. I'd like to see a spirit-grade warblade, preferably one with ice attributes, Wang Hao replied. Spirit-grade weapons were just right for a master-level combatant. Zhu Wen hesitated for a moment before pulling out his tablet. The screen immediately displayed several warblades emanating an icy aura. Frost Extreme Blade, mid-grade spirit weapon. 800 million star coins. September Ice Blade, high-grade spirit weapon. 1.2 billion star coins. Ice Soul Thunder Blade, supreme-grade spirit weapon. 10 billion star coins. Wang Hao's eyes widened as he looked at the weapons displayed on the tablet. 10 billion star coins? That price was outrageous. A supreme-grade spirit weapon. Costing that much? Even though Wang Hao had easily earned several billion star coins from Linen, most master-level warriors wouldn't ever dream of having that much money. Are you sure the price for this Ice Soul Thunder Blade isn't a mistake? 10 billion star coins. Wang Hao exclaimed, his eyes full of disbelief. Zhu Wen took a deep breath and said, Mr. Wang Hao, this Ice Soul Thunder Blade was forged by Elder Wu Yazi of the Jinling Artifact Sovereign Sect. He's a renowned master craftsman. His name alone makes the price skyrocket. Artifact Sovereign Sect. Wu Yazi. Wang Hao's mouth twitched slightly. 10 billion star coins was simply excessive. Mr. Wang Hao, don't be fooled by the fact that it's just a spirit-grade weapon. Master Wu Yazi himself said this blade harbors immensely powerful lightning and ice forces. If wielded skillfully, it could rival ordinary profound-grade weapons. Zhu Wen continued, noticing Wang Hao's interest. This weapon had been sitting in the warrior marketplace for a long time without any buyers. Moreover, Master Wu Yazi had explicitly stated that his weapons were not to be sold for less than 10 billion star coins. If he ever found out otherwise, the warrior marketplace's collaboration with him would instantly end. If I had that kind of money, wouldn't it make more sense to just buy a profound-grade weapon? Wang Hao said calmly. While the lightning and ice attributes certainly intrigued him, spending 10 billion on a spirit-grade weapon was simply not worth it. Zhu Wen understood his reasoning but couldn't let such a lucrative opportunity slip by without trying harder. Mr. Wang Hao, Master Wu Yazi also mentioned that this weapon is sentient. If the right opportunity arises, it could potentially evolve, perhaps even becoming a profound-grade weapon or, one day, a saint-grade artifact. Zhu Wen added. Wang Hao shot him a skeptical look, as if he were staring at a fool. Zhu Wen blushed, realizing he might have exaggerated, though Master Wu Yazi had indeed made such claims. Still too expensive? Wang Hao shook his head and added, the price is just not right. Zhu Wen's eyes lit up. Wang Hao's willingness to negotiate meant he had some interest in the weapon. Should he offer a personal discount to close the deal? If he managed to sell this weapon, his standing in the warrior marketplace would soar. How much do you think is reasonable, Mr. Wang Hao? Zhu Wen asked cautiously. This was the critical moment. Whoever named a number first would reveal their hand. Maybe throw in a little discount? Wang Hao said, blinking innocently. Zhu Wen's mouth twitched. Inside, he muttered, this guy must be dreaming. 90 billion, Mr. Wang Hao. 90 billion is already the absolute lowest. Zhu Wen gritted his teeth as he spoke. Wang Hao frowned slightly. 90 billion was still steep. Zhu Wen noticed Wang Hao's expression and immediately realized he still found the price too high. How about this, 90 billion, and I'll also throw in some materials for refining spirit origin pills and nourishing divine pills. Wang Hao proposed. If it weren't for the rarity of this weapon, with its dual attributes of lightning and ice, Wang Hao wouldn't even consider spending such an astronomical amount on it. Unlike cultivation techniques, which required slow and steady improvement, a weapon could immediately enhance one's combat capabilities. And besides, this was a product of the Artifact Sovereign sect. The Artifact Sovereign sect held a status in China comparable to the Sacred Land of Profound Pills, both being highly prestigious names. However, the Artifact Sovereign sect didn't have as tight a grip on their market as the Sacred Land of Profound Pills, which monopolized almost 90% of the market. The Artifact Sovereign sect specialized in high-end weaponry. There were even rumors that the Artifact Sovereign sect had once forged a saint-grade artifact, but Wang Hao wasn't entirely sure if it was genuine. After all, this was a sacred weapon. A creation of the Artifact Sovereign sect, its quality was undoubtedly top-notch. As soon as Wang Hao voiced his hesitation, Zhu Wen immediately responded, Mr. Wang Hao, no problem. We'll even throw in alchemy materials worth 10 billion as an extra bonus. Zhu Wen was overjoyed inside. Wang Hao had really made the purchase. This top-tier spirit-grade weapon had been incredibly difficult to sell. Many people were interested, but few could afford the steep price. After all, with 100 billion star coins, one could buy several slightly inferior, profound-grade weapons. Soon after, Zhu Wen and Wang Hao finalized the transaction. Zhu Wen also reminded Wang Hao to tell others that he had spent the full 100 billion star coins on it. To sweeten the deal, he even threw in some additional alchemy materials. Wang Hao agreed without hesitation. Not long after, a few staff members from the Warrior Mall carried in a large crate. When the crate was opened, Wang Hao saw a blade radiating a frosty gleam mixed with streaks of lightning. The blade was forged from special meteorite iron. As Wang Hao gripped the handle, he could feel the sharp, cutting energy emanating from the edge. When he infused his extreme frost energy into the blade, the power it unleashed was significantly amplified. Impressive. Truly impressive. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. This Ice Soul Thunder Blade was indeed an ultimate spirit-grade weapon. Once he replicated Lin Chang's lightning talent, with the dual enhancements of frost and thunder, who could possibly withstand a strike from him? After confirming the blade's authenticity, Wang Hao immediately stored it in his spatial ring. Finally, under Zhu Wen's reverent gaze, Wang Hao left the Warrior Mall. In the training room of the Extreme Martial Hall, Wang Hao held the Ice Soul Thunder Blade in his hand, executing the A-rank martial technique, 13 Blades of the Heavenly Gate. The room was filled with a frigid aura as blade light danced in all directions. The air became thick with a murderous intent that seemed to tear through space. Wang Hao's movements were like the wind, his figure almost becoming a blur. With the spatial talent he had inherited from the Demon Lord, his footwork became even more unpredictable and ghostly. He darted around the training room at high speed, evading and striking with precision. The 90 billion star coins were worth it. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled brighter than ever. with the ice. Soul Thunder Blade enhancing his power, he felt like his strength had increased by a full 50%. Don't underestimate a 50% boost in battles between warriors. Even the slightest edge could lead to overwhelming dominance. A leap of this magnitude was practically unheard of. After becoming familiar with the blade, Wang Hao sheathed it carefully. Next, he retrieved the alchemical furnace he had purchased from the warrior mall. The furnace was crafted from special materials and engraved with intricate formations designed to enhance the fusion of medicinal herbs. First, the blue yuan grass was placed inside, followed by Wang Hao studied the steps outlined on the alchemical recipe, mentally simulating every detail of the process. After verifying everything, he prepared to begin refining the pill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Using his spiritual energy, Wang Hao conjured a soul flame. The moment the soul flame appeared, the once cold training room was suddenly filled with a sweltering heat. As Wang Hao stared at the bright flames, a wave of exhilaration surged through him. This soulfire alchemy technique was truly extraordinary. The flames conjured through spiritual energy were so powerful that they rivaled the innate fire talents of the elite genius students in the Divine Martial Academy. Wang Hao was very familiar with those students. Many of them possessed innate fire talents. However, in his eyes, their flames paled in comparison to his soul fire. No matter, he thought. There was no need to dwell on them. He still had a pill to refine. Alchemy was a highly technical skill, and controlling the intensity of the flame was especially crucial. Each step of the process required meticulous precision, down to the exact degree of herb liquefaction. Wang Hao manipulated the soul fire, carefully igniting the herbs. Under the heat of the soul fire, the herbs gradually melted into liquid form. Boom! 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 Moments later, the alchemical furnace erupted with a deafening explosion. Thick black smoke billowed out, filling the room. Cough, cough, cough. The strange odor assaulted Wang Hao's nose, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Why is alchemy so difficult? Wang Hao was filled with disbelief. I simulated this in my mind multiple times. How could I still fail? Gritting his teeth, he refused to give up and started the process all over again. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed repeatedly in the training room. Outside the extreme martial hall, the staff had gone from being shocked to completely accustomed to the noise. A genius's training always comes with its own eccentricities. Meanwhile, inside the training room, Wang Hao was covered head to toe in soot from the black smoke. Just a little more. Just a little more. His eyes were filled with frustration and determination. He had lost track of how many times he had failed. He had always thought of himself as exceptionally gifted, yet alchemy proved to be far more challenging than expected. This time, I can't afford to make any mistakes. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao calmed himself and began analyzing the reasons for his previous failures. After a while, his gaze became steady and focused. The soul fire in his hands danced like a nimble serpent, twisting and turning with fluid precision. The herbs beside him, under the careful watch of his soul fire, gradually melted into spiritual liquid. The entire process flowed naturally, as though he had practiced it countless times. If other alchemists had witnessed Wang Hao refining pills in this manner, they would undoubtedly have been shocked beyond belief. Most alchemists begin with the simplest skill, mastering flame control, followed by familiarizing themselves with the properties of various herbs. Even with extensive knowledge of medicinal ingredients, one must start by slowly practicing with the most basic body-strengthening pills. For most alchemists, even the simplest body-strengthening pill requires months of meticulous study. Only after mastering these fundamentals can one begin true alchemy. Some spirit manipulators with exceptionally strong mental power purchase basic alchemy manuals, cauldrons, and herbs to practice on their own. Without exception, they all fail. This is why the sacred land of alchemy controls over 90% of the alchemy market. The investment required is too high, and the threshold for entry is even higher. When Zhu Wen saw Wang Hao buying pill recipes in a cauldron, he didn't expect him to succeed at all. Though Wang Hao had extraordinary martial talent, alchemy isn't something that can be achieved by talent alone. Otherwise, the sacred land of alchemy wouldn't hold such dominance. In the training room of the extreme martial hall, Wang Hao was carefully melting herbs using soul fire. Fragrant liquid slowly swirled above the cauldron. One by one, more liquid elements merged into it. After some time, all the ingredients for refining a spirit origin pill had been liquefied by the soul fire and floated midair. Wang Hao meticulously sensed the temperature of the liquid with his powerful mental energy. Boom! 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 The soul fire suddenly surged, and under its catalysis, the liquid began to slowly coagulate. This time, I'll definitely succeed. Wang Hao held his breath, his focus entirely on the cauldron. Moments later, his eyes lit up. A faint fragrance wafted from the cauldron. He had finally succeeded. Wang Hao was so excited he nearly burst into tears. If he had failed again, he was ready to try again. Eagerly, Wang Hao opened the cauldron to find 5 slightly uneven pills inside. The pills were brimming with lively elemental energy. Wang Hao blinked, noticing these pills were somewhat different from the spirit origin pills sold in the martial artists' marketplace. Spirit origin pills were extraordinarily expensive, priced at a staggering 1 million star coins per pill. This price was set uniformly by the sacred land of alchemy, which monopolized the market. Every time they appeared, major powers scrambled to acquire them. The energy within these pills was incredibly pure, unlike raw energy crystals that required prior absorption and refinement. 1. Could consume the pill directly, and their cultivation techniques would immediately absorb the energy, offering entirely different results. Wang Hao placed one of the uneven pills into his mouth. Apart from a faint charred taste, the flavor was acceptable. The moment the spirit origin pill entered his mouth, Wang Hao felt the elemental energy within his body surge. The chaotic divine origin technique began operating at high speed, absorbing and converting the energy into his energy reservoir. Wang Hao's eyes brightened. Despite their rough appearance, the efficacy of these pills was undeniable. Alchemy truly was a lucrative business. The materials for refining one batch of spirit origin pills cost only 1 million star coins. Yet, as long as one pill was successfully produced, it was worth 1 million. And each successful batch usually yielded more than one pill. Wang Hao's first successful attempt had produced 5. Top-tier alchemists could even refine 10 pills from a single batch of materials. In other words, 1 million star coins worth of ingredients could be turned into 10 million star coins worth of pills. A profit margin of at least tenfold, with no concern about demand. He was rich. Absolutely rich. Wang Hao was ecstatic. Reigning in his excitement, he continued refining pills in the training room. With his first success under his belt, his alchemy skills became increasingly refined. One batch of materials after another transformed into gleaming pills. In the imperial capital, within the Lin family, inside a dimly lit secret chamber. Rumble, rumble. Thunder roared incessantly in the chamber, with violent lightning power flickering throughout. A young man's body trembled under the relentless strikes of lightning. Damn you, Mora! Don't think you can control me. Inside Lin Cheng's body, a demonic seed continuously emitted a dark aura, filled with intense destructive desire. Lin Cheng's face twisted with rage. Whether from the invasion of the demonic seed or the stimulation of the lightning, the power of thunder coursed through his body. The dark aura of the demonic seed gradually weakened under the assault of the lightning. No one knew how much time had passed, but eventually, the thunderous power completely obliterated the demonic seed. Lin Cheng exhaled deeply and sneered coldly. Did you really think such a trick could control me? Keep dreaming. At this moment, Lin Cheng was utterly exhausted, his body scorched and covered in charred marks. Though the demonic seed within him had been eradicated, he couldn't suppress a genuine sense of relief and joy. He immediately took out a bottle of healing pills and swallowed one. The pill began to work its magic, and Lin Cheng's aura gradually regained its sharpness. No. Just as he was recovering, Lin Cheng suddenly let out a cry. Another demonic seed had appeared within him, and this one's aura was even stronger. The violent power of the seed continuously corroded his body. Agonizing pain spread through him instantly. Even with Lin Cheng's Grandmaster-level, resilient physique, he couldn't stop his body from convulsing. His eyes surged with a violent black aura, and heart-wrenching screams echoed within the secret chamber. The raging power of thunder ceaselessly battered him. Don't think you can control me, don't even try. Lin Cheng shouted as he forced the thunder's energy to flood his entire being. Lin Cheng, give up your resistance. Humanity has no hope left. A deep, chilling voice emanated from the demonic seed within him. Get out of my body. Get out. Lin Cheng roared, the unbearable pain pushing him to the edge of madness. All he could think of was utterly destroying the demon seed inside him. Even if it meant his own destruction, he was unafraid. How shameless. Then die. Once you're dead, my demon seed will fully take over your body. What happens after that? Well, I won't be responsible. The demon seed's voice taunted again. Your family, everything you cherish, all that you care about. Ha! The demon seed's cruel words struck Lin Cheng like a blade. Damn you, Mo Luo. Always using such despicable tactics against me. What do you want? Lin Shun gritted his teeth, his voice low and strained. By now, there wasn't a single unscathed part of his body. The violent power of thunder, combined with the savage aura of the demon seed, was tearing him apart. Lin Cheng's entire body was drenched in blood, exuding an aura of extreme ferocity. Go on being your so-called peerless genius. When I need you, I'll let you know. The demon seed murmured ominously. Without waiting for a response, the demon seed fell silent. Suddenly, the demon seed began to release a gentle aura from within Lin Cheng's body, slowly nourishing his battered form. After a while, Lin Cheng's body astonishingly began to recover with the help of the demon seed. Boom! 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 Then, an overwhelming energy erupted within him. I've broken through? Lin Chang was filled with disbelief. He had only recently stepped into the Grandmaster realm, and now he had directly ascended to the 8th grade Grandmaster level. The raging thunder energy churned within him, its surging power flowing endlessly. Was this the demon seed's power? Inside the cultivation chamber of the extreme martial pavilion, Wang Hao continued to consume spirit origin pills while holding a supreme grade Yuan crystal, absorbing the Yuan energy within. Over the past few days of alchemy practice, he had completely mastered the techniques for crafting spirit origin pills and soul nourishment pills. His success rate in refining them had reached nearly 90%. Such a success rate was nothing short of remarkable. Right, I should check with Master Jiang to see if there's a way to repair my Yuan core. Wang Hao paused his cultivation, opened his smart terminal, and directly contacted Master Jiang. It wasn't long before Jiang Yuanbu's voice came through the terminal. Wang Hao, is there something about the soulfire alchemy technique you're still unclear about? Master Jiang's virtual image appeared on the screen. No, I've already achieved minor mastery of the soulfire alchemy technique. Wang Hao replied, shaking his head. Jiang Yuanbu's eyes widened. In shock. Minor mastery? How was that possible? This was a saint-level alchemical technique he'd already achieved minor mastery? Wang Hao, are you sure you've reached minor mastery? Jiang Yuanbu asked in disbelief. Wang Hao blinked. It's just minor mastery, not perfection. What's there to be so surprised about? Whoosh! Wang Hao summoned his soulfire. It flickered brilliantly in the cultivation chamber, radiating an intense aura. Jiang Yuanbu's eyes lit up as he observed through the smart terminal. The fluctuations of the soulfire completely matched the standards of minor mastery for the soulfire alchemy technique. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yuanbu thought to himself, if I'd known Wang Hao's talent was this extraordinary, I would have tried to snatch him away to the Xiandan Holy Land long ago. Although the Xiandan Holy Land was filled with talented individuals, the soulfire alchemy technique was an ancient art of alchemy, and barely anyone there could achieve minor mastery, let alone someone like Wang Hao, who had achieved it at such a young age. Even more shockingly, he had done it entirely on his own, without any guidance from a teacher. This level of talent was absolutely mind-blowing. Such a gifted individual, dedicating himself to martial arts, was practically wasting his potential. Wang Hao, would you consider coming to our Xiandan Holy Land? I could make you the Holy Sun. Jiang Yuanbu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wang Hao's lips curled slightly at the corner. Holy Sun? Not interested. Alchemy is just a hobby for me. My heart is set on martial arts. Besides, the Celestial Martial Society is offering God-tier techniques directly. What's a mere Holy Sun position to me? Dream on. Master Jiang, I still prefer martial arts. Wang Hao politely declined. Jiang Yuanbu's eyes were filled with regret. What a pity. But he didn't press further. Despite Wang Hao's extraordinary talent in alchemy and cultivation were two very different paths. Just as Jiang Yuanbu was about to let it go, he noticed a few stalks of blue origin grass next to Wang Hao. That's an ingredient for refining spirit origin pills. Wait, is this brat refining spirit origin pills? Who starts with anything other than body tempering pills? This kid has guts, going straight to refining spirit origin pills. That's practically wasting materials. Still, remembering that Wang Hao had no teacher to guide him, Jiang Yuanbu's expression softened with pity. Wang Hao, you should start with the basics, like refining body tempering pills. A spirit origin pill, a high-level alchemical creation, is no easy feat to craft. Despite your partial mastery of the soulfire alchemy manual, theory and practice are two entirely different things. Jiang Yuanbu advised earnestly. So, Master Jiang is saying that crafting spirit origin pills is very difficult? Wang Hao looked utterly confused. Alright then, he admitted to himself that after several failed attempts, it was indeed quite challenging. Despite practicing for so long, his success rate was still stuck at 90%. The difficulty was truly daunting. Master Jiang, how can I raise my success rate for crafting spirit origin pills to 100%? No matter how much I practice, I still fail 1 out of 10 attempts. Wang Hao took a deep breath and asked. The moment Wang Hao finished speaking, Jiang Yuanbu froze in place, completely dumbfounded. Raise the success rate to 100%? Did I mishear him? What is Wang Hao talking about? Could it be that I've grown old and my hearing is failing me? Seeing Jiang Yuanbu's stunned expression, Wang Hao secretly thought to himself, is Master Jiang looking down on my alchemy skills so much that he doesn't even want to answer me? Wang Hao, are you saying you've already crafted spirit origin pills? Jiang Yuanbu's breathing quickened, his voice filled with disbelief. Wang Hao nodded and continued. Even though I can produce 10 spirit origin pills in each batch, my success rate always gets stuck at 90%, and I can't seem to improve it. Jiang Yuanbu's eyes reddened slightly. Was this real? Take out the spirit origin pills you've crafted. Let me see. Jiang Yuanbu took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Without hesitation, Wang Hao reached into his spatial ring and pulled out a large bottle. All the spirit origin pills he had crafted were stored in this one container. The bottle was nearly as large as a barrel and was filled to the brim with spirit origin pills. A powerful surge of energy emanated from within, visibly rippling through the air. Zhang Yuanbo's entire demeanor grew tense. Even through the screen, Zhang Yuanbo could feel the overwhelming energy radiating from the pills. He truly did it. He successfully crafted spirit origin pills. Zhang Yuanbo was momentarily dazed, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Someone had actually managed to craft spirit origin pills on their own, without any direct guidance. If someone had told him about this beforehand, Zhang Yuanbo would have thought they were completely insane. But Wang Hao had no reason to lie. And he definitely wasn't crazy. The situation before him forced Zhang Yuanbo to believe that Wang Hao had genuinely used nothing but the Soulfire Alchemy Manual and a recipe to independently create spirit origin pills. Craft another batch right now and let me watch. Zhang Yuanbo finally pushed aside his doubts and spoke. Wang Hao nodded, then retrieved a set of ingredients from his spatial ring. With a sweep of his vast mental energy, the ingredients seemed to be summoned, slowly floating towards the alchemy furnace. Next, his soul fire ignited as if it had a life of its own, beginning to burn the materials. Under Wang Hao's precise mental control, the entire alchemy process flowed smoothly. And naturally, a sight that was almost mesmerizing to behold. Zhang Yuanbo's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This young man was born to be an alchemist. Though his fire control was still somewhat immature, his talent already showed the makings of a true master alchemist. As Wang Hao skillfully worked, a fragrant aroma soon wafted from the alchemy furnace. Using his mental energy, Wang Hao extracted the spirit origin pills from within the furnace. 10 perfectly formed pills floated gently in front of him. Zhang Yuanbo, watching this unfold, couldn't hide the admiration in his gaze. It practically overflowed. Wang Hao's eyelid twitched. Why is Master Jiang looking at me like that? Did I get even more handsome today? Zhang Yuanbo analyzed Wang Hao's alchemical techniques carefully and finally focused on the alchemy furnace itself. Wang Hao, I observed your entire crafting process and didn't notice a single flaw. The problem lies with your furnace. After prolonged exposure to intense heat, its internal structure has become unstable. Zhang Yuanbo, worthy of his rank as a Saint-tier alchemist, identified the issue with a single glance. Wang Hao's eyes widened in shock. So, the problem was with the furnace? This furnace cost me 20 billion star coins. And it's defective? Wang Hao was incredulous, internally cursing unscrupulous merchants. Seeing through Wang Hao's thoughts, Zhang Yuanbo added, this furnace is actually quite good. 20 billion is a fair price. The issue is that your soul fire is too strong. The intensity of your flames exceeds what the furnace can handle. Wang Hao scratched his head. So, it wasn't that the furnace was bad, but that he was too powerful. How about this? I happen to have an extra alchemy furnace lying around. I'll give it to you. Zhang Yuanbo offered. Wang Hao hesitated. That's a bit much. Just take it. It's only a furnace. I have plenty. Zhang Yuanbo feigned irritation. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Since Master Jiang had put it like that. Master Jiang, then I'll accept it with gratitude, Wang Hao replied sincerely. Seeing him agree, Zhang Yuanbo's earlier displeasure dissipated. Such a rare talent, what a shame he belonged to the Heavenly Martial Association. The more Zhang Yuanbo thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Why did he have to be part of the Heavenly Martial Association? If it were any other organization, Zhang Yuanbo wouldn't hesitate to pull strings, even at the cost of his reputation, to recruit him. But the Heavenly Martial Association? Forget it. He still valued his life, however. Looking at it from another perspective, there might still be a chance. By the way, Wang Hao, you don't have a girlfriend yet, right? Zhang Yuanbo suddenly asked. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. What was this pill Master Jiang trying to pull now? He's already given him a pill furnace, and now he's trying to set him up with a girlfriend? This was too much. Elder Jiang, I'm still young. Right now, I only want to quickly improve my martial arts realm. I haven't thought about anything else. Wang Hao explained. So, you don't have one. We have several saintesses in the sacred land of Xianpil young, in their prime, with exceptional spiritual talent, and stunningly beautiful. Absolutely top tier. Zhang Yuanbo's eyes sparkled as he spoke. I even have a granddaughter, Wang Hao gulped. How did refining a Lingyuan pill lead to this kind of conversation? Elder Zhang, I really don't have any such thoughts right now. Wang Hao continued, trying to refuse politely. Zhang Yuanbo's face darkened. Young man, just get to know them first. Make a friend. I'm not asking for anything more. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. This situation was eerily similar to his previous life. Fine, I'll find some time to meet them. Wang Hao reluctantly agreed, taking a deep breath. Zhang Yuanbo nodded in satisfaction. This kid was obedient, good. Afterward, Wang Hao began asking about how to repair a damaged Yuanfu. Damaged Yuanfu? Zhang Yuanbo frowned slightly. He searched his memory. Could this kid be asking for someone else? Over 10 years ago, someone had come to the sacred land of Xianpil with the same question. This kid was from the Tianwu Guild, could it be that person? What was his name again? Guan Shang? You're talking about Guan Shang from your Tianwu Guild, right? That kid had exceptional martial arts talent. Even our sacred lord praised him back then. What a pity. Zhang Yuanbo continued. We couldn't fix his Yuanfu either. Zhang Yuanbo added. Wang Hao's face darkened. Even the sacred land of Xianpil had no solution. Unless you can obtain the St. Luo Yuan replenishing flower. Otherwise, it's impossible. Zhang Yuanbo said coldly. What is the St. Luo Yuan replenishing flower? Wang Hao's eyes lit up, eagerly asking. The St. Luo Yuan replenishing flower is a rare sacred herb passed down from ancient times, with miraculous properties. Not only can it nourish the Yuanfu, but it can also greatly assist a grandmaster in condensing their dharma body, stepping into the martial saint realm. Zhang Yuanbo explained. A sacred herb. Wang Hao's face grew somber. And it was something that could help a grandmaster condense a dharma body. Don't forget, a martial saint was already the pinnacle of existence on Blue Star. To rise above grandmasters and become a martial saint was almost 1 in 1,000. Such a peerless herb, forget about finding it, the competitors for it would all be grandmasters. The most critical part was that this thing was extremely rare. It seemed like this would have to wait until later. Wang Hao took a deep breath. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhang Yuanbo, Wang Hao ended the communication. In the sacred land of Xianpil, in a sealed room. As soon as Zhang Yuanbo hung up the call, he hurriedly flew toward the depths of the sacred land of Xianpil. At its deepest point, an elderly man with a head full of white hair sat dozing before a pill furnace. His body continuously emitted faint flames, wrapping around the pill furnace. The furnace trembled slightly under the scorching heat. Senior brother, I've discovered a promising talent. Suddenly, an excited voice echoed from afar. The sound waves stirred up by the voice caused the flames around the old man to flare up even more furiously. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, the pill furnace exploded violently. Deep within the sacred land of Xianpil, thick smoke billowed and spread. The once quiet and serene environment became stiflingly oppressive due to the layer of smoke. The air was filled with gray and black haze, accompanied by a pungent burnt odor. The white-haired elder gritted his teeth, staring at the shattered pill furnace before him, his anger boiling over. Old Jiang, you're going to compensate me for that Xuanqing pill. Do you have any idea how much that pill was worth? The white-haired elder's eyes widened in fury, his voice heavy with rage. Senior brother, don't be hasty. Let me explain. Zhang Yuanbo, undeterred by the other's anger, quickly spoke up. This white-haired elder was none other than Zhang Yuanbo's senior brother, Song Yiming, the grand elder of the sacred land of Xianpil and a legendary figure in the art of alchemy. If you try to brush me off with some trivial nonsense again, I'll make you regret it. Song Yiming gritted his teeth, issuing a stern warning. Zhang Yuanbo then carefully detailed Wang Hao's situation. Junior brother, are you out of your mind? The soulfire pill technique barely reaching minor mastery would already be impressive, but you're telling me he directly refined 10 Ling Yuan pills? Have you lost your senses from too much alchemy? Even I, back in the day, practiced alchemy for a long time, starting with the simplest body-tempering pills. Song Yiming furrowed his brows, looking at Zhang Yuanbo's excited expression, utterly incredulous. Song Yiming's doubts were entirely reasonable. This was simply too unbelievable. Imagine a primary schooler who had just started learning martial arts suddenly passing the Imperial Academy's entrance exam. It just didn't add up. And alchemy was far harder than entering the Imperial Academy. Even among the disciples of their sacred land, trained from a young age, it was rare for someone to refine Ling Yuan pills at the age of 16. The wild spiritual force wielder before them, clutching a Saint-tier alchemy manual and fumbling around for a few days, had actually managed to concoct spirit essence pills? This sounded like a joke. Not even a novel would dare write something so absurd. Zhang Yuanbo let out a cold snort. Don't think you're the only one who's impressive. Everyone's got potential. Then, Zhang Yuanbo pulled out a communication device and tapped a few buttons. A video began to play on the screen. Good thing I saved this recording, or that stubborn old man wouldn't have believed it. Song Yiming had been skeptical, but as the scenes unfolded, showcasing the smooth and proficient alchemy techniques, his eyes lit up more and more. Especially at the end, when 10 pills floated gracefully under Wang Hao's control, Song Yiming's eyes widened in astonishment. Whose genius child is this? No, where did this treasure come from? Junior brother, who exactly did you find? Bring him back to the Xiandan Holy Land immediately to enshrine. No, protect him. If something happens to him out there, our Xiandan Holy Land would suffer a tremendous loss, Song Yiming said urgently, his eyes gleaming. Zhang Yuanbo scoffed. You think I don't want to? If Wang Hao joins us, he'd absolutely have the potential to ascend to the rank of divine-tier alchemist in the future. Senior brother, stop dreaming. He's the prize talent of the Tianwu Guild. Zhang Yuanbo shook his head. Ever since meeting Wang Hao last time, Zhang Yuanbo had dug up quite a bit of information about him. A 16-year-old martial prodigy, a dual comprehension genius already at the innate stage, with astonishing talent. There's no way the Tianwu Guild would let such a talent slip away. Hearing. This was like having a bucket of cold water dumped over Song Yiming's head. Though the Xiandan Holy Land was renowned, it still fell short in comparison to the Tianwu Guild. Senior brother, what do you think would happen if he advanced to Saint Tier as a spiritual force wielder? Zhang Yuanbo tentatively asked, inside the training room of the extreme martial dojo. Wang Hao held several spirit-nurturing pills in his hand and slowly swallowed them. As the pills entered his body, the spiritual energy in his mind began to grow stronger. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, a surge of warm spiritual force erupted in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 500 soul power. Spiritual force wielder. Level advanced to spirit tier, mid-grade. He broke through. Wang Hao took a deep breath. For days now, he hadn't stopped, continuously practicing the asterisk stellar soul tempering technique star. With the dual support of the spirit nurturing pills and the technique, his spiritual force wielder rank had finally advanced to spirit tier, mid-grade. Could it be that his talent for spiritual force wielding was even greater? Wang Hao wondered silently as his spiritual force level continued to rise. Moreover, it seemed his alchemy skills were extraordinary as well. Just seeing how old Jian was eager to introduce potential girlfriends to him was proof enough. His alchemy was definitely not ordinary. But no, Wang Hao resolved. He would never abandon martial arts. He took a deep breath, his will unwavering. He would walk the path he chose, not take the easy shortcut. Alchemy and spiritual force skills were ultimately tools to pave his way to the pinnacle of martial arts. His true goal was absolute power. Wang Hao suddenly felt his future clear up before him. Top-tier talents. Spiritual force wielding, even the system, these were all just auxiliary tools. Ultimately, he was determined to stand at the summit of martial arts. With this realization, Wang Hao's mind became crystal clear, and all confusion vanished. One day, he vowed, he would wield his blade to cut down all demons and foes. With his power, he would suppress everything in this world. Since coming to this world, Wang Hao had never stopped pursuing martial arts. Other transmigrators, armed with a system like his, would have long since laid back and coasted on copying talents. Even if they didn't slack off, they wouldn't push themselves as relentlessly as he did, forsaking almost all entertainment to dedicate himself entirely to martial arts. After all, this world's entertainment industry was ridiculously advanced, offering everything imaginable. To reach this point, advancing to 8th rank Grandmaster. Within a few short months, Wang Hao knew full well the hardships and sacrifices behind his progress. Everything Wang Hao had achieved was by his own effort. The system had only lent a small helping hand. He snorted inwardly. A genius is, in truth, 99.99% hard work and only 0.01% system aid. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving overwhelming martial intent. Blade force directly elevated to perfection. Blade intent comprehended. Damn, the system is truly a godsend, even maxing out my blade force. A surge of intense willpower erupted within Wang Hao, and the blade intent seemed to tear through the heavens. The training room became engulfed in Wang Hao's boundless blade intent. Under its influence, sharp whistling sounds echoed continuously, as if countless razor-sharp blades were slicing through the space. Wang Hao felt a tingling sensation across his body, as though he were being cut by blades. Yet, he felt no pain, only exhilaration. Blade intent. Wang Hao was overjoyed. The intent of the blade is a manifestation of martial will. Only when the momentum of the blade reaches its peak can one comprehend the intent of the blade. And martial will is the key to understanding the true essence of martial arts. When martial will reaches its pinnacle, only then can one truly grasp the essence of martial arts. Understanding the essence of martial arts and condensing the Dharma body is the only way to achieve the rank of martial saint. Throughout history, countless prodigies have been stuck at this stage of martial arts essence. While the condensation of the Dharma body can rely on rare treasures for assistance, martial will, on the other hand, cannot depend on any external aid. Even the legendary saint stones can only assist those who have already grasped martial will. If the momentum of the blade has not reached perfection and the intent of the blade is not comprehended, no amount of assistance will suffice. It could be said that Wang Hao was already far ahead on the path to becoming a martial saint. Many grandmasters had not yet comprehended martial will. Among those at the master level, it was an even rarer feat. Wang Hao had never even heard of anyone achieving it. Having comprehended the intent of the blade, the next step was to perfect it before one could grasp the true essence of martial arts. Wang Hao's heart raced. He hadn't expected that the inspiration he had just experienced would help him break through such a critical barrier on his path to becoming a martial saint. He had initially estimated that achieving perfect blade momentum would require mastering several A-level blade techniques. Yet now, he had leaped directly past the perfection stage, stepping into the threshold of blade intent, saving himself considerable time. What's more, with the addition of blade intent, his strength had been significantly enhanced. Wang Hao clenched his fist softly, feeling countless invisible blades swirling around him, filling the air with a murderous aura. After a moment, Wang Hao slowly withdrew his blade intent, allowing the training room to return to calm. However, the room's decorations and furniture were left in shambles, shattered by the dissipating blade intent, leaving the room barren. Wang Hao opened his attribute panel and silently recited to himself, name, Wang Hao, talents, divine speed physique, SSS, spatial matrix, SSS, void shadow, S, absolute frost, S, martial realm, 8th rank master, spiritual realm, mid-tier spirit grade mentalist, techniques, chaos divine origin technique, skills, blade intent. Introductory, fist momentum, mastery, boosts fist techniques power by 150%, soul refining techniques, star soul refining technique, S-level, proficient, blade techniques. 13 Gates Blade Technique, A-level, proficient, Blazing Fire Blade Technique, B-level, adept, 9 Shadows Sky Origin Blade, B-level, adept, Body Refining Techniques. Indestructible Physique Technique, A-level, proficient, Thunder Vidra Technique, B-level, adept, Fist Techniques, Thunder Sky Strike, B-level, proficient, Rushing Thunder Fist. C-level, mastered, Falling Cloud Palm, F-level, mastered, Movement Techniques, Carefree Sky Step, A-level, proficient, Ethereal Shadow Technique, C-level, mastered, support. Techniques, Spirit Clarity Eye, D-level, perfected, Divine Breath Technique, C-level, perfected, Special Techniques, 9 Nether Frost Pulse, SS-level, proficient, Alchemy. Skills, Soulfire Pill Technique, C-level, minor accomplishment, Vitality, 5,300, Soul, 500, time until next duplication, 8 days. Seeing that blade intent had already appeared on his attribute panel, even though it didn't provide a quantifiable stat boost, it was undeniably powerful. The near destruction of the training room by the invisible blades earlier was proof enough of its might. Well then, it was about time to attend Lin Cheng's master banquet. Wang Hao glanced at his terminal, the time was drawing near. A few days ago, Guan Sheng had messaged him, inviting him to join several other representatives of the Sky Martial Society in attending Lin Cheng's master banquet. Following the recent expedition to the ruins, Lin Cheng himself would also be attending, along with many other masters. This was a great opportunity for Wang Hao to familiarize himself with the circle of masters. After all, once a martial artist reached the master level, they were already incredibly powerful. Wang Hao stretched lazily, his bones creaking audibly after days of continuous training and alchemy. The banquet starts at 7 p.m. Arriving at 6:59 should be fine, Wang Hao thought to himself. In truth, he wasn't particularly interested in such gatherings. Training always felt much more fulfilling to him. Besides, it was just a master banquet. Hosting such a grand event for something like that seemed utterly baffling. Were the lives of the wealthy really this dull and frivolous? Still, since Hall Master Guan had insisted, he might as well attend. Besides, it wouldn't hurt to get to know Lin Cheng a bit. After all, Wang Hao greatly admired his SSS-level talent. In the Lin family estate of the imperial capital, the Lin family residence was brightly lit, filled with a festive atmosphere, and the sounds of laughter and joy echoed all around. Guests coming and going were all engaged in animated discussions. Naturally, the focal point of their conversations was Lin Cheng. This super genius from the Lin family had recently condensed his origin palace and successfully ascended to the rank of master, causing quite a stir. Lin and Zhang Wentao were being guided by servants as they slowly made their way to the inner hall of the Lin family residence. It's just a master banquet, yet they'd made such a big fuss. Lin muttered under his breath. Zhang Wentao snorted coldly. If you were hosting a master banquet, you'd probably rent out the entire imperial capital and make sure the whole world knew about it. Lin shrugged. Zhang Wentao wasn't wrong. If he broke through to become a grandmaster, his father might throw an even grander celebration. Lin Cheng was already considered quite low-key. The banquet was held in his own home, and the number of invitees wasn't large. However, those who came were all key figures from major powers. Though the guest list was small, every individual carried significant weight. I wonder if Chu Mengyao from the Dragon God Society will come. I haven't seen her in ages. Lin suddenly said, as if something had crossed his mind. After getting beaten up like that, she's probably too embarrassed to show her face. If I were her, I wouldn't want to live anymore. But man, her figure and face are truly unmatched. Zhang Wentao sneered as he spoke. Before he could finish, Lin suddenly started winking at Zhang Wentao furiously, his eyes blinking non-stop, as if trying to warn him about something. What's wrong with you, Lin Xiao? Are you out of your mind? What's with the weird signals? Just say it directly. Zhang Wentao couldn't help but ask, confused by Lin An's expression. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden chill swept through his entire body, a terrifyingly powerful energy locked onto Zhang Wentao. The cold, murderous aura made him feel like he had plunged into an icy abyss, every cell in his body frozen in despair. Zhang Wentao felt as if he was just one step away from death. Who dared to make a move on him right in front of the Lin family? Fear enveloped him like darkness, consuming his heart. It felt as though death was just a second away. Behind Zhang Wentao stood A stunningly beautiful woman in an elegant light dress, her face icy and her gaze fixed intently on him. Who else could it be but Chu Mengyao? Miss Chu, I'm so sorry. Zhang Xiao has had too much to drink. And was just joking. Lin An hurriedly explained. Zhang Wentao could die, but not now, he still served a purpose. Before Lin An could finish speaking, an overwhelming force erupted from Chu Mengyao. Boom! 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 The powerful impact sent both Lin An and Zhang Wentao flying. They crashed heavily into a massive stone pillar next to the Lin family estate, causing it to immediately shatter. You're all the same kind of scum. If you dare to speak nonsense again, not even the gods can save you, Chu Mengyao said coldly. With that, she swayed her slender waist and walked directly into the Lin family courtyard. Many guests around her watched with awe and respect in their eyes. A grandmaster. Chu goddess has actually advanced to grandmaster rank. That guy from the Zhang family really has a big mouth. Saying such things in a setting like this, and being caught red-handed by the person in question, what a disgrace to the Zhang family. Exactly. Talking trash in private might slide, but doing it here, the surrounding crowd murmured amongst themselves, clearly looking down on Zhang Wentao. Under the shattered stone pillar, Lin An and Zhang Wentao sat with dark expressions, their hearts burning with rage. To be beaten like this by a woman. Zhang Wentao, in particular, was seething with humiliation, his expression so dark it seemed water might drip from it. To be humiliated like this in public. Inside the Lin family banquet hall, most of the guests had already taken their seats. Has Wang Hao not arrived yet? Lin Cheng frowned, scanning the room but failing to spot Wang Hao. A servant nearby replied, the Tianmu Society has already confirmed Wang Hao will be coming. The banquet hall buzzed with lively conversation, the atmosphere electric. The attendees were all top figures from various major powers. Aside from a handful of young, genius innate level fighters, most were grandmasters. Many of them were set to participate in the upcoming Ancient Ruins expedition. The gathering included seasoned grandmasters as well as rising talents from emerging forces. In such a setting, Lin Cheng's presence felt noticeably less prominent. In a corner of the banquet, an exceptionally beautiful young woman dressed in a white shirt and blue denim shorts was scanning the crowd. That infuriating Wang Hao. He's been avoiding me for days, even skipping school. What on earth is he up to? Lin Shihan had gone to look for Wang Hao multiple times but hadn't been able to find him. Most of the surrounding guests were dressed in suits, while the women wore elegant gowns. Lin Shihan's white shirt and denim shorts made her stand out sharply in the crowd. Many people couldn't help but steal glances at her long, snow-white legs. Lin Shihan, long accustomed to such looks, paid them no mind. Not far away, Chu Mengyao stared at Lin Shihan's stunning beauty and eye-catching long legs, momentarily dazed. How could there be such a beautiful woman? Chu Mengyao felt a twinge of inadequacy in her heart. She had thought the rumors about Lin Shihan's beauty at the Imperial College were exaggerated, but seeing her in person, she realized the photos didn't do her justice. Her skin, smooth as jade, her unparalleled face, and her perfectly proportioned figure, she seemed to embody all things beautiful. Many others began to quietly comment on Lin Shihan's looks as well. Even Chu Mengyao's renowned beauty seemed to pale in comparison to Lin Shihan. Outside the Lin family estate, Wang Hao strolled leisurely toward the Lin family's entrance. He was accompanied by several members of the Tianwu Society, all of whom were set to join the Ancient Ruins expedition. Wang Hao, we're almost at the Lin family's place, said a middle-aged man by his side. This man was Zhou Bai, a 7th-rank grandmaster. Behind him were two other 8th-grade grandmasters, Su Rongxian and Li Helen. Wang Hao instinctively scanned the area with his mental power, only to find it blocked by some kind of force. He couldn't probe into the specifics of the Lin family's interior. It seemed the Lin family had also set up a formation here, and a trace of disappointment flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Nonetheless, he followed Zhou Bai and the others, heading deeper into the Lin family estate. Ah, Master Zhou, you're the last ones to arrive. Came late, so you'll have to drink a few extra rounds later. A hearty voice echoed as soon as they stepped inside. It was none other than Lin Cheng's father, Lin Tong. Lin Tong was also a formidable Grandmaster-level powerhouse, rumored to have already broken through to the Great Grandmaster realm. However, this rumor had never been officially confirmed, as no one had seen him in action. Regardless, Lin Tong's strength was undeniable, his prowess was astonishing. After some brief pleasantries, they were warmly ushered into the banquet hall. As Wang Hao walked into the grand hall, he immediately felt countless gazes fall upon him. In the distance, Lin Chang greeted him with a faint smile, his eyes filled with goodwill. Not far away, a stunning woman in a white blouse stared coldly at Wang Hao. Many others also scrutinized him closely, although Wang Hao's first-place performance in last month's Shenwu class monthly assessment hadn't been widely publicized. It was hard for those present to remain unaware. At just 16 years old, Wang Hao had already taken over the position Lin Chang once held. What's more, his rise had been meteoric. Many Felt as though the martial arts examination had just concluded, yet Wang Hao was already standing at the pinnacle of the Imperial Academy's student body, securing first place in the Xinwu class monthly assessment carried immense weight. It was a top-ranking achievement contested by the Academy's brightest talents. More importantly, the results directly affected the allocation of cultivation opportunities in the primordial energy pool and the Enlightenment divine realm. Nobody would hold back in such a competition. Unfazed by the attention, Wang Hao walked confidently alongside Zhou Bai into the hall and found a seat. Before long, Wang Hao and his group were seated at a central table in the banquet hall. To his surprise, a few familiar faces were already at the table. Wang Hao sat at a luxurious jade table, surrounded by elite figures from various factions. After all, he and Zhou Bai represented the Tianwu society. Beside him, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence watched Wang Hao with a gentle gaze. Wang Hao remained on guard. This old man was Wang Xiong. How infuriating. A great grandmaster attending a grandmaster banquet? Though Wang Hao didn't sense any malice from Wang Xiong, the absence of hostility was even more unsettling. After all, he had crippled Wang Xiong's son, taken significant resources from his family alongside a martial sage, and even claimed an heirloom-level S-rank martial art. Wang Hao refused to believe Wang Xiong bore no grudge. Even a common rabbit would grind its teeth in such circumstances, let alone a great grandmaster. The more Wang Xiong greeted him with a smile, the more uneasy Wang Hao felt. This old man was likely seething inside, wishing to tear him apart. Still, Wang Hao thought to himself, he wouldn't dare make a move here. Anyway, he's a crippled great grandmaster, and my current strength isn't weak. With A-rank martial arts and my SSS rank spatial talent, Wang Hao was confident that under the martial sage level, no one could stop him if he decided to escape. Thank you all for taking the time to attend my son Lin Chang's grandmaster banquet. At the head of the banquet hall, Lin Tong spoke with an air of grandeur. His words met with rounds of applause. Lin Chang, holding a glass of fine wine, moved from table to table, greeting the guests. Seeing that Wang Xiong seemed hesitant to act, Wang Hao began observing the room. Zhou Bai introduced the grandmasters seated nearby. That's Xiao Yao from Fengshan Pavilion, a 6th grade grandmaster. Over there is someone from the Li family, and that one's Chu Mengyao from the Longshan Society. She's been making waves lately, especially after being humiliated in public. Seems like she's advanced to grandmaster too. She'll also be joining the upcoming Ruins expedition. Zhou Bai spoke in a low voice, his gaze landing on a girl in a long dress not far away. Following his gaze, Wang Hao saw Chu Mengyao seated gracefully in a simple yet elegant dress. Her aloof demeanor was striking, and the dress accentuated her captivating figure. As if sensing his gaze, she looked back at him. Their eyes met briefly before Wang Hao quickly averted his gaze, thinking to himself, she's got a nice figure, but there's no need to get involved. If she finds out I was the one who slapped her back, then I'll just end up with another hidden enemy. Chu Mengyao furrowed her brows at Wang Hao's evasive gaze. There was something about him that felt off. It was clearly their first meeting, yet there was an inexplicable familiarity that sent a shiver through her. A masked man giving her a slap flashed through her mind, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. However, she quickly regained her composure. Meanwhile, Zhou Bai continued introducing the surrounding powerhouses. Before long, Wang Hao spotted several more familiar faces in the banquet hall. Some were classmates from the Xinwu class, while others were figures like Lin Shihan, the school beauty of the Imperial Academy, whom he had encountered during his previous duel with Yi Shi at the martial arena. Lin Shihan stared directly at Wang Hao, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Wang Hao noticed her gaze, but as a mid-tier spirit master of the Ling rank, he remained unfazed. With his formidable martial arts and mastery of blade intent, his strength had skyrocketed. Fighting opponents above his level was now effortless. Though Lin Shihan had once defeated a 4th grade grandmaster like Yi Shi, Wang Hao felt no fear. After all, he had done nothing to wrong her. There was no reason to be intimidated. Truth be told, Lin Shihan was undeniably beautiful. Seeing her openly staring at him, Wang Hao met her gaze boldly, returning her look without hesitation. Lin Shihan, noticing the audacity in his eyes, scoffed inwardly. She had thought he was different from the others, but it turned out he was just as shallow. The banquet hall was filled with people discreetly observing Wang Hao. His talent was extraordinary, surpassing even Lin Chang, the star of tonight's event. Not far away, Lin Tong stood on the stage, confidently addressing the crowd, maintaining tight control over the evening's atmosphere. Applause and cheers erupted intermittently. Ladies and gentlemen, Lin Tong began, his tone carrying a hint of mystery. Our Lin family ancestors discovered an ancient visualization scroll deep within the battlefield of demons. This scroll contains secrets of the ancient martial saints' fist techniques. The moment Lin Tong spoke, the banquet hall fell silent. A visualization scroll? Secrets of the ancient martial saints' techniques? The crowd rippled with excitement. Was Lin Tong planning to share the scroll with everyone? Eyes across the room lit up. If this were true, the Grandmaster banquet would undoubtedly be worth every moment. Wang Hao squinted slightly, his curiosity piqued by the mention of the ancient martial saint's visualization scroll. He wasn't alone, others who understood the essence of martial arts were equally thrilled. Even the representatives of major factions couldn't hide the hunger in their eyes. Not far away, Lin Shihan's eyes flickered briefly, though her expression remained unreadable. "What do you mean by this, Master Lin?" Someone couldn't help but ask. "Indeed, could we have a look at this visualization scroll?" another chimed in. "That's right. None of us have ever seen a scroll said to hold the secrets of the martial saint's techniques. Show us, let us broaden our horizons." Excitement rippled through the banquet hall, with many eager to witness the fabled artifact. Lin Tong, as if anticipating this reaction, smiled knowingly. Now, don't rush. I wouldn't joke about something like this. We've had this scroll for years, but apart from our ancestor, Martial Saint Lin Feng, who managed to glean some profound insights from it, no one else has gained much from it." Lin Tong's tone carried a note of regret. The crowd only grew more animated at his words. The Lin family's strength was undeniable, having been passed down through countless generations. If only Martial Saint Lin Feng had benefited from the scroll. It must truly be extraordinary. The room was filled with elite warriors and prodigiously talented young geniuses. Confidence in their own abilities was a given. A scroll that only a martial saint could decipher. The curiosity in the air was palpable. Even if they couldn't rise to the level of a martial saint, who wouldn't want to glean some luck or inspiration from such a treasure? After all, this was an artifact containing the essence of fist techniques. So, on this Grandmaster Banquet occasion, we've decided to unveil this visualization scroll and allow everyone to study it together. We cannot let such a treasure remain buried, Lin Tong declared with hearty enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the hall erupted into fervor. What generosity from the Lin family patriarch! No wonder the Lin family has raised so many outstanding talents. Truly a role model for us all. Many voices chimed in with praise, the hall abuzz with admiration. As the room clamored with delight, Wang Hao frowned slightly. Was the Lin patriarch truly this magnanimous? A visualization scroll containing the essence of fist techniques. Even if it was for the Grandmaster Banquet, wasn't this a bit excessive? He glanced at Zhou Bo and the others beside him, noticing their fiery gazes locked on Lin Tong. It wasn't just Lin Tong all around, fervent eyes stared intently at the Lin patriarch. Something felt off. Next to him, Wang Xiong's expression remained indifferent, as if entirely uninterested in the scroll. Next, I will reveal the martial saint's visualization scroll. I urge everyone to study it carefully. Lin Tong's voice carried a subtle allure. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd's focus sharpened, anticipation thick in the air. The banquet hall's atmosphere was taut, nearly suffocating. Wang Hao clenched his fists. Something was amiss, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. In the distance, Lin Chang wore a calm, benevolent smile, a sharp contrast to the fevered atmosphere in the hall. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a radiant light erupted from Lin Tong's hands. A massive scroll unfurled from his grasp, appearing to stretch across the entire sky. The moment the scroll appeared, the banquet hall was thrown into chaos. Every gaze was glued to the scroll, captivated. On the scroll's surface, a man engulfed in roaring flames emitted an overwhelming aura, as though challenging the very heavens. Above him, an endless swarm of demons loomed, locked in a standoff with the fiery figure. The entire scene was drenched in blood and shadow, with a torrential rain of crimson falling from the sky. Though the image was static, it felt alive, as if the scene might burst into motion at any moment. The world within the painting seemed to spill over into the entire banquet hall. Wang Hao felt as if he were immersed in it, surrounded by an atmosphere heavy with bloodshed and danger. In the distance, demons exuded an aura that gnawed at the human spirit. Was this really just a painting? His heart tensed with caution, as the chilling energy emanating from the image seemed capable of tearing everything apart. He steadied his mind and observed the reactions of those around him. The people nearby had pale faces, appearing to endure immense pain. Could it be that the Lin family was targeting them? How dare they? Do not resist the will of the painting, everyone. This is the martial truth of the Crimson Flame Martial Saint, a hero of ancient times. He once used this very will to combat demons. Immerse yourself in it, you might gain something valuable. Just as Wang Hao suspected Lin Tong of wanting to ensnare them all, Lin Tong's voice echoed through the hall. The guests became even more fervent, their blood boiling with excitement. The martial truth of the Crimson Flame Martial Saint, Master Zhou, be careful. I have a bad feeling about this painting. Wang Hao tugged at Zhou Bai, who was beside him, issuing a quiet warning. The fanaticism in Zhou Bai's eyes immediately dimmed. Wang Hao's words forced him to stay alert, although it was unlikely that the Lin family would act against them so openly. What if? A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Bai's back as he quickly alerted the two fellow masters from the Sky Martial Society who had accompanied him. Junior Wang Hao, why aren't you fully immersing yourself in the martial truth of the painting? With your exceptional talent, you're bound to gain insights. A voice, clear and confident, came from behind him. Wang Hao turned slowly to see Lin Chang standing. There, Senior Lin Chang, why aren't you immersing yourself? Wang Hao asked flatly. Lin Chang squinted slightly and smiled. I've already immersed myself many times before and gained nothing. Wang Hao curled his lips, saying nothing more. Lin Chang's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he turned and left, seeing Wang Hao remain uninterested. At this moment, the banquet hall felt engulfed by an oppressive atmosphere of murderous intent and tension. Wang Hao observed everything with calm detachment. The painting indeed contained profound martial truths. If studied carefully, one might gain significant insights. Having already mastered the essence of blade intent, Wang Hao was particularly sensitive to such martial wills. The martial truth emanating from the painting above was undeniably potent. Within the painting, the demons were firmly suppressed by the crimson flame martial saint's martial will, unable to make a move. However, to devote himself entirely to the painting and risk someone suddenly attacking him, Wang Hao had no intention of dying so carelessly. Martial truth was important, but not more so than his own life. Many others in the hall, like Wang Hao, chose to remain cautious rather than being entirely sucked into the painting's allure. Yet, as the martial truth continued to unfurl, more and more people were drawn into its dominating realm. The atmosphere in the banquet hall grew increasingly eerie. Bang, bang, bang. Just as everyone was fully immersed in comprehending the martial truth, a sudden explosion echoed through the hall. A man dressed in blue, unable to withstand the pressure of the martial truth, exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, instantly igniting the already tense atmosphere in the hall. Following this, more explosions rang out. Increasing numbers of powerful individuals succumbed to the influence of the martial truth and met gruesome ends. Wang Hao's pupils contracted sharply. Something had indeed gone terribly wrong. Lin Tong, you'll pay for this. Lin Tong, what are you trying to do? Have you lost your mind? Angry shouts erupted throughout the hall as many glared at Lin Tong on the stage, their faces dark with rage. At this moment, the gentleness on Lin Tong's face vanished, replaced by a twisted and malevolent expression. His body began to transform, taking on a demonic appearance as black energy emanated from him in waves. A deep and sinister aura erupted around him. The painting above the banquet hall seemed to respond, releasing an even more terrifying killing intent. That's not Lin Tong, it's a demon. Everyone, be careful. As Lin Tong's transformation unfolded, the people in the hall finally realized the truth. The banquet hall was instantly plunged into a hellish nightmare, saturated with the stench of blood and bone-chilling dread. Screams and wails soon filled every corner of the space. Run! Wang Hao shouted to Zhou Bai and the others. The Lin family had already succumbed to demonic corruption, and the situation had become dire. The group nodded and immediately sprinted toward the exit. Simultaneously, many warriors who had yet to fully grasp the martial truth also snapped out of it and fled. Roar! A group of demons with hideous faces suddenly burst into the hall, pouncing madly on the fleeing people. Battle erupted. Instantly. Under the oppressive aura of the martial truth emanating from the painting, the warriors found themselves at an immediate disadvantage. Many were unable to unleash their full strength and were swiftly overpowered by the fearsome demons. The banquet hall plunged into chaotic carnage. The grotesque demons continued to emerge, seemingly intent on annihilating everything. The space was quickly filled with dazzling bursts of energy and menacing demonic auras. Wang Hao's heart sank as he spotted the sudden emergence of demons. In the distance, it was clear that the Lin family had been well prepared. Don't resist, I'll get you all out of here, Wang Hao said to Zhou Bai and the others. A glimmer of hope appeared in Zhou Bai's eyes. Could it be that Wang Hao had a special way out? It wasn't too surprising. After all, Wang Hao was a genius chosen by the Green Mountain Marshal Sage. Surely he had some life-saving ace up his sleeve. This place is too dangerous. Let's retreat for now, Wang Hao replied coldly. With a snort, he immediately activated his spatial power to tightly envelop the members of the Sky Martial Club. Stop! Wang Hao and his group. Lin Tong, standing on the stage, suddenly shouted. In mere moments, hordes of demons charged toward Wang Hao, the gusts they stirred up nearly tearing the space apart. Lin Tong's words drew the attention of everyone in the banquet hall toward Wang Hao. From a distance, Wang Xiong's eyes flashed with killing intent, but he restrained himself from taking action. What was this kid planning? Nearby, Linen was surrounded and heavily guarded by several martial artists. Goodbye, everyone. Spatial matrix, Wang Hao murmured softly. A vast wave of spatial energy enveloped his group. Zhou Bai and the others felt their bodies engulfed by a mysterious force before suddenly losing consciousness. As the spatial matrix activated, Wang Hao and his group vanished from the eerie banquet hall in an instant. On the stage, Lin Tong's eyes were filled with disbelief. I clearly activated the anti-spatial barrier. How did Wang Hao still manage to escape? Lin Tong was in utter shock. Could he have overlooked something? In the corner of the banquet hall, Lin Chang stared at the spot where Wang Hao had disappeared, a dark glint flashing in his eyes as if recalling something. Rip these people apart immediately. Lin Tong, roared, realizing that Wang Hao's escape would no longer allow them to keep their plans concealed. With his command, the demons became even more frenzied, and the battle escalated into an intense, brutal fight. Lin Tong himself joined the fray. In his demonized form, he was far more powerful, and each of his attacks carried devastating force. Outside the Lin estate in the imperial capital, Wang Hao staggered, panting heavily, his face pale. His energy was nearly depleted, and he was barely able to remain standing. The spatial transfer had drained him significantly, taking a few people along had almost left him completely drained. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a high-grade essence crystal and began channeling the primordial chaos divine energy technique to recover his strength. After regaining a bit of energy, Wang Hao woke Zhou Bai and the others, urging them to contact Hall Master Guan immediately. Before long, various factions had surrounded the Lin estate. The Lin estate was now shrouded in a powerful formation. Many formidable warriors stood outside, their expressions grim as they stared at the barrier surrounding the estate. Hall Master Guan, is there no way to break in? Wang Hao asked, his face still pale but clearly better than before. While speaking, he continued to clutch the high-grade essence crystal, replenishing his energy. Zhou Bai and the others, standing beside him, looked at Wang Hao with deep gratitude. If not for him, they wouldn't have made it out alive. The consequences inside would have been unthinkable. It must already be a living hell in there. Wan Shang nodded slightly. You're lucky. You escaped just before they fully activated the anti-spatial barrier, otherwise, it would have been a dire situation. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Did they activate it after we left? How could such an important barrier only be activated after we escaped? Asterisk. Let's see if I can send the shadow in to scout. If it works, I might even be able to grab the martial sage's fist intent amidst the chaos. Asterisk. Wang Hao's thoughts shifted. Even though the Lin estate was now overrun by demons, the martial sage's fist intent was a rare treasure. If he could seize it, the entire banquet ordeal would be worth it. Outside the Lin estate, many warriors were gathered, discussing ways to breach the formation. While the others debated, Wang Hao was already controlling his shadow clone. Activating a spatial matrix, the shadow slipped directly inside. Asterisk. As expected, my spatial talent is unmatched. Asterisk. Wang Hao's eyes gleamed. An SSS-level spatial ability, it made the anti-spatial barrier completely irrelevant to him. Once inside, the shadow was greeted by a scene of utter carnage. It was a battlefield drenched in blood and gore. Severed limbs and broken bodies littered the banquet hall, with blood and corpses covering every inch of the floor. Some survivors were still fighting desperately, fiercely resisting the onslaught of surrounding demons. Don't be afraid. Wang Hao has already gone to seek reinforcements. Help is on the way. A clear, melodious voice rang out. A stunning girl wearing a white shirt and blue denim shorts stood amidst the chaos. Black flames raged around her, incinerating nearby demons. Under the searing power of the black flames, the demons screamed in agony. Many were reduced to mere ashes within moments. Lin Shurhan's words immediately steadied the hearts of the human warriors present. That's right. Wang Hao is out there calling for reinforcements. Help will arrive soon, and when it does, these demons won't stand a chance. Lin Goddess is right. Wang Hao is gone for backup. We just have to hold on and wipe out these monsters. Yes. This is human territory. These demons don't stand a chance. Let's fight. Kill. Kill them all, leave no demon alive. The banquet hall erupted with the roars of human warriors, who threw themselves into a fierce battle against the surrounding demons. In the distance, Lin En's face was clouded with anger, his teeth grinding in frustration. Damn Wang Hao, he muttered to himself, seething. He ran off on his own and didn't even think to take us with him. Unbelievable. Absolutely despicable. If I make it out of this alive, not only will I take your divine demon token, but I'll make sure you don't walk away with your life either. Zhang Wentao's expression was equally grim. He never thought he'd be reduced to relying on that kid. It was utterly absurd. As the human warriors fought desperately against the onslaught, more and more demons poured in from outside. Many of them lunged directly toward Lin Shurhan. The battle around Lin Shurhan erupted into a ferocious wave of chaos once again. This girl. To Wang Hao, Lin Shurhan seemed like a goddess of war. The demons surrounding her were incinerated into ashes by the black flames that danced around her. Her long hair flowed in the air, the black flames burning fiercely around her. The nearby demons dared not approach her, instead roaring furiously from a distance. Before long, a demon radiating an overwhelming aura of dark energy charged forward. It was Lin Tong, now fully transformed into a demonic being. The dark energy emanating from Lin Tong surged toward Lin Shurhan in an instant. But Lin Shurhan appeared ready. With a graceful move, she sidestepped the incoming wave of dark energy. Lin Tong wasn't deterred. His massive, grotesque body barreled toward her. With relentless ferocity, the two clashed in an instant. Despite Lin Tong's fierce onslaught, Lin Shurhan didn't retreat an inch. Their battle sent shockwaves rippling outward, with demonic energy and black flames spreading everywhere. She's this strong? Wang Hao thought to himself, his heart tightening as he watched the intense fight. Lin Shurhan's delicate face remained calm and composed, unshaken, even in the face of the terrifying demon that Lin Tong had become. Then, the black flames around her coalesced into a sharp blade. With the black flame blade in hand, she resembled a queen of blades, her agile movements and the searing heat of her weapon relentlessly pressing Lin Tong back. Lin Tong's massive body began to falter under the assault of the black flame blade. Watching this fierce battle, Wang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Shurhan had improved significantly, far more than when she had fought Yi Shi before. Was she hiding her true strength all along, or had she improved so drastically in such a short time? It seemed Lin Shurhan was an enigma, shrouded in mystery, Wang Hao thought to himself. After leaving Imperial Capital Academy that last time, Wang Hao had even gone out of his way to investigate Lin Shurhan. To his surprise, there was very little information about her, whether online or through her classmates in the Divine Martial class. Everyone only knew her as the school's beauty. Aside from a few photos, there was no other useful information. Still, those photos. Wang Hao couldn't help but recall the time he had asked Chen Shou for information about her, and Chen had sent him several treasured photos of Lin Shurhan in black stockings. Her long, fair legs paired with the alluring black fabric were simply mesmerizing, impossible to look away from. Of course, Wang Hao had stored those photos securely in a special folder. Wait, where's Wang Xiong, that old man? Wang Hao suddenly wondered aloud. Wang Xiong was a Grandmaster-level warrior. Even with one arm missing, his strength was undeniable. There was no way he'd be completely absent from all this chaos. Scanning his surroundings, Wang Hao didn't see Wang Xiong anywhere. The banquet hall was a scene of utter bedlam, with battles raging everywhere. The human warriors were locked in a desperate struggle. Chu Mengyao, Linen, Zhang Wentao, as well as the grandmasters and prodigious fighters from various factions, were all fighting tooth and nail against the demons. Every moment, more warriors or demons fell. Blood and flesh filled the air, mingling with endless wails and roars. It was a living hell. Forget it. First, I need to get my hands on that martial arts scroll. Unnoticed by anyone, a shadow on the ground was fixated on the martial arts scroll suspended above the banquet hall, already plotting its next move. The martial arts scroll still emanated a powerful aura of martial energy from its position high above. Its oppressive bloodlust and killing intent significantly weakened the fighting strength of the human warriors present. Around the scroll lay the corpses of several human grandmasters. Clearly, some had tried to seize it, only to be killed on the spot by lurking demons. Little girl, you're quite strong, Lin Tong sneered, his voice sharp and grating as his demonic energy surged. Join our blood demon clan, and I can have the demon saint himself craft a demonic body for you. Filthy demon scum, you think I'd surrender to you? Who do you think you are? Lin Shurhan's voice was icy as she swung the black flame blade with devastating force. Lin Tong's massive body, despite its size, moved with surprising agility, narrowly evading her attack. The blade sliced through the air, ripping open space itself. A faint aura from the void seeped through the rift. Lin Tong's eyes flickered with a hint of apprehension. Just where did this girl come from to possess such terrifying power? In the meantime, Shadow Wang Hao kept his eyes locked on the martial arts scroll. Floating above the banquet hall, his gaze sharp and vigilant as he monitored the movements of everyone around him. Several other warriors also had their eyes on the scroll, their intentions clear. But the scroll was fiercely guarded by a swarm of demons, waiting for the perfect moment when the human warriors made their next move. Shadow Wang Hao, however, wasn't in a rush. After careful observation, he had essentially figured out the movement patterns of the nearby demons. The repeated failures of human warriors, coupled with their tenacious resistance, had already drawn quite a few demons into the battlefield. The number of demons surrounding the scroll had significantly decreased compared to before. Just a bit longer, just a bit longer. Shadow King Hao's only focus now was obtaining the scroll, everything else was irrelevant. Swish, 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 not far away, two Grandmaster-level warriors suddenly launched an attack toward the scroll. Radiant energy emanated from their bodies as they stepped into the air, heading straight for the martial Dao True Intent scroll. Their actions immediately caught the attention of many. In the distance, Lin Tong, who was battling Lin Shurhan, curled his lips into a cold smile. Did they really think this treasure was that easy to claim? Just as the two Grandmasters made their move, 5 demon generals suddenly emerged from the shadows. Shock filled their eyes. What was going on? They had clearly only seen 2 demons earlier. How had 3 more appeared? The others were equally horrified. Many were secretly eyeing the scroll, but the ferocity of the demons' attacks left them no room to act. Worse yet, the scroll itself emitted a powerful suppressive force, making it even harder to approach. From his hidden position, Shadow King Hao felt a jolt of tension upon seeing the sudden appearance of the additional demon generals. It was fortunate he had waited. Had he acted rashly, he might have met his end right there. Although his shadow could manipulate spatial energy, the amount he could wield was extremely limited, just enough for a single shadow teleportation. Thus, Hao had to first use his shadow to get close to the scroll, retrieve it, and then rely on spatial energy to escape swiftly. Near the scroll, the demon generals immediately began attacking the two grandmasters. Dense, demonic energy churned and surged around them. At that moment, Hao's shadow suddenly darted toward the scroll at an incredible speed. A dark figure rose from the ground, heading straight for the martial Dao True Intent scroll. The demon generals, who were preoccupied with attacking the grandmasters, felt their hearts sink. Someone else was coming for the prize. The onlookers grew tense. If the scroll could be taken and its suppressive force lifted, the entire battle could shift dramatically. Many kept their eyes fixed on the dark figure. It didn't matter who it was, anyone who could seize the scroll would be a welcome ally. But just as the shadow approached the scroll, 3 more demon generals burst out from the shadows, blocking its path. The hope of those watching began to falter. Another 3? It seemed almost impossible now. Slash! Just when everyone thought the shadow would be stopped, an overwhelming blade intent suddenly erupted from it. This blade intent felt as if it could tear the very sky apart. Even space seemed on the verge of splitting. The 3 demon generals blocking the path were instantly cleaved in two by the blade intent, their bloodied bodies crashing heavily to the ground. A deafening buzz filled the minds of the onlookers as disbelief etched itself onto their faces. What kind of force was this, capable of shredding everything in its path? 3 powerful demon generals had been slain in an instant. It was simply unimaginable. Still stunned by the terrifying attack, no one could fully process what had just happened. Lin Shurhan's gaze fixed on the shadow and the blade intent, her eyes sparkling with a strange light, her expression resolute. Protect the scroll. Everyone, protect the scroll. A sharp voice rang out from within the banquet hall. It was Lin Tong, but it was already too late. Swish, swish, swish. The shadow moved in a flash, heading straight for the martial Dao True Intent scroll. In the blink of an eye, the scroll vanished, and with it, the shadow disappeared as well. As soon as the scroll vanished, the warriors in the banquet hall were freed from its suppressive force. Their energy surged instantly. Ah, who was it? Damn it! Lin Tong was on the verge of collapse. First, Wang Hao had fled with the members of Tianwu society, and now even the martial Dao True Intent scroll had been stolen. This scroll was incredibly precious. He had paid a steep price to acquire it from the demon saint. He hadn't even had a chance to use it before it was stolen. Lin Tong's eyes turned bloodshot, his emotions spiraling out of control. With the scroll's suppressive force gone, the warriors in the hall regained much of their strength. The tide of the battle shifted instantly. The black flames surrounding Lin Shurhan surged more violently, her movements becoming even more aggressive and sharp. Boom! 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 Just as the fighting inside the banquet hall reached its peak, a series of violent explosions erupted outside. The entire hall trembled under the impact. The already chaotic scene descended further into mayhem. Reinforcements are here. Keep fighting, take down these demons. Kill them all. The sounds of the assault outside bolstered the morale of those inside. Reinforcements had finally arrived. A cold glint flickered in Lin Tong's eyes as his hatred deepened. This loss was catastrophic. Not only had he failed to eliminate his enemies, but the martial Dao True Intent scroll had also been stolen. Give me back my father. Just as Lin Tong fought desperately, a furious roar echoed from the distance. A young man, his entire body crackling with lightning, approached with an expression of sorrow and rage. The violent lightning energy surged toward Lin Tong like a tempest. All eyes turned to see Lin Chang's arrival. Lin Chang's eyes were bloodshot, his face filled with grief. It was as if he had lost his father, and he was determined to fight the demons to the death. Lin Tong had no time to react before the power of lightning struck him fiercely, sending him crashing into a distant wall. The wall instantly shattered into a massive hole. Lin Shurhan, standing nearby, glanced thoughtfully at Lin Chang before running toward another battle on the field. Ha ha ha, you little brat, your father died peacefully. Lin Tong's twisted face revealed a cold smirk, his voice icy and bone-chilling. At that moment, Lin Chang, his entire body enveloped in lightning, resembled a thunder god descending upon the battlefield. The sheer ferocity of the lightning made everyone present feel their scalps tingle. Lin Chang's talent was no secret. Everyone knew he possessed SS-grade lightning powers, a terrifying force that sent shivers down their spines. The surrounding demons trembled uncontrollably under the overwhelming presence of the lightning. Lightning was especially effective against demons, and Lin Chang's top-tier SS-grade power was unmatched. Without hesitation, Lin Chang launched a fierce attack on Lin Tong, who had transformed into a demon. Lightning surged from his entire body, as though determined to completely obliterate Lin Tong. Go, Lin Chang. You've got this. Zhang Wentao shouted from a distance, his voice filled with admiration as he watched Lin Chang, who seemed like a god of war. Yeah, take him down. No, take down that demon. Lin Yin yelled excitedly from the other side. Many people in the crowd had eyes filled with sympathy. At the Grandmaster's banquet, Lin Chang had discovered that his father had been controlled by demons. His pain at this moment was unimaginable. Lin Chang's heart was ice cold, his anger causing him to grit his teeth. He blamed Wang Hao and the person who had stolen the scroll depicting the true essence of martial arts. The original plan had been completely disrupted. The battle between Lin Chang and Lin Tong grew increasingly intense. Lightning clashed with demonic energy, creating waves of violent shockwaves. Outside the Lin family estate in the capital, numerous powerful martial artists hovered around the perimeter. Several grandmasters were discussing ways to break through the formation. Earlier, a grandmaster from the Dragon God Society had attacked, but the formation remained unshaken. Inside the banquet hall were the top figures from all major factions. If they all perished inside, the consequences would be catastrophic. This was the first time in centuries that demons had dared to set up a formation to kill within human territory, an act of utter audacity. Suddenly, a shadow shot up from the ground near Wang Hao's feet and disappeared just as quickly. A simple, ancient-looking spatial ring appeared in Wang Hao's hand. Inside the ring lay the scroll containing the true essence of martial arts. Wang Hao's lips curved into a subtle smile. It was finally in his hands. Wang Hao, let's move further away. The grandmasters are preparing to attack the formation together. Guan Shang reminded him. Wang Hao nodded and followed Guan Shang's group toward the outskirts. The surrounding residents had already been evacuated, so they could now unleash stronger attacks without concern. Other martial artists also moved toward the edges. Earlier, the Grandmaster from the Dragon God Society had held back due to the presence of the crowd, unable to attack with full strength. Now that everyone had cleared out, the assault could escalate. Master Guan, what level is this formation? It can even withstand a Grandmaster's attack. Wang Hao asked, curiosity evident as he observed the formation surrounding the Lin family estate. Guan Shang's expression was resolute as he replied, this is likely a saint-level defensive formation. Wang Hao's pupils dilated. The demons were truly resourceful, having prepared such a high-level formation. It seemed they had planned everything meticulously, even investing heavily for that scroll of martial arts essence. The faces of other faction leaders nearby were grim. Many of their Grandmaster-level fighters were still trapped inside the Lin family estate, their fates uncertain. Can the Grandmasters break the formation? Wang Hao asked. Again, saint-level formations were incredibly powerful, and even Grandmasters might not be able to break them easily. Guan Shang gazed into the distance and said, the man in the black robe over there is Chen Xianyan, a saint-level formation master from the Martial Arts Alliance. His expertise in formations is unparalleled. He can pinpoint the formation's weak spots. Following Guan Shang's line of sight, Wang Hao spotted a middle-aged man in a black robe. His aura was enigmatic, as if he were meticulously analyzing the surrounding environment. Moreover, those Grandmasters are exceptionally powerful. Together, with Chen Xianyan's guidance, breaking the saint-level formation isn't impossible. Guan Shang continued. Wang Hao shifted his focus to the Grandmasters hovering mid-air. Guan Shang had previously introduced them. They were from the Dragon God Society, the Phoenix Pavilion, and the Martial Arts Alliance. In the center stood Meng Jun, the Dragon God Society's great elder, a first-tier Grandmaster who was just one step away from becoming a martial saint. Flanking him were high-ranking Grandmasters, equally formidable in their strength. Wang Hao's gaze lingered on the first-tier Grandmaster at the center, his eyes filled with admiration. That was the strongest existence beneath martial saints, a first-tier Grandmaster. Do you know the biggest difference between a Grandmaster and a Master? Guan Shang suddenly asked. Wang Hao shook his head, still unclear about the intricacies of Grandmasters. Once you reach the Grandmaster realm, your physical strength surpasses all imagination. Combined with the Yuan force stored in the Yuan Palace, you're practically superhuman. Wang Hao thought about his current power. With his martial arts skills, he could easily take on several foes at once in his previous life. Even tanks and planes posed no threat to him now. Once a Grandmaster condenses a spiritual embryo, they can harness the power of heaven and earth. Guan Shang continued. The power of heaven and earth. Wang Hao's heart trembled. What kind of power was this? Before the words had even settled, an overwhelming aura erupted from several Grandmasters. An invisible force suppressed the area around them, leaving everything frozen in place. The aura of the Grade 1 Grandmaster in the center was especially suffocating, as if it could crush the heavens and earth themselves. Behind the three Grandmasters, faint spiritual embryo shadows began to appear, radiating an energy so potent it seemed capable of tearing everything apart. The energy slowly expanded outward. Guided by the spiritual embryos, the elemental forces of heaven and earth in the surrounding area were seemingly manipulated, rushing madly toward the Grandmasters. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed as if the heavens and earth themselves shifted, the energy storming in waves. Wang Hao watched the auras of the distant Grandmasters, and an involuntary tension gripped his heart. So this was the power of heaven and earth? Even from a distance, Wang Hao could feel the oppressive power that seemed to crush everything under it. He had believed that, having comprehended the essence of sword intent, he no longer needed to fear grandmasters. Yet the scene before him left him deeply unsettled. This power was simply terrifying. If a grandmaster were to target him, Wang Hao wasn't even sure if he could escape safely. After all, his spatial teleportation ability had significant limitations. And this terrifying attack range. Elder Meng attacked the glowing green corner on the far right of the formation. As Wang Hao remained pressed down by the distant aura, the Martial Alliance's Saint-level formation master shouted. The combined power of the grandmasters, drawn from heaven and earth, seemed to condense into a blade capable of splitting the heavens. This blade, imbued with an unstoppable pressure, slashed rapidly toward the weak point the formation master had indicated. All the surrounding martial artists were filled with terror. Despite being at such a distance, they could still feel the aura that seemed ready to tear the heavens apart. This was the true power of a grandmaster. Wang Hao's eyes stayed fixed on the heaven-splitting blade. The terrifying blade seemed to drain all the elemental forces of heaven and earth and the surroundings. Many martial artists turned pale, their faces drained of blood. Boom! 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 In an instant, the heaven-splitting blade struck the weak point. A storm of energy waves erupted, nearly tearing the space apart. The deafening explosion was so loud it almost rendered the nearby martial artists deaf. Wang Hao felt the surging waves of energy around him, threatening to upend everything. His heart sank. The power of a grandmaster was utterly terrifying. He couldn't imagine what would happen if this ferocious attack landed directly on him. Would he even survive? Probably not. Wang Hao took a deep breath. The confidence he had felt in his sword intent vanished without a trace in that moment. He was still far from reaching that level. In the distance, the grandmasters stood firm like immovable boulders amidst crashing waves. The Lin family's banquet hall. Boom! 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 The battle raged on as a series of deafening explosions echoed through the banquet hall. The martial artists in the hall wore expressions of excitement, exhilarated by the terrifying impact of the battle. The formation was on the verge of breaking. At this moment, Lin Chang, still surrounded by raging thunderous energy, was locked in an intense fight with Lin Tong. The banquet hall had been reduced to ruins. Suddenly, a menacing heaven-splitting blade came crashing down. In an instant, it seemed as though the heavens themselves had been cleaved apart. Everyone in the Lin family felt their breath catch in their throats. A large portion of the Lin family's estate was reduced to rubble under this shockwave. Everyone in the banquet hall was left pale-faced and extremely weakened by the impact. Even the demons were shaken, their demonic energy surging wildly in fear. Honor, are you alright? Meng Yao, we've come to save you. Shouts rang out around them as martial artists outside the Lin family estate ignored the danger and rushed in. Wang Hao took a deep breath as he looked at the nearly demolished Lin family estate before him. The power of a grandmaster is just too strong. Wang Hao muttered with a bitter smile. Such a terrifying force was something he couldn't possibly withstand. Guan Shang raised an eyebrow. You think you can compare yourself to a grandmaster? Stop dreaming. A grandmaster with a spiritual embryo isn't someone to joke about. That earlier attack? It was the combined effort of 3 grandmasters and a grade 1 grandmaster. Of course. It was powerful. Guan Shang's eyes gleamed with envy. If my energy core wasn't damaged, I'd be a grandmaster by now too. Wang Hao nodded, suppressing his stray thoughts. No matter what, the only path forward was to keep striving to improve himself. As more martial artists poured in, the ruins of the banquet hall were soon surrounded, with not a single gap left. The various factions were all searching for their companions. After all, the attendees of the Grandmaster banquet were the elites of their respective powers. Although there had been significant casualties, the timely breaking of the formation had prevented total annihilation. Wang Hao's gaze shifted unintentionally toward Lin Chang. Lin Chang was enveloped in thunderous energy, his face twisted with a crazed expression that he fiercely battled against the demon that Lin Tong had transformed into. The other martial artists who wanted to assist were stopped by Lin Chang's loud command. Step aside, all of you. I want to take down this fiend myself. Lin Chang roared, unleashing relentless strikes of thunderous power. Under Lin Chang's fierce attacks, Lin Tong was forced to retreat step by step. Inside the banquet hall, many martial artists explained the situation between Lin Chang and Lin Tong to those outside. Wang Hao, standing at a distance, furrowed his brows as he watched Lin Chang. What's with this guy? He's actually fighting his own father? Even though Lin Chang didn't seem out of the ordinary in the banquet hall. Earlier, his father had already turned into a demon. How clean could Lin Chang himself be after that? Still, this wasn't something he could decide on. With so many grandmasters present, they'd surely handle it better. To go back and train, this matter had nothing to do with him. Wang Hao stretched lazily and began heading toward the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Wang Hao, where are you going? Just as he was about to leave, a crisp, melodious voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw an absolutely stunning girl dressed in a white blouse and blue denim shorts staring at him. I don't believe we know each other, Wang Hao replied indifferently. Though Lin Shihan's long, slender, and fair legs were quite eye-catching, Wang Hao remained completely unmoved. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, evidently still warm from the earlier intense battle. Her body trembled faintly, swaying ever so subtly. She gave Wang Hao a meaningful look and said, "That shadowy figure who took the essence of Fist Intent scroll just now, was it you?" Wang Hao's heart jolted, but his face remained calm. This girl actually suspects it's me? Impossible. My shadow technique didn't reveal any martial arts skills, just a hint of blade intent. How could she recognize it? She must be bluffing. Frowning, Wang Hao feigned confusion. What shadowy figure are you talking about? Lin Shihan froze. Could it not have been him? Impossible, that aura. But judging by his expression now, lightly biting her lip and clenching her fists, she seemed troubled. It's nothing. I'll be going now, still have training to do, Wang Hao said, immediately activating his Xiaoyao sky-stepping technique and sprinting away at lightning speed. This girl. Forget it. Better not get too close. Women are nothing but a hindrance and a source of trouble. Having read countless novels, Wang Hao knew that beautiful women often brought endless complications. A girl as mysterious and beautiful as Lin Shihan, it was best to keep his distance. Lin Shihan watched as Wang Hao's figure disappeared in an instant, her brows furrowing tightly. Could it really not be him? But that aura. Maybe I really made a mistake. That kind of overwhelming blade intent couldn't possibly have come from a martial artist of the Grandmaster level. And Wang Hao was only at the innate realm, not even a Grandmaster. I must have misunderstood. Still, his speed. Watching him vanish like the wind, was that truly the speed of someone at the innate realm? Forget it. Whether it's you or not, you're already on my radar. Lin Shihan let out a cold humph. It was the first time she'd encountered a boy who ran the moment he saw her. Other guys were always elated just to exchange a few words with her, as though they were floating on clouds. But Wang Hao, he'd run away twice now without hesitation. Was she really that frightening? Inside the training chamber of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Wang Hao carefully retrieved the essence of Fist Intent scroll from his spatial ring. The moment the scroll appeared, the entire chamber seemed to be enveloped in a storm of blood and carnage. The scroll exuded the domineering essence of Fist Intent left behind by the Crimson Flame Martial Saint, a presence that lingered, shaking the soul to its core. Wang Hao relaxed his mind, focusing entirely on the essence emanating from the scroll. Boom, boom, boom. The Fist Intent began to spread, and Wang Hao felt as though he was being pulled into the world within the scroll. The scene within the scroll gradually became vivid, as if it were unfolding before his very eyes. He seemed to step into a world of chaos and fury, where an oppressive atmosphere pervaded everything around him. The Crimson Flame Martial Saint stood, flames roiling across his entire body, as if they were living entities. In the sky above, hordes of demons gathered, launching a coordinated assault on the Crimson Flame Martial Saint. The flames on his body rapidly expanded, consuming the entire scroll in a sea of fire. Wang Hao's gaze grew distant. The dense swarm of demons in the sky filled him with immense pressure. The Crimson Flame Martial Saint retaliated fiercely against the demons in the sky. Endless flames erupted, like a blazing inferno consuming the heavens and earth, incinerating everything in its path. The demons screamed sharply as they burned in the flames. The scorching heat wave surged toward Wang Hao, making him feel the searing intensity across his entire body. The domineering fire and the aura of utter destruction rolled continuously within this world of the scroll. In an instant, the Crimson Flame Martial Saint leaped toward the demons. He seemed to transform into a fiery god of war, his blazing fists striking with lightning speed as he unleashed dozens of fiery punches in mere moments. The entire sky was illuminated by the blinding light of the flames. Against the overwhelming Fist Intent of the Crimson Flame Martial Saint, the demons were utterly powerless. Even several demon kings equivalent to Grandmaster-level powerhouses were no match. Wang Hao immersed himself fully in the surging aura. Is this the power of the Martial Saint? The blazing flames and the profound truth of his martial arts seemed as if they could tear the entire world apart. Wang Hao's eyes were surrounded by endless flames, and his body felt as though it was burning. Countless realizations about martial arts surged through his mind, rolling like waves. He felt as if he were swimming in an ocean of martial arts insights, with new understandings emerging continuously. Ding, congratulations, host. Your mastery of martial momentum has reached perfection. The system's notification rang out. His martial momentum was finally perfected. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, an aura of mystery and immense power emanating from him. As his aura surged, the atmosphere of the scroll world suddenly shifted. The figure of the Crimson Flame Martial Saint vanished, and the surrounding demons, their eyes glowing red, surged forward like a tide, staring at Wang Hao with ferocious intent. Wang Hao's heart tightened. Something was off. These demons were all at the 9th-rank Grandmaster level, their cold, oppressive aura filling the entire scroll world. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he quickly activated the Chaos Divine Essence technique. Golden energy surged out from within him, wrapping tightly around his body. Now was the perfect time to see just how strong he had become. Wang Hao had yet to experience a real battle since breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. And now, with so many demons around, this was the perfect opportunity for an exhilarating fight. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk Wang Hao drew the Ice Soul Thunder blade from his spatial ring, its domineering blade intent coursing through his body. Pairing carefree sky steps with the 13 blades of the Heavenly Gate, he unleashed his might. His figure moved like lightning, weaving in and out among the demons with his powerful chaos divine essence. In the scroll, a golden, lightning-like figure darted back and forth. These demon generals, who were otherwise formidable, were as fragile as paper in Wang Hao's presence, shattered into pieces with a single strike. Agonized screams echoed continuously. Wang Hao didn't even bother using the 9 Nether Frost technique, relying solely on the asterisk 13 blades of the Heavenly Gate asterisk and his blade intent, he easily slaughtered the demons. It was exhilarating. Though his energy was depleting rapidly, Wang Hao didn't feel the slightest bit tired. As an A-rank martial art, the 13 blades of the Heavenly Gate was ferocious and sharp. A single horizontal slash could eliminate several demons at once. After half an hour, all the surrounding demons had been slain by Wang Hao. His energy was nearly exhausted. Leaning against a nearby surface, he panted slowly. Looking at the demon remnants scattered all around from his frenzied assault, his blood boiled with excitement. If he went all out, he could be even faster and stronger. Taking a deep breath, he realized that during this battle, he had only used the asterisk 13 blades of the Heavenly Gate Star. None of his other martial techniques or talents had been employed. Yet the gains were immense. In just half an hour, his mastery of the 13 blades of the Heavenly Gate had improved significantly. Wang Hao felt he was not far from mastering the technique. It was important to note that this was an A-rank martial art, far superior to ordinary B-rank techniques. Even top-tier grandmasters would need a long time to master an A-rank martial art. And Wang Hao was only an 8th-rank grandmaster. Not long after he had dispatched the demons, a golden streak of light suddenly appeared within the scroll. It moved with incredible speed, piercing straight through Wang Hao's body. Under the illumination of this golden light, Wang Hao's energy and stamina were rapidly restored. This scroll was truly astonishing. Feeling the fullness of his energy within, Wang Hao clenched his fist slightly. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. Before long, more demons appeared in the scroll world. These demons exuded the aura of 8th-rank grandmasters, though there were noticeably fewer than the previous wave. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Hao wondered, what exactly was this scroll? Was it meant to hone combat experience? Or was it something else entirely? Before he could figure it out, the surrounding demons launched their attacks. The 9 Nether Frost technique and the power of extreme frost erupted from Wang Hao's body. A fierce battle commenced immediately. Facing so many 8th-rank grandmaster-level demons, Wang Hao dared not be careless. He fought with his full strength, unleashing a variety of martial techniques. His blade techniques and fist techniques worked in tandem, and even his shadow clones appeared. With Wang Hao and his clones going all out, they became like warriors specifically designed to hunt demons. The 8th-rank demons surrounding them stood no chance against their ferocious onslaught. Golden and dark shadows rampaged through the scroll world, slaughtering at will. The power of extreme frost and the 9 Nether Frost technique surged continuously, filling the air with a chilling aura so intense it seemed to freeze even the air itself. Meanwhile, as Wang Hao was fully immersed in the scroll world, the investigation into the demonic invasion during Grandmaster Lin Cheng's banquet had entered a comprehensive phase. This was the first time demons had slaughtered humans on such a massive scale, with a death rate exceeding 60%. Nearly all the experts attending the Grandmaster banquet had suffered significant injuries. As the central figure in the incident, Lin Cheng naturally faced intense scrutiny. Within the Martial Alliance, members of various major factions were watching Lin Cheng with solemn expressions. Lin Cheng's face was pale, his aura weak and frail. After his fierce battle with Lin Tong, Lin Cheng had sustained severe injuries. Around him, advanced instruments continuously scanned his body. All the top-tier experts used their spiritual power to carefully examine his condition. Enough! Lin Cheng's matter ends here. From a distance, a white-haired elder hurriedly rushed over, shouting to stop them with an angry voice. This elder was Lei Zhanping, Lin Cheng's master at the imperial capital Academy. As one of the Academy's top talents, Lin Cheng naturally had a grandmaster-level mentor to guide him. The onlookers frowned slightly but withdrew their spiritual power nonetheless. Master Lei, we're just conducting routine checks. While we sympathize with Lin Cheng's plight, he is a direct relative of Lin Tong. We must conduct an in-depth investigation. A middle-aged man standing nearby spoke coldly, his gaze sharp. This man was Gui Ying, a senior figure in the Martial Arts Alliance and himself a grandmaster-level powerhouse. His daughter had been killed by demons during the master's banquet, and he was deeply invested in this case. especially regarding Lin Chang. Since Lin Chang's father had already been corrupted by demons, Wei Ying felt he must be thoroughly investigated as well. Regardless of Lin Chang's status as a top talent, no exceptions could be made. Others present also supported Wei Ying's stance. Whether or not Lin Chang had any issues, an investigation was deemed necessary. If Lin Chang hadn't been a top talent of the Imperial Capital Academy, he would have already been treated as a demon. But his special status and significant influence, especially with many witnesses at the Master's banquet having seen his battle with Lin Tong firsthand, made the situation more delicate. It is indeed necessary. Lei Zhanping's eyes flashed like a thunderstorm. Watching his disciple not only get beaten but also face suspicion from his peers filled him with pain. In just one night, Lin Chang's father had turned into a demon and was killed by his own hand, and Lin Chang had gone from being a top-tier genius to a prisoner. The blow was far too heavy for him. Lei Zhanping did not hide his anger, and a wild aura filled the surrounding space. Gui Ying, already fuming with rage, couldn't hold back any longer, and his aura erupted as well. Lei Zhanping, leveraging his seniority, tried to suppress Gui Ying on the spot, but Gui Ying retaliated, releasing a powerful presence of his own. The clash of their energies collided in the air, making the entire martial arts alliance space feel like the eye of a storm, as if it could be upended at any moment. Master, I'm fine. Elder Gui is only being cautious. From a distance, Lin Chang saw his master and Gui Ying seemingly on the brink of a fight, and quickly tried to mediate. Seeing his sensible disciple, Lei Zhanping's affection for him deepened. Master Lei, looks like your disciple is more understanding than you, despite your age, Gui Ying remarked coldly. Lei Zhanping's face flushed, his wrinkled features brimming with anger. Gui Ying's words were both sharp and cutting. Gui Ying, I don't want to waste words with you. If Lin Chang is innocent, then let me take him away. Why are you holding him here? Lei Zhanping glared at him fiercely. Gui Ying narrowed his eyes. Whether he's innocent isn't up to you to decide. Even though no demonic aura has been detected on him, who knows if he's hiding some special artifact or technique? You! Lei Zhanping's breathing quickened, his chest full of indignation. From afar, Lin Chang's expression darkened. Gui Ying was simply too unreasonable. Despite so many tests, he still acted as if Lin Chang was guilty of something. Others nearby also felt that Gui Ying was targeting Lin Chang excessively. I'll invite Marshal Saint Xian Yi to conduct a personal examination, Lei Zhanping said coldly. Gui Ying's expression froze. This old man really dared to escalate things. Fine, then go ahead. Gui Ying responded icily. In the scroll world, Wang Hao was in the midst of fierce battles, one after another. At this moment, the surrounding demons were all at the 5th grade Grandmaster level, numbering in the dozens. If it had been an 8th grade Grandmaster in his place, they would have died countless times by now. Wang Hao exerted all his strength, utilizing the power of space, the 9 nether frost energy, the extreme cold force, the star mark, the nether sting, and various other formidable martial techniques. The 5th grade Grandmaster level demons had incredibly strong defenses. Although Wang Hao's 9 nether frost energy was astonishingly powerful, it wasn't enough to easily kill them. After all, 5th grade Grandmasters were considered among the upper middle tiers of Grandmasters. Grandmasters were divided into 9 grades, 9th being the lowest and 1st being the highest. Grades 7 to 9 were lower-tier Grandmasters, 4 to 6 were mid-tier, and 1 to 3 were upper-tier Grandmasters. Each level of advancement represented a significant gap in strength. Moreover, Wang Hao was currently an 8th grade Grandmaster, 3 levels below the 5th grade. Facing dozens of 5th grade Grandmaster-level demons, it was already remarkable that Wang Hao had lasted this long. Even after deploying all his ultimate techniques, he still found it extremely challenging. Golden energy and violet lightning coiled around his body. The 9 nether frost energy enveloped his ice soul thunder blade. Coupled with the power of the 13 blades of Heaven's Gate, the blade became like the scythe of death, ruthlessly cutting down numerous demons. Ding! Congratulations, host! The 13 blades of Heaven's Gate has advanced to the mastery level. Upon the breakthrough, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. The blade in his hand emitted a faint ringing sound, as if rejoicing. He took a deep breath, his confidence in defeating the demon surging. Boom! 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 After an intense and prolonged battle, all the demons were finally vanquished by Wang Hao. He collapsed within the world of the scroll, his body completely drained of strength. This had been unbelievably difficult. Facing 55th rank Grandmaster level demons had almost entirely exhausted his vital energy and spiritual power. Now, Wang Hao just wanted to rest, to not think about anything at all. Congratulations on passing the trial. Are you ready to accept the inheritance of the Crimson Flame Martial Saint? As Wang Hao lay in the scroll world, a clear and resounding voice echoed through the space, lingering for a long time. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. The inheritance of the Crimson Flame Martial Saint? Wasn't this the scroll representing the true essence of martial arts? Why had it suddenly become a martial saint's inheritance? His mind was brimming with questions. Could the battle just now have been a test to determine if he was qualified to receive the inheritance? He spoke aloud, "Let's begin the inheritance." As his voice rang out, the scroll's world started to blur. The stench of blood and the tension in the air gradually dissipated. It seemed as though an ancient power was descending. Immediately, Wang Hao felt as if he had entered another realm. The battlefield. Scenery transformed into an endless starry sky. Stars shimmered, their dazzling light filling his vision. Wang Hao felt as though he was standing in the vastness of the cosmos, an unprecedented sense of boundlessness washing over him. Influenced by the stars, the stellar soul refining technique within him began to operate at high speed. Amidst the radiant starlight, a faint silhouette emerged, slowly becoming clearer until it materialized into a white spiritual cat. The cat's entire body glowed with a divine radiance. It gazed intently at Wang Hao, as though contemplating silently. "Since you've obtained this opportunity, I shall assist you in completing the inheritance." The white spiritual cat gently raised a paw, and the stellar energy seemed to be drawn in, rapidly converging onto Wang Hao. The surrounding star power was completely absorbed by him, and his spiritual strength surged. Wang Hao felt his mind become extraordinarily clear. Under the stirring stellar energy, a dazzling light flickered. His comprehension of the stellar soul refining technique deepened significantly. The star diagrams in his mind grew increasingly vivid. Time passed slowly. The stars in Wang Hao's mind grew brighter and brighter. His body absorbed the surrounding stellar energy as if it were a whale swallowing the sea. The stars around him gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared entirely. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the stellar energy in Wang Hao's mind finally reached its peak. Ding! Congratulations, host. The stellar soul refining technique has advanced to the mastery level, greatly enhancing the power of the stellar seal. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through. Soul plus 300. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching 1000 soul points. Your spiritualist level has advanced to high-grade spirit rank. A series of system notifications echoed in Wang Hao's mind. The breakthrough in the stellar soul refining technique was incredible. Soul refining martial arts were far more challenging than ordinary techniques. Wang Hao had originally thought it would take at least a month to achieve a breakthrough, but to his surprise, it had happened now. Could that intense stellar energy just now have been the power of the Crimson Flame Martial Saint's inheritance? Whatever it was, a breakthrough was always good news. His spiritualist level had also advanced to high-grade spirit rank. High-grade spirit rank spiritualists were equivalent to mid to high-tier martial grandmasters in the martial world. Going further, he would reach Jade rank spiritualist, equivalent to the level of a great grandmaster. Although the combat power of a spiritualist couldn't match that of a martial grandmaster, the mysterious and profound capabilities of spiritual power were immense. My martial realm still needs improvement, Wang Hao thought to himself. If my martial realm could also reach the top 3 grades, I might really have a chance against a low-level great grandmaster. The battle with the demons in the scroll world had given Wang Hao a clear understanding of his combat strength. With his talent and martial arts skills, he was confident in facing 50 grandmaster-level demons. This meant he had no trouble dealing with mid-tier third-grade grandmasters. But when it came to top-tier third-grade grandmasters, it was uncertain. Their strength was unfathomable. Even though Wang Hao was exceptionally gifted, he wouldn't be so arrogant as to believe himself invincible. As the stellar energy was completely absorbed, the surrounding environment gradually turned void. Wang Hao collected his thoughts and looked around. Inheritor, you are excellent and worthy of receiving my master's inheritance. A crisp voice rang in his ears. Then, a white spiritual cat slowly appeared before Wang Hao. Its glowing presence gave off a faint yet palpable pressure. Who are you? Wang Hao asked, taking a deep breath. The white spiritual cat gave him a faint glance and didn't answer. Instead, it gently waved its paw, and a stream of spiritual light slowly entered Wang Hao's mind. This is the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram. It's Artifact Spirit. A sacred artifact? Wang Hao was filled with shock. He hadn't expected this scroll to turn out to be a sacred artifact. And the white spiritual cat, it was actually the artifact spirit of the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram. He had unexpectedly obtained a sacred artifact, and Wang Hao's heart raced uncontrollably. A sacred artifact was a treasure of immense strategic value, something that even many martial saints didn't possess. But this thing, it turned out to be a sacred artifact. How had no one discovered it before? And how had it ended up in his hands so easily? If that old codger Lin Tong knew this scroll was a sacred artifact, he'd surely regret ever letting it go. After all, the value of a sacred weapon couldn't be measured in mere money. Not even the most elite SSS-level martial techniques could compare to a sacred artifact. This was an item capable of directly enhancing the power of a martial saint, or even a martial god, a treasure whose worth was beyond estimation. Just as Wang Hao's thoughts were running wild, a sudden burst of white light exploded in his mind. A flood of memories about the Crimson Flame martial saint surged into his consciousness. So that's who he was, an ancient, legendary figure who had carved out an invincible reputation with nothing but his fists. In his time, he was a peerless powerhouse, just one step away from achieving the mythic pinnacle of martial arts. Even more astonishing, he had once fought against a demon god and emerged alive. In Wang Hao's mind, a vision appeared. A red-haired man engulfed in flames, countless demons turning to ashes under his relentless attacks. In those ancient times, humanity had no advanced civilization or high-tech weaponry. The only thing they could rely on was their indomitable martial will. It was through this unyielding spirit that ancient humans had forged a path to survival in the brutal wilderness, fighting against demons and monsters. The Crimson Flame martial saint, with his unrivaled mastery of fist techniques, held an unparalleled status in that era. As the memories became clearer, Wang Hao's mood grew heavier. The image of the Crimson Flame martial saint, blazing with fiery dominance under the starlit sky, unfolded in his mind. Around him, dozens of demon saints and monster saints swarmed, launching a relentless assault. As the battle intensified, many of the demon saints and monster saints fell one by one. However, the Crimson Flame martial saint also became covered in wounds, his blood splattering across the starry void. Time passed, and the surrounding monsters began to hesitate, their ferocity waning as fear crept in. They no longer charged recklessly, opting instead to wear him down with their sheer numbers and demonic energy. The Crimson Flame martial saint's stamina gradually drained, his strength fading with each moment. Sensing his growing weakness, the surrounding demons bared their sharp fangs and launched another ferocious attack. Torrents of flame and demonic energy swept toward him. Wang Hao's mind was struck with a violent shock as the scene accelerated, flashing before his eyes. Boom! 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 After what felt like an eternity, a deafening explosion erupted. In the distance, a monstrous demon with 9 heads unleashed 9 beams of devastating demonic energy, tearing through everything in their path. The Crimson Flame martial saint, along with the surrounding demon saints and monster saints, was pierced through. The light in the Crimson Flame martial saint's eyes dimmed, his body slowly disintegrating. And so, this legendary martial saint fell amidst the boundless stars. Wang Hao felt the deep sense of powerlessness that lingered in the Crimson Flame martial saint's mind. His heart was a storm of emotions, impossible to describe. Even a warrior as powerful as the Crimson Flame martial saint couldn't escape the inevitability of death. Wang Hao remained immersed in these ancient memories, unable to pull himself free. What kind of creature was that 9-headed demon? His heart grew unbearably heavy. Successor. A deep, resolute voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind. I, Crimson Flame, have slain countless demons in my lifetime, yet I regret that I could not eradicate them entirely. I have condensed all my understanding of fist techniques into a single martial art, which I call the Great Desolation Star-Shattering Fist. I do not know if anyone will inherit my life's work. If someone can master my legacy, I hope that one day, they will use this fist technique to vanquish demons. If that happens, I, Crimson Flame, will have no regrets in this life. The voice of the Crimson Flame martial saint reverberated in Wang Hao's mind, low and steadfast. Wang Hao's blood surged, his spirit igniting with newfound determination. Crimson Flame martial saint, I will destroy the demons. As this thought formed, a blinding light erupted in Wang Hao's mind. SSS-level martial arts? Wang Hao's heartbeat quickened. This Great Desolation Star-Shattering Fist ** was an elite SSS-level martial art, embodying the Crimson Flame martial saint's lifetime of insights into fist techniques. Its power far surpassed ordinary SSS-level martial arts. Even within the same rank, there were vast differences in quality between techniques. Among low-level martial arts, the gap between top-tier and average techniques was already immense. For SSS-level martial arts, the disparity was even more staggering. The difference between the best and the ordinary could only be described as a chasm as vast as the heavens and the earth. The Great Desolation Star-Shattering Fist ** was among the strongest of the SSS-level martial arts. Mastering it to its peak could allow one to shatter stars with a single punch. This time, Wang Hao truly hit the jackpot. Taking a deep breath, he felt the overwhelming power of this ultimate SSS-level martial art coursing through him. Soon, the mantra of the Great Desolation Star-Shattering Fist ** began to flow through his mind. The fist draws upon the will of the wilderness, its aim to obliterate the stars. The will of the desolation is boundless, unyielding, and unmatched. Wang Hao's body seemed to be enveloped by a primal, untamed force. In the scroll's mystical world, the white spirit cat's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Its gaze fixed intently on Wang Hao. The desolate star annihilation fist coursed through Wang Hao's mind. The world within the scroll was affected, turning barren and desolate. The once vibrant imagery of the Crimson Flame martial saint and countless demons disappeared, leaving behind an endless wasteland. Within this wasteland, an ancient will seemed to awaken within Wang Hao. A sense of solitude and an aura of utter destruction flowed through him. Boom! 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 After a long while, an ancient and overwhelming energy erupted from within Wang Hao. The will of desolation and solitude wrapped tightly around him. This power felt as though it could tear apart the very stars themselves. Holy! This kid! The white spirit cat, startled by the aura emanating from Wang Hao, rubbed its sleepy eyes and stared at him in utter disbelief. I just took a nap, and this guy's already almost mastered the basics of the Desolate Star Annihilation Fist. Even with the help of the Crimson Flame Martial Saint's martial intent, this is just insane. What's going on here? The white spirit cat widened its eyes, keeping them fixed on Wang Hao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the beginner stage of the SSS-level martial art, Desolate Star Annihilation Fist, **** ding. Congratulations to the host for absorbing the will of the wasteland. Your fist momentum has broken through perfection, and your fist intent has reached the entry level, ****. The system's notification echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Suddenly, an immense aura burst from within him. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, a hint of desolation and unyielding determination glinting within them. Finally, I've stepped in. Although his body felt numb, he could sense an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. He opened his status panel and silently reviewed, name * Wang Hao talents * Divine Speed Physique, SSS, Spatial Matrix, SSS, Void Shadow, S rank, Extreme Frost, S rank, Martial Realm * 8th rank Grandmaster Soul Realm * High Spirit Mentalist. Cultivation Technique * Chaos Divine Origin Art Techniques * Blade Intent, Beginner, Fist Intent, Beginner, Soul Refining Martial Art * Star Soul Refinement Technique, S rank. Proficient, Blade Arts * Heaven's Gate 13 Blades, A rank. Proficient, Crimson Fireblade Technique, B rank. Proficient, 9 Shadow Sky Origin Blade, B rank. Proficient. Body Refining Martial Arts * Indestructible Body Technique, A rank. Skilled, Thunder Vidra Technique, B rank. Proficient, Fist Arts * Desolate Star Annihilation Fist, SSS rank. Beginner, Thunder Sky Strike, B rank. Skilled, Thunderbolt Fist, C rank. Mastered, Falling Cloud Palm, F rank. Mastered, Movement Techniques * Carefree Sky Stepping, A rank. Skilled, Ethereal Shadow Technique, C rank. Mastered, Support Techniques * Spirit Clearing Eye, D rank. Perfected, Divine Breath Technique, C rank. Perfected, Special Martial Arts * 9 Nether Frost Essence, SS rank. Skilled, Alchemy * Soulfire Pill Technique, Saint level, Minor Accomplishment, Vitality * 5300 Soul Power * 1000 Time until next. Copy Ability * One day seeing his attributes, Wang Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. The SSS level martial art was only at its beginner stage, but its future potential was unimaginable. This breakthrough was something he owed greatly to the Crimson Flame Martial Saint. Without the guidance of the Martial Saint's will, he doubted he could have achieved entry-level mastery so quickly. Successor, have you mastered the basics of the Desolate Star Annihilation Fist? As Wang Hao was reflecting, a clear voice echoed in his ear. Wang Hao turned around and saw the white spirit cat floating in midair before him. The confusion he initially felt when encountering it was long gone. Little cat, that's right. I've mastered the basics. Wang Hao nodded. This white spirit cat was none other than the artifact spirit of the sacred artifact, the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Scroll. The white spirit cat's eyes were filled with shock. Though it had sensed the desolate will emanating from Wang Hao earlier, a hallmark of entry-level mastery of the Desolate Star Annihilation Fist, hearing him confirm it out loud still left it incredulous. As the spirit of the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Scroll, the white spirit cat understood better than anyone just how difficult this martial art was to learn. Even with the aid of the Crimson Flame Martial Saint's lingering martial intent, a top-tier genius would still need months to master the basics. And yet, this guy had done it in just a few days. It was as if he had some kind of cheat code, completely absurd. After all, the Desolate Star Annihilation Fist wasn't just an ordinary SSS-level martial art. It contained the Crimson Flame Martial Saint's true essence of martial will. If not for the constraints of its classification, this martial art would have far surpassed the SSS level. The white spirit cat couldn't help but think to itself, perhaps this guy really could reach the heights of its master one day. Show me what you've got. Let me see how far you've progressed, the white cat said, full of anticipation, its eyes gleaming with excitement. It had been a long time since it had seen the Desolate Star Annihilation Fist in action. Hearing this, Wang Hao immediately began to channel the aura of desolation. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted around him. The power to annihilate all things and the feeling of solitary desolation gathered in his right hand. Golden energy rapidly coalesced in his palm. This technique consumed an enormous amount of energy. Wang Hao's face turned pale as it drained him nearly dry. You must know, his Chaos Divine Origin technique was a god-tier cultivation method, and the depth of his energy far surpassed that of others at the same level. As his energy rapidly depleted, Wang Hao's body began to tremble slightly. When the momentum reached its peak, the desolation's will erupted within him. Boom! Wang Hao's right fist suddenly struck out, unleashing a destructive force that shook the entire space violently. The white spirit cat watched the overwhelmingly powerful attack that seemed to tear through space, trembling with fear. This is really the Great Desolation Star Destroying Fist. He truly mastered it. Wang Hao's energy was completely drained, leaving him entirely exhausted. This SSS-level martial art is terrifying. He gasped for air. One punch had consumed all his energy. This could only be used as a trump card, otherwise, a single punch would render him powerless in battle. However, the power was immense. If he encountered those 55th tier Grandmaster level demons again, this one punch might wipe them all out. The attack strength of this punch might already have reached the level of a top tier Grandmaster. The white spirit cat gazed silently at the terrifying explosiveness in front of it, as if lost in thought. After a long while, it came back to its senses, looking at Wang Hao, who had slightly recovered his energy, with a heart full of pride. This guy is a rare genius, perhaps even capable of surpassing its master. But he mustn't become too arrogant. Geniuses like this are most prone to being blinded by pride. The power's alright, I guess. It's just that you're learning. Speed is too slow. I thought you'd master it in a day or two, but it took you almost a week, the white spirit cat said indifferently. This is considered slow? Were ancient humans all this talented? Wang Hao had no doubts about his own talent. His speed in cultivation and martial arts was undoubtedly top-notch. What? You don't believe me? The white spirit cat noticed Wang Hao's strange look and pressed him further. No, I also think I was too slow and took too much time, Wang Hao replied. Good, it's important to recognize your shortcomings. Don't worry, your talent is decent. But there's still a gap between you and the very best. After all, our goal is to become a martial saint. The white spirit cat licked its lips as it continued. The very best? Wang Hao thought to himself, now that made sense. If ancient humans were all on his level, the demons would have been wiped out long ago. Wait, what's with this little cat? Wang Hao noticed it kept licking its lips and felt something was off. But considering this creature was the soul of a sacred artifact, he dismissed it. Artificial intelligence, after all, being a bit eccentric was normal. Maybe a programming glitch. And stop calling me little cat. My name is Dabai. The white spirit cat suddenly raised a paw and spoke. Dabai? But wasn't the Crimson Flame Martial Saint calling you Xiaobai? Wang Hao's memory flashed, and he asked in confusion. The white spirit cat licked its paw and snorted. You misheard. He called me Dabai. Xiaobai sounds way too plain. Dabai sounds more imposing. Male cats need to be more majestic to appear impressive. Wang Hao had no idea what calculations were running through the white spirit cat's mind, but Dabai worked for him just fine. Dabai, what exactly does this Crimson Flame demon suppressing diagram do? Wang Hao suddenly remembered something and eagerly asked. Seeing Wang Hao so interested, Dabai felt quite pleased. It began introducing the functions of the Crimson Flame demon suppressing diagram. This thing is like a portable mini-world. You can grow all kinds of medicinal herbs inside, and it can even store living beings. If you have enough rare materials, it might even evolve into an entire world. Dabai said proudly. A portable mini-world, capable of evolving into an entire world. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Although he didn't fully understand what evolving into a world meant, he could tell this thing was definitely extraordinary. How do I make it evolve into a world? Wang Hao asked eagerly. If it could truly evolve into a world, wouldn't he become the ruler of his own domain? Dabai glanced around cautiously before whispering, that would require me to grow into a super artifact. First, Wang Hao's eyelid twitched. A super artifact? This little sacred artifact was dreaming of upgrading itself to a super artifact. Dabai, realizing it had misspoken, quickly corrected itself. Or, reaching the level of a divine artifact might work too. Wang Hao looked at Dabai with a face full of doubt, silently questioning, is this really the soul of a sacred artifact? It doesn't seem very reliable. Fine, just tell me what other uses this sacred artifact has. Wang Hao took a deep breath and continued. The matter of evolving into a world could wait, it wasn't relevant for now. Hearing Wang Hao drop the subject, Dabai secretly sighed in relief. Ahem, aside from evolving into a world, the most important function of the Crimson Flame demon suppressing diagram is to suppress demons. Any demon below the sacred level, once trapped in this diagram, is basically stuck for good. Even larger sacred level demons trapped in here would take a considerable amount of time to find a way out. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Suppressing demons with this artifact? Not bad at all. From now on, whenever he encountered powerful demons, there was no need to be afraid, just trap them inside the Crimson Flame demon suppression scroll. Then, Dabai began to introduce the scroll's other features. Besides protecting spiritual power, it could also unleash an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, forming a domain that severely weakened enemies within its range. Impressive. Truly worthy of being a sacred artifact. Wang Hao thought, feeling elated as he listened to Dabai's explanation. Now he was someone who owned a sacred artifact. On the battlefield against demons, wouldn't he be unstoppable? Just summon the Crimson Flame demon suppression scroll and obliterate all enemies. However, Dabai warned sternly, using this sacred artifact consumes a tremendous amount of yuan energy. With your current Yuan Mansion level strength, you can barely utilize even 1/10 of its power. And every time you attack with it, it will completely drain your Yuan energy and spiritual power. Dabai's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Wang Hao. That's right, this was a weapon of the sacred rank. He was only at the Grandmaster level, there was no way he could wield its full power. So, does that mean this sacred artifact is only good for storage? Wang Hao asked. Dabai gave him a disdainful look. You don't understand. With this sacred artifact suppressing your sea of consciousness, no spiritual attack below the sacred level can penetrate your defenses. Wang Hao's eyes lit up again. Being able to resist spiritual attacks below the sacred level was already great, it gave him a powerful layer of protection. Moreover, as his strength grew, this artifact would definitely become a formidable boost to his combat power. Of course, Dabai continued, if you summon the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Scroll, even without using Yuan energy, it can exert tremendous suppression on your enemies. So it also had a domain skill? It seemed the scroll was quite practical. Provided, of course, that you're not afraid of being discovered. Dabai's tone turned serious. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. If anyone found out that a Grandmaster-level cultivator possessed a sacred artifact, wouldn't countless martial saints, demon saints, and even devil saints come chasing after him to seize it? Sacred artifacts were incredibly rare and precious weapons. Wang Hao knew that many martial saints were still using profound-grade weapons. Sacred artifacts were always considered critical strategic resources. After fully understanding the artifact's capabilities, Wang Hao exited the scroll's inner world. He slowly opened his eyes, a desolate aura flickering within them before quickly dissipating. This had been an incredibly fruitful session. Wang Hao felt exhilarated. Not only had he acquired a sacred artifact, but he had also learned an SSS-level martial art. The raging power within his body surged violently. The Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Scroll was now deeply implanted in his mind. In his sea of consciousness, a colossal scroll, vast enough to blot out the sky, hovered above a slowly rotating star, turning gently. It was time to head out for some fresh air. Wang Hao stretched lazily. The training room around him was filled with an atmosphere of desolation and destruction, clearly a result of practicing the SSS-level martial art. Meow. Meow, meow. Just as Wang Hao was about to leave, a series of cat meows caught his attention. A small, milk-white kitten suddenly appeared before him. Dabai, why did you turn into a cat? Wang Hao instantly recognized it. Dabai is the spirit of a sacred artifact. What's so special about a little transformation like this? Dabai said dismissively, scampering around the training room. Wang Hao watched the lively Dabai with a sense of curiosity. Was this artifact spirit becoming smarter? Take me out to play. Being stuck in that silly scroll is boring. Dabai urged, lightly scratching Wang Hao with its paw. What if someone finds out? Get back inside, it's too risky. Wang Hao took a deep breath and said seriously. Dabai waved its paw nonchalantly. Don't worry, no one will notice. I'm Dabai. Hearing this, Wang Hao didn't press further. Although this little creature seemed unreliable, it probably wouldn't risk his life recklessly. And so, man and cat left the training room together. The moment Wang Hao stepped out, a staff member rushed over to him. Mr. Wang Hao, Hall Master. Guan Sheng has instructed that you head directly to the Tianwu Association headquarters as soon as you exit seclusion. He has something important to discuss with you, the staff member said. Wang Hao recognized him, his name was Zhou Hui. In the past, this man had often stood guard outside whenever Wang Hao was in seclusion. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. It seemed like this was something significant. Well, he might as well go see what it was. But why hadn't Guan Sheng sent him a message? As Wang Hao made his way toward the Tianwu Association headquarters, he opened his communication terminal. During training, he had always turned off notifications. Beep 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 beep. Now that it was back on, the notifications poured in ceaselessly. Wow, endless messages. Wang Hao began scrolling through them one by one. At the Tianwu Association headquarters, a vast plaza teeming with Yuan energy. Many martial artists had gathered here. Their auras were imposing, they were all experts at the Grandmaster level. Guan Sheng stood among them. The martial artists in the plaza were all staring intently ahead. At the center of the plaza was a raised platform. On the elevated platform stood several powerful elders of the Tianwu society, silently waiting. Boom! Just as the crowd was patiently waiting, a massive spatial rift suddenly appeared beside the platform. From within the rift emerged a man dressed in a long green robe. The moment the man appeared, he instantly drew everyone's attention. All eyes were riveted on the man stepping out of the spatial rift. After a brief pause, Wang Hao finally arrived at the headquarters of the Tianwu Society. As soon as he entered, someone was assigned to escort him directly to the plaza. In the expansive plaza of the Tianwu Society, numerous Grandmaster-level powerhouses were fixated on the figure of Qingshan martial saint standing on the platform. All of you are the elite members of the Tianwu Society. The success of this exploration into the ancient ruins will depend entirely on your performance. Qingshan martial saint stood tall on the platform, his voice resonant, carrying across the entire plaza. His voice was not only commanding but also carried a reassuring strength. Beside him, several elders stood with stern expressions, their postures straight and disciplined. According to the Martial Arts Alliance, these ruins are likely home to ancient demons, so everyone must exercise extreme caution. Your safety is the priority. Qingshan martial saint continued to explain the situation surrounding the ancient ruins of Emperor's Fall Mountain. As Wang Hao stepped into the plaza, his eyes immediately caught sight of Qingshan martial saint on the platform. The crowd below listened intently to his words. From a distance, Wan Shang seemed to notice Wang Hao and quickly approached, bringing him to his side. Several people nearby began whispering in surprise, Wang Hao is joining the ruins exploration. Could it be that he's already reached the Grandmaster realm? His talent is unbelievable. He's absurdly strong. Guansheng said to Wang Hao, these are the members of the Tianwu Society participating in the Ancient Ruins expedition. This is a chance for everyone to familiarize themselves with the environment in advance. Wang Hao nodded. After all, organizing a team of 50 grandmasters required meticulous planning. Qingshan martial saint continued, each participant in this ruins exploration will receive a complimentary credit of 100,000 contribution points, which can be used to exchange for various resources needed during the exploration. As soon as this announcement was made, the eyes of the crowd below lit up. 100,000 contribution points was no trivial amount. Contribution points in the Tianwu Society were hard-earned, only obtainable by completing missions. These points could be exchanged for cultivation resources, martial techniques, weapons, equipment, and even rare materials. Wang Hao felt a slight jolt in his heart. The only missions he had completed before were gathering purple star grass and firelingji, earning him only a few thousand points in total. To directly receive 100,000 points this time indicated just how perilous this ruins expedition would be. As Qingshan martial saint finished speaking, he disappeared from the platform. Guan Shang also left the plaza. Those remaining began calculating how to best use the 100,000 contribution points to strengthen themselves. Nearby, a group of grandmasters who had attended the Lincheng Grandmaster banquet with Wang Hao, Zhou Bai, Su Rongxian, and Li Helen approached to express their gratitude to him. By the way, how is Lincheng? Last time, after the formation was broken, I left directly. Wang Hao asked Zhou Bai. Zhou Bai's expression carried a hint of sympathy as he briefly explained Lin Cheng's situation. It turned out that after Lin Cheng killed the demonized Lin Ton last time, he was detained and investigated by the Martial Arts Alliance. It was only after Xian Yi martial saint intervened that Lin Cheng was released. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Lin Cheng truly had terrible luck, hosting a grandmaster banquet only to lose his father and end up being put through the ringer himself. Still, that Lin Ton turned out to be a decent fellow, bringing out a sacred artifact. If he had known it was a sacred artifact, he might have jumped out of his coffin with rage. Through his communication with Dabai, Wang Hao had already learned that the Crimson Flame Demon Suppression Diagram wasn't something just anyone could use. Only those recognized by the artifact spirit could activate the inheritance trial of the Crimson Flame Martial Saint. Otherwise, this sacred artifact was merely an ordinary artistic scroll, valuable, but not extraordinary. Fortunately, Wang Hao's extraordinary talent had caught Dabai's discerning eye, choosing him as the inheritor and allowing him to pass the trial in one go. Zhou Bai continued to explain Lin Cheng's current situation. Lin Cheng had become the new head of the Lin family and would also be participating in this ancient ruins expedition. As Wang Hao chatted with Zhou Bai and the others, a member of the Tianwu Society suddenly arrived with a message, summoning Wang Hao to meet with Hall Master Guan. After bidding farewell to Zhou Bai and the others, Wang Hao headed directly to where Hall Master Guan was. Upon entering the room, Wang Hao saw Guan Shang brewing tea. Without hesitation, he found himself a seat. Wang Hao, I called you here to discuss the ruins, Guan Sheng said. Seriously, gesturing for Wang Hao to sit as he poured him a cup of fragrant tea. Hall Master Guan, what is it? Wang Hao asked, taking a sip of the tea. Guan Sheng poured himself a cup as well and continued, this time, within the ancient ruins, we've discovered the remnants of the ancient sect known as Shengyuan sect. Shengyuan sect? Wang Hao blinked. An ancient sect? Guan Sheng immediately began explaining the background of the Shengyuan sect. Shengyuan sect was an extremely renowned faction during ancient times, brimming with experts and even boasting multiple legendary martial artists. It was the dominant force of that era and the main resistance against demons. The thought of a place housing several martial gods made Wang Hao's eyes light up. That place was bound to be full of treasures. Could it be that people from ancient times are still alive? Wang Hao asked curiously. After all, the ancient era had passed tens of thousands of years ago. Even martial gods couldn't necessarily live that long, especially in a world plagued by demons and constant battles. Guan Sheng shook his head. I don't know if anyone has lived until now, but I can tell you for sure that demons have. Some of the oldest demons may very well still be alive. Guan Sheng's words made Wang Hao's heart tighten. Ancient demons might still be alive? And even older ones had survived? This exceeded his expectations. He's right. The vitality of demons far surpasses that of human martial artists. Even in our time, there were ancient demons, let alone after so many years. A voice suddenly echoed in Wang Hao's mind. It was Dabai. No wonder the war between humans and demons had dragged on for so long. Even so many top-tier warriors couldn't eradicate the demons completely. Time had given the demons an overwhelming advantage. Not to mention, demons were inherently powerful and possessed astonishing longevity. Wang Hao couldn't even imagine how many demons might still be alive in this world. This time, exploring the ruins may very well bring us face to face with demons. Besides the ones already in the ruins, demons outside might also enter through other entrances. Guan Sheng continued. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. This made the expedition to the ruins especially dangerous. No wonder they were offering 100,000 contribution points. It was indeed an enormous risk. He hadn't expected the ruins to have other entrances. Guan Sheng then meticulously explained the mission for this ruins expedition. If they discovered the Shangyuan sect's ruins, their priority was to explore it, with Shangyuan sect's resources being the main focus. This is something Martial Sage Qingshan asked me to give you. When you enter the ruins, make sure to prioritize your safety. Guan Sheng said as he took out 2 mysterious orbs in an ancient talisman from his spatial ring. Wang Hao looked at the orbs and talisman in his hands, feeling the immense power emanating from them. Master Guan, what are these? Wang Hao asked, staring at the items, which reminded him of the attack orbs Yi Yun had given him on the demon battlefield. The red orb, when infused with your internal energy, can unleash 3 attacks equivalent to those of a first-grade Grandmaster. The blue orb can block 3 attacks below the saint level. As for the talisman, it can forcibly open a spatial rift, instantly teleporting you 10 kilometers away, but it can only be used once, Guan Sheng explained in detail. Wang Hao felt a warmth in his heart. Martial Sage Qingshan really had his best interests at heart. Without saying much, he stored the items directly into his spatial ring. When do we depart? Wang Hao asked, taking a deep breath. In 3 days. Guan Sheng's voice echoed in the room. After learning all the details about the ancient ruins, Wang Hao left the Tianwu Guild. He used the 100,000 contribution points to exchange for a set of spirit-grade defensive armor. Even though he was confident in his strength, an extra layer of protection was always a good idea. Wang Hao, take me to eat something delicious. I've been holding back for so long, I'm starving. Dabai's voice suddenly rang out in Wang Hao's mind just as he was heading to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Aren't you a spirit? Why do you need to eat? Wang Hao frowned. Skeptical. A spirit can't be a person too? I'm a spirit of a supreme artifact, so of course, I'm different, Dabai said proudly. Wang Hao scoffed. A supreme artifact? Don't make me laugh. Fine, seeing as you're the spirit of a sacred artifact, I'll take you to eat something. Good. They found a nearby restaurant. Here's the menu. Go ahead and choose. Inside a private room, Wang Hao handed the menu over. Dabai transformed into a humanoid figure and stood on the table. Seeing the variety of dishes listed, his mouth began to water. I want this. And that, and this one too. Dabai pointed at the menu with his paw. Wang Hao twitched at the corners of his mouth as he glanced at Dabai's choices. Boiled fish, sweet and sour fish, braised fish, pickled fish, chopped pepper fish head. It was all fish. Looking at the drooling Dabai before him, Wang Hao cursed inwardly. Is this really a spirit? Could it be a cat? Demon trying to fool me? Seemingly noticing Wang Hao's suspicion, Dabai wiped his mouth with his paw. You don't understand. Fish is the best food in the world, Dabai murmured softly. Without hesitation, Wang Hao ordered 10 portions of every fish dish in the restaurant. By the way, Dabai, who do you think is stronger, Martial Sage Qingshan or Martial Sage Qian? Wang Hao watched as Dabai devoured the food with gusto and asked, why did you act so cautiously back at the Tianwu assembly? Earlier, Dabai had accompanied him to the assembly but had retreated into his mind as soon as they entered the square. It was evident that Dabai was wary of the Aoyama martial saint while picking at the fish meat with its paws. Dabai replied, it's because my master is stronger. Although I don't know the exact strength of the Aoyama martial saint, back in the day, the Qian martial saint had already reached the peak of martial sainthood, just one step away from becoming a martial god. Wang Hao observed Dabai, who was busy with his fish, and his mind began to wander. Dabai, that Aoyama martial saint from your world must be extremely powerful. He carries a heavy aura of bloodlust. The number of demon saints and devil saints who have died at his hands must be no less than 10, Dabai said casually between bites. That powerful? He's killed at least a dozen demon and devil saints. Don't worry, Dabai reassured him, wiping its mouth with its paw. With your talent and my meticulous guidance, surpassing the Aoyama martial saint won't be a problem. Alright, enough boasting. Finish eating and hurry back. We're exploring the ancient ruins in 3 days, so you need to train hard. Wang Hao patted Dabai on the head as he spoke. Dabai, hearing this, raised its paw and took a big bite of the spicy fish on its plate. Oomph, calling me a braggart? I'll eat until you're bankrupt. Wang Hao, I'm still not full. Bring me 10 more servings of the same dish, Dabai said, finishing the last piece of fish and looking at Wang Hao expectantly. Stop eating already. Let's go. I got you something even better. Wang Hao smirked and ordered 1,000 bags of cat food on his smart terminal before announcing it. Wang Hao had realized that this artifact Spirit was no different from an ordinary cat. Some cheap cat food would be enough to appease it. Dabai's eyes lit up as it stared at Wang Hao, thinking, this inheritor is so thoughtful, getting me something even tastier. Without waiting for Wang Hao to say more, Dabai urged him to hurry back. Dabai was eager to see the promised delicacies. After paying the bill and leaving the restaurant, Wang Hao headed toward the Extreme Martial Arts Center. Wang Hao, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A voice called out from behind just as he was on his way to the martial arts center. Wang Hao turned around slowly and saw a familiar face. It was Linen, his classmate from the God Martial class. This was the same Linen who had given him 30 billion star coins last time. Linen, what's the matter? Wang Hao asked with a smile, noticing Lin An's extravagant attire. Could this guy be here to give him more money? Wang Hao had a particular fondness for these super-rich second-generation heirs. After all, 30 billion star coins could be arranged with just a phone call. Linen noticed Wang Hao's peculiar gaze, and it made him uncomfortable. Especially since Wang Hao was so good-looking and incredibly talented, it was infuriatingly enviable. Linen took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. Wang Hao, I just wanted to thank you. At Master Lin Chang's banquet. Last time, if you hadn't called for help, I might not have made it out alive. Linen said with a smile. Dabai, this guy's smile looks a bit slimy. He definitely has ulterior motives. Should I just trap him in the Chien demon suppression diagram and teach him a lesson? Dabai's voice suddenly echoed in Wang Hao's mind. That diagram can suppress martial artists? Wang Hao asked internally. Of course it can. This guy's just a trash tier. Innate martial artist. Suppressing him would be easy. Dabai said confidently. A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Hao's eyes. Suppressing him now would be too risky. If there were any experts nearby or if someone discovered it, it'd be troublesome. Without concrete evidence of this guy's intentions, it wasn't worth it. Linen felt the pressure from Wang Hao's gaze and became nervous. Had Wang Hao grown even stronger? It was terrifying. They had only sparred a short while ago. Facing Wang Hao now felt like facing a ferocious beast. It seemed like Wang Hao could crush him with a single move. This oppressive aura made it hard for Linen to breathe. It was just a small effort. If you really want to thank me, just give me a few 100 billion star coins, Wang Hao said coldly. His eyes locked onto Linen. Linen's body trembled slightly, and his original plan began to waver. Could this strategy really work against Wang Hao? But if he gave up, he'd lose the chance to obtain the divine and demonic ancient token. Thinking of the ancient token's importance, Linen gritted his teeth and suppressed his fear. It'll be fine. Definitely fine. Wang Hao might be talented, but he's only 16 years old. And he's just an innate martial artist. How strong could he possibly be? Linen had no idea that Wang Hao had already broken through to the Grandmaster realm. A 16-year-old martial Grandmaster was simply unheard of. The oppressive aura from earlier must have been a psychological effect, an aftershock from being defeated so easily before forcing himself to stay calm. Linen said, Wang Hao, you're joking. I can't just give you hundreds of billions of star coins. My dad already gave me a scolding for the last time. I really don't have any money now. Wang Hao frowned. If this guy didn't have money, why was he even here? How boring. I need to go back and train. Let's not talk too much, Linen. I'll take my leave. Wang Hao said directly after. Saying this, he prepared to turn around and leave. Wait, Wang Hao, have you ever heard of the Yangji Puyuan pill? Linen suddenly called out to him. Yangji Puyuan pill? What's that? The Yangji Puyuan pill is something we discovered in an ancient alchemy recipe from the martial artist's marketplace. Consuming it can directly boost your cultivation by 3 minor stages. I believe, with it, breaking through to Grandmaster level wouldn't be a problem for you, Wang Hao. Linen explained, noticing Wang Hao's confusion. A pill that directly enhances the innate realm? Too bad I'm already a Grandmaster, so it's useless to me. But if he's offering it for free, I wouldn't say no. So, do you have it? Planning to give me a few bottles? Wang Hao asked. Lin An's mouth twitched. Give you a few bottles? I'd rather give you a beating. But why isn't Wang Hao even a little excited? This is a pill that could help him rapidly increase his strength, yet he seems totally uninterested. Seeing Wang Hao's lack of enthusiasm, Linen felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Could the plan be failing before it even started? Never mind, I'll give it a shot first. I don't have such a precious thing, but we've found the key ingredient to make it. If you're willing to come with us, Linen continued. Wang Hao agreed to it. The Yangji Puyuan pill, combined with special materials, can elevate a Grandmaster's realm even further. Just as Wang Hao was about to refuse, a voice rang in his mind. It was Dabai. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Advancing his Grandmaster cultivation? That's exactly what he needed. After reaching the Grandmaster level, Wang Hao had noticed that his breakthroughs were becoming slower and slower. What used to take him a short time now required a much longer effort for any advancement. If there really was a pill that could help him break through in the Grandmaster realm, he'd be willing to invest the time to get it. Dabai, are you sure? Wang Hao asked internally. Dabai snorted. I roamed the ancient eras with the Flame Martial Saint. I've seen all kinds of things. Trust me. If that's the case, then it's worth a try. Linen, are you serious? The key ingredient for refining the Yangji Puyuan pill actually exists? Wang Hao fixed his gaze on Linen under Wang Hao's intense stare. Linen felt a bit uneasy but still nodded. Wang Hao, I swear on my life, that place definitely has Yangji liquid. Wang Hao squinted. Yangji liquid. He hadn't expected to find such a thing in the demonic battlefield. I want a copy of the Yangji Puyuan pill formula, along with the auxiliary ingredients. As for the Yangji liquid, whatever amount there is, I want half. Wang Hao demanded outright. Lin An's expression shifted slightly. Wang Hao was bold, directly asking for the formula and auxiliary materials. But he also knew that once they were in the demonic battlefield, Wang Hao would be the one in charge. Fine, let's endure for now and deal with it later. Wang Hao, I agree to your terms. Linen said through gritted teeth, feigning reluctance. Wang Hao didn't expose his act. As long as the Yangji liquid and the Yangji Puyuan pill were genuine, nothing else mattered. If Linen tried anything funny, Wang Hao wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Shortly after, Linen handed over the pill formula and auxiliary materials to Wang Hao. Let's set off now, Wang Hao said as he put the items away, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. It was best to get his hands on this kind of thing as soon as possible. As for whether Linen might betray him, Wang Hao didn't believe that for a second. Linen nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He had originally planned to let Wang Hao enjoy one more carefree day, but since Wang Hao was so eager to die, Linen wouldn't hold back. My things aren't so easy to take. Imperial capital. Twilight Cafe. Wang Hao and Linen sat in the cafe, sipping on expensive coffee while waiting for Linen's team to arrive. According to Linen, the Yangji liquid was located in the Shifeng Plains of the demonic battlefield. The Shifeng Plains were notorious for being infested with demons, a place with quite a reputation. The Yangji liquid was hidden extremely well. Even Linen didn't know its exact location. However, someone with insider information would be leading them there. Linen had also gathered a group of experts to join them. After all, the Shifeng Plains weren't a place to be trifled with. They needed significant firepower to venture in. After a while, a few warriors, exuding a strong aura of bloodlust, slowly walked into the Twilight Cafe. Wang Hao, these individuals are highly skilled, seasoned innate martial masters. With their help, we're sure to obtain the Yangji liquid successfully, Linen said with a smile as he introduced them. Wang Hao smirked faintly. Innate martial masters? What a joke. The voice of Dabai in his mind had already disclosed the true cultivation levels of these people. Although they were concealing their strength, they couldn't hide it from Dabai. It was too amateurish. The middle-aged man named Chen Lai, who stood tall and broad, was actually a 5th-rank grandmaster. The man with a faint scar on his face, who introduced himself as Su Bo, was a 6th-rank grandmaster. And as for the two other men, both were 7th-rank grandmasters. Wang Hao, I'm your fan. The anode liquid was discovered by me, and I will do everything in my power to help you obtain it so that you can break through your limits faster. The middle-aged man spoke to Wang Hao with an expression of fervent excitement. The few people standing nearby exchanged complex glances. Chen Lai was someone they knew well. He often claimed to be a fan of the strong, yet the number of geniuses who had fallen at his hands could fill several mahjong tables. I believe in you all, Wang Hao replied with a smile, pretending to be oblivious. You'll be in for a huge surprise, my idol, Chen Lai thought gleefully to himself. He particularly enjoyed dealing with these self-proclaimed prodigies, who would become unbearably arrogant with just a bit of talent. A little flattery was often enough to expose just how worthless they truly were. In Chen Lai's eyes, Wang Hao was already nothing more than prey. As for who Wang Hao really was, Chen Lai didn't care in the slightest. A genius from the divine martial class of the Imperial Academy? A dead genius is no genius at all. Chen Lai displayed an exaggeratedly friendly smile and patted his chest. Wang Hao, when you succeed, could I get your autograph? You're my most admired idol. Wang Hao's lips twitched. An autograph? This path you're walking isn't exactly smooth, and yet you still dare to ask for an autograph. Ambitious, aren't we? After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group prepared to set off for the battlefield of monsters and demons, Jianlin City. Inside a luxurious villa, two pure and charming girls were playing together. Their fair, delicate skin seemed especially radiant under the soft lighting. Xinyue, tell me more about what your brother was like as a kid, won't you? Lin Zian lightly tugged at Wang Xinyue's arm, pleading coquettishly. Wang Xinyue sighed. Softly. Zian, don't tell me you've really fallen for my brother? I've already told you his childhood stories dozens of times. The villa glowed with warm light. Under the lavish decorations, the two innocent girls appeared as if they were fairies, pure and unblemished. Lin Zian, in particular, stood out. Her smooth, porcelain-like skin, youthful vibrance, and exquisite features made her especially captivating. I do like your brother. Why won't you believe me? Lin Zian said as she gently hugged Wang Xinyue. Suddenly, a rich fragrance wafted through the room. The scent quickly filled the entire villa. As Wang Xinyue was about to speak, a wave of overwhelming drowsiness swept over her. She could barely keep her eyes open, her eyelids growing unbearably heavy. Whoosh, 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 the fragrance thickened, and Wang Xinyue completely lost consciousness, collapsing onto the soft sofa. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Zian, upon seeing this, erupted in a burst of black flames. A powerful aura instantly filled the entire room. Who's there? Show yourself. Lin Zian demanded sharply. Her earlier innocence was completely replaced by a cold, commanding presence. Lin Zian, how dare you speak to your sister like that? Looks like you've gone far too long without a proper lesson. A cold voice echoed through the room. Lin Zian's imposing demeanor immediately dissipated. It was her sister. Moments later, a beautiful woman in an elegant gown stepped gracefully into the room. It was Lin Shurhan. Sister, why are you here? Lin Zian immediately dashed toward Lin Shurhan, wrapping her arms around her tightly. Lin Shurhan gently ruffled her younger sister's hair, her eyes brimming with affection and tenderness. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to visit you unless there's something urgent? Lin Shurhan had completely shed the icy demeanor she displayed at the Imperial Academy, adopting the warmth of a caring older sister instead. No, you can come whenever you want, sister. Lin Zian said, snuggling into Lin Shurhan's embrace. Seeing her younger sister acting so adorably, Lin Shurhan felt her heart melt. I overheard your conversation just now. What's the deal with your classmate's brother? You like her brother? Lin Shurhan's tone turned cold as she recalled the topic. Lin Zian's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, her sister had found out. If her sister knew about Wang Hao, would she try to compete with her for him? Ugh, I'm not even a martial god yet. Maybe I could let sister borrow Wang Hao for now. She's so intimidating, she probably can't find a boyfriend. Anyway, Lin Zian's thoughts spiraled in every direction. Silly girl, all men are the same. They only care about your looks. Don't let them deceive you. Lin Shurhan advised her. Sister, earnestly. Wang Hao isn't like that. Lin Zian whispered softly. Wang Hao? Lin Shurhan's pupils narrowed. Could it be that Wang Hao? A striking image of a handsome and refined young man immediately surfaced in Lin Shurhan's mind. Recalling how that guy would flee the moment he saw her, a surge of frustration and anger welled up within her, making her grind her teeth. The Wang Hao you're talking about, it couldn't be the Wang Hao from the Imperial Academy, could it? Lin Shurhan's chest rose and fell slightly as she bit out the question. Lin Zian's heart sank. Could it be that Wang Hao had already started attracting other girls at the Imperial Academy? No, I can't let this happen. Sister, do you like Wang Hao too? Lin Zian asked cautiously. If her sister also liked Wang Hao, Lin Zian felt a faint sadness in her heart. Who would like someone like him? He's not even. Lin Shurhan pouted as she spoke. Just thinking about Wang Hao made Lin Shurhan especially annoyed. Although that guy did look decent, had top-notch talent and abilities, and wasn't like other men who were so. Wait a second, come to think of it, that guy might actually be pretty good. But what am I even thinking? How could I possibly like someone like him? So, sister, you don't like him, right? That's such a relief. Lin Zian said as she slipped out from Lin Shurhan's embrace, visibly relaxed. Wait, what do you mean by that? Lin Shurhan frowned deeply, suspicion creeping into her thoughts. What was this little girl up to? Could it be she was worried I'd steal the guy she likes? Lin Shurhan widened her eyes, clenching her fists. She knew her little sister too well. Though Zian looked well behaved, she was actually mischievous and full of wild ideas. If not for the fact that she was her biological sister, Lin Shurhan would have taught her a harsh lesson long ago. No, I mean, brother Wang Hao is always obsessed with cultivating. He's totally not a good match for you. Lin Zian quickly clarified. Lin Shurhan gritted her teeth in frustration. This little girl was getting bolder by the day. But as her sister's words lingered, Lin Shurhan found herself recalling the rumors about Wang Hao. It was true Wang Hao was a cultivation fanatic. Besides training, he seemed to have little interest in anything else. Lin Zian's feelings for Wang Hao were probably more like idol worship. After all, Wang Hao's status in Jianglin City was dazzling. He was practically a citywide icon. And to top it off, he wasn't bad-looking either. Once Zian grew older, she'd probably outgrow this phase. It was just a case of idol worship for now. She was still so young, she didn't truly understand what it meant to like someone. Besides, with her sister's talent, in a few years, Wang Hao would likely just be a small figure in her eyes. Lin Shihan's thoughts ran through her mind as her tense mood gradually softened. Thinking about how she hadn't properly taken care of her sister over the years, her heart filled with affection. Xian, I'll be heading to a ruin in a few days and might be gone for a while. You have to take good care of yourself, Lin Shihan said, gently, patting her sister's head with a doting smile. Sister, is it dangerous? Should I go with you? I'm a 7th-rank grandmaster now, you. No. Lin Xian's eyes brimmed with worry. Lin Shihan shook her head and hugged her sister gently. Don't worry. It's just a small, ancient ruin, nothing too dangerous. At the entrance to the demon battlefield, Wang Hao and a few others, including Linen, were slowly making their way toward the battlefield. Chen Lai, walking alongside Wang Hao, was showering him with endless flattery, asking about his well-being as if he were a devoted fan. Linen and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. Chen Lai had this kind of quirk? If Linen didn't know that Chen Lai had been sent by him to deal with Wang Hao, he might have thought the man was genuinely Wang Hao's fan. Was he getting too into his role? Lin Xiao, don't worry about Boss Chen. He may be calling him an idol now, but when it's time to act, no one's more efficient than him. A voice echoed in Lin An's mind. It was Su Bo, another 7th rank grandmaster. Linen gave a faint nod. He had meticulously planned this operation. He'd even come up with all sorts of excuses, worried that Wang Hao wouldn't agree to come. To his surprise, Wang Hao had accepted immediately. Yangji liquid. Looks like your days are numbered, Linen thought, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. The group continued moving toward the sheafing plains within the demon battlefield. The air was thick with the stench of blood and tension. The howls of demons and the sound of fierce battles echoed from all directions. Lin An's face turned slightly pale. Although he was a 10th rank innate quasi-grandmaster, the sheafing plains were close to the depths of the demon battlefield. The demonic energy and the stench of blood here were even more overpowering. Alright, fans, I've spotted a group of nether demons up ahead. Go take care of them for me, I need some nether crystals, Wang Hao said, holding a compass in his hand as his eyes lit up. He had been casually testing it, not expecting to actually find nether demons nearby. Wang Hao's supply of nether crystals had run out, and now was the perfect opportunity to restock. After all, his 9 nether frost art required more nether crystals to break through to the next level. He'd also noticed that the more nether crystals the technique absorbed, the stronger it became. If he could gather more nether crystals, his strength would grow, making future explorations of ruins much safer. Chen Lai's eyes flickered with a trace of killing intent. This guy really thought of himself as some kind of idol, huh? But now wasn't the time to act. They hadn't reached the designated spot yet. Wang Hao was a top-tier genius of the Tianwu Association. If he somehow managed to escape, it would be a huge problem. When dealing with Wang Hao, one couldn't be too cautious. Chen Lai turned to look at Lin and gave a slight nod, his hostility toward Wang Hao intensifying. Further, after receiving Lin An's signal, Chen Lai took a deep breath and started walking in the direction Wang Hao had pointed, ready to deal with the dark nether demons. Seeing how cooperative Chen Lai was, Wang Hao grinned with satisfaction. What a dedicated fan. At that moment, Wang Hao's compass flashed again, clearly indicating another group of nether demons nearby. Linen, and the rest of you, there's another group of nether demons over there. Go and bring back the nether crystals for me. Wang Hao shouted excitedly. With free labor at hand, why not use it? You all like to show off, don't you? I'd like to see how long you can keep up the act. Standing to the side, Lin An's face darkened. He clenched his fists. What was Wang Hao playing at, treating them like servants? The other masters beside Lin An also frowned, thinking to themselves. We're not your fans, so why should we listen to you? What's the matter? Don't want to go? Wang Hao sneered. Lin An gritted his teeth in hatred, wishing he could take Wang Hao out right then and there. But the risks of making a move here were too high. If Wang Hao managed to escape or if word got out, everything they'd planned would be ruined, and Lin An himself could end up in serious trouble. How could we refuse? We'll help you out right away, brother Wang Hao, and take care of those nether demons, Lin An forced himself to say. With that, he led the other masters toward the nearby area to clear out the demons. Although he was deeply reluctant, Lin An had to endure it for the sake of the plan. As they continued onward, Wang Hao seemed to have outrageous luck, encountering group after group of nether demons. There's another group over there. Go check it out. Chen Lai, stop dawdling, move faster, there's a large group in that direction too. Lin An and the other masters were continuously directed by Wang Hao, clearing out nether demons all around the battlefield. Meanwhile, the number of nether crystals in Wang Hao's possession steadily grew. The expressions on Lin An and the masters' faces grew uglier by the second. If they weren't getting closer and closer to the western wind plains, Lin An might have exploded by now. This Wang Hao, does he still not realize what kind of danger he's walking into? Lin Xiao, do you think Wang Hao has figured something out? Subo asked Linen as he killed another demon. Linen's brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with a cold, murderous glint. He, Linen, had never been ordered around like this before, especially not by someone he planned to kill. It was utterly humiliating. Linen snorted coldly. Don't worry, that idiot isn't that smart. And even if he did figure something out, so what? We have so many people here, not to mention those hidden within the formation. There's no way he could escape. Linen added. Wang Hao, oh, Wang Hao. Talent is important, but once you fall, you're nothing but scraps. The more arrogant you are now, the more miserable you'll be later, not. Even the gods can save you, I promise. Linen thought coldly to himself as he led his group to continue hunting the nether demons. A few hours later, the group finally neared the western wind plains. Linen and the masters were covered in blood, their energy almost entirely spent. In contrast, Wang Hao's clothes remained spotless, as if he were just out on a leisurely trip. Lin Xiao, the western wind plains are just ahead. Chen Lai exclaimed with excitement, looking at the vast plains in the distance. Lin An's lips curled into a faint smirk. Finally, they were almost there. Wang Hao, I've tolerated you long enough. The other masters were equally thrilled. At long last, they would no longer have to follow Wang Hao's every command. Wang Hao scanned the surroundings. The air was thick with demonic energy, accompanied by the occasional wails of demons. It looks pretty dangerous up ahead. Maybe I should just wait for you all here? Wang Hao said, blinking innocently. Lin An's eye twitched. They were so close, and now he wanted to stay behind? Was this some kind of joke? Idle. The place with the young polar liquid is just up ahead. Don't worry, we'll protect you. Chen Lai quickly reassured him. They couldn't let Wang Hao back out now. This doesn't look like the kind of place that would have young polar liquid. Wang Hao said, his tone skeptical, his eyes filled with doubt. Lin An's heart sank. Could this guy really have just used them to collect nether crystals? Thankfully, I came prepared. Wang Hao, look, here's a photo Chen Lai took. There's definitely young polar liquid there. Linen said, pulling out a picture. The photo showed a substantial amount of young polar liquid. Linen had gone to great lengths in preparing for this operation. He had originally planned to use the photo to convince Wang Hao back in the capital, but since Wang Hao had agreed so easily, it had remained unused until now. Looking at the photo, Wang Hao relaxed slightly. So far, this had been a fruitful trip. He'd gotten plenty of nether crystals, and now there was even young polar liquid. Feigning calmness, Wang Hao reluctantly said, alright then, let's go. Take a look. With Wang Hao agreeing once more, the group felt like they were on an emotional roller coaster. If it weren't for Wang Hao's high status, they might have already lost their patience and made a move. The group continued toward the western wind plains. The surrounding demons were numerous but were effortlessly slain by Linen and the others. Once they reached the plains, Chen Lai and the others stopped holding back and crushed the nearby demons with ease. Linen deliberately used Chen Lai and the others' power to try and create pressure for Wang Hao, but Wang Hao seemed completely unfazed, strolling nonchalantly toward his destination. As if all the dangers in the world had nothing to do with him. Once we get there, let's see how long you can keep up this act, Linen thought fiercely, glaring at Wang Hao's calm and composed demeanor. The western wind plains lay on the outskirts of the demon battlefield, a perilous place. The wind howled, carrying a bone-chilling cold that pervaded the air. Even the blazing sun in the sky seemed unnaturally cold, as if the place was so forbidding that even the sun didn't care to linger. Deep within the western wind plains, a massive canyon. In one corner of the canyon, there was a small pool, its water exuding a faint, soothing fragrance. The pale, milky liquid rippled gently as the icy wind brushed the surface. Around the canyon, over a dozen warriors with auras as sharp as blades stood guard, their gazes fixed on any movement approaching from afar. Young Master Zhang, do we really have to use the true yang essence? Wouldn't it be better if we kept it for ourselves? One of the warriors asked, puzzled. A young man yawned but, in his eyes, a glint of cold, killing intent flashed. The money came from Linen. If he wants this to look real, then let it be real. I don't care either way, Zhang Wentao replied indifferently. By the way, the formation everything's good, right? Do another thorough check just to be sure, Zhang Wentao added, as if suddenly recalling something. The warriors around him began inspecting the area meticulously. After a while, confirming there were no issues, they returned to their hidden positions in the canyon, continuing to wait. Not long after, the communicator in Zhang Wentao's hand chimed. They're almost here. Everyone hide immediately. Activate the formation only when Wang Hao gets close to the true yang essence. The formation will take 3 minutes to fully activate. No one shows themselves before then. I don't want to get dragged into this mess. The group nodded in agreement, quickly dispersing and concealing themselves throughout the canyon. In an instant, the canyon fell eerily quiet, leaving only the mysterious, faintly glowing pool of true yang essence waiting silently in the distance. Wang Hao and his group traversed a stretch of terrain before finally reaching the depths of the western wind plains. Idle. That's the spot where I found the true yang essence. Let's hurry and check it out. Chen Lai shouted excitedly, unable to contain himself. Several others nearby had icy glints in their eyes. Wang Hao acted as though he hadn't noticed and walked straight into the canyon. Ahead of him was a small pool, radiating an air of mystery. Boss, that really is true yang essence. Are these guys seriously here just to hand over such a treasure? Dabai's voice echoed excitedly in Wang Hao's mind. Wang Hao smirked. He highly doubted their intentions were so kind-hearted. Calmly, he approached the pool of true yang essence. Boss, they've set up a powerful, concealed formation nearby. It's slowly being activated. Dabai urgently warned, as if he'd uncovered something important. Wang Hao nodded slightly, his immense spiritual energy sweeping across the surroundings in an instant. In the shadows of the canyon, faint figures began to emerge, powerful warriors, all of them. Well, they really think highly of me, Wang Hao thought, observing the 10 7th-ranked grandmasters lying in wait. Among them was an old classmate of his, Zhang Wentao. Wang Hao, go ahead and retrieve the true yang essence. We'll wait here for you, Linen said with a smile. Wang Hao shrugged, knowing full well they were stalling for the formation to activate. He didn't want to reveal too much of his power just yet. Since they'd gone to such trouble, he might as well let them finish their setup. With the netherworld crystal and the true yang essence combined, these treasures would be enough to satisfy them, for now. Linen and Chen Lai stood on one side of the canyon, watching as Wang Hao slowly approached the pool of true yang essence. The murderous intent in their eyes was almost tangible. Linen's gaze toward Wang Hao was as if he were already looking at a corpse. Asterisk, so many powerful fighters sent to kill you, Wang Hao. That's a fitting end for someone of your status, I suppose. You only have yourself to blame for taking what you shouldn't have. Asterisk, the pool of true yang essence at the heart of the canyon glimmered with its mysterious aura. Wang Hao could feel the energy within the pool affecting his internal force, stirring restlessly within his body. What a treasure, he mused. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out the Ice Soul Thunderblade and began digging around the pool. Without hesitation, he uprooted the entire pool of true yang essence and stored it in his spatial ring. Far off in the distance, Lin En's face darkened. Asterisk, this bastard just took the whole pool? Asterisk, he thought, his anger boiling over into a bitter laugh. Asterisk, fine. We'll just take it back later. Let him hold on to it for now. Asterisk, I'll be holding on to this true yang essence for now. No objections, right? Wang Hao said, with a smile, looking at Linen and the others. Of course not, idle. You can use it however you like. By the way, mind if I borrow something from you real quick? Chen Lai laughed, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Wang Hao. Borrow what? Wang Hao asked, feigning curiosity. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted all around. A blinding light flashed, enveloping the entire canyon. Your life! Chen Lai roared, his energy surging as his eyes locked fiercely onto Wang Hao. What's the meaning of this? Wang Hao asked, pretending to be confused. Don't you get it? We're here to take your life. From the shadows, a group of warriors emerged, their energy radiating powerfully. Zhang Wentao's face was ice-cold as he fixed his gaze on Wang Hao. Considering you're my classmates and even brought the anode solution, I'll give you a chance. Cripple your own Dantian now, and I'll let you live. Wang Hao's tone remained calm, showing no concern for the enemies encircling him. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Wentao and Linen both burst into laughter. Cripple their own Dantian? What a joke. Wang Hao, have you lost your mind? We have 12 7th-grade masters here, 2 6th-grade masters, and 1 5th-grade master. What do you think this place is? Zhang Wentao sneered. Wang Hao must be delusional, Zhang thought. Did he really believe this was still the imperial capital? No one would come to his aid here. If Wang Hao died in this remote canyon, no one would ever find out. The others wore expressions of brutal excitement, itching to see how this so-called prodigious genius would meet his downfall today. Enough talk. Kill Wang Hao now, Linen coldly commanded. The moment the order was given, Chen Lai and the others erupted with energy, charging toward Wang Hao with full force. Wang Hao let out a disdainful snort. He had intended to let them live a little longer, but since they were so eager to die, he would gladly oblige. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a massive scroll unfurled from Wang Hao's body, seemingly large enough to cover the entire sky. The air was instantly filled with an overwhelming stench of blood. In an instant, the canyon hidden within the formation was shrouded in a suffocating aura of bloodthirst and solemnity. Above Wang Hao's head, the scroll emitted an intense, murderous energy, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. What was happening? This terrifying pressure. Those charging toward Wang Hao found themselves paralyzed, their bodies locked in place by an invisible force. That's the Lin clan's fist path true intent scroll? How is this possible? Lin En's eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he had just pieced something together. Not far away, Zhang Wentao's face darkened. How had such a thing ended up in Wang Hao's hands? Above Wang Hao, the crimson flame demon suppressing diagram continued to exude an aura of absolute dominance, causing the martial artists present to tremble uncontrollably. The oppressive energy was so overwhelming that it left them struggling to breathe. Dabai, Wang Hao, pour more of your energy into it. Let me show you the true power of the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram. Dabai, the spirit within the artifact, shouted with excitement. Wang Hao nodded. He, too, was curious to see the full extent of this sacred artifact's power. With that, Wang Hao channeled his internal energy like a surging tide, pouring it into the diagram. Under the nourishment of his energy, the diagram radiated an intense, blood-red glow. Roar! Suddenly, a crimson dragon burst forth from the diagram, its aura powerful enough to freeze the entire canyon in an instant. Linen and the others turned ghostly pale, their internal energy grinding to a halt. What? Terrified Chenlai and the rest even more was the sight of the blood-red dragon zipping through the canyon like a bolt of lightning. No! Please, no! The canyon echoed with anguished cries of pain. The blood dragon, like a bloodthirsty demon, tore through the bodies of the numerous masters Linen had brought with him. The stench of blood filled the air, suffocating and overwhelming. Wang Hao surveyed the scene, the agonized wails ringing in his ears, and felt a twinge in his heart. This sacred artifact was far too powerful, utterly ruthless and bloodthirsty. The blood dragon, unleashed from the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram, resembled an unfeeling machine of slaughter. The canyon's masters stood no chance against its attacks, falling one after another in mere moments. In just a few breaths, the casualties were devastating. Linen and Zhang Wentao were pale and trembling uncontrollably. Why? How could this thing be so powerful? In Wang Hao's hands, Linen couldn't comprehend it. Back at Master Lin Cheng's banquet, the Fist Path True Intent Scroll had been formidable but nowhere near this terrifying. The scene before them completely shattered their understanding. If they had known Wang Hao possessed such a formidable trump card, they would never have dared to show hostility toward him. The surrounding masters were as fragile as paper under the blood dragon's assault, crushed with effortless ease. Under the control of the Crimson Flame Demon Suppressing Diagram, they were immobilized and left utterly defenseless, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Linen and Zhang Wentao's bodies glowed with a brilliant protective shield, barely fending off the blood dragon's first strike. The others weren't so fortunate. Aside from the 5th grade Master Chenlai, who was barely holding on, the rest of the masters were all devoured by the blood dragon. Linen, Zhang Wentao, and Chenlai looked at Wang Hao with expressions of utter terror. Zhang Wentao, in particular, was overwhelmed with regret. Why had he provoked this walking disaster? It was all Linen's fault. Wang Hao glanced at the blood-soaked battlefield around him, satisfied with the artifact's power. If fully unleashed, it could likely rival the strength of a top-grade master, and even summon more blood dragons. After the brief but brutal carnage, Wang Hao had gained a deeper understanding of the sacred artifact. Though it consumed a significant amount of energy, its overall power was astonishing. Student Wang Hao, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I just wanted to play a joke on you. Lin Un finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell to his knees, begging for mercy. I'm not interested in jokes, Wang Hao replied coldly, his expression indifferent. Lin Un's heart sank to the bottom. The surrounding magic array continued to emit a brilliant light. The bitterness in Lin Un's heart was overwhelming. The array that was originally meant to trap Wang Hao had ultimately become his own inescapable prison. How ironic. Not far away, Chenlai was covered in blood. He had just been struck twice by the blood dragon, leaving him gravely injured. Looking at Wang Hao's calm demeanor, Chenlai felt a chill deep in his bones. He hadn't expected to lose in the end. Wang Hao, I'm really your fan. It was all Linen who forced me to do this. I had no choice, the benefits he offered were too tempting. Chenlai hastily pleaded for his life. The moment Chenlai finished speaking, Wang Hao turned to look at him. Oh, right, there was still this adorable fan. So, you wanted my autograph, huh? Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Wang Hao activated his spatial power and appeared beside Chenlai. Here's your autograph. Here's your autograph. Wang Hao said coldly, pulling out the Ice Soul Thunder Blade from his spatial ring and carving the character, Wang, on Chenlai's body. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the character was formed, Chenlai's body exploded violently, with blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Linen and Zhang Wentao felt their hearts tighten. The blood splattered on them carried a stench of fear and despair, suffocating them. Swish. After dealing with Chenlai and the other grandmasters, Wang Hao put away the Crimson Flame Demon Sealing Diagram. Now, it's your turn, Wang Hao said with a smile, looking at Linen and Zhang Wentao. Zhang Wentao stared at Wang Hao, feeling as though he was standing before a demon. How had it come to this? No matter how prepared they were, even with a 5th grade grandmaster on their side, they had still been easily defeated by Wang Hao's single martial arts. Scroll. Student Wang Hao, I have a lot of money. Please spare me, I'll give you all my wealth. Linen said, trembling, his voice full of suppressed fear. Wang Hao shook his head. I already gave you a choice. This is the path you chose. People must pay the price for their decisions. Wang Hao's words pierced their hearts like a sharp sword. They had witnessed Wang Hao effortlessly killing Chen Lai just moments ago. Wang Hao had clearly transcended into the Grandmaster realm, leaving them with no chance of turning the tables. Student. Wang Hao, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Please don't blame my family, they knew nothing about this. It was entirely my decision. Zhang Wentao, completely desperate, begged for Wang Hao to spare his family. After all, with Wang Hao's talent, he was already a Grandmaster level powerhouse. Becoming a martial saint was only a matter of time. If Wang Hao truly wanted to take action against the Zhang family, they would be powerless to resist. Let alone the fact that Wang Hao also had the mighty Tianwu society backing him. Wang Hao frowned slightly. Zhang Wentao, at least, seemed to have some backbone, but it would depend on whether the Zhang family acted wisely. If they dared to cross him, he would show no mercy. Speak. Why did you target me? Surely it wasn't just for that ancient divine demon token in a few 100 billion star coins? Wang Hao asked coldly, his gaze icy as he stared at them. He simply wanted to understand why they had made a move against him. Otherwise, he would have dealt with them long ago. I'll tell you, just please spare us. A glimmer of despair flickered in Lin An's eyes. It won't make a difference if you tell me. If you don't, your suffering will be worse than death. Choose for yourselves, Wang Hao responded coldly, his gaze unwavering. Lin An lowered his head. Finally, the two spilled everything. It turned out that it was all related to Wang Hao's ancient divine demon token. Previously, Zhang Wentao and Lin An had discovered the token together. Along with the token, there was also a map of the divine demon battlefield. The map marked a special location. After extensive research, the two confirmed that the location likely contained a sacred artifact. Wang Hao shook his head. A sacred artifact, huh? No wonder. They were so desperate to kill him and steal the token. The map, which had been with Lin An, ultimately ended up in Wang Hao's hands. Boom, boom, boom. After revealing everything, Wang Hao allowed them to leave. Lin An and Zhang Wentao died peacefully. As their soul flames flickered, they felt no pain and were instantly extinguished. Wang Hao collected the spoils of battle from the fallen and left immediately. As the soul flames burned, the bloody stench in the canyon was completely cleansed. This Lin An was no simple character. He had carried so many high-grade primal crystals and even materials for refining Yangji-breaking origin pills. But all of it belonged to Wang Hao now. In addition to these, there were also various other pills and precious materials. This trip had been incredibly fruitful. And Wang Hao couldn't help but feel exhilarated. He had not only acquired over 100 pieces of nether crystals but also nearly 300 supreme essence crystals, along with a significant number of other grades of essence crystals. Most importantly, he had obtained a treasure map that might lead to a sacred artifact. Though the map pointed to the divine demonic battlefield, Wang Hao held the ancient divine demonic token in his hand. As long as his strength was sufficient, he could venture there at any time. With that, Wang Hao continued searching for traces of the nether demons while flying toward the entrance of the demon battlefield. The imperial capital, Lin family. At this moment, the Lin family had been reduced to a pile of ruins. The air was thick with heavy sorrow. Lin Chang, dressed in white mourning clothes, stood by the ruins, his face etched with grief. Around him were many other Lin family members, all similarly clad in mourning white. Master, let's go back. Ever since you returned from the Martial Alliance, you haven't had a proper meal, the Lin family steward said with concern. The other family members chimed in, urging him to return. Lin Chang didn't respond. His gaze remained fixed on the ruins as his mind drifted far away. Seeing his lack of reaction, the steward sighed and respectfully stepped aside. After a while, an elderly man with white hair approached slowly. Though he appeared ancient, his steps were steady, devoid of any frailty. The old man came to Lin Chang's side and waved his hand. The others around Lin Chang retreated. Before the ruins, only Lin Chang in his white mourning attire and the old man with white hair remained. Chenger, I know you're in pain right now, but life is full of loss. What? You lose now, you'll lose again in the future. We can only move forward. The old man's firm voice resonated deeply in Lin Chang's heart. Lin Chang's eyes were dim, his spirit utterly drained. Master, I understand, Lin Chang said, taking a deep breath. This old man. Lin Chang, should we turn him into one of us as well? A chilling voice suddenly echoed in Lin Chang's mind. Silence. I forbid you from laying a hand on my master. Lin Chang angrily rebuked the voice. He knew his master well. If his master were to become one of those creatures, he would rather die. The white-haired elder seemed oblivious to the voice in Lin Chang's mind. He stood silently by his side. Don't you think it's better this way? Your father isn't dead, he's just accompanying you in another form. If you wish, I can create a new body for him at any time. The voice in his mind spoke again, full of temptation. Lin Chang felt a chill in his heart, recalling a forbidden technique the demon seed had given him, a secret art capable of forcibly extracting a person's soul from their body. The agonized screams associated with it still made his scalp tingle. Stop talking. Leave me alone. Lin Chang coldly refused. Now, he was tightly controlled by the demon seed. He could only desperately strive to break through to the spirit embryo stage, hoping that one day he could rebuild his body. Thinking about the road ahead, Lin Chang felt utterly helpless. The demon seed clung to him like a malignant tumor, feeding him corrupt thoughts every day. Was he even the same person he used to be? Bitterness filled Lin Chang's heart. A few days ago, when Martial Saint Xianyi examined his body, he found nothing unusual. To deceive even a martial saint so easily, how terrifying was the power of the demons? Was humanity truly without hope, as the demon seed claimed? Lin Chang's mind was a whirlwind of emotions, countless thoughts tangling and colliding within. He didn't know how to find peace. Chenger, do not let your mind falter. Just as he was drowning in confusion, Lei Jianping's voice echoed in his ears. Lin Chang snapped back to reality and looked at his master, now an aged figure with a head full of white hair. His heart was a mix of emotions. Master, I don't know what to do, Lin Chang said, his voice laden with weariness. He knew he was on the wrong path, straying further and further, yet he couldn't find a way out. Lei Jianping snorted coldly. Chenger, we are warriors. No matter what challenges we face, we must confront them as warriors do. Do you know about Ling Tian, the martial god? He is the strongest man on Blue Star, and he rose step by step from being an ordinary person to reaching the pinnacle. The challenges he faced were far greater than you can imagine. Some problems may seem insurmountable, but they're often not as bad as they appear. His talent wasn't the most exceptional, but his martial spirit was unmatched. I've never seen anyone more eager to grow stronger than him. He once said that there's no problem in this world that cannot be solved. If there is, it simply means you're not strong enough yet. No matter what you're facing, as long as you grow stronger, you can break all chains and overcome all hardships. Lei Jianping's words echoed in Lin Chang's mind. Lin Chang felt as though his entire being was enveloped in a powerful martial will. Under its influence, his spirit grew stronger, and a strange force seemed to sprout within his heart. This force brought an unprecedented sense of relief to Lin Chang. The darkness that had consumed him in recent days momentarily gave way to a glimmer of light. He didn't know how much time had passed when he finally came back to his senses, feeling as though he had undergone a subtle transformation, though it was hard to pinpoint exactly what had changed. Master! Lin Chang called out, but the figure of Lei Jianping was nowhere to be seen. What's your name? Your master has already left. The voice of the demon seed echoed once more in Lin Chang's mind. He's already gone? Lin Chang looked up, the sky had darkened, and stars began to twinkle. Wasn't it still afternoon just moments ago? How had it suddenly turned to evening? Is your master an idiot? He left without saying a word, completely out of his mind. The demon seed's voice surfaced again. Lin Chang frowned deeply. Could it be that everything his master said earlier was just an illusion? No, that couldn't be. The voice still reverberated clearly in his mind. Moreover, he felt an unfamiliar power now coursing through his body. It was faint, yet stronger than his own thunder force. That power seemed capable of destroying everything. If you dare speak disrespectfully of my master again, don't expect any cooperation from me, Lin Chang said coldly. The demon seed was clearly taken aback by Lin Chang's unwavering loyalty to his master. Your dear master suddenly became very weak just now. He probably doesn't have much time left. Have you considered letting him join us? The demon seed's voice slithered into Lin Chang's mind. Hearing this, Lin Chang's face turned deathly pale. Impossible. His master was a grandmaster of the highest caliber. The next day, in the imperial capital, at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, inside the Vitality Cultivation Room, the energy was almost condensed into a liquid state. Wang Hao held a supreme-grade energy crystal and another crystal in his hands, continuously absorbing the energy within them. At the same time, he was consuming spirit yuan pills. The Chaos Divine Origin technique was operating at an incredibly fast pace. The energy core within his body emitted a dazzling glow. After some time, Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, his vitality had clearly improved, bringing him one step closer to reaching the 7th grade Grandmaster level. Good grief! You're only at the energy core realm, and you're already using supreme-grade energy crystals for cultivation? What a waste of treasures! Dabai, while munching on cat food, couldn't help but complain. Aren't these things meant for cultivation? Wang Hao retorted coldly. No matter how expensive the supreme-grade energy crystals were, they couldn't compare to the importance of strength. Do you know how many bags of royal cat food a single supreme-grade energy crystal can buy? Dabai nibbled on the cat food in its paw. Wang Hao glanced at the royal food label written on the packaging of Dabai's cat food and thought to himself, at the rate you're eating, A single supreme grade energy crystal could feed you for years. You're overthinking. This is premium food, even I can't bear to eat it. One supreme grade energy crystal equals one bag. Wang Hao said with a bitter smile. Hearing this, the bai clutched the royal food tightly in its arms, as if afraid Wang Hao might snatch it away. Wang Hao saw through de Bai's thoughts at a glance. Relax, de Bai. Since I'm your master, I'll always provide you with the best food. From now on, as long as I have something to drink, I promise you'll have one bag of cat food. No, royal food, every day. Wang Hao solemnly vowed. De Bai's eyes lit up with emotion. What a good master. Such precious food every day. Indeed, it hadn't chosen the wrong person. Just yesterday, Wang Hao had placed an order for 1,000 bags of cat food. Initially, he thought de Bai wouldn't like it, but after one taste, de Bai was utterly amazed, praising it to no end. Declaring that everything it had eaten before was garbage compared to the royal food. The cat food was from the royal grain brand, but de Bai didn't even realize it was cat food, thinking instead it was some kind of gourmet delicacy. Seeing de Bai so happy, Wang Hao decided not to reveal the truth. In the center of the cultivation room stood a purple alchemy furnace, radiating a warm aura. A mysterious energy emanated from within the furnace, accelerating Wang Hao's energy circulation. Inside the furnace was the Yang Extreme Origin Breaking Pill. Just yesterday, Wang Hao had received the purple star furnace sent by Master Jiang. It was a high-grade profound-level purple alchemy furnace of immense value, equipped with powerful flames that could replace soul fire for basic alchemy. Whenever Wang Hao's soul fire was insufficient, he used the purple star furnace's violet flames for alchemy, achieving excellent results. It was incredibly handy. After numerous simulations, Wang Hao had successfully mastered the techniques for using the furnace and crafting the Yang Extreme Origin Breaking Pill. The process began. Crafting the Yang Extreme Origin Breaking Pill required a long refinement process, 2 days and 2 nights of consistent flame baking to take shape. This was also why Wang Hao had focused solely on cultivation last night instead of practicing the star soul tempering technique. De Bai, I'll be heading out in a bit. Keep an eye on this furnace for me. The Yang Extreme Origin Breaking Pill inside is crucial, make sure nothing goes wrong. Wang Hao instructed. De Bai continued nibbling on its cat food, silently grumbling to itself, are you kidding me? I just thought you were nice, and now you're making me work? I'm a sentient artifact spirit, not your servant. Find someone else for this. De Bai would never be anyone's slave, not even for a daily bag of royal food. I'm an artifact spirit, I don't understand this furnace nonsense. De Bai shook its head in protest. Such boring tasks are beneath me. Watching over a mere spirit-level pill? Am I some kind of furnace boy? No way. I'll give you an extra bag of royal food today. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, his heart aching at the offer. Big White's face was full of disdain as he thought, you think you can buy me off with just 1 pack of royal-grade cat food? What a joke. Absolutely ridiculous. King Hao, I really can't do it. It's not about the cat food, Big White said with a grievance, looking as though he genuinely had no clue about alchemy. Wang Hao let out a cold snort. Just yesterday, during the potion-making process, Big White had been pointing fingers and giving commands, nearly jumping in to do it himself. Now he claimed he couldn't even control the fire properly? It seemed Wang Hao had to take things up a notch. Today I'll give you 2 packs of royal-grade cat food. If you still can't do it, I'll just do it myself. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, his expression showing clear displeasure. 2 packs of royal-grade cat food. Big White's heart was bursting with joy, but he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Meow. Wang Hao, don't worry. As long as I'm here, the pill will be here. If the pill's gone, I won't live either. I'm lifebound to the Yangji Breaking Essence pill, Big White declared with firm determination. 2 packs. Today, plus the one in hand, he could eat 2 packs today and 2 more tomorrow. Big White was ecstatic on the inside, feeling like he'd struck gold. Wang Hao, you're too young. Just 3 sentences, and I, Big White, have swindled 2 packs of royal-grade cat food out of you. Big White was inwardly smug, feeling like he had made a killing. Wang Hao's expression was complicated as he nodded and reluctantly pulled 2 packs of cat food out of his spatial ring, handing them over to Big White. Big White acted indifferent on the outside, but his heart leaped with joy. He really gave it to me, he really gave it to me. 2 packs of royal-grade cat food. As Wang Hao turned and left the cultivation chamber, Big White could no longer hold back. He leaped into the air, performing an ancient dancing cat jig. Up next, it was time to copy Lin Cheng's talent. Wang Hao took a deep breath. Recently, he had been researching the talents of other top geniuses in the imperial capital. Although there were quite a few S-rank talents, most of them weren't suitable for him, especially now that he had reached the Grandmaster stage. Some ordinary S-rank talents barely provided a boost to his combat power compared to some advanced martial arts techniques. It was even more the case for auxiliary type talents. The higher one's realm, the less useful those lower-tier talents became. After much thought, Wang Hao decided to copy Lin Cheng's talent. After all, in just 2 days, he would be heading to the ancient ruins. though he hadn't come across a particularly strong defensive talent, which left him somewhat regretful. Having a top-tier defensive ability would undoubtedly enhance his safety in the ruins. But since he couldn't find one, he had no choice but to copy Lin Cheng's powerful Thunder talent instead. An SS-ranked talent, Thunder Force, was incredibly potent in attack. With this SS-rank power, Wang Hao's strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. With these thoughts in mind, Wang Hao refocused and began heading toward the Lin family's location. He had already gathered information about Lin Chang and knew he was currently at the Imperial Academy, using the Void Sky Mirror to sharpen his combat skills. At the Imperial Academy, Wang Hao walked across the campus, feeling the youthful energy brimming around him. Several students greeted him, and Wang Hao responded to each one. Before long, he arrived at the depths of the academy, at the Void Sky Arena. The Void Sky Arena was a combat training ground created by the Void Sky Mirror. Many students used the mirror's power to hone their battle techniques. Of course, entering the illusion trial wasn't cheap. Only students from affluent families could afford to train here. Ordinary students wouldn't dream of spending such an amount. But for Wang Hao, the cost of elemental crystals was no concern. Before long, he approached the Void Sky Arena. The area was bustling with students, all engaged in lively discussions. So this is the Void Sky Arena? Wang Hao murmured as he looked at the dazzling, glowing field in front of him. He noticed special arrays protecting the area. Senior Wang Hao. As he was observing the arena, a soft voice called out from behind him. Turning around, Wang Hao saw a petite, pretty girl wearing the Imperial Academy uniform, her hair tied into twin ponytails. Her youthful face was pure and innocent, her petite figure accentuated by the snug, light-colored uniform, creating a strikingly attractive image. Wang Hao slowly turned to face the girl with pigtails and a youthful face. And, you are? Wang Hao scratched his head, feeling like he had seen her somewhere before but couldn't quite place her. The girl's wide eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling as she spoke. I'm Lan Ling. I'm so sorry about what happened before. My cousin going against you, it was all my fault. I'm sorry. Her voice quivered, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Wang Hao suddenly remembered. So it was that lowly with the baby face and monstrous strength. He took a deep breath, looking at this timid girl before him. Gone was the arrogance and fiery attitude she had displayed during the martial exams. Now, she looked like a bullied little girl. So much time had passed, yet it felt like no time at all. Isn't that Wang Hao? Wow, he's so handsome. Who's that girl with him? She's gorgeous. That's Lan Ling, the most talented freshman in our academy. She's only 16 and already a third-ranked postnatal martial artist. Wow, that's impressive, but he's still miles away from Wang Hao. Wang Hao's already at the Xiantian realm. They actually look like a great match. Did you know they both joined the martial exams in the same year? The chatter of classmates filled the air. Clearly, many had recognized Wang Hao and Lan Ling. Wang Hao's mental acuity was unparalleled, every word of the surrounding whispers fell into his ears without fail. Lan Ling, too, heard bits and pieces. Her cheeks flushed a soft crimson, unsure of what exactly had been said. Wang Hao stood in a daze for a moment, looking at Lan Ling, the once naive and overly strong-willed girl who had just joined the training hall. She was now a martial artist at the third stage of the Hotian realm. He couldn't help but feel a sense of distance. The world she lived in was no longer his own. While they struggled to break through the Hotian and Xiantian realms, he had already ascended to the level of a grandmaster. The enemies he now faced were far beyond their comprehension. It doesn't matter. Zhang Wentao has already paid the price he was meant to bear, Wang Hao murmured to himself, recalling Zhang Wentao's calm demeanor the day before. Lan Ling, catching his words, suddenly paled. Yes, her cousin had already paid the price. But what about her? If it was because of her, why did her cousin have to suffer the consequences? At this moment, the news of Zhang Wentao's death had yet to spread. Lan Ling had no idea that the price Wang Hao referred to was her cousin's very life. She thought the price was merely the loss at the arena and the injuries her cousin had sustained. Senior Wang Hao, I was wrong about everything before. Please, take this. Lan Ling suddenly produced a necklace that shimmered with a faint purple glow. Her lips pressed into a slight pout as she held the necklace out to Wang Hao, her eyes filled with hope. Wang Hao looked at Lan Ling and smiled softly, taking the necklace from her hands. He had already sensed her sincerity. She truly wanted to apologize. Since her apology was genuine, why not accept it? The petty disputes of the past seemed so trivial now. Lan Ling, I forgive you. And thank you for the gift, Wang Hao said warmly, clutching the necklace that still carried the warmth of her touch. He carefully tucked the necklace away, then turned and walked toward the Void Sky Martial Arena. Lan Ling stared at his firm, retreating figure, but her heart wrenched with bitterness. Even though he had forgiven her, she felt no joy. Instead, it felt as though the last fragile thread connecting them had snapped. Tears began to well up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Why? Lan Ling was overwhelmed with an indescribable sorrow. Not far away, a beautiful woman in a simple yet elegant long dress observed the tearful Lan Ling from a distance, her thoughts swirling. Could it be that this Wang Hao had really hurt this girl? She's crying so heartbreakingly. Lin Shurhan furrowed her brows slightly. She typically had no interest in such matters, but if she could uncover evidence of Wang Hao being a scumbag, perhaps her younger sister would finally settle down a bit. A sly smile tugged at her lips as she swayed her hips, sauntering toward Lan Ling. Hey there, little one. What's wrong? Did Wang Hao bully you? Don't be scared, tell me, and I'll make sure you get justice. Lin Shurhan's clear, melodic voice reached Lan Ling's ears. Lan Ling quickly wiped away her tears upon hearing her. Lin Shurhan studied the girl before her, whose face was streaked with tears like a delicate flower in the rain. Instantly, her mind filled with vivid images of Wang Hao's potential misdeeds. Senior Lin Shurhan. Lan Ling recognized the approaching woman immediately. She was the renowned beauty of their school, Lin Shurhan. Don't be afraid. Whatever wrongs you've suffered, just tell me, I'll make sure to set things right. Lin Shurhan assured her, her eyes glinting with concern. Lan Ling took a deep breath, then softly replied, I'm fine, senior. It's my own fault. Lin Shurhan's brow furrowed slightly. What if this Wang Hao was a master manipulator? Could he have toyed with this girl so thoroughly? No, she couldn't let this go. She had to expose his true colors. Inside the Void Sky Martial Arena, radiant beams of light shimmered in every direction. Within those beams were individuals utilizing the Void Sky Mirror to enter the virtual training realm for intense cultivation. Not far away, Zhang Li spotted a young man dressed in a white robe. It was Lin Chang. At that moment, Lin Chang was locked in a grueling battle within the Void Sky Mirror's simulated trial, sweat pouring down his face in rivulets. Moments later, Lin Chang's entire body convulsed violently. Huff! Huff! He gasped for air, slowly stepping out from within the pillar of light. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. There was something different about Lin Chang now compared to their last encounter. At the Grandmaster's banquet, Lin Chang had urged him to embrace the true essence of fist techniques. Wang Hao had dismissed it at the time. Lin Chang didn't understand the matters surrounding his father. But since Lin Chang had now been officially recognized by the martial saint, there shouldn't be any issues. This wasn't something Wang Hao had any control over. All he needed to do was continue improving his own strength. Several thoughts flickered through Wang Hao's mind as he began walking toward Lin Chang. Lin Chang, of course, noticed Wang Hao's approach from a short distance away. Just as Wang Hao stepped within 3 meters of him, a system notification rang out. Ding! An SS-grade talent detected within 3 meters. Would you like to copy it? Asterisk asterisk in Wang Hao's mind, he silently confirmed the duplication. Ding! Duplication successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS-grade talent, Thunder Holy Body. Master the power of thunder, greatly enhancing destructive lightning attacks, and significantly boosting the effects of lightning-based martial arts. After the duplication succeeded, Wang Hao felt a surge of destructive power flooding into his body, giving him an overwhelming urge to obliterate everything. Wang Hao, are you here to train in the void martial grounds as well? Lin Chang asked. Wang Hao nodded and exchanged a few pleasantries before heading straight toward the beam of light at the void martial grounds. As Wang Hao departed, Lin Chang couldn't help but speculate inwardly. He had just sensed an incredibly familiar aura emanating from Wang Hao. Lin Chang, that kid's a genius. Investigate thoroughly and find a way to recruit him to our side. If not, eliminate him, a voice from the demon seat echoed in his mind. Lin Chang sneered. Wang Hao was the most talented genius of the imperial capital. Although Lin Chang was under the control of the demon seed, he had no intention of joining the demon clan. Instead, he planned to harness the power of the demon seed to grow stronger, step by step, and eventually turn against the demons. After reaching the level of a grandmaster, the aid provided by innate talent was no longer as apparent. Although the power of thunder remained ferocious, it was still far from enough compared to the overwhelming suppression of a figure like Mo Luo. Recalling the oppressive presence of Mo Luo that day, Lin Chang couldn't suppress a shiver. Too powerful. Though controlled by the demon seed, the ever-growing strength it provided was intoxicating for Lin Chang. More importantly, the newfound power within his body gave him confidence in resisting the demon seed. Master. Lin Chang's eyes dimmed suddenly, as if recalling something from the past. Sensing Lin Chang's indifference, the demon seed ceased its urging. It could feel that Lin Chang was becoming increasingly difficult to control. Yet, the demon seed's infiltration into Lin Chang's being grew deeper and deeper. This Lin Chang is truly stubborn. Even in this situation, he still thinks about matters of the human race. You think not helping me will stop me? The demon clan's infiltration of humanity doesn't rely solely on you. Inside the void illusion realm, a colossal arena loomed, shrouded in dense demonic energy, with the occasional roars of beasts echoing through the air. Having activated his thunder holy body, Wang Hao stood like a god of thunder and lightning. The ferocious thunderous power surged violently within him. Lightning crackled and intertwined in the air, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling sparks. Around him, numerous 5th-grade Grandmaster-level demonic beasts gathered. Their eyes bore hostile intent as they locked onto Wang Hao, narrowing his eyes. Slightly, Wang Hao felt the new power coursing through him. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a weapon materializing in his hands, the Ice Soul Mystic Thunder Blade. Its blade radiated both icy cold and thunderous power, intertwining seamlessly along its surface. Boom! In an instant, Wang Hao began clearing the surrounding 5th-grade Grandmaster-level demonic beasts. Within the Void Illusion realm, lightning and flames collided and intertwined. The demonic beasts fell like mere paper under Wang Hao's overwhelming strength. 10 minutes later, all the 5th-grade Grandmaster-level demonic beasts had been slain. It seemed that the power of thunder was far more devastating against these demons than other elements. Wang Hao couldn't help but marvel. Previously, facing a similar horde of 5th-grade Grandmaster-level demonic beasts, he had to exhaust all his strength, depleting both his energy and mental reserves. But now, against the same number of enemies, his stamina and energy remained abundant. Without pausing, Wang Hao continued to familiarize himself with the new power within his body in the void martial grounds. Time passed bit by bit. Various factions, preparing to venture into the ancient ruins on Emperor's Fall Mountain, worked tirelessly in their final preparations. Emperor's Fall Mountain was tightly surrounded, with layers upon layers of protective arrays in place. Numerous powerful individuals stood guard over the ancient ruins to ensure nothing unexpected occurred. Not only the imperial capital, but factions from other regions also sent their forces. Of course, they had to pay a steep fee to the Martial Alliance to obtain passes granting them access to the ruins. As a result, the number of people heading to explore the ruins surged dramatically. At present, the number of participants had already exceeded 500. Martial Alliance headquarters. Leaders of various factions were in the midst of discussions about the intricate details of exploring the Emperor's Fall Mountain ruins. As the opening of the ruins drew nearer, the atmosphere in the imperial capital grew more tranquil. Beneath the surface, however, dark currents swirled. Everyone knew that a storm was about to break. Inside the office of the Vice President of the Alliance headquarters, Mr. Su, the Mystic Pill Holy Land has also sent quite a few people here, a man in a suit reported. Su Tianhe furrowed his brows, puzzled as to why the Mystic Pill Holy Land was getting involved. The Mystic Pill Holy Land had always focused exclusively on alchemy, rarely interfering in other matters. In past ruin explorations, they showed no interest, not even sending people in to take their chances. Why had they suddenly decided to send people this time? Have you investigated their reasons for coming? Su Tianhe asked. Could this ruin hold something unique that appealed to the Mystic Pill Holy Land? Mr. Su, they said. They're just here for fun, and they even sent their saintess along, the suited man replied. For fun? What kind of joke was that? What could possibly be fun about exploring ruins, and they even sent the saintess over? This has got to be a joke. See if you can reject them. If something happens to the saintess in the ruins, we'll have a hard time explaining it, Su Tianhe said. The saintess was the treasure of their Xiandan sanctuary. If something truly went wrong, Su Tianhe didn't want to deal with those stubborn old geezers. This was no laughing matter. Mr. Su, are you sure we should refuse? They've brought a lot of saint-grade pills. The suited man hesitated, his voice uncertain. Su Tianhe's face shifted slightly when he heard this. After a brief pause, he said, let them in, but make sure the others do their best to protect them. It wasn't that he didn't want to refuse. The problem was that what those old men had offered was just too enticing. Saint-grade pills. Anyone would be envious. These alchemists really had deep pockets. After familiarizing himself with his strength at the virtual heaven martial arena, Wang Hao returned directly to the Extreme Martial Pavilion. In the training room of the Extreme Martial Pavilion, Dubai was nibbling on its premium royal brand cat food. Wang Hao, you're back. The Yangji breaking origin pills are ready, Dubai announced proudly. As it saw Wang Hao walk in, Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Finally, it was done. He reached into the pill furnace and took out the Yangji breaking origin pills. 10 pills radiated a potent aura. Dubai, are you sure this method will really work? Will combining the pills with Xianyin water enhance mastery to the Grandmaster level? Wang Hao asked as he retrieved a prepared vial of Xianyin water from his spatial ring. Dubai curled its lips. Trust me. Mix a Yangji breaking origin pill with 100 milliliters of Xianyin water, and it'll absolutely elevate you to the Yuanfu realm. But, Dubai added, you can't use this method continuously. You need to fully master the internal Yuan energy after each use, and each person can only use this method a maximum of 3 times. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. 3 times would be enough. He could feel it, this divine grade cultivation technique was far harder to break through than others. Even though his cultivation speed was 100 times faster than average, he was still a ways from reaching the 7th grade Grandmaster level. However, the golden Yuan energy granted by the divine grade technique was far more powerful than ordinary energy. This was one of the key reasons he could fight across realms. The strength boost provided by the divine grade technique was no less than having a top-tier innate talent. With that settled, it was time to break through now. Determined, Wang Hao made his decision. Gulp, gulp. Wang Hao swallowed a Yangji breaking origin pill and drank 100 milliliters of Xianin water. The moment the pill and water entered his system, a surge of immense power erupted within him. The Chaos Divine Yuan technique began operating at full speed, channeling the explosive energy to assault his Yuan Fu. Wang Hao brought out a nether crystal and a supreme-grade Yuan crystal, absorbing nether energy and pure worldly Yuan energy. Dabai watched Wang Hao's aura surge with overwhelming power, utterly astonished. This Wang Hao was terrifyingly strong. Even though he was only an 8th-grade Grandmaster, his oppressive presence rivaled that of a 5th-grade Grandmaster. As a sentient artifact spirit, having followed the Qian martial saint for many years, Dabai had a thorough understanding of human strength. Wang Hao's talent and power would have been considered top-tier even in ancient times. Dabai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Maybe, just maybe, this man could reach heights even the Qian martial saint hadn't attained. After a while, as Wang Hao's aura grew ever stronger, the Yangji breaking origin pill and Xianin water were fully absorbed. A powerful energy field erupted from within him, causing the surrounding air to churn violently. Asterisk ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 7th grade Grandmaster level. Vitality plus 1500, soul plus 200. Asterisk the system's notification echoed. He had succeeded in breaking through. Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power coursing through his body. This strength filled him with a profound sense of security. Opening the attribute panel, Wang Hao silently read to himself. Name, Wang Hao. Talents, Supreme Speed God Physique, SSS, Space Matrix, SSS, Thunder Saint Physique, SS, Void Shadow, S, Absolute Frost, S, Martial Realm, 7th rank. Grandmaster, Soul Realm, Advanced Spirit Tier Psychic Master, Techniques, Chaos Divine Origin Art, Skills, Blade Intent, Beginner, Fist Intent, Beginner, Soul Refining. Martial Art, Star Soul Refining Art, S Tier, Proficient, Blade Techniques, 13 Heavenly Blades, A Tier, Proficient, Blazing Fire Blade, B Tier, Proficient, 9. Shadow Heavenly Blade, B Tier, Proficient, Body Refining Martial Art, Indestructible Strengthening Art, A Tier, Skilled, Thunder King Kong Art, B Tier, Proficient, Fist. Techniques, Great Desolate Star Annihilation Fist, SSS Tier, Beginner, Thunder Heavenly Strike, B Tier, Skilled, Raging Thunder Fist, C Tier, Mastered, Falling Cloud Palm. F Tier, Mastered, Movement Techniques, Carefree Skywalking Step, A Tier, Skilled, Ethereal Shadow Technique, C Tier, Mastered, Support Techniques, Ling Ming Eyes, D Tier. Perfect, Divine Breath Technique, C Tier, Perfect, Special Martial Art, 9 Nether Frost Energy, SS Tier, Skilled, Alchemy, Soulfire Elixir Art, Sacred Tier, Adapt. Vitality, 6,800, Soul Force, 1,200, time until next replication, 30 days, a 7th rank Grandmaster, coupled with so many top-tier talents and martial arts, Wang Hao felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. Even against a high-ranking Grandmaster, he now had the strength to fight. Elated, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel excited. Wang Hao, didn't I tell you? Who would dare question my greatness? Dabai boasted proudly from the side. Wang Hao patted Dabai's head. Alright, Dabai, you're the best. His next destination was the ancient ruins in Emperor's Fall Mountain. But first, he decided to head home. He suddenly realized it had been ages since he last returned to Jianlin City. It was the perfect opportunity to visit and check in on his cheap little sister. After messaging Wan Shang, Wang Hao immediately departed from the imperial capital, Jianlin City. Walking through the familiar streets of Jianlin City, Wang Hao was struck by an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Dabai, can you believe it? You used to live in a place with such thin spiritual energy. Dabai, now in the form of a cat, lay lazily in Wang Hao's arms, muttering in a low voice. Wang Hao smiled faintly. It had only been a little over 2 months since he left, but it felt like forever. The familiar air, the familiar streets, even the familiar advertisements. He refrained from using his spatial abilities, opting instead for a leisurely stroll toward his family villa. The people around him didn't seem to notice him at all, completely unaware of his presence. Thanks to his divine breath technique, which had reached the perfect level, Wang Hao could conceal his aura with extreme precision. Ordinary people couldn't possibly recognize that the man walking down the street was Wang Hao, despite his face being plastered all over the advertisements for the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Stopping by a mall, Wang Hao bought some snacks and gifts, his sister's favorites, and stored them in his spatial ring. Before long, he finally arrived at his villa in Jianlin City. From within the house came the sound of cheerful, bell-like laughter. Wang Hao's heart stirred. Had his sister invited her friends over to play? He wasn't worried, though. With members of the Tianwu Association guarding the area, safety wasn't an issue. Besides, his sister was just an ordinary person. It was unlikely anyone would deliberately cause trouble for her. Knowing she had friends keeping her company, Wang Hao felt a bit more at ease. He took a deep breath and made his way toward the villa. Inside the villa, too lively and energetic. Teenage girls were chasing each other around, laughing and playing. They were Wang Xinyue and Lin Zian, giggling as they darted about, their foreheads glistening with sweat. Lin Zian, dressed lightly, exuded a youthful vitality that was particularly captivating. Wang Xinyue couldn't help but notice Lin Zian's delicate, smooth skin. As a girl of the same age, she found herself momentarily mesmerized. A fleeting glance stirred a subtle, inexplicable feeling within Wang Xinyue. Zian, what skincare products do you use? How is your skin so flawless? Xinyue, what are you staring at? Don't tell me you've fallen for me. Lin Zian teased as she noticed Wang Xinyue's face flush red. Wang Xinyue pouted, don't be ridiculous. I don't like girls. Exhausted from their chasing game, the two collapsed onto the large sofa in the villa, panting for breath. Just as Lin Zian was about to speak, she suddenly sensed someone approaching. From outside. Someone's coming. Lin Zian whispered cautiously. Wang Xinyue instantly grew tense, trusting Lin Zian's instincts implicitly. Lin Zian's perception was incredibly sharp. She often noticed details others overlooked. At school, whenever someone lost something, seeking Lin Zian's help almost always guaranteed success. Zian, should we hide? Wang Xinyue wondered if this might be someone dangerous. Xinyue, I'm home. Before they could act, a familiar voice called out. It's my brother. Wang Xinyue's eyes lit up as she finally saw Wang Hao return. She was just about to tell Lin Zian, but to her surprise, Lin Zian had already disappeared without a sound. Wang Hao, it's been so long. I missed you so much. The moment Wang Hao stepped through the door, he felt a soft body throw itself into his arms. A faint fragrance, like musk, wafted into his nose. Wasn't this Lin Zian? Wang Hao looked down at the delicate and charming young girl in his embrace. Her thin clothing did little to conceal her smooth, flawless skin. His lips twitched involuntarily. This little girl, what was she doing here? On the other side of the villa, Wang Xinyue stood dumbfounded. Lin Zian was so bold, wearing such a revealing outfit and throwing herself directly into her brother's arms. Like a kitten, Lin Zian clung tightly to Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked down, his gaze landing on her subtly rising and falling figure. This girl, she was too audacious. Wang Hao, try this. It's really delicious. Lin Zian's face was flushed as she sat at the dining table, piling food onto Wang Hao's plate. What had just happened? The moment she heard Wang Hao's voice, she couldn't control herself and dashed toward him. Even Lin Zian was startled by her own actions. Before she realized it, she was already in his arms. Brother, Zian just started high school. You need to be careful with her, this isn't something you can play around with for just 3 years, Wang Xinyue said as she stared at the table laden with delicious food, unable to muster any appetite. This Zian, she really valued her emotions too much. As soon as she saw Wang Hao, it was as if she became a different person. If the boys at school who secretly admired her saw her acting like this, they'd probably lose their minds. What do you mean 3 years? Lin Zian blinked her big, innocent eyes at Wang Xinyue, as if she were curious about the phrase. Wang Hao's lips twitched again. This girl was definitely pretending. She sent him those annoying pictures every day, sometimes even little videos. Someone her age being this flirtatious, it was truly exasperating. To say she didn't understand anything? Wang Hao didn't believe it for a second. Zian, 3 years just means what it sounds like. Don't overthink it, Wang Xinyue explained to Lin Zian. Lin Zian nodded obediently, not asking further, though a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Xinyue, you should eat something too, Wang Hao said, placing some food onto Wang Xinyue's plate. Meow, meow, meow. A soft meowing sound came from beside the dining table. It was Dabai, lying on the floor, eating from its bowl. Wang Hao, I want fish. Hurry up and bring me some fish. Dabai's voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Wang Hao looked surprised. Dabai was being unusually well behaved today. In the past, it would jump directly onto the table during meals. Now it was quietly eating on the floor. Was Dabai behaving because there was a guest? Seeing Dabai so obedient, Wang Hao brought over a plate of fish for it. While eating, Dabai occasionally glanced at Lin Zian, who was acting like a well-mannered girl at the table. Lin Zian seemed to notice Dabai's gaze and turned to look at it. Dabai, mid-bite, froze for a moment. It quickly resumed eating, pretending nothing had happened. Wang Hao, where did you pick up this little cat? It's so adorable, Lin Zian said with a smile. Wang Xinyue looked at Wang Hao curiously as well. She remembered her brother never liked keeping pets, let alone a cat. Wang Hao shrugged. I found it as a stray on the street. What? Do you mean, stray? How dare you call me a stray cat? Meow, meow, meow. Dabai ranted furiously in Wang Hao's mind. Poor thing, Lin Zian said sympathetically just as Wang Hao was about to retort. She gently picked up Dabai, stroking its fur. Dabai immediately fell silent. Under Lin Zian's touch, it was too scared to make a sound. Seeing Dabai no longer complaining, Wang Hao felt relieved. This cat was fine in every way, except it was too noisy. The meal continued, with everyone enjoying the delicious food. Outside, the stars shimmered. Under the starlight, Jianlin City appeared especially tranquil. After dinner at Wang Hao's villa, Lin Zian prepared to head home. Before leaving, she gave Wang Hao a big hug. Dabai hid behind Wang Hao, not daring to so much as glance at Lin Zian. Wang Hao, Xinyue, I'll come play with you again tomorrow, Lin Zian said, her face flushed. The evening breeze tousled her hair, making her look even more enchanting. Dabai, you be good and listen to Wang Hao, okay? Lin Zian instructed before leaving. Dabai's fur stood on end. This girl was just too much for it. In Wang Hao's room. Wang Hao, don't you think there's something strange about that Lin Zian girl? Dabai asked quietly while nibbling on cat food. Wang Hao frowned, looking at Dabai curiously. What's strange about her? He asked while flipping through the Soulfire pill manual. Dabai scratched its head with a paw. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's a peculiar aura about her. It makes me uneasy, even a little scared. It's a feeling I've only sensed before in the stars above. Wang Hao's pupils contracted. Above the starry sky. To emit an aura that could frighten Dabai was no trivial matter. Dabai was the weapon spirit of a saint-tier artifact. Normally, it acted like a little cat, showing no fear even in the face of a grandmaster's imposing presence. But when it came to something above the starry sky, it was a different story. Entirely. Only a martial artist who reached the level of martial saint could traverse the void and roam freely in the vast cosmos. Back in the day, the Xian martial saint had fought a bloody battle in the starry sky, a memory that filled Wang Hao with awe. Could it be that little girl really had a problem? Wang Hao recalled the second part of the stellar soul refining technique that Lin Zian had given him earlier. She had claimed she found it, and at the time, he hadn't thought much of it. But now, in hindsight, that reason was laughably implausible. Soul refining martial arts weren't something you could just pick up off the ground. In this highly developed martial world, even scraps of waste paper on the ground would be quickly recycled. Yet he had actually believed her when she said she found such a technique. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Dabai. Think carefully. Above the starry sky. What exactly made you so afraid? Dabai's feline face scrunched up almost into a comic grimace. It had been so long ago, recalling it wasn't easy. But thinking of that terrifying little girl, it worked hard to dredge up its memories. At that time, I was with the Qian martial saint in the Heian galaxy. We were pursuing two demon saints. When we entered a planet in the Heian galaxy, Dabai began. As soon as we landed on that planet, a force instantly annihilated the fleeing demon saints ahead. At the same time, a shadow wreathed in black flames appeared. Yes, that shadow engulfed in black flames. Wang Hao, I remember now. The aura on that little girl is exactly the same as that shadow of black flames, Dabai exclaimed excitedly. The Heian galaxy, a shadow of black flames. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes. To obliterate demon saints in an instant? How did you and the Qian martial saint escape? Wang Hao asked. If the other party could eliminate demon saints in the blink of an eye, such a being would be difficult to deal with, even for the Qian martial saint. She didn't attack us. On the contrary, she let us leave. Dabai replied, its voice somewhat subdued. So that's how it was. It seemed she wasn't a demon. If she were truly a demon, there was no way she'd target only the demon saints and spare the Qian martial saint and his companion. Are you sure, Dabai? Are you absolutely certain? It's the same aura? Wang Hao asked, his expression complex. If that little girl really had connections to a terrifying existence above the starry sky, Wang Hao would have to reassess her entirely. I'm absolutely sure. I can still remember that aura. It was suffocating, and it's exactly the same as what's on that little girl. Though it's not as intense on her, I wouldn't mistake it. Dabai added. Come to think of it, during Lin Chang's Grandmaster banquet last time, Lin Shurhan had seemed to be enveloped in black flames. And just earlier during dinner, Xinyue had mentioned Lin Zian's sister. Could it be her as well? Wang Hao took a deep breath. It seemed he needed to ask his sister about this. With that, he headed straight to Wang Xinyue's room. Inside Wang Xinyue's room, only the faint rustling of a pen could be heard. Xinyue, do you know who Lin Zian's sister is? Wang Hao asked. Bluntly. At this moment, Wang Xinyue was sitting at her desk, doing her homework. She occasionally frowned, occasionally smiled, her expression fully focused. When Wang Hao's words left his mouth, Wang Xinyue turned to him with a puzzled look. Brother, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to Lin Zian's sister just because Lin Zian's pretty. Wang Xinyue muttered under her breath. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. Fancy her? Cut it out. That's not someone to mess with. Right now, Wang Hao's had already heard enough. Lin Zian, the little girl, seemed to have some kind of interest in him. Wang Hao himself couldn't make sense of it, let alone the fact that this involved a being capable of effortlessly destroying demon saints. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Hao could sense Lin Zian bore no ill will toward him, he'd have already dragged Wang Xinyue to flee in the middle of the night. I've heard Zian mention her sister's name before. I think it's Lin Shurhan, and she's supposed to be a super beauty. Wang Xinyue said, nibbling on the end of her pen. I saw her once a long time ago. She's indeed stunning. With this cold and aloof demeanor, she's practically a goddess. Wang Xinyue added. As soon as she said that, Wang Hao's expression changed. So it really was Lin Shurhan. But it should be fine. Wang Hao thought to himself. Lin Shurhan seemed to only be at the Grandmaster level. Her combat ability was strong, but not to the point of being undefeatable. Of course, the possibility that she was hiding her true strength couldn't be ruled out. After getting the answer he was looking for, Wang Hao returned to his room. Over the next 2 days, Wang Hao took Wang Xinyue and Lin Zian around Jianlin City for some fun. Wang Hao had thought it through. Since Lin Zian bore no ill intent toward him, there was nothing to worry about. Those terrifying beings above the starry sky wouldn't act just because he got a little closer to Lin Zian, would they? As for Lin Zian's claim that once I become a martial god, I'll marry you, Wang Hao merely chuckled to himself. With her incredible speed of cultivation, by the time she reached the level of martial god, he would already be invincible. As for Dabai, it adamantly refused to come out, insisting on staying inside the scarlet flame. Demon suppression diagram. No matter how much he tried, it wouldn't budge. Wang Hao didn't care and let it stay there. In the amusement park, tourists were everywhere, enjoying themselves. Roller coasters, Ferris wheels. Every attraction was packed with people. Wang Hao and his companions had tried almost every ride. Normally, there would be long lines to wait in, but with Wang Hao's abundance of star coins, they didn't need to wait for anything. After going through all the rides, Wang Xinyue's face turned pale, her body trembling slightly. Clearly, for a young girl like her, experiencing so many rides in a day was exhausting. It wasn't just physically demanding, but mentally overwhelming as well. Lin Zian's cheeks were flushed, her delicate body quivering a little. She, too, was clearly overwhelmed by the intense excitement. Brother, can we stop now? I'm really exhausted. Wang Xinyue said, taking a small sip from a bottle of mineral water. Wang Hao nodded in agreement, planning to take the two beautiful girls out of the amusement park. Wang Hao, there are a few people secretly following us from a distance. Just as they were about to leave, Dabai's voice echoed in Wang Hao's mind. Wang Hao immediately directed his spiritual power toward the direction Dabai mentioned, and sure enough, he spotted a few men watching them from afar. Xinyue, let's find a place to eat first, Wang Hao said with a calm smile, addressing Wang Xinyue and Lin Zian. The two girls nodded in agreement. After spending an entire afternoon playing, they were feeling hungry. Wang Hao led them to a nearby restaurant to sit down and eat. No one noticed a dark shadow suddenly darting across the ground, lunging toward the distant figures. In an alley in Jianlin City, several men lay sprawled on the ground, terror written all over their faces. A dark shadow loomed over them, exuding an overpowering aura that pinned them down completely. What kind of monster are you? The leading middle-aged man stammered in fear. The shadow didn't respond, only using its immense presence to suppress them further. Boss, could this be someone from the Black Demon cult? A tall young man beside him suggested, his face pale with terror. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up at the thought, and the more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, only a high-ranking member of the Black Demon cult could possess such an oppressive aura. They were all Grandmaster-level experts, some of the top combatants in Jianlin City. Who else but someone from the Black Demon cult could be this powerful? Sir, we're also members of the Black Demon cult. We're just carrying out a mission assigned by our superiors, the middle-aged man said ingratiatingly, with the others quickly chiming in. Swish. Before he could finish speaking, the shadow suddenly vanished. The middle-aged man's face lit up with joy. It had to be a high-ranking member of the Black Demon cult. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. The shadow's oppressive presence had been too overwhelming. Luckily, it was one of their own. Otherwise, as they began to relax, the space within the alley suddenly rippled. A moment later, a cold-faced young man materialized from thin air. The men's faces instantly froze in disbelief. Wasn't this the person they had been tailing all along? How could he? Wang Hao, having taken Wang Xinyue and Lin Zian to a restaurant for dinner, had quickly finished the meal and left. Dabai had remained at his side, observing everything. Speak. What exactly is this Black Demon cult? Wang Hao asked coldly. The middle-aged man's face turned pale, a chilling thought flashing through his mind. Could the shadow from earlier have been summoned by Wang Hao? Impossible. Wang Hao shouldn't have such power. The others' faces also turned ashen, their eyes filled with fear as they stared at Wang Hao. What's wrong? Want to find out what it feels like to wish for death? Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, a faint black flame suddenly igniting in his hand. The entire alley was instantly engulfed in scorching heat. The middle-aged man's face grew even more despondent. Just looking at that black flame was enough to make one's heart race. If it actually touched them, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the next moment, like beans spilling out of a bag, the group began confessing everything they knew about the Black Demon cult. It turned out that the Black Demon cult was an organization made up of people who had secretly aligned themselves with the demon race. They often received missions targeting the human race. Upon completing these missions, the cult's higher-ups would reward them These men were members of the Black Demon cult and had been ordered to monitor Wang Hao. Who gave you this mission? Wang Hao asked. Indifferently. The fact that the demon race had targeted him made his heart uneasy. With his extraordinary talent, if demon saints or demon gods were to come after him, he could find himself in grave danger. We don't know. The middle-aged man stammered, his body trembling. Wang Hao's oppressive aura was too strong. They couldn't even think about resisting him. At any moment, they might be silenced permanently. You all have a death wish? Wang Hao asked coldly. He had already made his stance clear, yet they still refused to divulge everything. Did they really think he wouldn't take action? We really don't know. These missions are always issued anonymously. The middle-aged man continued, his voice shaking. Wang Hao frowned deeply at the response. But it made sense. Who would be foolish enough to casually reveal their identity? Those who did were likely already dealt with thoroughly. Do you know who the other members of the dark magic cult are? Wang Hao pressed further. The group shook their heads bitterly. Before long, blazing flames suddenly erupted in the alley, followed by a few wisps of ash drifting out. In an instant, the alley was completely deserted, as if nothing had ever happened. A restaurant in Jianlin City. Brother, you're finally back. We're almost done eating, Wang Xinyue said as she gnawed on a chicken claw, looking up at Wang Hao, who was slowly approaching. Beside her, Lin Zian blinked her big eyes, staring at Wang Hao with a gaze full of anticipation. Let's head back once we're done eating. We've had a full day of fun, and it's time to get some rest and do our homework. Wang Hao smiled as he spoke to them. Wang Xinyue's face instantly turned into one of disappointment. Homework again. I really hate homework. Zian, where do you live? We'll take you home, Wang Hao asked Lin Zian. Lin Zian pouted, then said, Brother Wang Hao, I'm staying with you tonight. No, I mean with Xinyue. Wang Hao's mouth twitched. What's this about staying with me? This little girl's getting bolder by the day. Wang Xinyue nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. Brother, when you're not around, Zian always stays with me. Last night, without Zian, I couldn't even sleep. Well, in the end, Wang Hao agreed to let Lin Zian stay over at his house. After all, the villa was big enough, one more person wasn't a problem. That evening, Wang Xinyue and Lin Zian sat in the living room watching TV. Wang Hao, on the other hand, stayed in his room. From time to time, the two girls' bell-like laughter rang out, filling the house with youthful energy. Wang Hao opened his smart terminal and contacted Guan Shang directly. Hallmaster Guan, I came across some people near Jianlin City claiming to be members of the dark magic cult, Wang Hao said bluntly. At that moment, Guan Shang seemed to be preparing for some kind of operation involving ancient ruins, holding a document that he was slowly reviewing. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, he paused what he was doing. The dark magic cult. You encountered them? Guan Shang's expression turned serious. Wang Hao detailed the events of the day to Guan Shang. Guan Shang furrowed his brows. Someone was targeting Wang Hao, and they were members of the dark magic cult, no less. Could it be that Wang Hao had caught the attention of the demon race? Guan Shang's concerns mirrored Wang Hao's. Wang Hao's talent was simply too extraordinary. In just a few short months, he had risen from the body-tempering realm to the Grandmaster realm. At this point, even Guan Shang didn't know how strong Wang Hao truly was. Thanks to the perfection stage divine breath technique, Wang Hao's abilities were well concealed. But Guan Shang seemed to have thought of something, and his furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Wang Hao, don't worry. I'll send someone to investigate the specifics. A genius like you has many eyes on you. It's not just you, other top-tier talents will face similar situations, Guan Shang continued. Wang Hao nodded. He had indeed been too high-profile. At the Imperial Capital Academy, he was practically unmatched, the brightest star among the talents. It was no surprise that the dark magic cult had taken an interest in him. Afterward, Wang Hao asked many questions about the dark magic cult, and Guan Shang answered them one by one. As it turned out, the dark magic cult had existed for a long time, though Wang Hao hadn't encountered them before, nor had Guan Shang mentioned them. Now that the situation had arisen, Guan Shang gave a brief introduction to the cult. That Lin Tong, who had been present at Master Lin Cheng's banquet, was a core member of the dark magic cult and had already been transformed by the demon race. He could demonize himself, significantly boosting his power during demonization. However, this came at a cost. He would be consumed by his bloodlust. If one's will wasn't strong enough, they would eventually become a mindless killing machine. Ordinary members of the cult hadn't been infected by demonic energy. The threshold for transformation was extremely high. Regular members didn't even qualify for transformation and had to rely on the demon race's resources to strengthen themselves. The dark magic cult had existed for over 1,000 years, which sent a chill through Wang Hao's heart. They were terrifying. The Heavenly Martial Society had only a few hundred years of history, yet the dark magic cult had remained hidden for so long. Over more than a millennium of infiltration, no one knew how many humans had fallen under the control of the demon race. Wang Hao, don't worry. These matters will be handled by higher-ups. All you need to do is focus on improving your strength, Guan Shang reassured him, sensing Wang Hao's concern. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao nodded. Indeed, humanity's leaders must have long-standing strategies to fight against the demons, given how long the struggle had persisted. All he needed to do was focus on becoming stronger. Overthinking wouldn't help. Guan Shang gave him one last reminder to head to Imperial Capital's Emperor's Fall Mountain. The next day, then ended the call. Night fell. Starlight scattered across the sky, its gentle radiance enveloping the villa district, adding an air of tranquility. On the rooftop of the villa, Wang Hao sat cross-legged. The power of the stars softly cascaded down, enveloping his body. Inside him, the stellar soul refinement technique began operating. The starlight's energy was continuously absorbed by the stars in his mind. Inside the villa, in Wang Xinyue's room, Wang Xinyue and Lin Ziyan lay on a pink bed, chatting casually. After a full day of fun, Wang Xinyue was utterly exhausted, her eyelids growing heavier by the second. Before long, Wang Xinyue fell asleep, her breathing steady and deep. Lin Ziyan, however, was wide awake, brimming with energy. Xinyue, are you asleep? Lin Ziyan whispered softly. The room was so quiet that only Wang Xinyue's breathing could be heard. After confirming that Wang Xinyue was truly asleep, Lin Ziyan felt a surge of excitement. Brother Wang Hao, I'm coming, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Dressed in pink pajamas, she carefully climbed out of bed. Her delicate skin glowed under the faint light, and her youthful, beautiful figure was captivating. Lin Ziyan quietly opened the door and tiptoed toward Wang Hao's room. Holding her breath, she slowly approached his door. The living room was pitch dark. Standing at the doorway, a faint glimmer of black light flickered from her hand. Click! A soft, crisp sound echoed as the door eased open. Lin Ziyan cautiously stepped inside, her movements tentative as she climbed onto the bed. Her heart pounded wildly, as though it would leap out of her chest. She hadn't noticed there was no one in the room. As her hands fumbled around on the bed, she froze in shock. Brother Wang Hao isn't here. Suddenly, click! The light turned on abruptly, and Wang Hao appeared at the doorway. Ziyan, what are you doing in my room? Wang Hao's lips twitched, his expression tinged with a helpless smile. At that moment, Lin Ziyan stood there in her thin pajamas, her tender skin shimmering under the soft yellow glow of the light. Her delicate, exquisite face radiated an irresistible charm. Her cheeks flushed a deep red. Brother Wang Hao, I went into the wrong room. Wang Hao glanced at the scene before him and sighed inwardly. This little one was truly daring. Thankfully, he had gone out to train earlier, otherwise, who knows what might have happened. In the end, Lin Ziyan returned to her room. The next morning, Wang Hao left Jianglin City under the reluctant gazes of Lin Ziyan and Wang Xinyue. Before leaving, he entrusted the necklace Blue Spirit had given him to Wang Xinyue. It turned out that the necklace was a high-grade spiritual artifact, capable of shielding against external attacks. Although Wang Xinyue had plenty of protection in Jianglin City, the necklace significantly enhanced her safety. The imperial capital, Mount Emperor's Fall. In midair, a massive, swirling, blue vortex spun ominously. Hidden within the vortex lay an ancient relic, exuding an aura of profound antiquity. This ancient energy gave Mount Emperor's Fall an air of solemnity and mystery. At this moment, countless powerful factions had gathered at the mountain. The top forces from the imperial capital and surrounding cities were present, all waiting for the relic to open. The Martial Alliance, the Sky Martial Guild, the Dragon God Society, the Phoenix Pavilion, the Wang family, the Li family, the Lin family, Qingyang Gate, the sacred land of Xiandan. Nearly 1,000 Grandmaster-level powerhouses had assembled, prepared to venture into the ancient relic. Old Su, we're entrusting our saintess to your care. Jiang, Yuanbo said to Su Tianhe. Su Tianhe responded with a smile, don't worry, I'll make sure she's safe. The representatives of various factions exchanged words, the atmosphere both tense and exhilarating. For many of the Grandmasters, this was their first time setting foot into a relic, and their emotions were a mix of excitement and apprehension. Of course, there were veterans like Guan Shang who had explored relics before, but even they remained cautious. No two relics were the same. Mount Emperor's Fall is lively today. So many people have come, and they're all top-tier experts. That's for sure. This is an ancient relic, and only Grandmaster-level powerhouses can enter. Look, everyone who's ready to go is at least at the Grandmaster level. Wow, isn't that Luo Chao from the Qingyang Guild? He's a top-tier first-class Grandmaster, just a step away from becoming a great Grandmaster. And look at the saintess from the sacred land of Xiandan, she's stunning, like a noble princess. I still think Lin Shihan is more beautiful. She's the real goddess. Do you think Chu Mengyao seems more mature now? Yeah, I noticed that too. Around the area, plenty of onlookers stood at a distance. Conversations drifted, shifting from the powerful experts to the strikingly beautiful women present. Master Guan, is Guan Hao still not here? The relic is about to open. Zhou Bai asked Guan Sheng. Guan Sheng frowned, concern evident in his eyes. He wondered if Wang Hao might falter at such a critical moment. Time ticked by, and the ancient relic's purple vortex continued to emit an air of antiquity over Mount Emperor's Fall. Master Guan, I'm not late, am I? Wang Hao's voice rang out. Guan Sheng's eyes lit up, relief washing over him as Wang Hao finally appeared. Wang Hao's arrival immediately drew the attention of many. His gaze swept across the crowd, spotting several familiar faces. Lin Shang, Chu Mengyao, Lin Shihan, and Wang Xiong were all present. Not far away, Lin Shihan seemed to notice Wang Hao's gaze. She raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, casting him a cool glance. She had asked detailed questions about Blue Spirit the last time they met. Lin Shihan's perception of Wang Hao had shifted. He hadn't betrayed Blue Spirit after all. Instead, it was Blue Spirit who had her own struggles. Thinking of that young girl, Lin Shihan shook her head lightly. In the distance, Zhang Yuanbo noticed Wang Hao's arrival. A trace of admiration flickered in his eyes. Standing beside Zhang Yuanbo was an absolutely stunning girl in a round-neck shirt. She pouted slightly, her eyes fixed on Wang Hao. So that's the super genius Wang Hao Grandpa keeps talking about? Mastering the Lingyuan pill on his own in just a few days? The young woman was none other than Zhang Shui, the saintess of the Xiandan Holy Land and the granddaughter of Zhang Yuanbo. Not only was she a formidable martial artist, but her talent as a spiritual psychic was also exceptional. At just 18 years old, she had already reached the middle-tier Ling rank in spiritual psychic abilities. However, as she gazed at Wang Hao from a distance, Zhang Shui couldn't help but feel a hint of disdain. She carefully probed him with her spiritual power and discovered that his cultivation level was only at the Xiantian stage. Grandfather, that Wang Hao is just at the 9th level of Xiantian. Can he really enter? Zhang Shui asked. Zhang Yuanbo furrowed his brows, his heart filled with worry. Although reaching the 8th level of Xiantian at the age of 16 was already extraordinary, the individuals gathered here were all at least of the Master Realm. For Wang Hao to enter, the danger was undoubtedly immense. Master Su, Wang Hao from the Martial Alliance is too weak. Will it be safe for him to go in? Zhang Yuanbo asked anxiously. He didn't want the super-talented alchemist to risk his life. After all, Wang Hao had the potential to become a divine-grade alchemist. The news of Wang Hao breaking through to the Master Realm was known only to a select few important figures. Reaching the Master Realm at 16 was so astonishing that, if leaked, it would undoubtedly invite countless enemies. Master Su smiled faintly. The matters of the Tianwu Association are beyond my control. If they're letting Wang Hao enter, they must have their reasons. Soon after, Zhang Yuanbo instructed his subordinates to bring Wang Hao over. It wasn't long before Wang Hao arrived. Greetings, Master Su. Greetings, Alchemist Zhang. Wang Hao cupped his hands respectfully in salute, his manners proper and composed. Wang Hao was well aware of the stature of these two individuals. One was likely a martial saint, while the other was a saint-ranked spiritual psychic. In their presence, he had no grounds to boast whatsoever, especially considering that this alchemist Zhang had even gifted him a set of saint-level alchemy techniques and a top-tier alchemy furnace. Wang Hao, was it your own decision to enter this ancient ruin? Zhang Yuanbo asked directly. He had already made up his mind. If Wang Hao didn't want to go, he would pressure the Tianwu Association to send someone else in his place. Wang Hao nodded and replied, that's right, it's my own decision. Zhang Yuanbo frowned. Hearing this answer made things more complicated. Swear, if you encounter Wang Hao in the ruins and see that he's in danger, you must do everything you can to protect him. Zhang Yuanbo instructed Jiang Shui beside him. Jiang Shui pouted but eventually nodded in agreement. Wang Hao's lips twitched slightly. Really? Having this little girl protect me? Take these as well. They're healing pills and some treasures for protection and survival. Zhang Yuanbo handed Wang Hao a spatial ring. Seeing the deep concern in Zhang Yuanbo's eyes, a warm sensation filled Wang Hao's heart. This alchemist. Zhang genuinely cared for him. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao accepted the spatial ring. When Zhang Yuanbo saw Wang Hao accept it without hesitation, he was very pleased. Wang Hao, no matter what happens, remember that the most important thing is to stay alive. Only by staying alive will there be opportunities ahead. Zhang Yuanbo said earnestly. Wang Hao nodded, expressing his understanding. After exchanging a few more words, Wang Hao took his leave. Jiang Shui watched Wang Hao's departing figure, feeling a faint sense of bitterness. This was the first time she had seen her grandfather treat someone so kindly. That kind, genuine gaze, she herself rarely experienced it. In the distance, among the Wang family's ranks, a masked man stood silently behind Wang Xiong. The man cast an icy, piercing glance at Wang Hao before closing his eyes once more. Boom! 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 As soon as Wang Hao returned to the Tianwu Association's group, the vortex in the sky erupted with a deafening roar. You may now enter the ancient ruin. Everyone, proceed in order. Master Su announced loudly. The massive crowd began moving in an orderly manner into the vortex. First were the members of the Martial Alliance, followed by the Tianwu Association. Before long, the vast expanse of Emperor's Fall Mountain became utterly deserted. Let's hope they all gain something from the ruins and return safely, Su Tian has said, gazing at those who had entered the ruins. Jiang. Yuan Boy responded with a smile, they will. As Wang Hao stepped into the vortex, he felt a warm current envelop his entire body. Immediately after, he was surrounded by an overwhelming, tempestuous force. The spiritual armor on Wang Hao's body radiated dazzling light as his indestructible body technique activated, enveloping him tightly in golden energy. The massive storm seemed capable of tearing everything apart. No wonder only those at the Master Realm could enter here, Wang Hao thought to himself. His body struggled against the fierce winds. If someone at the Xiantian stage were to enter, they would likely be shredded to pieces in an instant. Activating his spirit-clearing eyes, Wang Hao's gaze emitted a strange luminescence. Combined with his immense spiritual power, the surroundings became vividly clear in his mind. He found himself in a black forest, where violent winds howled incessantly. The forest was thick with an intense, metallic scent of blood. Wang Hao pressed forward through the forest, which seemed to stretch endlessly into the horizon. He refrained from recklessly using spatial power to teleport, because if he encountered danger, running out of spatial energy would be a major problem. Even without using spatial jumps, Wang Hao's speed was still incredibly fast. In just a little over 10 minutes, he had covered nearly 100 kilometers, yet the black forest stretched endlessly before him. However, as he advanced, the violent winds around him began to subside. Before long, the winds completely disappeared. Dubai, stay alert. This place could be dangerous, and there's a high chance the creatures of the Yumo clan are lurking here. Wang Hao heard Dubai's voice in his mind. Yumo clan? Wang Hao murmured, puzzled. He had only ever heard of the Nether Demon clan, not the Yumo clan. Dubai quickly began explaining the history of the Yumo clan to him. The Yumo clan was one of the most elite groups of ancient demons, their power even surpassing that of the ancient demon clan. They wielded the terrifying power of the Nine Nether, a force capable of corroding anything in existence. Even the formidable physical bodies of the ancient demon clan couldn't withstand the Nine Nether smite. Stronger than the ancient demon clan. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. In the current demon hierarchy, the ancient demon clan was the most powerful, while the Nether demon clan was merely a minor branch with unremarkable strength. Although I don't know much about the specifics of the Nether demon clan, the ones we encountered last time definitely carried traces of the Yumo clan's aura. Dubai continued. Could it be that there was internal division within the Yumo clan? The nether crystal you use is quite similar to the water from the Nine Nether spring that belongs to the Yumo clan. However, the Nine Nether power in your crystal is impure, mixed with a lot of impurities. Dubai's voice echoed again. The Nine Nether spring water. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Regardless of the connection between the Yumo clan and the Nether demon clan, obtaining the Nine Nether spring water would be invaluable. His cultivation of the asterisk Nine Nether Frost Art asterisk might even see a rapid breakthrough because of it. After long periods of practicing the Nine Nether Frost Art, Wang Hao had discovered that the technique only absorbed a fraction of the power within the Nether crystal. Most of its strength was being consumed by his Yuan energy. That missing power had to be the Nine Nether energy itself. If he could acquire pure Nine Nether energy, his Nine Nether Frost Art would undoubtedly skyrocket in strength. Hisses. While Wang Hao was deep in thought, a sudden, fierce whistling sound filled the air around him. His spiritual senses immediately scanned the surroundings. From every direction appeared numerous demons, their faces grotesque and savage. These demons bore some resemblance to the Nether demon clan, but their aura was much darker and more profound. Wang Hao, these are the Yumo clan. This area is truly their territory. Dubai's voice resonated in his mind. Each member of the Yumo clan had blood-red eyes and sharp claws. Their crimson gaze glinted with a murderous hunger, as though they were ready to tear everything apart. Slash! A warblade crackling with thunderous power suddenly materialized in Wang Hao's hand, its presence radiating an aura of utter annihilation. Surrounded by raging lightning, Wang Hao looked like a thunder god descending to the mortal realm. The moment the Ice Soul Thunder Blade appeared, the Yumo clan members flinched, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. Rip this human to shreds! A cold, commanding voice echoed from the distance, and the Yumo clan demons surged toward Wang Hao in a frenzied attack. Boom! Wang Hao's lips curled into a faint smile as his figure darted through the forest like a streak of lightning. Thunder roared, shaking the heavens, as the entire forest became engulfed in a storm of lightning. Wang Hao moved like a grim reaper, reaping the lives of the surrounding Yumo demons. Against these demons, who were only at the lower-grade Grandmaster level, Wang Hao didn't even need to use any martial techniques. The sheer power of thunder alone was enough to crush them. Not far away, a demon with 3 horns on its head watched the battle in horror. How is this human so powerful? We're all at the Yuan Palace level, yet he's slaughtering my clansmen like they're nothing but chickens, the 3-horned demon thought, growing colder with each passing moment. As one of the elite clans within the demon race, the Yumo clan had always been confident in their strength. Yet now, being effortlessly overwhelmed by a single human was something he simply couldn't accept. The dark forest was filled with streaks of lightning that danced incessantly. Each second, the blood of Yumo demons splattered into the air. Agonized wails echoed throughout the black forest. Under Wang Hao's relentless assault, the Yumo clan suffered defeat after defeat, unable to put up any resistance. From a distance, the remaining demons, witnessing the annihilation of their comrades, quickly activated their 9 nether energy and fled for their lives. Moments later, the area was cleared of Yumo demons. The black forest was now permeated with the stench of blood and littered with shattered corpses. Dabai, there's someone over there to our right. Let's catch him. He must be an important figure in the Yumo clan and should know the location of the 9 nether spring, Wang Hao said to Dabai. Dabai nodded and followed Wang Hao as they headed toward their target. The 3-horned demon sprinted desperately, feeling the icy presence closing in behind him. Human, I am the 3rd commander of the Yumo clan. If you keep chasing me, you will regret it. His voice echoed through the dark forest. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. This so-called 3rd commander was indeed fast. The demons from earlier weren't weak either. Although they were defeated by Wang Hao, they were all 7th-tier grandmasters of the demon race. Their strength far surpassed the 6th-tier grandmaster nether demons Wang Hao had encountered on the battlefield before. Whoosh! Wang Hao instantly used spatial power and vanished from the dark forest. The 3rd commander, feeling the pursuer disappear, let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I've shaken him off. The 3rd commander gasped heavily, trembling. This human was terrifying. He himself was a 5th-tier grandmaster, a commander of the Phantom Demon clan. Even after using the power of the 9 nether to escape, he had almost been caught. Whoosh! Just as he thought he was safe, the space ahead suddenly fluctuated violently. What followed was a scene that struck terror into his heart. A handsome and refined young man appeared from the void, his cold eyes fixed on him. Boom! 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 The 3rd commander tried to flee but was completely suppressed by a powerful aura. He pushed the 9 nether power within him to its limit, but he couldn't break free. I imagine you don't want to die, Wang Hao said faintly, lightning crackling in his hand. The power of thunder danced like a sprite in his palm. Despair filled the 3rd commander's eyes. This lightning power was overwhelmingly effective against demons. I surrender, the 3rd commander said in despair. Speak, then. What is this place? Who are you? And where is the 9 nether spring of your Phantom Demon clan? Wang Hao asked calmly. The 3rd commander revealed everything he knew to Wang Hao. His name was Mo Yuchuan, and he was responsible for patrolling the dark nether forest. This forest was within the Phantom Demon clan's territory. The Phantom Demon clan resided in the northern part of the Dark Moon Realm, where they were the dominant demon clan. You're saying this is the Dark Moon Realm? Wang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone icy. This was supposed to be an ancient relic. How had it suddenly turned into the Dark Moon Realm? Hearing this, Mo Yuchuan's expression turned to shock, and then disbelief as he asked, You're not from the Dark Moon Realm? Immediately after, as though realizing something, his face became one of utter terror. Could it be you're from the outside world? Mo Yuchuan's voice trembled, unable to believe the person before him. The cold wind howled, leaving Mo Yuchuan's heart frozen. This has nothing to do with you, Wang Hao said coldly, tilting his head as he responded to Mo Yuchuan. Mo Yuchuan lowered his head, thinking it over. True enough, his life was now entirely in Wang Hao's hands. Where this human came from had nothing to do with him. Wang Hao, this place seems to be a small, isolated world. The rules here are slightly different from those of the outside world, the voice of Dabai echoed in Wang Hao's mind. A small world? Wang Hao's heart stirred. Could it be that this relic